Chapter 1. The 3-year deadline has arrived. The death prison, a place known to the world, yet seldom spoken of. Here reside the most ferocious and terrifying criminals, including 10 of the most wanted individuals globally, though they merely occupy the lower echelons within these walls. Who could fathom that this infamous fortress, built to house the world's most notorious felons, was specifically designed for a singular individual? Surrounded by the vast ocean, this small island sparkles like a dazzling gem beneath the brilliant blue sky. The term death prison instills dread and trepidation once one enters. The prospect of leaving alive becomes a distant dream. At this moment, the sea swells violently, and a military helicopter descends onto the prison's grounds. From it emerge two figures who starkly contrast the grim environment. Prison warden, please summon Mr. Amo. The elder, a white-haired gentleman leaning on a cane, politely addressed the warden who had come to greet him. However, the woman beside him, adorned in military attire with 2 stars on her shoulders, frowned in disapproval. Old Gua, we are here to interrogate a prisoner. There is no need for such formalities. Impudent. A man in a Zhongshan suit interjected sternly. Schwer, you must be cautious. We are to show respect to Mr. Amo. Meanwhile, within a VIP suite of the prison, the interior was unexpectedly adorned like a luxury hotel, complete with a lavish bathroom and a grand bedroom. To claim this was merely a prison would be an understatement. It resembled a hotel with a prison aesthetic. Sir, there are individuals here to interrogate you. The warden approached with a subservient demeanor, nodding respectfully, a behavior more akin to a subordinate meeting a superior than a warden addressing a prisoner. Thank you, sir. Soon, an elderly man and a young woman entered. The elder, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wielding a cane, appeared vigorous, showing no signs of age. The young lady, clad in military garb, exuded an air of haughty confidence. Tall, and with her long hair elegantly styled, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Yet, despite her captivating presence, the man in the white shirt did not even lift his gaze. Emo Hai, how have you fared? The elder spoke slowly. This man, Emo Hai, had single-handedly quelled the 8 major organizations, ensuring the safety of the northern gate of Huaxia for 3 years. The woman scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression revealing a hint of disappointment. She expected to see the fierce aura of a legendary figure capable of commanding mountains and rivers. Yet before her stood a seemingly frail scholar, whose demeanor suggested he was more adept at wielding a pen than a sword. Is this truly the fabled human Ajumo, who single-handedly secures the realm, leaving no pursuers in his wake? Just this? She assessed him, finding his appearance far removed from the formidable image she had imagined. Doesn't it resemble anything? What do you think you resemble? If you were truly a harbinger of death, would you be confined here? The prison warden, Emo Hai, and the elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. This girl is named Yang Shui, one of the few female generals in the country. Faced with their inexplicable ridicule, she furrowed her brow and said in a low, furious voice, Old Gua, what are you laughing about? He wasn't imprisoned, he requested to be here. Old Gua chuckled while leaning on his cane. The prison warden also stood up, stating, Sir, if he wishes to leave, there is likely no prison in this world that could detain him. Then let's cut to the chase. I need your assistance. Yang Shui gazed at him with utmost seriousness. Emo Hai set down his brush, slightly raising his eyes to reveal a glint of coldness. Ha, you command me? You are a prisoner, can I not command you? You do not deserve to. The 3 terse words emanated a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine of the prison warden. At that moment, an alarm blared from outside, bathing the entire prison in red light. Warden, it's bad. The human butcher and the skeleton king are fighting. The 8 monsters of Baiming are attempting a breakout and have injured many of our men. The night demon just stole the prison keys and released all the prisoners. The prison warden remained remarkably composed, glancing back at the smoking Emo Hai. Sir, we may need your help once again. Emo Hai rubbed his temples, exasperated. You truly have an abundance of trivial matters. He then handed his brush to a prison guard. Take this to the human butcher and the skeleton king. Soak them in 10 meters of seawater for an hour to cool their heads if they refuse to listen. I shall personally deal with them. Bring my written orders to the 8 monsters of Baiming and have all 8 dig coal at the back. If anyone fails to excavate 1,000 pounds, let them hang their heads on the wall. Surveying his surroundings and finding nothing else, he handed over the half-burnt cigarette he was holding. Tell the night demon that I despise breakouts. The most a man should boldly exit through the front door while I wait outside for him. If he dares not, he should crawl into solitary confinement. These simple sentences exuded an air of dominance that looked down upon the world. The guards bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Merely 3 minutes passed, and the alarms ceased. Old Gua and the prison warden maintained their calm demeanor, while Yang Shui wore an expression of disbelief with just those few items. He had managed to subdue the prisoners within the prison. Could he truly be the legendary harbinger of death? All right, you can return from whence you came. I wish to sleep. Mo Hai waved his hand at Old Gua softly. Old Gua's expression turned serious. Little Mo, we seek your assistance on a matter. This is a direct order from number 1. Only you can accomplish this task. Hummy. Is it my power or my wealth that has caught number 1's eye? To save a person, a woman, I refuse. These hands are meant for taking lives, not for saving them. What if I said it relates to your master's death? Still refuse. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai hesitated for several seconds, remaining silent. After a while, he flicked the cigarette, but from his hand, astonishingly, it embedded itself into the marble wall with a soft thud. You better not be jesting. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Mo Hai spoke coldly, his voice lowered. He then strode towards the exit. The warden followed closely behind, bellowing, "The 3-year term is up. We bid farewell to Lord Mo as he exits the prison." Watching his receding figure, Yang Shui squinted and murmured, "Can he succeed?" Rest assured, if he cannot, then perhaps no one else can. Then why is someone so formidable in prison here? Because of a promise. A promise? What kind of promise? He vowed to his master to stay out of the capital for 3 years. Thus, he chose to confine himself in the most perilous of places. Chapter 2. Governance of Food, Shelter, and Companionship Outside the Prison. All the inmates were assembled in an open space, standing in 2 orderly rows, leaving a vacant corridor in the center. Upon hearing the news of Mo Hai's impending release, a wave of excitement surged among the prisoners. Some even presented a banner adorned with signatures from all the inmates. This was less a release than a fan meeting. Yang Shui followed behind, casually surveying the scene. She could easily pick out individuals who were notorious S-level criminals outside. Yet here they were, relegated to the corners, fervently idolizing Mo Hai. Quite popular, aren't they? She remarked nonchalantly. Mo Hai snorted disdainfully. Popular? These people are simply eager for my departure. With my exit, the prison will lose all semblance of authority. No one will be able to keep these formidable criminals in check. For 3 long years, these prominent figures, who commanded respect and fear outside, had been subjected to his torment, contemplating suicide more than thrice. Today, the announcement of his release felt more exhilarating than the birth of a child. As he approached the helicopter, every inmate knelt in unison, honoring Mo Ye's release. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Hai leaned out of the window and shouted, "Don't rush. I shall return in a few days." The inmates below erupted in chaos, particularly those who had suffered under his reign, now clamoring for an end to their torment. "Please, spare us. I can no longer bear your stench." One cried, "If you dare return, I will end my life right here." 3 years, 1,095 days. Not a single day had passed without nightmares. "I beg you, do not come back. If possible, release me, and I shall turn over a new leaf, ensuring our paths never cross again." Some, upon hearing of Mo Hai's return, even brandished knives against their necks as threats. Each of these inmates had once been formidable figures in the outside world, yet here they were, utterly subservient to Mo Hai. Yang Shui turned to glance at Mo Hai, who stood with arms crossed and eyes slightly closed. Despite his youth, ordinary attire, and somewhat slender build, this man had reduced the inmates of a notorious prison to a state of despair. "How curious," she mused, "that you wish to return. What allure does this place hold for you?" Mo Hai slowly opened his eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Food, shelter, and companionship. A month later, in a high-end hotel in Jiazhou, summer country, Mo Hai reclined with his hands behind his head, watching the news loop on television. Today, as headlines, a mysterious individual single-handedly dismantles a pirate organization. The top 16 leaders have now surrendered themselves. He promptly switched off the television. Having merely chosen a seemingly formidable task to tackle, considering he had just emerged from confinement and needed to hone his skills. He managed to resolve a troublesome issue that had plagued them for 8 years in a mere hour, treating it as a token of goodwill for their first encounter. At that moment, he held a photograph in his hand, and he could not help but acknowledge the striking beauty of the woman captured within. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her beauty as radiant as the moon, leaving one entranced at a mere glance. True, she deserved her title as the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Why is it that you chose to study such matters, only to uncover the secret to immortality? How could one not be intrigued? Emohai chuckled helplessly as he gazed at the photograph. He genuinely did not understand the allure of immortality. Even his master had stumbled upon the secret by chance, only to become a target, ultimately losing his life. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he offered a faint smile. Number 1, are you satisfied with the gift I sent you? You rascal, your prowess remains undiminished. A decisive strike right from the start. You will undoubtedly excel in this mission. The mission is acceptable, but I have one condition. Speak. I wish to reorganize the 10 Yama Kings. From the depths of the underworld, I will personally select 10 individuals. From this day forth, these 10 will act solely at my command. Their lives, power, and wealth will all be under my jurisdiction. Anyone plucked from the underworld could incite global panic. Even 1 MO high was sufficient to keep the authorities on high alert. Now, he intended to release 10 more, which could easily throw the world into disarray if not handled carefully. After a prolonged silence, the response finally came, when a hero unsheathes his sword. The calamity of the world ensues. What magnitude of chaos do you intend to unleash before you relent? Once the 3-year period concludes, the dragon shall emerge from its lair. I have promised to restore peace to this world, and I have delivered. Now, it is time for this world to repay me. Emohai replied coldly. Those who participated in that incident back then will not escape. Not a single one. In the next moment, he hung up the phone, leaving no room for rebuttal. The peril of this mission was such that, apart from Emohai, no one else dared to intervene, particularly as he targeted the very individuals responsible for his master's demise, likely the same group, the same objective, the same individuals, all drawn by the allure of immortality. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Fenghua group, what? You want me to be introduced to a suitor, one who just got released from prison? Grandfather, are you out of your mind? I must pursue him. I am to chase after him. A woman with flowing hair, adorned in black-trimmed red high heels, was conversing on the phone as she strode down the corridor towards the office. She was Qin Lan, the current president of Jiangzhou Fenghua Group. Ranked 10th on the Jiangzhou Rich list, she was the only woman in her 20s to make the list. It truly epitomizes the coexistence of beauty and talent. While one might not describe her as unparalleled, she is undoubtedly a woman of exceptional caliber. I cannot fathom my grandfather's thoughts, even if he arranged a blind date. Surely it should have been with someone more suitable. Instead, he chose someone recently released from prison. Who does he look down upon? Enough of this, grandfather. I refuse to meet that individual. Is he capable of fighting? What does that matter? In this day and age, is it fists that speak the loudest? Qin Lan expressed her annoyance, promptly ending the call. However, as she pushed open the office door, she was immediately taken aback by the sight before her. There, seated in her chair, was a man with his feet propped up on her desk, leisurely sipping tea from her cup. Before she could fully regain her composure, the man spoke first. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Even the first-ranked wouldn't dare keep me waiting this long, woman. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Emohai remarked, taking a sip of her tea before spitting it out in disgust. What the hell? Red dates with brown sugar? Is your menstrual cycle out of whack? Chapter 3. You look quite good. Figure out a way to pursue me, get out, you scoundrel. Qin Lan finally regained her composure from her fury, pointing at him and shouting, Who allowed you to enter? I find your temper utterly displeasing. Change it. Emohai responded with an air of indifference. Leave, it's none of your business. Where are the security guards? She yelled towards the outside, dialing the front desk to summon them. However, President Qin, everyone from the security department has gone to the hospital. What? All of them have gone to the hospital? Yes, not only the security department, but also everyone who came to interview for the bodyguard position has been beaten up by a stranger, and they are all being taken away by an ambulance. Qin Lan hung up the phone, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger as she turned and pointed at him, demanding, Did you do this? Stop hiring such useless people who can't even take a single blow. Emohai shrugged, replying coldly, It's not my fault. Fuming, Qin Lan was on the verge of losing her mind. She sat at her desk, sipping her tea, cursing her own misfortune, and the fact that her company's staff had been sent to the hospital. Was this courage truly bestowed upon him by the likes of Liang Jingru? So, you are a Mohai? Qinlan glared at him, her eyes filled with fury. He adjusted his collar and replied coolly, "It seems your grandfather has told you about me. Finding me is a privilege for the Qin family. After all, with an annual salary of 100 million, it's an insult to my past experiences, as I once had a dog that could command such a sum just to guard my estate. Had it not been for his masteress affairs, he would have never entertained the Qin family's trivial requests." Perhaps the saying beauty brings disaster could apply to her. Her father had unraveled the secrets of genetic recombination, akin to discovering the elixir of life, and before his demise, entrusted the knowledge to his daughter. Ironically, the individuals she attracted were closely tied to the circumstances surrounding his master's death. The intricate connections of his lineage only served to benefit the Qin family, who had unwittingly stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Just based on you. You aspire to become my fiancé? Dream on, Qinlan shouted at him. Upon hearing this, the smile on Mo Hai's face abruptly froze. What? Fiancé? I acknowledge you possess some beauty. But what a ridiculous notion to entertain in broad daylight. To be your fiancé? You must be joking. And even if I were to lower myself to your level, it would come at a price. What? Lower yourself to my level? Do you even have the right? Right? I have more than enough. Qinlan was utterly amused by his audacity. Initially, she had intended to suppress him, to make him retreat, but now, hearing his words, she felt as though she was the one unworthy of him. She, the only woman in Jiangzhou to be hailed as a genius in the last decade. At the tender age of 16, she was granted admission to one of the world's most prestigious universities through exceptional means. By 18, she had published a groundbreaking paper on genetic modification and earned her master's degree. At 20, she returned to her homeland to establish Fenghua Group, with an initial investment of 100 million, and has since multiplied its market value by a staggering 100 times. Now, at merely 22, she stands as a leading contender among the top 10 on Jiangzhou's wealth list, and notably, she is the only young female tycoon in the ranks. The suitors vying for her attention stretch all the way to France, with some practically on the verge of breaking down the doors of the Qin family in their fervent proposals. One bold suitor even had the audacity to claim he was more than qualified to be her match. Such arrogance is akin to a toad gazing into a mirror, ugly and utterly deluded. In stark contrast, this suitor possesses an unremarkable appearance and mediocre fashion sense. Apart from his physique, he is the kind of person one would not recognize on the street. Yet, he dares to dream of becoming her fiancé? A mere fantasy. Here is 1 million. Take this money and leave. Qinlan declared with disdain as she presented a check from her drawer, slamming it down before him. Interesting, Emohai replied, rising slowly with a cold smirk. Though you are hot-tempered, lacking in bosom, and not particularly attractive, I find your rebellious spirit appealing. I shall endure a bit of hardship and grant you the chance to pursue me. Pursue you? What a ridiculous dream, she retorted, incensed. Look, you're already employing the strategy of feigned indifference. Leave. Qinlan was practically seething with rage. At that moment, Emohai swiftly stepped forward, pinning her against the desk, one hand gripping hers while the other supported her exquisite leg. Adorned in black stockings, her skin felt irresistibly smooth. He effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder, an act so unexpected that Qinlan likely never imagined her knees would one day touch her chest. You scoundrel! I will kill you! She screamed in anguish. What kind of pervert had her grandfather introduced her to? His misplaced confidence was infuriating, and he was nothing short of a rogue. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated against the glass, followed by the water cooler beside the wall shattering as if struck by a violent force. The crisp sound of a gunshot left Qinlan momentarily dazed, even as she overlooked the inappropriate hand resting on her leg, her entire being trembling from shock. Oh, earning that 100 million must be quite the challenge, Emohai remarked, releasing her and gesturing helplessly. For the earlier incident where you took advantage of me, that will require extra payment, and your request for me to be your fiancé will also incur additional costs. After a long pause, Qinlan hesitantly lifted her gaze to him. Had it not been for his intervention, she might have met a grim fate. I will add another 100 million, hoping you can ensure my safety, she said softly, tears glistening in her eyes. It appeared that her recent experiences had left her utterly overwhelmed. Previously, her threats had been limited to car accidents and nighttime surveillance, but now her life was genuinely at risk. Seeing her unexpected plea, Imo-hai chuckled ruefully. I preferred your earlier fierce demeanor. Let us see more of that. All right. As expected from a seasoned businessman, your presence is undeniably commanding despite your youth. 200 million. Protect my safety. Qinlan gazed at him with an icy demeanor. Imo-hai, troubled, shook his head in disbelief. The sum offered was utterly paltry. He had never engaged in such a financially detrimental transaction before. The illustrious harbinger of death had extended his hand, and the outcome amounted to merely a couple of 100 million. How could he possibly face the world with such a disgrace? What would become of his reputation? This was akin to slapping the face of the emir of the UE, who had spent billions merely to arrange a dinner. Imo-hai hadn't even given that encounter the courtesy it deserved. Now, having taken action himself, he found that the total was far below even that trivial sum from before. Suddenly, the sound of his phone rang out. Imo-hai glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Elder Qin. Old master, you want me to do a job for such a meager price, and now you expect me to play the role of her fiancé? Is the entire benefit going to your Qin family? This entanglement of romantic sentiments is going to hinder my travels in the world. How can I maintain my standing? He answered the call, his tone irritable. On the other end, the old man's mirthful laughter echoed, his scheme evidently having succeeded. Ah, young Imo, there's something you may not be aware of. Your master once played cards with me and owes a rather substantial sum, a mere billion or so. So, it's just a trifling amount, really. I can cover it on his behalf. It's only about 19,600 billion, after all. When do you intend to settle this? Chapter 4. You truly are a talent. 19,600 billion. Upon hearing this staggering figure, even Imo-hai felt a jolt to his brain. What kind of colossal gamble could result in such a loss? On the other end of the line, the voice of old Master Qin, laced with mischief, chimed in. Not much, just 50 cents. 50 cents. This is written in black and white. You either repay the debt of 19,676 billion and assist in elevating the Qin family's market value tenfold, or you'll have to endure the indignity of becoming my Qin family's son-in-law. Damn it. He truly did not anticipate that his master, even in death, would leave him with such a mess. Over 1 trillion. Although he considered himself well-versed in the affairs of the world, he was momentarily taken aback by the enormity of this figure. If 50 cents could lead to such a loss, he would have to bid farewell to gambling for this life, the next, and the one after that. Furthermore, let me share a piece of information. Your master likely owes more than just our Qin family. Old Master Qin chuckled wickedly. If you become our Qin family's son-in-law, I can assist you. Qinlan, standing nearby, was utterly unwilling. While he might be deemed acceptable as her bodyguard, as her fiancé, he was not worthy of her. No, I refuse to marry. How could a scoundrel like him ever be my match? On the other end, the old man bellowed. Shut your mouth. Marry me. You must be dreaming. My suitors could easily outshine you by a mile. I will repay every penny owed to your Qin family, principal and interest. Imo-hai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Hearing this, the old man merely sighed. It seems we, the Qin family, have overreached. You shall report to the company tomorrow. With that, he hung up the phone. He truly did not foresee that his master would leave behind such a convoluted situation even in death. Keys. Imo-hai approached Qinlan, extending his hand. What keys? She frowned, her tone heavy. Of course, your house keys. If I don't follow you, I might just die in your house one day. But let me make it clear. I'm merely here to protect you. We can sell our skills, but not our bodies, so don't tempt me. Who is tempting you? She retorted, though the earlier incident lingered in her mind. Unwillingly, she retrieved the spare key from her keyring. With the key in hand, Imo-hai turned to leave. Not needing to ask where she lived, with a little inquiry, he could uncover all of Qinlan's information, even her measurements. Hey, didn't you say you would protect me? Where are you going now? Qinlan stomped her foot, calling after his retreating figure. Come on, with that much money, can you at least be reliable? As he reached the door, he glanced back at her. You're already trying to cling to me after just meeting. If we lived together, wouldn't you want to sleep with me? Women do enjoy the thrill of the chase. Get lost. Just leave now. Rest assured, a killer of such caliber typically refrains from striking a second time in a short span after a single failure. You are secure. Having uttered these words, he departed from the office. The kind of assassin he had just referenced, by his own standards, did not even qualify as entry-level. It seems there are others fixated on Qinlan. Otherwise, number one would not have arranged for his release from prison. After leaving Finghua Group, Imo-hai hailed a cab by the roadside. directing the driver to a mountain on the outskirts of the city, Ziyun Mountain. Midway up the slope lies a solitary grave. Some say that the higher the burial site, the more prosperous the descendants. However, Mo-Hi's master was interred at this mid-mountain location, and within a certain radius of the grave, not a blade of grass grew. As he ventured into the bamboo grove, Mo-Hi eventually beheld the small mound of earth. "Old man, I have returned," he proclaimed, kneeling and bowing 3 times, then lighting incense and speaking softly. When his master had drawn his last breath, he had uttered not but a single phrase: "Do not enter the capital for 3 years." He had deemed Mo-Hi's temperament too volatile, his ambitions too lofty, and warned that such traits could lead to calamity. 3 years would suffice to temper any man's disposition. "Master," he continued, "you proclaimed me a dragon soaring in the heavens, yet decreed that I must endure 3 years of confinement, suppressing my abilities. I have complied. Yet you request that I live the remainder of my days in tranquility, stirring not a ripple. I am afraid that is beyond my capability. Wolves traverse 1,000 miles for flesh, while dogs scavenge for refuse. If I do not avenge my grievances, I am not your disciple." He arranged offerings of food and drink, lit candles and incense, and even burned a set of joss paper beside him. Though this old fellow often led him astray, he was, after all, a teacher for life, and without him, there would be no Mo-Hi as he is today. Is it merely 19,696,000,000? A trivial sum. However, just as Mo-Hi knelt before the grave, having bowed 3 times and preparing to depart, the altar before the grave suddenly opened, and from the depths of the earth, a small box slowly ascended. Upon witnessing this, Mo-Hi's smile broadened. "Ha ha ha. Old man, I knew it. How could you possibly depart without leaving something for me?" To him, such a sizable box could only contain a martial arts manual or an extraordinary treasure. Anything left behind by a reclusive master like his own would undoubtedly be of great significance. Yet, filled with eager anticipation, when he opened the box, he was utterly dumbfounded. What he extracted was a thick stack of documents. He initially believed it to be his master's inheritance, only to discover, upon closer inspection, that it was a bill. All of it was a collection of IOUs. Qin family, over 19. 6 billion. Li family, 360 billion. Lu family, 797. 9 billion. Wang family. Yi family. As he continued to sift through the pile, the debts spilled onto the ground. What in the world is the total amount owed? I once thought this was a legacy of real estate, property, and commerce left for oneself. How astonishing, leaving behind a mountain of debt. However, from a certain perspective, being able to owe such a vast sum also signifies that one's master must be a prominent figure in the world. He retrieved a note concealed beneath all the IOUs and unfolded it. "Disciple, I have played 50-cent mahjong. My luck has been rather poor, and I owe you a modest sum. Do not take offense." You might wonder how playing 50-cent mahjong could lead to a debt of over 10 trillion. I have wagered you to these families. Truth be told, you are worth an immense fortune. When you read this letter, I may no longer be present. I possess nothing of value to leave you, so consider this a farewell gift from our master-disciple bond. Upon reading this, Mo-Hi stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Having encountered the folly of parents, the absurdity of children, and the foolishness of daughters, now he finds himself ensnared by his own master. This is a new level of deception. Not only is repayment required, but he must also help these families multiply their market value tenfold. Otherwise, he must become a son-in-law. Here stands a formidable figure of the mortal realm, reduced to such a predicament by his own master. 50-cent mahjong leading to a debt of over 10 trillion. Truly, what a remarkable talent. Chapter 5. This task is indispensable. Navigating the world, one must uphold their reputation. With every detail meticulously documented and sealed with a handprint, everything is laid out with undeniable clarity. Should one attempt to renege on their word, not only would it bring shame upon their master, even Mo-Hi would find it disgraceful. What does it mean for a word to be as weighty as gold? What does it mean for a promise to be worth a fortune? Mo-Hi collected all the IOUs, for it was merely a matter of money. If every undertaking were as straightforward as earning a profit, perhaps he would be devoid of worries. In Jiangzhou, at the spring of Chaodang, the name of this villa is truly poetic, surrounded by various precious trees, with French sycamores adorning the entire estate. It is likely that the wealthiest residents of Jiangzhou congregate here, as every room is occupied, each a standalone villa complete with its own garden, spanning 2 floors and offering ventilation from both north to south. The price per square meter is outrageously high, reaching a staggering 180,000, making it the priciest community in all of Jiangzhou, and indeed the entire southwestern region, without exception. With the key in hand, Imo strode confidently through the entrance. For old Master Qin had already paved the way for smooth access, ensuring that he could come and go freely. Moreover, he was concerned that Imo would have difficulty locating Qin Lan's villa, so he specifically pointed out that the house adorned with a lantern at the entrance was hers. After all, the trouble he had stirred up was considerable, and it was best to provide close protection. This task was devoid of any time constraints. It would only conclude once Imo dealt with all those shadowing the research. While old Master Qin might not fully grasp Imo's potential, he was acutely aware of his master's illustrious reputation. The mere mention of a romantic evening would likely elate the old man to the point of sleeplessness. Typically, the entrances of such villas are secured with code locks, fingerprint scanners, or facial recognition. However, they also retain the most primitive method, using a key. He unlocked the door and casually tossed his small bag onto the sofa. The table was strewn with instant noodle boxes, and the floor was littered with snack bags. Furthermore, the sofa was cluttered with women's clothing, with various black stockings visible, and even a pair of panties casually draped over the armrest. As he picked up the still warm garments with his fingers, it was evident that they had been recently discarded. "Sister Lan, you're back. Could you bring in the clothes I folded? I forgot them on the coffee table while showering." A woman's voice echoed from the bathroom. Damn, Imo was momentarily taken aback. For a single payment, I must protect two individuals. I've never engaged in such a losing deal. Sister Lan, is that you outside? Please bring me my clothes. He surveyed the room, retrieved the folded garments from the sofa, and cautiously approached the bathroom door to gently knock before offering them through the opening. Soon, a delicate, fair hand emerged from within. As a result, the other party inadvertently grasped Imo's wrist and then proceeded to touch his arm. In the next moment, a piercing scream resonated from the bathroom, where a woman, wrapped in a towel, rushed out. She locked eyes with Imo, and after a few seconds of mutual staring, she began to scream loudly. "There's a thief. Catch the pervert," she exclaimed. "I've been wondering why my underwear has been disappearing from the balcony lately. How bold of you. Stealing clothes was one thing, but now you've taken a fancy to me." Imo felt utterly speechless. What kind of absurd scenario had he been thrust into? The monetary compensation was meager, but the eccentricity of the situations was unparalleled. Countless women had bared themselves before him, only to be rejected. And now he was being falsely accused of being a panty thief. It was as if her intelligence had been exclusively invested in her bosom. "Fancy me, please. My standards aren't that low. You are even more delusional than the woman from earlier," Imo remarked, exasperated. Yet, the girl remained relentless and insisted on calling the police. She pointed at the clothes discarded on the sofa and exclaimed, "You can't deny you're a pervert. I clearly left my clothes on the floor, and you picked them up, didn't you? Do you enjoy sniffing them? You disgusting pervert." Imo. Just then, a sound of fingerprint unlocking echoed from outside the door. "What is going on here?" Qin Lan stood at the entrance, utterly bewildered as she observed the scene. The girl, still clutching Imo's arm in a towel, exclaimed, "Lanjia, you're finally back. We've been losing stockings and underwear lately, all stolen by this pervert. He's even come to our home and has designs on me. Hey. It's been ages since I've been with a woman, but you can't frame me like this. I'm not that desperate. Besides, I prefer the well-endowed." Imo retorted, "Who are you calling flat-chested? Saying a woman has small breasts is akin to saying a man is inadequate. It's a statement that invites trouble." In a sudden act, she flung open her towel, a gesture that left Imo dumbfounded and even caused Qin Lan, who stood at the doorway, to freeze in shock. "Wow, so you're proving your point by bearing it all? How audacious. You dare to suggest my chest is small." Qin Lan hurried over to drape the towel around her again, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You're exposing yourself. That scoundrel is deliberately infuriating me." She clutched the girl and rushed upstairs, leaving Imo standing alone in the living room. What on earth is happening? How have I grown up to witness this? Imo shook his head in resignation. Upstairs, in the room, Qin Lan recounted the day's events. The girl's name was Chun Xian, a college classmate of hers. Lately, the two had frequently encountered bizarre incidents at the villa, seemingly drawn into trouble that was meant for Qin Lan, inadvertently involving Chun Xian as well. "What did you say? Is this the matchmaker your grandfather introduced to you? Him? How can he possibly be worthy of you? He appears so unkempt and rustic. Moreover, he is quite lascivious. You allow him to stay here? We are both young ladies. Do you not feel any apprehension? During this period, it has been just the two of us at home. And at night, we are frequently disturbed by someone shining a flashlight on the windows. To make matters worse, someone has even thrown snakes into the yard. It is evident that the household could benefit from a man's presence. Furthermore, when Mo Hai sensed that someone was attempting to kill him, he exhibited remarkable agility in evading the bullet. I have no doubt about his skills, while he may have a few unsavory traits. As long as he can be of assistance, I can overlook a little indiscretion. Chapter 6. The Irresistible Law of Temptation. Chen Lan shared with her the current situation, explaining that even if Chun Xian were to leave this place now, she would immediately attract unwanted attention. She might be used as a bargaining chip to coerce her into surrendering valuable information, or else face dire consequences. If she truly understood what that elusive thing was, she might consider relinquishing it for her peace of mind. But the truth was, she had no idea what the so-called genetic sequence entailed. Both she and her father had graduated as postgraduate students in the medical field, yet she remained utterly ignorant of her father's research endeavors. That man looked so frail and unimposing, far less formidable than the mercenary she had previously hired. That fellow could break 9 bricks with a single punch. What could her father possibly do? Chen Xian scoffed, expressing her irritation. You're paying him 200 million a year? What a lucrative deal. You might as well give that money to me. I could arrange for hundreds of martial arts masters to surround you every day. How splendid that would be. Evidently, Chun Xian had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, naively believing that the other party merely sought to acquire something. However, it had escalated to a matter of personal safety. I am a businesswoman, Chen Lan asserted, her demeanor serious. I prioritize quality over quantity. If trouble arises, 100 individuals might not be as effective as one capable ally. Come on, Chen Lan. Even if you're looking for someone, you can't just hire someone fresh out of prison, can you? Do you even know his background? And you dare let him stay overnight? With the two of us being so strikingly beautiful, if he had any ill intentions, it would be alarmingly easy for him. The two exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. Downstairs, Chen Lan slammed a contract onto the table. What is this? Mo Hai asked, reclining with his legs crossed, inspecting the document. Can't you see? It's a housing agreement. Chun Xian replied, hands on her hips, annoyance evident in her tone. Who knows if this pervert will sneak up at night to steal our underwear? First of all, let me clarify that I am not a pervert. Secondly, have you ever seen a pervert as handsome as me? Mo Hai shrugged, his expression one of exasperation. You, handsome? Whether you can find a girlfriend in your lifetime is another matter altogether. Mo Hai squinted at her, shaking his head in mock pity. How is it that someone so young can have such a twisted mind? Look over the agreement. If there are no issues, sign it. Chen Lan placed the document on the table. He didn't even glance at it, simply signing at the end. All right, aren't you going to read the contents? I must inform you that if you violate any clause, we will call the police. Chun Xian exclaimed, arms crossed, fuming. Mo Hai propped his legs on the coffee table, pulled out a box of cigarettes, and lit one. The cigarettes were completely black, from the box to the tobacco, devoid of any branding or manufacturer information. I have but one request, he said, taking a deep drag and exhaling a plume of smoke. The two women exchanged a bewildered glance, seemingly perplexed. Shouldn't he living with two stunning beauties be a highly sought-after experience? Yet here, they appeared troubled and reluctant. Chen Lan furrowed her brow and spoke in a low voice. What demands are you making? I can stay here, but you two must not harbor any intentions towards me. Nor should you think of sneaking into my room at night. After all, as a pure-hearted young man, sharing space with two predatory women leaves me feeling utterly vulnerable. Mo Hai shrugged his shoulders, displaying a face of distress. Suddenly, the two women, who had just been sipping water, erupted in laughter, causing Chun Xian to sputter. How dare you say such a thing? She coughed, her eyes narrowed in irritation. He slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at Chun Xian's delicate white stockings and clearing his throat. Oh, is this your idea of a test? Who could possibly falter under such trivial scrutiny? Next time, perhaps opt for black stockings. Change it yourself. Chun Xian was infuriated, her frustration palpable, while Chen Lan chuckled softly at the exchange. Oh dear, Lanjia. Look at him. Where does he get his confidence? Mediocre looks, average attire, a temperament that is nothing remarkable, yet he exudes an air of unfounded self-assurance. Chen Lan patted her shoulder and retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from the drawer. All right, let us eat first. I still have documents to attend to. You both plan to survive on this for dinner. Emohai expressed his disdain. Chun Xian, fiercely protective of her meal, gathered the noodles close. If you want something better, go buy it yourself. Please. I cannot endure such a lackluster existence. If I'm not served a proper 4 dishes and a soup daily, I will throw a fit. How is it that you, with such an attitude, went unscathed in prison? Others have spoken to me in a similar manner. And what became of them? They now lie beneath the grass of their graves. The 2 women were utterly unconvinced by Emohai's claims. They understood the nature of prisons well enough. No matter how arrogant one might be upon entering, they always emerged subdued. However, this was of little concern to Emohai. While others were reformed within, he had been invited to enter and transform others. Soon, sounds emanated from the kitchen, indicating that cooking had indeed commenced. Truth be told, the 2 women had not even stepped foot in the kitchen since their arrival, and the sensation of home-cooked meals had long evaded them. He truly knows how to cook. Qin Lan gazed in astonishment towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chun Xian paced around her instant noodles, contemplating adding an egg or sausage. Humph. Can he even cook anything palatable? Even a dog wouldn't he eat it. 10 minutes later, an enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen's threshold, momentarily halting the 2 women as they slurped their noodles. He emerged with a plate of stir-fried lettuce and oyster sauce, followed by tomato and scrambled eggs, mapo tofu, sautéed beef, and a small soup. Presenting a perfect balance of 4 dishes and a soup. The seemingly unremarkable dishes from the humble restaurant outside made the 2 ladies' mouths water, rendering the instant noodles in their hands utterly tasteless. I could hear the sound of your swallowing. Emohai took a bite of the dish and grinned mischievously at the 2 ladies. Care for a taste? Humph. This lady would rather starve than eat your food. Who knows if you've poisoned it and planned to steal my black stockings? Emohai pulled out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Take it. For what? Chun Xian looked at him, bewildered. You're young, yet your mind seems unhinged. You need a remedy. You. Angered. Chun Xian turned to Qin Lan, playfully complaining. Sister Lan, look at him. You must help. Huh? Sister Lan, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Qin Lan was already using her chopsticks, eagerly devouring the food. Delicious. Come and try. This guy is quite the chef. Not a chance. I just said dogs eat such food. Yet, often, such bold declarations last no more than 3 minutes. With chopsticks in her right hand and a spoon in her left, Chun Xian frantically heaped the dishes onto her bowl, utterly disregarding any notion of ladylike decorum. Woof, 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 how delightful. Chapter 7. Handsomeness, truly a sin indeed. One cannot place any trust in the words of that woman, not even a single punctuation mark. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Lan and Chun Xian resided on the upper floor, while Emohai occupied the lower level of their spacious villa, which boasted a total of 7 rooms. With only the 3 of them in residence, the space felt rather ample. Typically, the 2 women would set their alarms to rise at a designated hour. Yet on this particular day, they found themselves roused from slumber by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. What is that delightful scent? Chun Xian, still wearing an eye mask, murmured groggily from the 2nd floor railing. Clearly, both women remained ensconced in their dreams, yet to fully awaken. Downstairs, Emohai was busily emerging from the kitchen, bringing forth an array of dishes to the dining table. The breakfast spread was nothing short of extravagant, filling the table with various plates laden with steak, pasta, and an abundance of matsutake mushrooms. Upon witnessing the opulence of the morning feast, even Qin Lan found herself swallowing in anticipation. Come and eat. Why are you just standing there? Emohai beckoned with a playful grin towards the 2nd floor. The 2 hastily descended, pulling out chairs to take their seats. Chun Xian, still in disbelief, took a bite of a black truffle and exclaimed, Goodness! This is truly a black truffle, worth over 200,000. Why are there so many? Is it that expensive? I used to feed this to my dog. It seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Emohai shrugged, chuckling lightly. Honestly, being out of prison is rather dull. Even the quality of meals has diminished. The 2 women were left speechless. Chun Xian felt a strong urge to spit water in his face to bring him back to reality. Could it be that he enjoyed better meals in prison? If you truly prepared breakfast with such extravagance every day, I'd willingly play the role of your pet. She huffed, emphasizing her point with an exaggerated posture. However, Emohai merely cast a cold glance at her, smirking, Not a chance. You lack the qualifications to be my pet. How dare you? I'm ready to fight you. Chun Xian exclaimed, taken aback by his audacity after being released. Ultimately, it was Qin Lan's gentle persuasion that brought Chun Xian back to her senses. especially as she realized her scant attire had left little to the imagination, exposing her to the world. If it weren't for your culinary skills, I would have kicked you out long ago. Chun Xian seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet, Mo Hai continued to slice his steak with elegance, remarking nonchalantly, "Childish. Who are you calling childish? Who's prancing around in SpongeBob attire?" Chun Xian retorted. Upon hearing this, she quickly crossed her legs, realizing her nightgown lacked any form of modesty beneath. Did he see everything? After breakfast, Chun Xian departed for school, where she was in her 4th year, attending sporadically to fulfill her attendance requirements. En route to Fenghua Group, she tossed the car keys to Mo Hai and settled into the passenger seat. "Drive." "Hey, do you really think of yourself as a princess? Let me drive. I dare to take the wheel, but you must have the courage to sit beside me." Mo Hai chuckled lightly, shrugging his shoulders. "Watch out for the bumper ahead. It's just been repaired, so don't hit it. Drive slowly." "All right." Just as she fastened her seatbelt, the Porsche's wheels spun wildly, and with a swift pull of the handbrake, it launched out of the garage like a wild stallion. Momentarily out of control. "Slow down. This is too fast. I can't handle it." The wind blew through the open window, tossing Qinlan's hair every which way, obscuring her vision. 200 is already slow for me," Mo Hai remarked helplessly from the passenger seat. 200? I'm terrified at 50. Please, slow down. At 50. You could still damage the bumper. You truly are a talent. With a roar, he shifted the car into sports mode, and since they had gotten in, Qinlan's screams echoed incessantly. "Slow down. I can't take it anymore. This is too intense. Please, I beg you, slow down." Her cries might have led one to misconstrue the situation, but for Mo Hai, a mere 200 was indeed quite slow. Below that speed, he might as... Half an hour later, in the office of the president of Fenghua Group, Qinlan stood before the mirror, her hair a chaotic mess from the wind, glaring at him with a fierce expression. "I suspect you ended up in jail for reckless driving, didn't you?" "Not at all." "Then what was it for?" "Too handsome. It caused international trouble, so I had to seclude myself." "International disputes? What princesses and noblewomen from Europe were after me, driving me mad, almost inciting conflicts among nations." She slightly curled her lips, thinking he must be boasting to have landed himself in such a predicament. Anyone who heard that would surely think Mo Hai was exaggerating. At that moment, he quietly pulled out his phone, where a message from a woman popped up. "Dear, I miss you. Please reply. I'll send you 10 barrels of oil. If you want, I'll immediately give up my title as crown prince and fly to your side. My father has already agreed. If you marry me, the throne shall be yours." He simply replied with a curt "get lost." Though it sounded somewhat far-fetched that his charm almost sparked conflict among several European nations, it was indeed the truth. "Can't you refrain from boasting for once?" Qinlan shot him a glare, clearly unimpressed. She then retrieved a suit from the cabinet and handed it to him. "Hurry up and change. It's time to go to work. Do not forget, you owe our Qin family over 19 trillion. Mo Hai, however, did not take this seriously. He shook his head and scoffed. "All right. If you want me to be the CEO, what will you be? I guarantee that within 3 days, I will double your market value. If you become the CEO, what shall I do? Report to the security department. As they are currently in need of a security guard, you will work at the company during the day and serve as my personal bodyguard at night." He was utterly bewildered, even feeling a strange mix of anger and amusement. The formidable Azura of the mortal realm, who had specifically emerged from prison to protect a woman, had now been reduced to the role of a mere doorman for the company. If this were to spread, wouldn't it provoke the laughter of his peers in the industry? Chapter 8. Women, what a missed opportunity, one told you. Allow me to be the CEO, and within 3 days, I can double this company's market value. Mo Hai declared earnestly, fixing his serious gaze upon her. Yet, Qinlan, visibly irritated, snapped her folder shut. "I have no time to indulge in idle chatter. Hurry and report for duty." Do you think the security of this company can be so easily breached? As one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangzhou, Fenghua Group had stringent hiring standards. Not only employees, but even the janitorial staff were required to hold a university degree. And those in the security department had to be collegiate athletes. They were not in the business of employing the frail or the unqualified. However, Mo Hai did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards Qinlan, his eyes locked onto her collar. "What are you doing?" Qinlan demanded, clutching her collar tightly. In an instant, a small knife appeared in his hand, and he deftly unfastened the 2 buttons at her collar. A glimpse of her neckline was revealed. Yet Mo Hai's attention remained focused on the buttons. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her finger pressing against his lips as she hissed, "Shoo. Look closely. What is this?" With a firm squeeze, the buttons emitted a faint glow, revealing wires intertwined within. Qinlan gasped, "This is a listening device." A listening device? Can such a small button conceal one? Well, you can hire a private investigator to verify that. Your life, from the grand operations of the company to the minutiae of daily living, is likely under surveillance. Last night, while the two women were asleep, he discovered 9 miniature listening devices. He was astonished to find one even in her office. 10 minutes later, a private investigator arrived, confirming after thorough inspection, indeed, this is the most advanced listening technology from the United States. It requires triple scanning to verify. Miss Qin, you have someone remarkable here. Remarkable? Qinlan furrowed her brow, turning to Mo Hai, who sat smoking by the window, and asked, "How did you know there was a listening device hidden in this button?" It was simple. Just one glance was enough to tell something was amiss. Was that too difficult? Mo Hai shrugged, a cold smirk on his face. His words were a stark contrast to the investigator's struggle, who needed numerous tools to uncover such devices. To have someone so adept at identifying issues with mere observation made the need for a private investigator seem rather embarrassing. The investigator bowed deeply before Mo Hai. "I apologize for my inadequacy. I shall take my leave." "Wait." Mo Hai suddenly stood, causing the man to pause, carefully bowing and smiling nervously. "Is there anything else you require?" With the ability to discern the presence of listening devices through auditory and visual cues, he approached the man and extracted the pen dangling from the pocket of his collar. As a private investigator, how could he assist others when he himself was being monitored? Indeed, upon disassembling the pen, several tiny components glimmered and fell out. This was utterly humiliating. Not only had he been compromised, but it also cast doubt on his professional prowess. Initially, Qinlan intended to offer him a consultation fee, yet the private investigator, eager to escape, vanished in haste. Once he departed, Qinlan scrutinized him with a serious demeanor. "You truly can see and hear to identify where the listening devices are?" "My ears can detect sounds below 2 Hz. I can sense even the faintest electrical currents," Mo Hai explained in a calm tone, as if teaching a child that 1 + 1 = 2. "Impossible. How could a normal person perceive currents at 2 Hz? Qinlan shook her head in disbelief, as if she had heard an absurd joke. However, Mo Hai merely smiled faintly at her. "So, you still consider me an ordinary person?" His gaze was icy, as if one had plunged into a frozen abyss. In that moment, Qinlan sensed that this man was extraordinary. Otherwise, her grandfather would not have sent him for her protection. "All right, go report in," she gestured dismissively. Mo Hai, exasperated, replied, "Still doing security? What else? What do you expect?" She retorted, "Be careful. You might lose me, and then you'll regret not seizing the opportunity. Leave." With that, Mo Hai turned and strode towards the exit. Shortly after, Qinlan's phone rang. It was her grandfather calling. Upon hearing that she had assigned Mo Hai to the security department, his voice escalated in pitch. "Have you lost your mind? Letting him be a guard? Is he angry?" her grandfather exclaimed, clearly anxious. Qinlan frowned slightly, replying, "Grandfather, he lacks education, background, and has a criminal record. His employment in this company is already a favor to you. Is it really too demeaning to be a security guard? Being a guard works in our favor. He won't earn enough to leave, ensuring he remains with the Qin family. I hear you are already living in the same house." "Grandfather, it's not what you think. We are merely. No need for explanations. Capture him and ensure you bear his child. Do not let anyone take him away. As long as he stays with the Qin family, he could bring prosperity for 3 generations. This is an incredible opportunity. Do not take it lightly." After a few more reprimands, her grandfather ended the call, leaving Qinlan bewildered. Why did her grandfather hold such affection for this man? Lacking wealth, power, and connections, and burdened by a past incarceration, it appeared as though the Qin family was the one seeking to curry favor. The more she pondered, the more unnerving it became. After hanging up the phone, Qinlan immediately dialed a number from her contacts. "I need you to investigate a person for me. I desire to know every detail of his life." A sultry voice, belonging to an alluring woman, echoed from the other end. "Boss Qin, our services do not come cheap. Proceed with the inquiry. I want to know how many times he has rented a room, the number of women he has been with, who he lost his virginity to, and every conceivable piece of information. As long as the payment is satisfactory, I can uncover the secrets of his past life." Chapter 9. The once gifted genius 10 minutes later. Qin Lan's inbox was inundated with a series of documents, accompanied by an urgent phone call. Miss Qin, the individual you asked me to investigate, who on earth are they? The woman on the other end of the line spoke with a noticeable tremor in her voice. Hearing this, she furrowed her brow slightly. You haven't uncovered anything? No. I have found something. Do you recall a prodigy from Jiangzhou many years ago? Prodigy? She strained to recollect. As a figure began to emerge from her memory, strong individuals invariably pay heed to those who surpass them. The child who took the college entrance examination at the age of 8 and was admitted to Tsinghua University in the capital. Qin Lan exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you do remember. Of course I remember. I lost to a poor child from a rural town in the math competition at the prodigy training. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. Every year, Jiangzhou would search for outstanding children with exceptional talents, assembling a prodigy training. Qin Lan was among the top performers in that camp. Yet every year during the math competition, she was overshadowed, her efforts always falling short against this rival. It was a haunting shadow from her childhood. Impossible. How could he possibly be that genius from back then? Despite her words, she had already begun to accept the notion. It could explain why Mo Hai always regarded her with a look of incredulity whenever she flaunted her accomplishments before him. The fact that she participated in the college entrance examination at 8, thereby being directly admitted to a prestigious university, had remained a shadow over her life. Even though she was later accepted into a top institution abroad at the age of 12, the insurmountable hurdle in her heart persisted. However, it seems he did not attend school in the capital. A voice of confusion suddenly emanated from the other end of the line. What? He didn't go to the capital? Where did he go instead? Qin Lan inquired, her curiosity piqued. At the age of 10, he solved an epic mathematical problem left by the Covids in America, causing a sensation both domestically and internationally. The genius who made waves back then was none other than him. At 8, he received invitations from all the foremost institutions yet he declined them all. 2 years later, he garnered global attention once more by solving a century-old mathematical enigma that had perplexed Europe. However, at that time, his name was concealed, so Qin Lan remained unaware that it was Mo Hai. And what happened afterwards? Just as Qin Lan was about to delve deeper into her inquiries, the woman on the other end suddenly exclaimed in terror, Heavens! Miss Qin, who on earth are you investigating? My computer has just been attacked by hackers in an instant. Everything regarding his subsequent events is encrypted with 6 layers of passwords. I merely reached this interface, and upon the appearance of a message, all 6 of my office computers crashed. What did the message say? SSSSS level confidential. You have entered a monitored zone. Despite the lengthy discourse, Qin Lan remained perplexed by the true implications of the 5S classification. Typically, the official designation of the highest secrecy is confined to 3S. Ordinary S-level secrets pertain to military or commercial magnates, or individuals who pose a threat to such figures possess the power to plunge a nation into paralysis with a mere gesture, yet they are merely classified as S-level secrets. Conversely, Mo Hai's classification ascended to the pinnacle of global danger assessments. Any individual of this caliber would warrant the personal attention of a head of state. The resources at their disposal could upend a nation, and their wealth could rival that of entire countries, rendering the upper echelons of any locale trembling in their presence. Miss Qin, I no longer require your funds. Do not contact me unless absolutely necessary. The anxious voice on the other end of the line declared. What? You haven't clarified what you mean by SSSSS level secrecy. Wasn't he just released from prison? How can his identity be so confidential? Qin Lan exclaimed, her astonishment palpable through the phone. However, the other party bluntly terminated the call, returning the money without further ado. The sheer audacity of this individual to spurn such a substantial sum left her bewildered. Could it perhaps be a case of mistaken identity? She pondered, her head bowed in contemplation. Yet, she swiftly dismissed this notion. While many share names, it was improbable that another of such unparalleled genius existed in Jiangzhou. If it truly were him, returning to a life of security work would be the utmost indignity. At that moment, within the confines of the descending elevator, Mo Hai was engaged in the arduous task of deleting hundreds of emails. As he continued, 3 more notifications chimed in. The European Union is offering $200 billion. Hoping to arrange a meeting to discuss collaboration. We trust that Mr. Shura will grant us this courtesy. Greetings from the Emirati Royal Office. We have learned of your release and are prepared to offer $100 billion a year for your guidance, along with profit-sharing opportunities. This is the English royal family. Having heard of your release, we wish to invite you to directly attend the inauguration of the new king, with a lavish annual compensation for your consideration. Faced with this barrage of invitations, each requesting him to take on various roles, Mo-hai found himself. He had grown weary of the feuds and the relentless charade of pretense that characterized his daily existence. All he yearned for was the simplicity of an ordinary life. Yet that seemed an insurmountable challenge. Ding, ding, ding. As he continued to delete emails, his phone rang. Strangely, the display indicated an incoming call without revealing a number or origin. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped out of the elevator and answered the call. "Who is this?" Mo-hai inquired, his tone frosty. A melodious and enchanting voice resonated from the other end. "Esteemed Lord Shura, it has been so long since we last met. Have you forgotten me? Rose." This woman, true to her name, is extraordinarily beautiful yet thorny. A siren who leaves all men who dare to approach her drained of their worth, ultimately discarded. She delights in manipulating men. For she possesses remarkable intelligence in matters of information, having collaborated on several occasions in the past. It has been quite a while since they last communicated, merely exchanging phone calls without ever meeting face to face. Mo-hai remains oblivious to the true magnificence of this so-called man-terminator, the Red Rose. It seems that Lord Azura still remembers me. The rose purred seductively on the other end of the line. Mo-hai, however, had no time for idle chatter with this woman, and bluntly stated, "You know, I have little patience for verbosity, especially from women. Don't think that a bit of beauty grants you the right to cozy up to me. Indeed, the situation in Europe has been quite dire lately. Someone has offered a staggering sum of 100 billion US dollars for a year, simply seeking Lord Azura's presence." Rose remarked with a charming smile through the phone. "To earn such easy money, I must admit, I am envious. 100 billion. Huh, who do you think you're looking down upon? At that price, even my dog would feel compelled to slap him twice." Mo-hai inhaled deeply, his voice cold as ice. "Moreover, I have already secured employment." "Oh, does that mean the conditions there are even better? What job is it?" "Security guard at the entrance, earning 4,000 a month." Uffed. Chapter 10, Apologies. "She is pursuing me." This nearly caused the Rose on the other end of the line to exclaim. With a fortune of billions at his disposal, all he had to do was remain in Europe, occasionally mediating conflicts among major nations to avert crises. For him, this was as effortless as the daily rituals of eating and drinking. His esteemed reputation meant that merely being present in Europe was sufficient for all powers to fear overstepping their bounds. Such is the reverence commanded by the formidable. Yet, he audaciously declined the offer, even though he could have easily secured a high-ranking position within the military echelon of the capital. Instead, he chose to be a security guard. At that moment, on an unnamed island, a woman sat before a villa, holding a glass of red wine in her left hand and a mobile phone in her right. Trembling with fury, many truly affluent individuals no longer limited themselves to buying cars or houses. They would directly purchase an island, construct villas upon it, and employ dozens or even hundreds of servants, reveling as the sovereign of their own paradise. "Hanging up on me. No man has ever dared to end a call with me. Find out where the so-called human Azura, Mo-hai, is located. I am eager to see what manner of person could compel the Lord Azura to take action." Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the security department, a group of men clad in tank tops and flip-flops were engaged in a card game. This department was the most derided within the entire corporation, yet it was also the one that enjoyed the most leisure, requiring only periodic patrols every couple of hours throughout the day. Their rounds involved the warehouse, main entrance, front gate, and the women's dormitory, followed by clocking out at the end of the day. The benefits included comprehensive insurance and excellent overtime compensation, perhaps even surpassing the salaries of the senior executives busily typing away in the offices above. "Damn. I heard that the guy who beat us up yesterday is the president's relative. I thought he was her fiancé. Huh. Why did I hear they were already married with several children?" Smack. A bald man, cigarette in mouth, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming irritably, "I don't care who he is. I simply wasn't prepared yesterday. If he dares to step onto my turf, I will ensure he leaves empty-handed." Bang. Just then, the door to the security room was violently kicked open. "Who the hell is that?" But no one dared to utter a word. Only the bald man, still clutching his cigarette, stood up and shouted angrily, "Damn it, let's see who it is." As he turned around, his expression changed dramatically. "What the hell? Is this truly happening? I heard you were looking for me?" Mo-hai said with a smile, his head bowed. The oppressive aura of the strong emanated from him. Coldness laced in his words, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. As Mo Hai leisurely closed the door, the bald man trembled in fear. No, no, brother. I was just joking. I was just kidding, brother. In the CEO's office, Qin Lan remained in shock over Mo Hai's true identity. She had assumed her grandfather had merely found a labor reform convict, yet this person turned out to be the prodigy who had once excelled in talent. Was it not a bit of an insult to have him as a security guard? Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang. She hastily picked up the receiver. But moments later, she stood up in alarm, exclaiming, "What? The pharmaceuticals have been seized. All right, I'll head to the warehouse immediately." Ever since her father had uncovered the secret of the human genetic sequence, her company had known no peace. It seemed that someone deliberately placed contraband in her shipping vehicles, or shipments had been lost in rivers, overturned, or burned. In short, it had been a tumultuous period without a single successful delivery. For 2 consecutive months, Thinqua Group had been operating at a loss, as those individuals sought to force her into surrendering her goods. Although Qin Lan was unaware of the true nature of her father's legacy or its hiding place, she understood that the more frantic those individuals became, the more significant the items must be. Should they be leaked, it could potentially incite global turmoil. If the technology of longevity were to be achieved, humanity could reproduce indefinitely, allowing the wealthy to control the technology and manipulate the underprivileged, inevitably leading to an eruption of conflict. In a basement in Jiazhou, a middle-aged man struck a young man hard across the face. "You fool! Did you not tell me that the listening device was the latest development? How could it still be discovered? All the devices planted around Qin Lan have malfunctioned." The young man, who had been pressed to the ground, slowly rose. "She has someone formidable by her side. What a bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a woman. What good are you?" The man continued with fury. "I'll give you one more chance. If you fail again, none of you will leave here alive." As Qin Lan descended the stairs, preparing to head to the warehouse, she instinctively glanced at the security room. The security personnel were notoriously ruthless, and she had heard that Mo Hai had even beaten them the previous day. Would she be in for trouble if she entered? She approached the door and gently pushed it open, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Everyone was squatting with bare torsos, their legs trembling from exhaustion, yet no one dared to rise. On the other hand, Mo Hai had his feet resting on the back of the bald brute, who was prostrated before him, with one hand holding a cigarette ashtray and the other a teacup. Mo Hai reclined in his chair, casually flipping through a magazine, and with a calm yet authoritative tone, commanded, "The second one on the left, do 20 push-ups immediately." Clearly, the individual was on the verge of collapse, his hands trembling visibly, yet he respectfully lowered his head and uttered, "Yes." Not to mention, why are you all heeding his words? Quickly, rise, everyone. Qin Lan stood amidst the chaotic winds, utterly bewildered. The security personnel of the pharmaceutical company were expected to be formidable, with none standing below a height of 1.7 meters. It was already fortunate that they were not being bullied. But what on earth was happening now? "Stand up at once." Qin Lan, seeing her commands ignored, bellowed again. Still, there was no response. She stepped forward to pull someone up, yet the moment Mo Hai coughed, that individual immediately resumed his squatting stance. In that instant, she comprehended that within a mere half hour, the entire security department had fallen under his sway. How absurd. If he were to ascend to the position of president, would he not supplant her in a single day? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Who exactly was this person, terrifyingly formidable? Indeed, a genius, regardless of the setting, possesses an unassailable superiority that remains unblemished. "You, command them to rise." Qin Lan pointed at Mo Hai, her voice filled with indignation. "It's your first day. Who gave you the right to bully your colleagues?" Mo Hai slowly withdrew his leg from atop the bald man's shoulders. A cold smile gracing his lips. "Woman, mind your tone. Such an attitude could easily cost you my favor. Moreover, who informed you that I was bullying them?" Chapter 11. The audacity to demand money. Fuming, Qin Lan found herself breathless, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After several deep breaths, she managed to regain. She could hardly believe that as the president of a substantial corporation, she was being rendered powerless by a mere security guard. Years ago, she had never triumphed over this fellow, and now, once more, she found herself at his mercy. If this were to spread, how could she face her employees? "Who needs you?" Qin Lan fumed, stamping her foot and pointing at him. "You claim not to bully them, yet why are they all squatting and refusing to rise? They no longer even heed my words. You women are truly troublesome. Let them answer you themselves." Mo Hai lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and casually crossed his legs, exhaling clouds of smoke with an air of nonchalance that was nothing short of stylish. Indeed, our esteemed President Mo has not bullied us. It is our own lack of appreciation that has led us to clash with him. Engaging in physical exercise during work hours is merely sharpening our skills for future use. We owe our accomplishments to Master Mo's nurturing guidance. He is akin to a rebirth for us. Oh, Master, I can hardly endure this. May I rise for a moment? What nonsense are you spouting? We are all voluntarily squatting. It has nothing to do with him. Just look at him. He is the epitome of a refined gentleman. Gentle and warm. How could he possibly bully us? President, you have misunderstood Master Mo. This charade was utterly unbelievable, causing Qin Lan to furrow her brows in confusion. Just yesterday, Mo Hai had stormed in, and these security guards had certainly not escaped unscathed. What was going on? Refined gentleman? Epitome of grace? Which of these descriptors applies to him? Qin Lan was utterly perplexed. How had the security department, comprised of over a dozen individuals, suddenly begun to defer to this man within the span of just an hour? Brute. What on earth is happening? Why do they all heed your commands? Mo Hai shrugged, a playful smile on his lips. Perhaps they are aware of your fervent pursuit of me. Although the odds of success are slim, it is not entirely devoid of possibility. Get lost. To her astonishment, the surrounding security guards chimed in, almost unanimously siding with Mo Hai. What kind of enchantment had he cast upon them? Behave yourselves and spare me the theatrics. If you do not perform well, you will be dismissed immediately. Qin Lan glared fiercely at him. Unfazed, Mo Hai merely chuckled. Given the current state of the Qin family, he was likely the only one bold enough to wade into these troubled waters. One last time, I do not appreciate your tone. Change it, he retorted dismissively. You. Fuming, Qin Lan turned on her heel and stormed out. At that moment, every member of the security department, except for Mo Hai, stood in stunned silence. Jaws dropped. Who was Qin Lan? She was indeed the pride of Jiangshou, yet she had been subdued by a mere man. The final words of Mo Hai rendered her utterly speechless. 2 words, impressive. All right, everyone rise, he said softly, lifting his hand. Thud. Instead of standing, they sank to their knees. Master, you are truly remarkable. From now on, we wish to follow you. Teach me. I too desire a CEO girlfriend. I no longer wish to toil. I am a dragon among men, while you are but a worm. Can you even handle what is bestowed upon you? Observing their reaction, Mo Hai nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that people nowadays are quite perceptive. Whether facing the most ruthless criminals in the death row or the dozen security guards in this room, their greatest strength lies in their ability to judge character. I wish to maintain a low profile, but my prowess does not permit it. However, if it were known that the formidable Azura of the mortal realm had gathered a group of security guards as his subordinates, it would certainly lack dignity. I have never seen a CEO act so adorably before. Master, do impart some wisdom to us, remarked a bespectacled young man with a mischievous grin. Mo Hai shrugged with a smile. Women are like water. She, however, is akin to soda. Shake her up and release the pressure, and she'll be left with nothing but sweetness. Alas, I lack formal education. A single phrase of brilliance carries me through the world. Master, I am resolutely aligning with you. Just then, the door to the security room was kicked open. Damn it, why is the door closed during work hours? Lao He, have you lost your mind, making everyone kneel? Lao He, the team leader of the security department, was tall, robust, and dark-skinned, earning him the nickname. The man who entered was impeccably groomed, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Striding in sharp leather shoes, with his right hand nonchalantly tucked into his pocket, he exuded a carefree demeanor, his tailored suit unable to conceal his roguish aura. He was the type who, despite being tattooed from head to toe, would still help his elderly mother with grocery shopping, yet dressed in a suit, engaged in dubious activities. Oh, Brother Su has arrived. Why weren't you here yesterday? Lao He inquired, sporting an apologetic smile. The slick-haired man grinned mischievously. Last night, I was busy with a student. She was incredibly fresh. I got a bit delayed, so you all have the goods ready, right? Ready. We were all waiting for Brother Su. They each pulled out 500 yuan from their bags, collectively amounting to several thousand. Upon receiving the money, the young man's grin nearly reached his ears. But upon raising his gaze, he locked eyes with Mo Hai. Is this guy new? Ah, yes. Just reported here. Lao He quickly affirmed. Then according to the rules, 500. The young man waved the money in front of Mo Hai. Huh, do you dare to ask me for money? Mo Hai let out a cold chuckle, causing the temperature in the room to drop by at least 2 degrees. The young man inexplicably felt a chill run down the back of his neck. Lao He hurriedly stepped forward to defuse the situation, rummaging through his bag to produce 500 yuan, which he handed over, saying, my apologies, my apologies. He has just arrived and doesn't he know the ropes? Humph, teach him well. If he wants to stay here, he ought to have some discernment. Off you go. Certainly, certainly. Sugu, please take care. Come again next month. Once he departed, Lao He shut the door and spat on the ground, muttering, damn it, even my wife's aunt visits with more punctuality. Although everyone harbored disdain for this individual, they still obediently handed him money. Mo Hai, crossing his legs, smiled in confusion. If you're unwilling, why still give him money? You may not know, Lao He replied with a resigned sigh. This fellow is from the Human Resources Department, wielding significant power over many lives. Under one roof. One must bow their head. Is this how that woman manages the company? Allowing such a parasite to linger here is nothing short of wasteful. One cannot fault President Qin. After all, her uncle is a director of this company. Even President Qin must yield to him. As long as he doesn't cross the line, we all just bear with it. Upon hearing this, a strange, mischievous smile crept across Mo Hai's face. How delightful. There are indeed individuals in this world who dare to demand money from others. Chapter 12. Foolish yet unaware? As dusk descended, Chen Xian parked her Mercedes-E at the entrance of Fenghua Group, waiting for approximately half an hour before Qin Lan finally emerged from the building and entered the car. One cannot help but acknowledge that both of them are indeed affluent young women. Who would have thought that this girl in her 20s would arrive in a Mercedes-E? What's wrong? You look glum. Did those old geezers at the company give you a hard time again? She gently inquired, glancing at Qin Lan as she settled into the vehicle. Qin Lan turned her head away. Not exactly. Today, another batch of goods was seized. It's utterly infuriating. At this rate, I might go bankrupt. Worry not. The ship will find its way to the dock, and the cart will find its path up the hill. Besides, didn't you mention that fellow owes your family a considerable sum? Why not pursue him for repayment? That guy, he is completely broke. I had to assign him to work as a security guard today. What? You made him a security guard? Isn't he supposed to be a once promising genius who mysteriously vanished? If you had him engage in something worthwhile, he might even generate some income for you. Previously, upon discovering Mo Hai's enigmatic identity and learning of his status as a once vanished prodigy, she had shared this with Chen Xian. A genius will always remain a genius. No matter where they end up, they cannot be overlooked. Someone like Mo Hai, even in the security department, would undoubtedly rise swiftly. To squander such talent is a travesty. Let me helm the company, and within 10 days I'll multiply its market value several times over. With that, I could repay your family. Just then, an unexpected voice startled both women, causing them to scream in unison. Can you bear it when you're conversing with a friend? Only to be interrupted by an unknown voice from behind you? Isn't that terrifying? The most perplexing part is that the car door was closed. How did he manage to get in? How did you get in? Qin Lan exclaimed, turning to face him in astonishment. Mo Hai lounged in the back seat. Legs crossed. I got in the same way you did. I've been sitting here for quite some time. How did you not notice me? The two women exchanged bewildered glances. They had been in the car for several minutes and had failed to notice that a man was seated in the back. With your level of vigilance, it's no wonder you attract unwanted attention. Mo Hai remarked with exasperation. Women, they may grow in stature, but they lack wit. Who are you calling witless? You. All your nutrition has gone to other places. You. Infuriated, Chen Xian flung open the car door and stepped out, pointing at him indignantly. Get out. You come up here, big-chested girl. Bring it on. With that, Chen Xian dove back into the cramped space, where two people could hardly fit in the back seat without causing a commotion. The entire car began to bounce along the roadside, drawing the curious glances of passers-by who shook their heads, muttering about the decline of societal decorum before walking away. The space was already limited, and Chen Xian ended up perched on Mo Hai's lap. Hey, if you have the guts, don't use any hidden weapons. That hit me in the face hurts. Mo Hai covered his face, speechless, and remarked, if we are to fight, why must it involve weapons? Qin Lan, seated in the front row, glanced back through the mirror, and the sight of the two of them was nothing short of appalling. Ahem. Xian, you have exposed yourself, she said, covering her head in disbelief. Only then did Chen Xian realize that all the advantages had been seized by this fellow, and she hurriedly sat up properly. You drive. Qin Lan commanded Mo Hai from the back seat. All right. Once Mo Hai moved to the front, she went to the back to comfort Chen Xian. as it was her own choice to fool around with him, thus bearing the consequences. Not long after the car started, another Alfred luxury van appeared behind them. "Damn, are we really playing like this on the road? This is thrilling," sneered the man in the driver's seat of the Alfred. "Hurry, chase them," urged the man in the passenger seat. Qianlong had witnessed Mo.Hai's driving skills. Even during the evening rush hour, he drove like a graceful dragon, weaving effortlessly through traffic in a Mercedes E-Class. "Are you insane? This is the city center. Slow down." Qianlong and Chen Xin were firmly pressed into their seats by the immense acceleration. They could tolerate the morning speed, but the evening traffic was several times heavier, usually resulting in a lengthy delay before reaching home. Yet, he seemed to disregard the other vehicles on the road, squeezing into every gap available. "Wait, why do I feel like we're on the wrong route?" Chen Xin exclaimed, leaning out the window in surprise. "Isn't this the way out of the city? Without driving? It looks like we're going this way. Where are you taking us? I must inform you, even though we are attractive, we are not prey for a toad like you. You, please, I wouldn't even glance your way. You." Chen Xin attempted to lunge at him again, but this time Qianlong swiftly pulled her back. She had already grasped why Mo.Hai was steering the car towards the outskirts. "Look behind us," Qianlong whispered. Indeed, closely following them was a business van, its license plate obscured, and even from a distance, one could sense the chilling smiles of those inside. "Damn, someone is tailing us," Chen Xin exclaimed in sudden realization. Compared to her, Qianlong remained remarkably composed, likely accustomed to such situations. "Where are you driving us?" Mo.Hai's tone was flat, yet laced with a hint of coldness. "To the outskirts. What do you intend to do? I remind you, this is Xia country, and murder is a crime." "Murder? I apologize. I disdain to crush such garbage. Buckle up. I'm about to accelerate." His maneuver left the occupants of the Alfred van utterly dumbfounded. "Bro, why do I feel like the other party is trying to outsmart us? Didn't he just slow down? Worried we couldn't keep up? Look at this now. Damn, this is the city, and they are driving at an astonishing speed of 180. Wait, where are they headed? Out of the city? Those two young ladies must be out of their minds. Aren't they effectively walking into a trap by leaving the city?" Within the urban confines, there are cameras everywhere, and they dare not act. They were likely contemplating how to lure them out, and now, lo and behold, they have ventured outside on their own. Is this not a stroke of fortune for me? Suddenly, the vehicle ahead accelerates. This van is clearly struggling to keep pace. Goodness, are they driving this fast? Enough of this chatter, let's pursue them without delay. Chapter 13. You are surrounded by me. The Mercedes E swiftly exited the bustling city, descending from the elevated highway onto the road leading out of town. "Are you insane? Slow down, or we'll take off," Chen Xin exclaimed, glancing at the fuel gauge in alarm. Even during the turns, the car drifted effortlessly, leaving the occupants of the following naive and utterly astonished. Who taught them to drive like this? Those two girls were barely going 30 before. Have they taken leave of their senses today? Drifting, for heaven's sake. Neither Qianlong nor Chen Xin noticed Mo.Hai board the vehicle, and neither did those who had been closely trailing them. Otherwise, their astonishment would have been quelled. As they neared the city's outskirts, Mo.Hai observed two additional vehicles flanking them, their speed quite comparable and seemingly intent on forcing him to a stop. "Why do I feel like those cars on either side are following us?" Chen Xin exclaimed, casting a glance outside. Mo.Hai smiled nonchalantly. "I see you finally engaged your intellect. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Accelerate. They were already traveling at 200 kilometers per hour. Yet Mo.Hai pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to surge forward. While the Mercedes lacked the sporty DNA of a BMW, it was still a luxury car worth 500,000 to 600,000, capable of outpacing many others in terms of speed. Thus, he effortlessly left all pursuing vehicles behind. Outside the city, Mo.Hai reduced his speed, pulling the car over to a patch of grass by the roadside. "Why are you stopping?" Qianlong asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Mo.Hai's response nearly caused her to splutter water in his face. "Wait for them." The two women exchanged incredulous glances and chorused. "You're insane." "Well, if being handsome is a disease, then I'm terminally ill." Ugh. 10 minutes later, the distant roar of engines reached their ears. Having waited a full 10 minutes, Mo.Hai mused that he could have nearly reached home by now had he not stopped for them. "You audacious fellow. You dared to wait for us." An Alfred van and two Audis came to a halt. The lead bald man scrutinized Mo.Hai and stated in a low voice, "Was that you driving just now?" "Indeed," Mo.Hai replied with calm assurance. The group exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Likely never having encountered such audacity, being pursued by several vehicles and still daring to wait for them. You're impressive, being chased. Yet you still have the audacity to wait for us. The leading man gave him a thumbs up while laughing heartily. Mo-Hai, closing the car door, lowered his head to flick the ash from his cigarette and replied with a smirk, chased? I was merely out for a stroll with my dog. You. Upon hearing these words, the group's countenance instantly changed, and they swiftly drew forth the weapons concealed behind them, knives, steel pipes, and even nunchucks. Qin, perceiving their malevolent intent, shouted at them, if you can't win, get in the car and flee. Why must you play the hero? As she spoke, she reached for her phone, preparing to call the police. However, Mo-Hai turned slightly to glance at her, a cold smile gracing his lips as he said, close your eyes. I would prefer that no one witnesses the bloodshed. Are you afraid of being humiliated in front of two beautiful women? Qin retorted. I've told you before. Don't just let food go to your chest, develop your mind as well. You. Ignoring Mo-Hai, Qin continued dialing the emergency number. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous crash echoed from outside. When Qin turned her head, she was instantly taken aback. Hello? Is this a call for police assistance? A voice inquired from the other end of the line, but as Qin glanced outside, her face contorted with fear, rendering her speechless. 7 or 8 individuals lay on the ground, wailing in agony, while Mo-Hai had one of the bald-headed men by the neck, hoisting him effortlessly. The two men were of similar height, yet the bald man weighed over 180 pounds, far more robust than Mo-Hai. To lift someone of equal stature single-handedly is a feat few could achieve. In a mere 3 seconds, Qin had not even managed to place the call. If the police arrived, would they be apprehending this group, or Mo-Hai? Once a prodigy, he had received an invitation from the finest university in the Summer Kingdom at the age of 8 and solved the mathematical conundrum that had plagued humanity for over a century by the age of 10. After that, he seemed to vanish from existence as if he had never been there at all. What kind of life had he led during those intervening years? He lifted that man. Chun Xin, who had merely glanced at her phone, was equally astonished when she turned back to witness the scene before her. Taking down 7 or 8 strong men might not be overly surprising, but lifting someone who weighed significantly more than himself with bare hands was a feat that would make even Newton exclaim that the affairs of the Summer Kingdom were beyond his purview and belonged. Mo-Hai, hearing the commotion within the vehicle, turned his head slightly to look at them. Didn't I tell you to close your eyes? Yet you still peeked. He had already been quite restrained, but still, he was a heartbeat too slow. Bang! He slammed the 180-pound bald man heavily onto the ground. You, who are you? The bald man exclaimed in terror. Mo-Hai merely placed one foot on the man's chest, declaring, the weak have no right to question me. Tell me, who is your mastermind behind this? You underestimate our profession. Regardless of life or death, we shall never reveal the identity of our employer. Go ahead, kill me. Upon finishing his words, the man turned his head aside, seemingly resigned to ignore Mo-Hai's remarks. Impressive. For 3 years. You are the only one who has spoken so boldly in my presence. I truly admire you, and hope you can endure. Mo-Hai smiled at him with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, a smile that was chilling and peculiar. What do you intend to do? No, stop, please. Suddenly, Mo-Hai extended a finger and lightly tapped the man's lower abdomen. In an instant, the man was seized by a violent wave of agony within, collapsing to the ground and rolling. How could such a gentle touch to the abdomen evoke a sensation more torturous than death itself? Chapter 14. The rogue must be dealt with ruthlessly. It seems this man was experiencing, for the first time, the true meaning of a fate worse than death. At that moment, he fervently wished for someone to end his life. He contemplated taking a knife to himself, yet the pain rendered him writhing on the ground. Alas, there was not a single part of him that remained unscathed, except for his obstinate mouth. Mo-Hai gazed at him with a wicked grin and remarked. He then took 2 steps closer, instilling a relentless cold sweat upon the man. I'll speak. I'll reveal everything. At this moment, he finally capitulated. He had likely believed himself to be professionally trained, capable of enduring any torment, even prepared for death. Little did he know that under Mo-Hai's hand, he could not withstand even 10 seconds. It was young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou commanded me to act thus. He desires the patent for a certain antibiotic held by Miss Qin. The man gasped, kneeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his chest. Strangely enough, as soon as he divulged this information, his duodenal pain dissipated. Mo-Hai, hand on chin, pondered for a few moments before inquiring in a low voice. Which young Master Zhou? The eldest son of the Zhou group, Zhou Yunfei. The man replied through gritted teeth, reluctant yet compelled to speak. It dawned on him that betraying his benefactor would inevitably spell the end of his career. But what was wealth when compared to life and death? How am I to know whether you speak the truth? Mo Hai approached him, each step sending tremors through the man's heart. It's all true. If I utter a single lie, may the heavens strike me down. The man stuttered, trembling. Boom. Whether by coincidence or fate, a thunderclap echoed through the air, startling the man into repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Young Master Zhou not only seeks the antibiotic patent, but he also intends to hire a few strong men to serve Miss Qin for a night, to instill lasting lessons. Raise your head, Mo Hai commanded, looking down upon him with an air of authority. The man lifted his gaze, only to be met with Mo Hai's sinister smile. Brother, is there anything else? Am I handsome? What? Slap. Mo Hai struck him with a backhand. Hesitation. Handsome, handsome, so handsome. You are undoubtedly the most handsome person I have ever encountered. Slap. Another strike left the man dazed. How hypocritical. The man, momentarily stunned, retorted, well, not handsome at all. Slap. Another swift blow landed. I detest dishonesty. Mo Hai chuckled with a serene demeanor. Only then did the man truly grasp that he was merely a subject of Mo Hai's mockery. A few slaps had left him bruised and battered. Brother, you may strike me at will. Why bother with so many excuses? In the luxury car, the two women watched in astonishment. Indeed, it appeared that a rogue could only be tamed by a rogue's ruthlessness. Chen Xian shook her head at the unfolding scene. Qin Lan chuckled awkwardly, remarking on the myriad of tricks this individual had up his sleeve. Soon, after Mo Hai settled into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz, those around him hurriedly departed. This was merely the way of Xia country. Had it been abroad, those individuals would have found themselves at Mo Hai's mercy. A stroke of fortune indeed. I noticed you engaged in conversation with them for quite a while. What was discussed? Qin Lan inquired softly, a hint of urgency lacing her tone. Chen Xian, standing nearby, could not help but scoff. Humph, what could he possibly learn? What if I actually did uncover something? Uncover something? If I do, I shall indulge you in a game of S.M. With that, Mo Hai pressed the accelerator, the car surging forward like a galloping stallion toward the city center. Along the journey, he recounted what he knew. Zhou Yunfei, that scoundrel, unable to seize it outright, he resorts to underhanded tactics. I shall never relinquish that patent. It became apparent that Qin Lan harbored some grievances against Zhou Yunfei. It was a matter of collaboration, as well as his persistent pursuit of her affections. Who would have guessed that he would repeatedly face rejection? After all, he was the esteemed scion of the Zhou family. When had he ever suffered such indignity? As they passed a boutique selling intimate goods, Mo Hai halted the vehicle at its entrance. What are you doing? Qin Lan queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. He replied in a nonchalant tone. Isn't someone fond of a bit of excitement? I shall procure a whip. Chen Xian and Qin Lan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of dismay. The suggestion had been made in jest, as Chen Xian was certain that Mo Hai could extract nothing of value from that group. They had been covertly tailing them, and the police had apprehended numerous suspects without ever gleaning useful information. Are you even a man? I was merely speaking in jest. Must you take it literally? Chen Xian retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Women, it seems, often escalate matters to the question of masculinity when they feel they cannot win an argument. Mo Hai then produced his phone and played back the recording from earlier. He was determined to extract valuable information, even if it required a touch of thrill. Faced with a lack of retort, Chen Xian cast a pleading glance at Qin Lan. Surely a mere whip won't suffice. Shall we add handcuffs and candles to the mix? Chen Xian shot him a glare. You scoundrel. Do you truly dare to engage in such antics? I fear you may not withstand it. Whoever backs down is a coward. With that proclamation, she exited the car and entered a nearby shop. Lan, look at him. Chen Xian lamented first, feeling wronged. Qin Lan massaged her temples and sighed. In the future, avoid crossing paths with him. You are no match for him. Humph. He will eventually fall into my hands. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Returning to the villa in Jiangzhou, Mo Hai carelessly tossed the whip, handcuffs, and candles onto the sofa. Come now. Let the show begin. Chen Xian, frightened, retreated repeatedly. He was merely a master of verbal bravado, often boasting with great confidence, yet when the moment of truth arrived, he faltered immediately. I am not in good form today. Perhaps another day, definitely another day. Mo Hai raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Another day? I merely wish to witness a lively dance, and you are attempting to evade me. What do you mean evade you? Another day. Shin Xian exclaimed. You can manage to navigate this wretched path? Amidst their playful banter, Emohai abruptly wiped the smile off his face and swiftly approached the window, drawing all the curtains shut. Ever since witnessing this fellow's prowess after work that evening, Qinlan no longer doubted Mohai's abilities. Is there someone outside? She asked, her brow furrowing in a nod of concern. Chapter 15. The unremarkable security guard Emohai pointed towards the treetops across from him, exclaiming, There are 2 individuals perched up there, observing us through binoculars. You must be out of your mind. It's over 100 meters away, and in this dim night, without a single streetlight, how could you possibly see that? Qinlan retorted with a dismissive pout. She raised her phone to its maximum zoom, revealing that most smartphones possess 12 million pixels with a 40-fold magnification capability. As expected, though the details remained obscured, 2 pale points reflecting light were discernible among the branches. This confirmed that he could indeed see objects over 100 meters away, even under the cover of night. Some thoughts were better left unexamined, yet the mere contemplation sent chills down her spine. Before Emohai, who knew how long they had been spied upon in their own home, despite hiring numerous private detectives to no avail. Yet, within merely 2 days of his presence, the unseen puppeteers behind all this had begun to show signs of impatience. Who exactly are you? How can you be so formidable? Qinlan asked, her eyes wide with terror. A mere man recently released from prison. Didn't you have someone investigate me? Was nothing uncovered? Emohai turned slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. The icy demeanor within that smile sent a shiver through Qinlan. It dawned on her that he was fully aware of everything. Normally, he exuded a carefree and harmless charm, yet in this moment, Qinlan felt an overwhelming sensation of being trapped within his grasp. Emohai shrugged, regaining his composure as he chuckled softly. To be frank, your Qin family is the only venture in my career that resulted in a loss. So, the genius who mysteriously vanished in Jiangzhou all those years ago is truly you? Qinlan asked, her expression grave. What crime did you commit to end up inside? He had always detested discussing his past, yet this time, Emohai remained unperturbed. He draped an arm around Qinlan's shoulders and whispered in her ear. When you find yourself intrigued by a man, be wary. You are likely falling for him. You speak nonsense. That's impossible. You've done remarkably well. You held on for 2 days. You're far stronger than the average woman. I haven't. Stop slandering me. At that moment, Shin Xian descended from the upper floor. Sister Lan, why is your face so flushed? Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper in Jiangzhou, a young man hurled his glass to the ground with great force. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. How could you let one person beat you to a pulp? I'm embarrassed to even take you out with me. You had the prize in your grasp, and yet you let it slip away. Pathetic. The furious young man was none other than Zhou Yunfei, the mastermind behind the assassination attempts on Qinlan and her companion. His interest lay not in the secret of eternal life, but in a revolutionary antibiotic developed by Fenghua Group, a drug capable of inhibiting the expansion. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, only Fenghua Group possesses mastery over this technology. Therefore, at any moment, even if one were to sell everything they own, possessing this technology alone could resurrect Fenghua Group from the brink of oblivion. However, when he offered 10 billion to acquire the patent for this technology, Qinlan the value of this technology is undoubtedly far greater than 10 billion, yet the total assets of Zhou's group barely amount to 100 billion, including stocks, real estate, and other holdings. Young master, here are the latest photos that have just arrived. A subordinate approached with a mobile phone in hand. The image revealed Emohai within Qinlan's residence, with another photo capturing the moment they shared whispers. From the photographs, their demeanor appeared rather intimate. Damn it! Who is this person? Zhou Yunfei's phone was hurled onto the ground in a fit of rage. I did a little digging, and it seems he has just been released from prison. He is currently working as a security guard at Fenghua Group, having just started today. A subordinate whispered, holding a folder. What? Zhou Yunfei snatched the folder, scanning it furiously. Damn it! That wretched Qinlan. After I spent so much money courting her only to be rejected. Now she freely gives herself to a man just released from prison. Is she out of her mind? This felt like a profound insult to him. Akin to pursuing a goddess for years only to discover she has married a 40-year-old rural back. The fact that she would rather marry a single man than accept his advances was utterly humiliating. It seems, she is the one pursuing him. A subordinate continued to stoke the flames of anger, provoking Zhou Yunfei to smash everything in sight, from a priceless vase to a gilded statue, and even the exquisite artwork adorning the walls. I will ensure that this man meets a most gruesome end. A most gruesome end. The following morning, Imo-hai was bustling in the kitchen. This was not merely about preparing breakfast for the two women. It was essential for him to enjoy meticulously crafted meals for himself 3 times a day. He took pleasure not only in the consumption of fine ingredients, but in the very act of creation. Previously, the two women would not rise until the alarm had sounded 3 times. But now, the enticing aroma of cooked meat roused them from slumber. What on earth is he cooking now? Chun Xian exclaimed from the second-floor railing, inhaling deeply. Is that seafood? Not only was she tempted, but even Qin Lan, accustomed to delicacies, was taken aback by the morning's enticing scent. From the kitchen, Imo-hai emerged carrying an enormous king crab, each leg lavishly drenched in a soul-stirring sauce. Wait, who said you could prepare breakfast like this? King crab for breakfast? The crab was so grand that when fully extended, it measured an astonishing 1.5 meters. Furthermore, Imo-hai was also making dumplings, using sea urchin roe mixed with octopus tentacles as filling. Your efforts to win us over are truly boundless. Chun Xian dashed to the dining table, finally grasping the meaning of mouth-watering anticipation. You are overthinking it. Imo-hai effortlessly presented the king crab, declaring, "This is my breakfast, and I have prepared yours as well. Here it is." He then emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of plain noodles, each accompanied by a steamed bun. In stark contrast, he savored dumplings filled with sea urchin, complementing his meal with the succulent legs of the king crab. This was truly a life of luxury. You indulge in such extravagance while we are left with mere noodles? Qin Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Apologies, but I am simply an unremarkable security guard. Imo-hai replied with a resigned shrug. Unremarkable security guard? She scoffed. This term could apply to anyone, yet it was utterly inappropriate for him. Just that single king crab must have cost several months' salary for a security guard. And here she was, the president of the group, eating less lavishly than he was. It was an insult beyond measure. Chapter 16. Whose kettle is boiling? Are you certain you are merely an ordinary security guard? Chun Xian inquired, perplexed. I can't help but feel you possess more wealth than I do. Is it true that jail now comes with a financial reward? You know about that? Imo-hai chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, there is a bit of money. Just enough to scrape by? I knew it. Where is it? I wish to join you in there. Imo-hai was not deceiving. During his 3 years in prison, he did nothing, yet substantial funds flowed into his account daily. Some originated from the prison warden, others from inmates, and even leaders from various countries. Although he was incarcerated, it did not hinder his influence over those outside. True magnates often orchestrate their affairs from the shadows. Qin Lan gazed at the emperor crab, which was longer than his arm, and wondered, can you truly tolerate your subordinates living better than you? There's a saying online. A boss drives a luxury Japanese car worth hundreds of thousands while a new intern arrives in an Audi A6, only to be dismissed the next morning for stepping into the office with the left foot first. This is a tacit rule of the workplace. You may surpass your boss, but one must learn to be discreet. Is it steak or lamb? Today, you feast on emperor crab early in the day. Can't you be a tad more modest? Qin Lan remarked with a disapproving glance. Upon hearing this, Imo-hai, who was savoring a crab leg, abruptly halted. What? Isn't this already modest enough? I've been home for a few days, and this is the most meager meal I've had. I dined far better in prison. The two women exchanged looks. Each time Imo-hai recounted his prison experiences, it seemed less a reform and more a life of indulgence. Chun Xian even felt a twinge of envy for the prospect of incarceration. Are you exaggerating for effect? They dismissed his claims, incredulous that anyone could enjoy such lavish meals in prison. It was difficult enough to secure a decent meal. All right. Imo-hai replied, exasperated. What constitutes his modesty? Enlighten me. I have been quite low-key. In the past, a meal would consist of 108 courses. I would refuse to sit at the table if a dish was missing. While dragon liver and phoenix marrow might be an exaggeration, the delicacies he had encountered were certainly beyond the reach of many. To be chastised for indulging in a mere crab was utterly baffling. Need I say more? I'm your boss. Here I am, subsisting on meager fare while you relish emperor crab. Who is truly impoverished? Qin Lan huffed in response. Women can be inscrutable in their moods. Sometimes, their anger is unfathomable. Do you wish to partake? Imo-hai teased with a mischievous glint in his eye. Chun Xian shook her head vigorously, while Qin Lan feigned composure, though she had already swallowed hard, proving that no one could resist the allure of good food. Isn't that obvious? If you prepare it, why not share? Imo-hai gazed at Qin Lan with a smile, exclaiming, eating is fine. 1 billion. Have you lost your mind over money? How could this wretched crab be worth $1 billion? Chen Xian, equally annoyed, slammed the table. Yet, Qin Lan merely lifted her head to glance at him, asking, can we deduct it from the debt you owe our Qin family? Of course. I could give you $1 billion a day, and in return, you would forgive $30 billion. Is that sufficient? Deal. Chen Xian hastily pulled Qin Lan aside, exclaiming, Sister, have you gone mad? $30 billion a month. He owes our Qin family $19,696 billion. With such an amount, do you really think he would acknowledge it? Even if he were to receive $30 billion a month, do you realize how many years it would take to repay? How many years? 54 years. If this fellow runs away, we would never see that money again. Relying on him is futile. It would be wiser to slowly devise ways to offset the debt. I have nothing to lose. Emohai sat nearby, speechless. These two foolish women. Could they not be a bit more discreet while discussing matters? They were merely a meter apart, and their calculations were echoing loudly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even a small offset was still an offset. In the world of dealings, it is all about loyalty, and they firmly believed their master would not default, which is why they dared to let him accrue such a staggering debt. Actually, if you want me to pay it off quickly, there is a way. Hand the company over to me, and within a month, I shall make you the richest in Jiangzhou. Emohai declared confidently. In his eyes, there was nothing simpler than making money. If everything were as easy as earning wealth, how much suffering could be alleviated in this world? He was the deity of fortune that countless people yearned to invite. Yet Qin Lan chose to overlook this opportunity. Those who knew would be banging their heads against the wall in disbelief. Uft, you? Qin Lan chuckled wryly, shaking her head. I admit you are clever and talented, and you cook splendidly well. But you overlooked one thing. What is it? I am also quite handsome. The two women exchanged exasperated glances. However, managing a company is not merely a matter of playful banter. You have no experience, and you've never managed people. This is a high-end technology industry, interfacing with major domestic and international channels. Even if you were to shadow me every day, it would take at least 3 years before you could even begin to take over. Qin Lan spoke earnestly. Emohai shrugged helplessly. Well, you have a point. I have only led a small team of 10. Then that's precisely the issue. My company employs over 500 people. If a single detail is mishandled, the entire company could be left to fend for itself. He refrained from elaborating further. Perhaps Qin Lan perceived his management of 10 individuals as merely dealing with 10 ordinary people. Chen Xian, an enthusiastic foodie, was busy showcasing her meals, barely finishing one before stuffing her mouth with the second and third. This is delicious, truly delightful. I feel as though the food I consumed in the past was nothing but junk. This is the true delicacy of the world. She gazed at Emohai with a mischievous smile and remarked, your culinary skills are exquisite. How about I make a concession and allow you to be my boyfriend? Emohai, taken aback, spewed water from his mouth and promptly delivered a light smack to her head. For heaven's sake, beauty should be rewarded with gratitude. Yet your proposition feels more like ingratitude. You consume my food and drink, and you dare to seek revenge. You scoundrel. With that, Chen Xian set her chopsticks down and lunged at him, unaware that Emohai was discreetly holding a slender blade between his middle and index fingers. As she lunged, the buttons on her blouse burst open in a sudden display. The sight nearly caused Emohai to lose control, his nose almost bleeding from the shock. Ah, you scoundrel. Do not look. Her scream resonated through the air, startling the sparrows perched atop the trees, and even the guard in the security booth, sipping tea, was taken aback by the commotion, muttering softly, whose kettle is making such a noise? Chapter 17. This is the most inferior girl I've encountered after quite a commotion. Chen Xian gained not a single advantage. Instead, she found herself thoroughly scrutinized by Emohai. Ultimately, it was Qin Lan who stepped forward to mediate, bringing the situation to a halt. You scoundrel, I'll let you off this time, but don't let me catch you off guard again, or I shall ensure your demise. Chen Xian exclaimed as Qin Lan dragged her away. Emohai, with a mischievous grin, retorted, I implore you to end my existence. Please, do not show mercy simply because of my handsome appearance. Come on, you. Chen Xian finally relented, just as she was about to be late for school. After finishing her meal, she ascended to tidy up. As she prepared to leave, she contemplated first escorting Qin Lan to her office before heading to school. Currently, she was a senior at Jiangzhou University, and although her course load was light, she was diligently preparing for her postgraduate entrance examinations, necessitating her daily attendance. However, the Fenghua Group and Jiangzhou University were situated at opposite ends of the city. forcing Chen Xin to depart on her own. Lanjia, let me take you to the company. I won't bring him along so he can be late for work. You can deduct his wages. Chen Xin huffed, scrunching her nose. Yet, Qinlan waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Are you willing to forfeit your credits for being late to class? Hurry along, I can take a taxi myself. Fine. It's all this scoundrel's fault for causing me such trouble early in the morning, almost making me late. Chen Xin shot Emohai a playful glare. Her words hinted at an underlying accusation. Actually, I could have prolonged the fun even longer. Emohai quipped in response. Be quiet. Qinlan sharply whispered. Once Chen Xin drove off in her Mercedes E-Class, only the two of them remained on the road. By the way, where's your car? Emohai inquired, perplexed. I drove too fast yesterday and crashed into a flower bed. It's at the 4S dealership. How fast? 30 miles per hour. Good grief. This speed was nothing compared to his own, yet somehow, she managed to collide with a flower bed, with such driving skills. She might as well resign from operating a vehicle altogether. At that moment, Qinlan's phone vibrated vigorously in her bag. She quickly retrieved it and answered. But within seconds, the atmosphere shifted palpably. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, her brow furrowed, clearly indicating urgency. However, at that moment, no taxis were in sight, further aggravating her mood. This area was a high-end villa district. Surely, every household owned a vehicle or two, making the scarcity of taxis quite apparent. How about I drive you to the company? Emohai suggested softly from the side. Qinlan cast him an incredulous glance. You? Are you suggesting we walk there? Well, there's a vehicle over there. He pointed to an old motorcycle parked by the security booth, now covered in dust. Are you joking? If I ride that to the company, I would be the laughingstock of everyone. Qinlan responded, utterly speechless. Whatever. I'm late anyway. It's just a deduction of 200 yuan. With a debt of 100 billion. Do you think I care about that measly 200? But you're different. The board members will surely be quite displeased with your tardiness, won't they? Emohai said with a mischievous smile. How infuriating. This guy seems to be fully aware of everything, as if he comprehends the company's structure and the significance of each member's position. Ultimately, there was no choice but to rush to the company, so I had to borrow the motorcycle from the security guard. Every owner here is either wealthy or noble, so they did not hesitate to lend it, perhaps even hoping for a new one in return. Hold me, Emohai said, slightly turning his head. What? Why should I hold you? She huffed in annoyance. Don't take advantage of me. Remember, you're just a bodyguard. Heh. You should realize how many people dream of such treatment. You're quite ungrateful. After saying this, he gently twisted the throttle and instantly slammed on the brakes. Due to inertia, Qinlan was propelled against Emohai's back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Just as she was about to brake, Emohai leaned forward again, causing her to hold on to him once more. Hurry up and go. All right. In an instant, the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. And just when Qinlan had no intention of clinging to him, she found herself pressed tightly against him. The advantage of a motorcycle is its convenience, especially in traffic. While a regular car would take half an hour, he arrived at a spot just 1 kilometer from the company in merely 10 minutes. Riding an old, rusty motorcycle from over a decade ago, with an exquisite beauty perched behind him, they caught the envious gazes of many pedestrians and drivers. As they stopped at a traffic light, they happened to be next to a BMW X6. The windows slowly rolled down, and a young man removed his sunglasses. Leaning out to gaze at the breathtaking Qinlan behind the motorcycle, her beautiful legs akin to weapons of allure. In contrast, the girl in his car was nowhere near her caliber. Well, bro, you're doing well. Where did you find such a girl? Teach me. How did you win her over? The young man politely offered a cigarette, gazing at Emohai with admiration. Indeed, there exists a group of extraordinary individuals who effortlessly attract women without spending a dime, indulging in their company and gambling with reckless abandon, frequently swapping partners as if changing clothes. The key is that these underdogs are never lacking in companions, all of whom are stunning. Sometimes, winning a woman's heart isn't merely about wealth. It's a skill, a talent. Emohai waved his hand, declining the young man's cigarette. Sorry, I only smoke my own. Others irritate my throat. Huh, you sure know how to boast. Good things are meant to be shared. How about you hold a class? And I'll kneel to listen. The young man replied with a smirk. Although I drive a BMW X6, a vehicle valued at over $1 million, and am not lacking in female companionship, when compared to someone of Qinlan's caliber, I am simply not in the same league. For certain women, wealth proves to be utterly futile. You, Not a chance. Emohai cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. The young man instantly grew anxious. What's the matter? Name your price. As long as your teachings are beneficial, I will say anything. There exists a certain group of individuals who possess an extraordinary command of conversational skills, capable of engaging a complete stranger in such a manner that she willingly accompanies them to a hotel, often even offering to cover the expenses. It is likely that many perceive Emohai as a member of this elite circle. Poverty can be alleviated through hard work, and unattractiveness can be remedied through cosmetic procedures. However, the charisma I possess is something that cannot be acquired with any sum of money. No matter how much you spend, you cannot replicate it. Emohai raised an eyebrow and smirked. Among my collection of admirers, she is the least remarkable one. Chapter 18. To kill is to strike at the heart. These words nearly drove the man to the brink of fury. The lowest of such arrogance prompted even Qianlong, who was behind him, to pinch him in disbelief. This was not mere vanity. With her beauty, she undeniably stood as one of the most alluring women in Jiangzhou, even earning the title of the city's top beauty. Wealthy and attractive, it was hardly surprising that she could captivate any man's heart. As the green light illuminated, Emohai pressed the accelerator and sped away, vanishing from the street corner in the blink of an eye. Bang! The young man slammed his hands against the steering wheel, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Damn it! Uncle Lou, I want to sell this car. Prepare a motorcycle for me, and bring along 2 designers who can complement my style. Indeed, the art of courting women transcends mere looks or wealth. While good looks are an inherent advantage, they do not guarantee prowess in the realm of romance. What if one day that handsome face were to wither with age? On the way to Fenghua Group, Qianlong leaned against his back, recalling their earlier exchange, and burst into laughter. Your ability to boast is quite remarkable. Emohai, focused on the road, turned his head slightly. What boasting? You claim I am the least of your women. Now that's boasting. Oh, is it possible that everything I told you is, in fact, the truth? Who would believe that? A person like you, without any fortune, would likely end up as a mere security guard, if lucky enough to find an ordinary girl. Indeed, had Emohai been an ordinary man with only a smidgen of talent, his past of incarceration would have suffocated him in society. No matter how intelligent one might be, a blemish on one's record effectively bars entry to even the most modest of companies. Who would invite a person with a tainted past to join their ranks, especially when the reasons for their imprisonment remain elusive? Even a genius, once stained, would find half of their life in ruins. Typically, such individuals, perhaps selling skewers by the roadside, with little hope for accomplishment. A fortunate few might find benefactors, showcase their talents, and rise again. In any case, once a person has served time, their sphere of influence and opportunity is drastically diminished, let alone the type of women they might meet. Yet he boldly declared that he was the least among his many women. What audacity! As they exited the vehicle, Qianlong, still flustered, pinched Emohai hard. You're late. I'll dock 200 from your salary. Damn it, we both arrived late. Why am I the only one being penalized? Emohai retorted, exasperated. Otherwise, I'm the boss. Am I supposed to dock my own pay? You. After stepping out of the car, Qianlong's phone buzzed again from her pocket. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. Subsequently, he hurriedly dashed into the company, and in his rush, he even twisted his ankle. Nevertheless, he limped onward, indicating that this situation was likely quite serious. Emohai paid little heed to the 200 yuan and made his way directly to the security office. Sir, you're already late on your first day, Old Black remarked with a puzzled smile. I just saw you coming in with the president. You two aren't living together, are you? He shrugged and chuckled. Well, she insists, and I find myself in quite the predicament. You know, defying a woman's wishes is unlawful. Wow, impressive. The group in the security department was engaged in idle chatter when they suddenly noticed a stream of individuals entering the company. Emohai, seated by the window, drew a cigarette and turned to inquire, is something happening in the company? Ah, I heard the stock market has crashed. The Zhou group has invested a significant amount. And if this meeting passes, the Zhou family will become the largest shareholder of Fenghua Group. Our president will essentially be working for them. Old Black whispered. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. I learned it from television. When the stock market structure changes, it's the best time for outsiders to take over a company. Once the shareholder meeting approves it, financing will ensue, diluting everyone's shares. Old Black was indeed correct. The Zhou Group had long been eyeing Fenghua Group's patents, particularly that cancer treatment antibiotic, which Qianlong refused to sell at any price. Recently, Fenghua Group's stock had been plummeting, likely due to the Zhou Group's influence. Not only was there a stock crisis, but today's board meeting was expected to be overwhelmingly one-sided. By 9 o'clock in the morning, as anticipated, a large group began to emerge from within, all clad in suits and sunglasses, chatting and laughing as they exited. Ha! That foolish woman actually dared to reject young Master Zhou's proposal. She truly has no sense of her own peril. Moreover, she clings to her shares tenaciously. I have never seen someone with such a lack of awareness. Just wait and see. She will inevitably find herself in young Master Zhou's bed, charmingly pleading for him to finance her. Otherwise, the company will face bankruptcy. In the Fenghua Group's conference room, all the shareholders united against Qin Lan, insisting that she relinquish her patents, refusing to accept investment or assistance, and stubbornly resisting. The Zhou family entered with 500 million yuan, seeking 10% of Fenghua Group's shares. While granting 10% to the Zhou family wouldn't ordinarily be an issue, there were too many shareholders with ties to the Zhou family. The combined shares of these individuals already exceeded 50%, meaning that if they accepted the Zhou family's financing, the future of Fenghua Group would no longer be under Qin Lan's control. Thus, she remained clear-headed, refusing to make hasty decisions despite the mounting pressure from these aggressive individuals. Are you finished? Qin Lan, with a stern expression, sat in the president's chair and spoke in a deep voice. The Fenghua Group is still under my control, and I remain its nominal president. Is this how you choose to address me? A man, wearing glasses, slowly rose and replied gravely, Indeed, you are still the president. But that may not be the case in a few days. He then gathered his belongings and exited the conference room, followed by several shareholders. Although a few aligned with Qin Lan, it was evident that uncertainty loomed among them as well. If this stalemate persisted, the Fenghua Group would be forced to liquidate its assets for survival. The company's pharmaceuticals were experiencing a significant downturn in sales, and the factory had not generated profits for 3 months. If the situation continued unabated, bankruptcy would be an inevitable fate, unless a transformation was initiated. Chapter 19. When the wall falls, everyone pushes as the last group of individuals departed from the office. Even those shareholders who had previously supported Miss Qin also left in droves. This truly exemplifies the adage, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Miss Qin, I advise you to tread carefully, Zhou Yunfei remarked, slowly rising and adjusting his collar with a cold smirk. Given the scale of your Fenghua Group, if you do not heed wise counsel, your fate is sealed. Acquisition is the only outcome. Currently, your company holds a valuation of 500 million. In just a few days, it may plummet to a mere 50 million. Take heed. He exited, and the other shareholders lingered outside, waiting, eager to follow Zhou Yunfei, their faces brimming with flattery. Alone in the expansive conference room, Qin Lan surveyed the emptiness, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Today, she was still the president. Tomorrow, she could very well be unceremoniously ousted by these very individuals. The stock prices continued to decline, just as Zhou Yunfei had predicted. She faced a choice: accept the Zhou family's financing, which could potentially revive the entire group, or face inevitable decline. Zhou had been clear: accepting the financing would cause the stock to rebound. By capitalizing on the current low prices, the Zhou family would reap substantial profits once the market recovered, reclaiming their investment while simultaneously obtaining significant control over Fenghua Group. It was a masterstroke of strategy. Should she refuse the financing, it would only prolong the end. Qin Lan would be forced to liquidate assets to keep the company afloat. In time, this once mighty corporation could depreciate to a valuation far below 500 million, rendering it vulnerable to acquisition for mere millions. Thus, every path seemed to guarantee profit for Zhou Yunfei, while each was a dead end for Qin Lan. The Zhou family had already obstructed Fenghua Group's pharmaceutical export channels, leaving their products either scrutinized or intercepted, or worse, compromised during transit. How could a company worth merely several hundred million contend with a conglomerate valued in the billions? In the elevator, the atmosphere was rife with celebration. Congratulations, young Master Zhou. It won't be long before Fenghua Group is yours. Indeed, I doubt that young lady can hold out much longer. Soon enough, she'll have no choice but to crawl into your bed and serve you. Once you've acquired Fenghua Group, we shall remain faithfully at your service. Zhou Yunfei found himself laughing heartily, buoyed by the adulation of his companions, feeling a sense of elation. Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely when the time comes. As the group bantered and exited the hall, Zhou Yunfei's gaze met that of Mo Hai, who stood outside the security booth, smoking a cigarette. Though they had never crossed paths, An inexplicable animosity lingered between them. However, this hostility was one-sided. For Mo Hai, viewing a mere subordinate as a rival would be a gross insult to his standing. One of Zhou Yunfei's companions sensed the tension and leaned in to whisper something to him. A flicker of anger appeared in Zhou Yunfei's eyes. "So, you are Mo Hai?" He strode over with an air of flippancy, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Mo Hai flicked the cigarette butt, which landed squarely on Zhou Yunfei's polished leather shoe. Coldly, he remarked, "Look at the burn mark on your pristine shoe." Zhou Yunfei had yet to muster his anger when his sycophantic entourage began clamoring for Mo Hai to apologize. "How dare this little security guard act? Do you know who this is?" "This is young Master Zhou, the future president of Fenghua Group. I suggest you rethink your career choices. Hurry and clean young Master Zhou's shoes. Do you have any idea how much they cost?" "Enough to cover several months of your salary." In contrast, Zhou Yunfei feigned refinement, embodying the image of a cultured gentleman. "I hear you are quite skilled in combat," he said, his voice laced with hostility as he glared at him. Their faces nearly touching. "My good fellow, could you kindly maintain a bit more distance while you speak? Did you have dumplings filled with chives for breakfast? The smell is quite overwhelming. Perhaps you could consider the well-being of others?" Mo Hai stepped back, pinching his nose and speaking with irritation. A stifled laugh escaped the group in the security office at his words. One of the minor shareholders behind Zhou Yunfei couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Zhou to beckon him over with a casual gesture. The man approached eagerly, asking, "Young Master Zhou, how may I assist you?" With a swift motion, Zhou struck him across the face. "Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Leave Jiangzhou and never return." "What? Young Master Zhou, please. I didn't mean it. I truly—" The man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Be gone." Immediately, two burly men appeared, dragging the unfortunate fellow away. A mere disagreement had led to a swift dismissal. Zhou Yunfei adjusted his collar and turned back to Mo Hai, stating coldly, "I find you quite admirable. The Zhou Group prides itself on its inclusivity. Should you choose to join us, I assure you a generous salary. While here you earn a mere 4,500 a month, I can offer you 45,000. What do you say?" Mo Hai, squinting with a mischievous grin, replied, "That does sound rather appealing. Of course, aligning yourself with the Zhou family guarantees a promising future. Why squander your time here for a woman? Never oppose money. It is a fool's errand, wouldn't you agree?" His eyes sparkled with a triumphant gleam. Once, many capable individuals had surrounded Qin Lan, and nearly all the bodyguards she had hired had been poached by him. In his worldview, there was nothing money couldn't resolve. If something remained unresolved, it simply meant the funds were insufficient. This also explained why Qin Lan's residence, clothing, and office were laden with listening devices and hidden cameras. Even with the employment of bodyguards, one may still find themselves under surveillance, and when needed, they become unreachable. It is not that these individuals lack capability. Rather, they have all been covertly bribed by the Zhou family. Most of them simultaneously receive compensation from both Qin Lan and the Zhou family, revealing a clear understanding of their profession. "Is that all?" Mo Hai suddenly interjected, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. 45,000? Hardly impressive. Why should I go to you? What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfei, who had just been basking in his own satisfaction, suddenly wore an expression of disbelief, as if he had just been fed a fly. Chapter 20. What do you like about me? No matter who it is. When faced with a salary 10 times greater than what they currently earn, one cannot help but feel a twinge of temptation. Yet, this fellow outright rejected it. 45,000 a month. Do you think this impoverished security guard earns less than that in an entire year? Follow my lead, and you could earn that in a month, enough to secure a mortgage for a home in Jiangzhou within a year. Zhou Yunfei sneered disdainfully. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. I'm offering you a chance because I see potential in you." Mo Hai merely cast a brief, cold glance his way and retorted, "It's not about the money. It's about you." "What did you say? Me? Not capable." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The shareholders and various aides behind him laughed with particular arrogance, reveling in the situation. The illustrious young master of the Zhou Group, and yet he is deemed incapable? Zhou Yunfei stepped closer, lightly patting Mo Hai's shoulder with a mocking smile. "Brother, don't throw away your future for a woman. This company will soon bear the Zhou name. Some women are simply untouchable. Such a gem. I fear you may live to see her, but never to enjoy her." "Apologies, but I have little interest. It is she who has been pursuing me." Mo Hai replied coldly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. The crowd assumed he was merely feigning humility. Zhou Yunfei, with a dismissive smirk, remarked, "Ha, you really are something else. I like that." Associating with me is far superior to being with her. No, you misunderstand. Emohai retorted with a cold laugh. In my eyes, you pale in comparison to her. Moreover, you will never become the owner of Fenghua Group. Let me clarify. It has always been her interest in me, not the other way around. You, a mere security guard, claiming Miss Qin is pursuing you. What a joke, scoffed a middle-aged man wearing glasses. See, the truth often goes unrecognized, while lies are readily believed. Boom. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class glided to a halt at the company entrance. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the spectacle as the door swung open, revealing a pair of exquisite legs. Her fair skin glistened under the sunlight. Miss Gongsun, Zhou Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the woman who disembarked. She donned casual attire, a short skirt accentuating her stunning legs, embodying both youth and wildness. Her name was Gongsun Jin, having recently arrived in Jiangzhou last month. She was a coveted figure among the city's prominent families, yet she had never publicly aligned herself with any particular clan. The Zhou family had approached her multiple times, only to face rejection. No one knew what position Gongsun Jin held in Jiangzhou, but one thing was certain. Her influence could sway any decision in the city. Miss Gongsun, what brings you to our humble abode? Zhou Yunfei approached her with a sycophantic smile, eager to please. He too had harbored thoughts of this woman. Yet her formidable background rendered her unattainable. Those who remain elusive are typically individuals of immense wealth or status, not to be trifled with. Begone, Gongsun Jin uttered coldly. Her gaze as frigid as ice. The response from Zhou Yunfei was immediate. He was so startled that the hairs on his body stood on end. The illustrious heir of the Zhou family, he quickly retreated to the sidelines, silenced by her commanding presence. Others nearby instinctively moved aside, creating a clear path for her ascent. As he watched her continue upward, Zhou Yunfei pondered in confusion. Did she perhaps know Qin Lan? If there were indeed a connection, the Zhou family would swiftly cease their sanctions against the Fenghua Group. Otherwise, Gongsun Jin's frown could spell the end for the Zhou family in Jiangzhou. However, just as they approached the company's entrance, the woman unexpectedly altered her course, striding toward the security department. How long do you intend to hide from me? Gongsun Jin exclaimed with a hint of fury, her tone laced with deep-seated resentment. Following her gaze, the crowd was taken aback to find none other than Emohai. He had been about to slip into the security office when Gongsun Jin's words halted him in his tracks. Miss Gongsun, we truly are not suited for one another. I have told you this countless times. I implore you, spare me. Emohai clasped his hands together, his expression one of desperation. Gongsun Jin stomped her foot and huffed. I refuse. You know I have pursued you relentlessly. Have some pity and agree to be with me. We are not compatible, he protested. Not a problem. I can become whatever you deem suitable, she retorted playfully. I like ample bosoms. I can arrange that. I adore women in black stockings. I shall procure some immediately. In that instant, the expressions of the onlookers were akin to being struck by lightning, their mouths agape in disbelief. Although Miss Gongsun's lineage was not publicly disclosed, she was a figure who could elicit bows from even the mayor of Jiangzhou. The Zhou family wielded considerable influence in Jiangzhou, a billionaire conglomerate, yet her ability to obliterate them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Even high-ranking officials had personally cautioned against provoking Miss Gongsun, warning of dire consequences for such folly. This formidable individual, pursuing a mere security guard, not just once, but countless times, imploring him with a tone steeped in yearning? While Gongsun Jin exuded an air of aloofness and superiority towards others, she transformed into a devoted admirer in Emohai's presence. Could it be that Qin Lan had indeed been pursuing him all along? At that moment, Zhou Yunfei found himself utterly bewildered. He had thought Emohai was merely a lowly security guard. He had even checked his background. Nothing seemed amiss. At most, he was somewhat clever, a modestly talented individual. But there was no record of any remarkable background. Dear lady, please cease your incessant pleas. I have no feelings for you, Emohai exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Under such circumstances, any woman would likely have surrendered, yet Gongsun Jin continued to beam as she stepped closer. No feelings? We can nurture them over time, after all. I have all the time in the world. Ahem, Miss Gongsun, could it be that you have mistaken the person? He is merely a wretched security guard. Isn't he? Zhou Yunfei murmured softly from the side. Slap. In the next moment, she delivered a sharp slap to him. What caliber of competitors does the Zhou family possess that you presume to speak here? Gongsun Jin coldly retorted without casting even a glance his way. The contrast to her earlier obsequious demeanor was stark. Indeed, her aloofness was meant for others to perceive, perhaps feeling that lingering at the company's entrance was rather unbecoming. She leaned towards Mo Hai and whispered a few words, her expression adorned with a mischievous smile that exuded charm. "I shall wait for you in the car. Do hurry." Chapter 21. The notorious double standards. As she passed by Mo Hai, her expression radiated joy, reflecting the delight of encountering her beloved. Upon seeing Zhou Yunfei and his companions, her smile vanished in an instant. The transformation was so swift, devoid of any hesitation, that it could only be described as a glaring double standard. The young lady indeed possessed two distinct facades. Alas, being handsome carries its own burdens. Despite my current position as a security guard, I still attract the attention of women. Can you imagine the frustration? Mo Hai, looking at Zhou Yunfei with a mixture of helplessness, patted his shoulder and chuckled. "I truly wish you could comprehend my struggles. I must attend to my duties now. Farewell." With that, he strolled toward the imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked at the entrance of the company, leaving Zhou Yunfei and his companions bewildered in the wind. At this moment, no one dared to question Mo Hai's previous remarks. Perhaps Qin Lan was indeed pursuing him. After all, the illustrious Gong Sun Jin was currently being dismissed like an undesirable piece of toffee. Inside the car, as Mo Hai settled in, Gong Sun Jin immediately lunged at him, showering him with affectionate pecks. "What the hell? Gong Sun Jin, you ought to maintain some decorum, considering your status as a refined lady." Mo Hai protested, struggling to regain composure. "There were plenty of people outside just now. I was already quite restrained. Come on, let me have another kiss." He jested, as Gong Sun Jin sought to draw closer once again, grinning. This is bound to make those European princesses envious. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunfei and his companions stood at the entrance of Fenghua Group, utterly astounded by the unfolding events, their mouths agape. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class swayed, and due to the tinted windows, the onlookers could only stand there, astonished. Inside the vehicle, Mo Hai feigned reluctance as he struggled. But after Gong Sun Jin finally achieved her desire for a kiss, she triumphantly released him. "Why do you behave like those women from Europe? I acknowledge my good looks. But do you mind keeping a low profile? I certainly do not wish to be the subject of tomorrow's headlines. My return is all about being discreet. Do you understand?" Mo Hai exclaimed, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Jin seemed to have an epiphany, repeatedly tapping her forehead. Indeed, if she continued to flaunt their relationship, wouldn't all those women flock to Jiangzhou to compete with her? My apologies. I shall restrain myself in the future. Gong Sun Jin promised earnestly. Rest assured, I will ensure there are no headlines. Anyone who dares to report this will find themselves and their entire family vanished without a trace, their lineage erased. You little imp. You possess two faces as well. Mo Hai teased. You haven't seen the half of it. Why not visit my home tonight? I can show you things that no one else has ever seen. At this remark, Mo Hai tightened his seatbelt. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class vanished from the company entrance. Zhou Yunfei and his companions have yet to recover from their astonishment. A mere security guard, yet he is acquainted with Miss Gong Sun, a figure whom even the mayor regards with trepidation. The vehicle is bound for the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Upon departing the urban area, they enter a concealed location, accessible only by card, evidently a highly secure internal facility. Jiangzhou Military Headquarters. In the office on the top floor, an elderly gentleman has already prepared tea, awaiting with utmost respect on the sofa. He glances at the time and then at his phone intermittently until the sound of footsteps echoes in the corridor. With a creak, the door swings open, revealing Gong Sun Jin accompanied by Mo Hai. Are you the renowned Mr. Mo, known as the Azura of the mortal realm? The elder scrutinizes him from head to toe, offering an awkward smile. You appear even younger and more dashing than the rumors suggest. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I have heard your name long ago. The silver-haired elder stands before Mo Hai, exuding the demeanor of a junior, his words imbued with respect, admiration, and courtesy. This incites bubbling excitement in Gong Sun Jin, who proudly reflects on her discerning taste in men. Let us get to the matter at hand. I could endure such flattery 800 times a day. Mo Hai remarks nonchalantly, placing his feet on the coffee table. While he had shared laughter with Gong Sun Jin during their journey, a distinct air of authority envelopes him in the presence of the elder. He understands that these women are drawn to him solely for his looks, but the motivations of others differ. They covet his wealth, his power, and even the elder, sensing the shift, smiles awkwardly and refrains from further flattery, instead pushing the prepared tea forward. I have heard that recently. 10 prisoners have been released from the death prison. These individuals are either tycoons, elite assassins, or former regional administrators. Mr. Mo, do you have any connection to their premature release? The release of each inmate sends ripples of tension through nations worldwide, and with 10 released at once, the situation escalates dramatically. Including Mo High, this amounts to an astonishing 11 individuals. Since the establishment of the death prison, fewer than 11 prisoners have been released. Yet in this brief span of 1 month, such a significant number of high-risk offenders have emerged, causing leaders across various departments in Xia country to remain on high alert. I orchestrated their release. I intend to re-establish the 10 halls of Yama, Mo High declares, igniting a cigarette, his voice deep and resolute. Or, you may refer to it as the 10 Lord Society. From this moment forth, the wealth, lives, and power of these 10 individuals shall be under my control. What? Even number 1 has sanctioned this. Do you, a mere governor of Jiangzhou, wish to question it? The 10 individuals he has selected encompass nearly every conceivable industry globally. In other words, with a mere command from Mo High, the entire world could descend into chaos. Yet, the arrival of such a perilous and terrifying figure in Jiangzhou left the elder in a state of constant dread. Mr. Mo, do you have some special mission for coming to Jiangzhou? The elder inquired cautiously. Mo High merely flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied with a cold smirk. Your rank is too low. It is better for you to remain unaware of certain matters. Indeed, indeed. If you find anything unfamiliar upon your arrival in Jiangzhou or have any needs, please do not hesitate to command. Should anyone offend you, I implore you to show mercy. You are porcelain, while they are mere earthenware. Do not stoop to their level. Since you have encountered me, it would be prudent to warn them not to act recklessly in my presence, for if I were to become incensed, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 22. The 10 Lords. Though Mo High was still youthful, the aura he exuded surpassed that of seasoned generals who had weathered countless battles. The somber tone woven into his words, the elegance of his demeanor, and the precision of his intonation were far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. How many experiences must one endure to cultivate such an unflappable character, capable of both arrogance and restraint? I understand. I will certainly convey the message, the elderly man murmured. His head bowed. How should I address you publicly? A fictitious title would be established to caution those dim-witted individuals beneath him, making it known that a significant figure had recently graced Jiangzhou. Anyone who dared to provoke him would bear the consequences. You may affectionately refer to me as the living king of hell. I relish the sensation of wielding life and death. Mo High replied with a slight lift of his right hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. On his right index finger adorned a black ring, the emblem of the 10 Lords. Yet, the old man was filled with questions. Did the 10 Lords replace the former 10 halls of Yanluo, or were they a newly established organization? Mo High had been classified as a level 5S dangerous individual due to his previous endeavors with the 10 halls of Yanluo, nearly conquering Europe. However, after his abrupt imprisonment 3 years ago, the 10 halls had faded into obscurity. Now, with the emergence of the 10 Lords, the danger appeared even more formidable. These 10 individuals encompassed sectors such as economics, healthcare, assassination, real estate, and finance, including high-ranking leaders from certain regions. This coalition was entirely subservient to Mo High, with their very lives under his dominion, an unmistakably terrifying reality. The elderly man hesitated briefly before nodding. I will arrange it immediately. Additionally, I have assigned you an assistant. You may discuss all matters in Jiangzhou with him. Upon finishing, he clapped his hands, and a young, handsome lad entered, respectfully bowing before Mo High. Greetings, Commander. 0527 reporting for duty. I am pleased to assist you. From today onward, you may seek my help with anything in Jiangzhou. You celebrate prematurely. Depart. Mo High shot him a cold glance. The young man exchanged a bewildered look with the elder, the air thick with awkward tension. It must be said that the old man exhibited a touch of rigidity. If he intended to place an informant by his side to monitor his movements, he should have opted for a striking beauty clad in alluring attire. After all, it is a well-known truth that heroes often falter before the allure of women. The elderly man awkwardly waved his hand, signaling the young man to leave, before quietly addressing Mo High. If you are dissatisfied, I can arrange for someone else. No need for a change. Let it be her, Mo High remarked casually, gesturing towards Gongsun Jin, who stood nearby. No, that won't do. The elderly man shook his head slightly. Miss Gongsun has other commitments. Allow me to find a different candidate for you, Mr. Mo. Gong Sun Jin hails from a distinguished family and is not easily swayed by the governor of Jiangzhou. Moreover, Imo possesses a certain understanding of her, ensuring she wouldn't stab him in the back. Most importantly, she is a striking beauty. Even if she were to follow him incessantly, at least her presence would be pleasing to the eye rather than repugnant. The elder's concerns are quite straightforward. Imo alone could stir the entire Xian nation. And should he become too close with Gong Sun Jin, it would be akin to a formidable alliance, making him even harder to control. Understand this. I am informing you, not seeking your counsel, Imo declared, his head bowed and face grim, while casually toying with his lighter. However, Mr. Imo, this does not adhere to protocol. The elder replied with an awkward smile. Protocol? Imo slowly rose, his voice cold. My protocol is the only protocol that matters. The elder fell silent, turning to Gong Sun Jin to gauge her thoughts. To his surprise, she was practically brimming with excitement, her eyes alight with anticipation. Clearly, there was no need for further inquiry. Very well. If Miss Gong Sun has no objections, you may liaise with Mr. Mo and cater to all his needs in Jiaozhou, the elder said with a resigned chuckle. Gong Sun Jin, unable to contain her exhilaration, jumped up. Absolutely. I will fulfill all his needs, including that aspect. I will take full responsibility, allowing you to accompany me, and yet you act all coy, Mo remarked, incredulous. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue, just indulging in a little. The elder dared not interject further. As long as Mo could live quietly in Jiangzhou, he had little to worry about, especially since his retirement was just around the corner. This man was like a ticking time bomb, with the outcome dependent on who held the detonator. After grasping the situation, Mo took his leave. Where are you going? I'll accompany you. Gong Sun Jin trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. You were so impressive just now, making him too afraid to speak. Take me back to the company. I haven't finished my shift yet, Mo replied, glancing back at her. Working? You truly are a security guard at Fenghua Group? I thought that fellow was just babbling. When she sought out that man at Fenghua Group, Zhou Yunfei had repeatedly mentioned the term security guard. At the time, Gong Sun Jin paid it no heed, for she could hardly believe Mo would stoop to such a profession. His financial prowess was astounding. Why would he need to work? Noticing her astonishment, Mo shrugged with a chuckle. What? Do you find my profession shameful? No. I wouldn't mind accompanying you even if you were begging. I just can't fathom how you ended up as a security guard. Are you perhaps pursuing that stunning president of Fenghua Group? Are you chasing her? I am not lacking in any way. In comparison to her, I am equally admirable, am I not? Why do you not pursue me? I am rather easy to win over. Gong Sun Jin pouted, her expression tinged with jealousy. Yet he shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled coldly. To be precise, it is she who is pursuing me. Congratulations, you now have an additional rival in love. Humph. You, Master Mo, are truly charming, surrounded by admirers wherever you go. Could you not tone down your allure just a little? I have countless suitors lining up behind me. What shall I do about them? I have already exercised considerable restraint. It is simply unavoidable. Handsomeness cannot be concealed, after all. Chapter 23. Oh, woman, your vision is so limited beside him. Gong Sun Jin couldn't help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, Do you know what I admire most about you? It's your looks. You women tend to be rather superficial, often captivated by my appearance. Why not take a moment to appreciate my inner qualities? Mo smiled wryly in response. I quite like your shamelessness. How delightfully brazen. As Mo departed, his name gradually began to resonate within the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society. In his name, documents regarding the development of the Northern Economic Zone had been released, drawing the attention of a significant figure who parachuted into Jiangzhou, literally marking a circle around the northern region. Any business-minded owner would surely rush to acquire land in the north, as it serves as the transportation hub of Jiangzhou, encompassing the high-speed rail station, train station, and bus terminal. However, it is well known that airports and high-speed rail stations are typically constructed on the outskirts of a city, rarely in the bustling city center. Yet, Jiangzhou's downtown area is already highly congested, with older buildings that cannot be demolished and thus hinder any substantial development. The authorities have been painting a grand picture for entrepreneurs and real estate moguls, claiming that the northern area will become a vital investment locale in the future. Yet, skepticism abounds. 3 years into construction, aside from the constant flow of commuters, the consumer activity remains disappointingly low. Consequently, many real estate developers who invested in the area soon found themselves halting projects and abandoning efforts. Selling fewer than 2 units a month is intolerable for any business owner. Strangely, however, the same tactics, the same strategies, are being employed yet again, and this time, the results have yielded astonishing changes. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room of the Zhou Group, discussions were underway regarding this very matter. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of Jiangzhou issued a new directive, announcing that a prominent figure intended to invest heavily in the northern region, with the expectation that the northern project would emerge as a dark horse in Jiangzhou's development. It is anticipated that within 3 years, the northern area will be formally connected to the city center, at which point, property values are expected to double. If one were to gamble wisely, the potential profits could be immense. After all, Jiangzhou boasts a substantial population exceeding 10 million when including its districts, with 8 million residing in the urban center. The congested transportation and residential areas are all trapped within the old city, impeding circulation. My brother-in-law works within the system and mentioned that this time, the authorities are indeed serious about investing in the north, planning to construct 2 circular subway lines to connect everything into one cohesive network. It is said that a significant figure personally visited Jiangzhou to outline this ambitious plan, and the information is highly credible. This esteemed individual is referred to as the living king of hell, rumored to have orchestrated over 100 major financial projects and amassed considerable wealth. His visit to Jiangzhou was no small feat, requiring immense effort from the authorities to secure his presence. It seems that our local industries are poised for a prosperous. The 60-plus shareholders of the Zhou Group began to chatter excitedly among themselves. Given the scale of their corporation, investing merely 1/3 of their resources into the northern project could yield a return of at least 300% within 3 years, truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The living king of hell, Zhou Yunfei, with one leg crossed over the other, let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "I have never heard of such a person. I say, Father, shouldn't our project be focused on Fenghua Group? The North City plan has been in motion for 3 years now, hasn't it? The circumstances there 3 years ago remain unchanged to this day. Is it truly necessary for us to continue meddling in this murky business? You know nothing. For those who aspire to greatness, sentimental attachments will only hinder your journey through life." The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table replied in a grave tone. That antibiotic from Fenghua Group is of utmost importance. It is imperative that we strive to acquire it. However, there is no need to expend such tremendous energy on a woman. If you proceed this way, you will inevitably suffer great losses. Over this, the Zhou family had invested at least 1 billion yuan in efforts to sanction Fenghua Group. The entire Fenghua Group is hardly worth 10 billion. The older generation still holds a preference for tangible industries, such as jewelry and real estate. Yet, Qinlan's single patent is not for sale, even for 10 billion. Which leaves Zhou Yunfei's father feeling that his son is simply a fool. At that moment, the television in the conference room began broadcasting local news from Jiangzhou, which mentioned the North City project plan. This led the 60-odd shareholders of the Zhou Group to firmly endorse the project's direction. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou's affluent villa district, the season of renewal was upon them. Mo Hai entered, carrying ingredients, only to find the 2 women seated cross-legged on the sofa, each with a bucket of instant noodles. Engrossed in the news, "I returned for just a moment, and you 2 have already started eating? Can you not wait?" Qinlan turned her head to glance at him. Her tone icy as she said, "I heard you left work with a woman? Let me explain, she is actually..." Before Mo Hai could finish, Qinlan waved her hand dismissively, her voice cold. "I have no time for your romantic escapades. You were absent from work. That incurs a fine of 500, to be deducted from your salary. Can't you broaden your perspective a little?" Mo Hai retorted, "Huffed, what's the value of perspective? If only it were true that you owed our Qin family money." "Indeed, it is true," he replied. "I mean something tangible and visible. Owing over 10 billion is no different from owing 10 million. You cannot repay either." This statement was perhaps the most insulting remark Mo Hai had heard all year. You may criticize his capabilities, but you cannot accuse him of poverty. He held several aces up his sleeve, with accumulated wealth sufficient to purchase half of Jiangzhou's industries. It was not that he could not repay the Qin family, but his master had left him with an insurmountable debt of 100 billion. Surely, such a sum requires time to resolve. Are you truly short on cash? Mo Hai chuckled lightly as he entered with the groceries. You are indeed a beautiful woman, but your intellect seems lacking. What do you mean by that? Qinlan narrowed her eyes, her voice low. She could accept being called foolish, but only if the accuser was genuinely more intelligent than herself. Unfortunately, in terms of intellect, Mo Hai was indeed formidable. having once been hailed as a brilliant prodigy. Should you strive to win my heart, all the resources, connections, and wealth at my disposal would surely become yours. Emohai remarked with a mischievous grin, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Qinlan nearly spat out her noodles, while Chen Xin, seated beside her, anxiously patted her chest, astonished that she had almost choked on instant noodles that day. I see you are merely seeking to drag someone down with you to repay that 10 trillion, aren't you? How cunning of you. She coughed lightly, concealing her laughter. Emohai sighed in resignation. You see, this is precisely why I consider you. Chapter 24. Infatuation and distrust. 100 trillion sounds like an enormous sum, yet it scarcely affects Emohai's resources and connections. The Wanda Group previously owed several hundred billion. Yet Principal Wang continues to indulge in a life of leisure, unperturbed by the burden of debt. Why should it hinder anyone? It does not. Owing such an immense amount does not denote poverty. Rather, it signifies one's prowess and capability. After all, it is a rare opportunity for an ordinary person to accrue such debt. Honestly, I don't understand how you manage to be both ordinary and self-assured. If I possessed even a fraction of your confidence, I would have likely secured a doctoral position by now. Chen Xin huffed, her irritation palpable. Emohai, carrying ingredients, entered the kitchen, leaving behind a retort. No, your inability to pursue a doctorate has nothing to do with confidence. You are simply lacking in intelligence. Nonsense. Yet he could hardly be bothered to waste time arguing with her. Satisfying his hunger was of utmost importance. He was not particular about many things in life, but he held a profound affection for food. Life comprises just over 30,000 days. Subtracting half for the night and accounting for the time spent in toil and other mundane activities leaves precious little time to savor culinary delights. As he stepped into the kitchen, Chen Xin continued her complaints. I told you not to engage in verbal sparring with him. You cannot win the argument, nor can you overpower him. In the end, you only end up frustrated. Is that fair? Qinlan shook her head in exasperation. Chen Xin, hands on her hips, retorted coldly. I wondered why you seemed unconcerned about that scoundrel sneaking off with other beauties. But then again, who would desire a man like him? Especially one burdened with such debt? It takes a truly deranged mind to find him appealing. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Who could it be? Chen Xin slurped a noodle hurriedly, rising to head towards the door, while Qinlan remained seated, holding a bowl of instant noodles, engrossed in the local news. The news broadcast focused on Jiangzhou, discussing a renewed commitment to invest heavily in the Northern District. It was clear that the cooperation of major enterprises was essential, as the distance from the Northern District to the city center was not prohibitive, merely obstructed by a mountain. Should the mountain be leveled, the distance would be a mere 10 kilometers. Many influential figures remained skeptical about the Northern District, having been misled previously. Promises of robust development had led to numerous projects being abandoned, leaving the area in disarray and thus deterring investment. The sudden shift of focus to the southern deepwater port had rendered the Northern District a wasteland, unworthy of attention. It had been jested that this was merely a trap set by higher authorities. Now, with renewed enthusiasm for the Northern District, Qinlan pondered the implications. The future of Fenghua Group rested squarely in her hands, as the Zhou family had effectively severed all pharmaceutical supply channels, leaving her unable to source goods in Jiangzhou. Opening external channels would demand a substantial financial outlay. If there were alternative channels that could provide an additional source of income, perhaps she could navigate through her difficulties. Yet, uncertainty looms over whether this time it is genuine intent to invest heavily in the northern city or merely a smokescreen, akin to the last occasion. If it is indeed true, she could promptly seize the opportunity to purchase several plots of land at a low price and await the inevitable appreciation. However, if this turns out to be yet another deceptive scheme, extricating herself would not be so simple this time. Who exactly is this influential figure? Can they be trusted? Qinlan murmured to herself as she watched the news on television, which boldly proclaimed that a significant figure had recently emerged, intending to heavily invest in the northern city and create a new economic hub. Outside, when Chen Xin opened the door, she initially assumed it was the property management, but was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Hello, I'm looking for Emohai. Is he here? I followed him all the way here. The visitor was none other than Gongsun Jin, dressed in a scholarly outfit with a ponytail adorned by a black bow, exuding a youthful charm, complemented by a pair of Balenciaga pants. Despite her tender age, just over 20, she radiated vibrancy and liveliness. You're looking for him? Chen Xin felt a strange sensation. akin to flowers blooming amidst dung, upon encountering such a stunning beauty. Surely, this girl must have assumed this villa belonged to him. Right, it must be that way. Is he not here? Gong Sun-jin inquired, her smile serene. Chen Xian awkwardly chuckled. He is here. But, miss, do you realize this house isn't his? I know. I invited him to stay with me. Who wouldn't he want that? Are you aware that he owes a considerable amount of money? Quite a lot? I know. It's just a bit of debt. I can help him pay it off. This left Chen Xian's mind in a whirl. Is there really such a woman in the world? No. What exactly do you see in him? Doesn't he deserve you? Chen Xian exclaimed, exasperated. Sister, don't let love blind you. Even zombies wouldn't be interested in a love-struck brain. Gong Sun-jin giggled. He is handsome. Seeing the unwavering conviction in her demeanor, Chen Xian decided against further persuasion, waving her hand as she entered and called for Mo Hai. 2 minutes later, Mo Hai emerged, wearing an apron and drying his hands. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me unless it's urgent? Gong Sun-jin smiled sweetly at the door. I missed you. Her words prompted a wave of nausea in both Qin Lan and Chen Xian. In this day and age, finding such a beautiful woman with a romantic fixation is truly rare. Once Mo Hai closed the door and stepped outside, Chen Xian turned serious. Your rival has arrived. And you're still here eating. What rival? I have no connection with him whatsoever. He can pursue whoever he likes. I couldn't care less. Qin Lan retorted with irritation as she took a bite of her noodles. Are you foolish? If he finds another woman, will he still repay the debts owed to your Qin family? Chen Xian scoffed with a smirk. You better not end up empty-handed. What do you mean by empty-handed? You silly girl, don't speak nonsense. How could I ever have feelings for that guy? Do you really think I'm still a naive young girl infatuated with a rebellious youth? I am far more concerned about who this significant figure truly is. Outside the door, after shutting it, Mo Hai inquired with a puzzled expression. What is it that you need from me? Oh, I simply missed you. Gong Sun-jin replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone, and leaned in closer. Her previous remarks and demeanor were clearly intended for Qin Lan and the others to overhear. Mo Hai had seen through her subtle intentions. Moreover, Gong Sun-jin was not so trivial as to come here merely out of longing. There had to be another matter at hand. Let us get to the point. Stop trying to take advantage of me. Mo Hai sighed helplessly. Chapter 25. Perhaps you should take a look at the promissory note first, she said, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. I believe you are the main concern. The rest are mere trifles. However, there is indeed something important I need to inform you about. Gong Sun-jin handed him a document, which he accepted with a puzzled expression. The North City Project Press Conference. Why are you showing me this? Mo Hai inquired, bewildered. It appears that several plots of land have been acquired under your name in North City, and they are currently seeking investments. To be honest, your reputation is quite advantageous. Once the news broke, over 100 companies rushed to sign contracts. What? Under my name? Mo Hai furrowed his brow, utterly speechless. He had done nothing, yet they had freely bestowed several parcels of land upon him, all while using his name to attract investments. Currently, the bidding for plots 2 and 3 was underway, and the decision of who would ultimately receive them rested entirely on Mo Hai's word. The higher-ups were solely concerned with the development of North City, indifferent to who was facilitating it. While it appeared that he had been granted several plots, Mo Hai felt a deep unease. He sensed that he was being exploited. When did I ever permit them to use my name for soliciting investments? That old man is quite the businessman. Mo Hai scoffed. His schemes are being thrust right in my face. Receiving a few plots is not a good thing, she countered. It seems like a gain for me. What are 2 plots worth to me? Yet, the influx of companies will yield no financial benefit for me whatsoever. Moreover, he slightly raised his gaze to the dimming night sky and smiled faintly. If everyone knows that the living king of hell is in jail, do you think those who harbor grudges against me would come? Upon hearing this, Gong Sun-jin immediately grasped the implication. On the surface, it appeared that Mo Hai had profited, but the risks associated with the trifling gains were grossly disproportionate. Although the 2 plots were nominally his, the actual control lay firmly in the hands of Jiangzhou's upper echelons. How dare they scheme against my man? I shall not let this slide. Gong Sun-jin exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation. Mo Hai waved his hand dismissively, smirking. Forget it. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If it's a freebie, I shouldn't be too picky. Are you in a tight spot financially? I heard you owe a bit of money. Yes, I owe a little. That's why I'm working as a security guard to pay it off. If I can't repay it, I might have to become a live-in son-in-law. Gong Sun-jin's brow furrowed slightly as she pulled a bank card from her bag. You can use this card freely. I've taken care of your debts. Even if I have to support you, it will be on my terms. Wait, aren't you going to ask how much I owe? Mo-hi chuckled awkwardly. She scoffed. This card has a credit limit of 3 billion. If that's not enough, I have more bank cards. Here is my promissory note. Mo-hi retrieved a stack of notes from his bag and handed them over. Are you questioning my capabilities? You may say I lack talent, but do not insult my financial status. Do you understand? Gong Sunjin abruptly seized the stack of IOUs, and upon opening it, the notes cascaded to the floor. Instantly, her expression shifted, her lips twitching as she stammered. Are you jesting with me? Indeed, it wasn't a trifling amount. Altogether, it amounted to a staggering 100 trillion. Mo-hi shrugged and remarked quietly. Gasp. She nearly choked, momentarily at a loss for words. 100 trillion. That would be enough to strip the Gong Sun family of every last possession, once disdainful of men living off women. She now found herself lamenting her inability to provide for the man she admired. Retrieving the bank card from Mo-hi's hand, she proposed, You become my live-in husband, and I gather the 100 trillion to redeem you? All right, you may return now. Mo-hi waved his hand with a chuckle. Is this how you dismiss me? I've gone to great lengths to dress up today. At least take a moment to appreciate me. Besides, I have a little surprise that will leave you breathless. Gong Sunjin narrowed her eyes, grinning mischievously. Breathless? What a scandalous phrase. She pulled out her phone and revealed a photo depicting a bed adorned with whips, collars, candles, and various outfits. Just the sight of these garments was enough to ignite the imagination. Indeed, it was quite breathless. Mo-hi chuckled wickedly. So a date perhaps? Silence, woman. If I can hold on a bit longer, I shall become the master of abstinence. You shall not disrupt my resolve. Huh. Gong Sunjin sighed helplessly. Very well. It seems my preparations were in vain. I admire your integrity. I shall dispose of those items upon my return. You know I am resolute. Just then, as their banter continued, Chen Xian emerged from the house, urgently exclaiming, Your pot has burned. Oh no, my hairy crabs. With that, Mo-hi dashed back into the and Gong Sunjin, her playful demeanor fading, softly remarked, By the way, in a week, I may need you to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city. We shall discuss it then. He waved his hand and entered the villa, while Chen Xian and Gong Sunjin exchanged glances and nodded in mutual acknowledgement. As for the debts he owes, I shall settle them. But I hope you will be prudent in your spending and not ruin it. Gong Sunjin said with a gentle smile. Chen Xian scoffed dismissively, Fear not. Aside from you who cherish him, no one else would give him a second glance. You two are truly oblivious to your good fortune. With that parting remark, she slowly turned and made her way toward the villa's entrance. Truly, she was a romantic fool. Even Wang Baochuan would be impressed. Following this, Chen Xian closed the door behind her. In the living room, CC, have you seen the news? I have heard that a significant figure has arrived from beyond the provincial capital. Do you possess any specific information regarding this? Oh, you are not aware either? Very well. Director Cui has a query for you. It is said that a notable individual from outside the province has come to Jiangzhou with intentions to invest heavily in the northern part of the city. Is this true? Lu, I must ask you for some insight regarding this prominent figure. I have made several calls in hopes of gleaning some information, yet from the director to the hospital's dean, and even among some acquaintances within the circle. No one seems to know who this so-called significant person truly is. It is as if he has materialized out of thin air. And his sudden presence has instilled a sense of unease throughout Jiangzhou. Chapter 26. The little wildcat. She made a series of phone calls. Yet none yielded even a fragment of useful information. However, one thing was certain. A formidable figure had indeed arrived in Jiangzhou. Someone capable of altering the entire landscape of the region. If only she could establish a connection with such a powerful individual, she would gladly share her patent. That antibiotic effectively inhibits the proliferation of cancer cells. Should this person possess sufficient influence to promote the patent, she could reap half the profits. This way, she would not only contribute to a cause beneficial to humanity, but also amass a significant fortune, enough to rescue Fenghua Group. It would be a win-win situation, one that any rational person would embrace. To hand this innovation over to the Zhou family would likely lead to chaotic pricing in hospitals. The patent she labored to develop would not become a blessing for all, but rather a tool for capitalists to exploit for profit. Once in the Zhou family's grasp, their sole focus would be on monetary gain, indifferent to the plight of the common people. Still no news. Chen Xian entered the room, closing the door behind her, wearing an expression of bemusement. Lanjie, why are there so many love-struck fools these days? They are undeniably attractive, yet they choose to fall for such a character, even claiming they want to help him pay off debts. Upon hearing this, Qinlan felt nothing but indifference, even suppressing a chuckle. Humph, that fellow owes my family money. If he truly intended to repay it, he might as well start from the beginning of time and extend until the Big Bang. And even then, he wouldn't be able to clear his debts. Besides, he owes more than just the Qin family. It was simply a case of youthful naivety. She would come to her senses eventually. Ha! No wonder you seem unfazed, Lanjia. It appears you have him right where you want him. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? My relationship with him is strictly one of employer and employee. He remains here solely because of his debt to my family. But have you considered that the IOU might not hold any legal weight? When the debt surpasses a certain threshold, the law imposes a cap, and playing mahjong for 50 cents can lead to losses of billions. If Mo Hai were to act unscrupulously, the Qin family would find no recourse through litigation or any other means. Therefore, he could easily deny the debt. Faced with a staggering bill, Mo Hai acknowledged it without batting an eye. While his actions were undeniably shameless, the mere fact that he was willing to assume responsibility set him apart from many men. With a crash, the kitchen door swung open, and Mo Hai emerged, carrying 7 or 8 platters of dishes. He had but one demand: meals must be exquisite, regardless of whether he dined alone or with others. He would never settle for a haphazard meal. Seriously? You're eating 8 dishes by yourself? Chen Xian remarked with irritation upon seeing the lavish spread. Look at what he is having compared to what we just ate. Mo Hai shrugged, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What's wrong with eating alone? This reflects my attitude toward life, unlike you who merely settle for mediocrity at every meal. You. Chen Xian continued to hold her bowl of instant noodles and coldly remarked, who cares? It's just a bit of food, as if I've never eaten before. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the enticing aroma wafted over when Mo Hai lifted the lid, causing her to swallow hard. Perhaps I could help you eat some. It seems a waste. Seeing Mo Hai remain silent, she hastily set her noodles down and rushed over. Beside her, Qinlan was also struggling to resist, gulping down water to mask her embarrassment. How infuriating. Why does it smell so good? I felt full from the noodles. Yet this scent makes me think I could devour 2 more bowls of rice. As Chen Xian reached out to grab a large crab, a chopstick swiftly struck her hand. You may eat, but don't you need to fulfill the promise you made to me first? After saying this, Mo Hai produced a small whip and a pair of black stockings. She instantly recalled the wager she had made with this guy, which she had been dodging. Who would have thought he still remembered? All right, you better be prepared. Bring extra paper. I fear you might run out later. Chen Xian took the stockings and whip and headed upstairs. Once she left, Qinlan shot Mo Hai a glare. You big man, must you persist in tormenting a girl? What if I were the one who lost the bet? If Mo Hai had lost, given Chen Xian's personality, she undoubtedly would have been relentless and would not have let him off easily. Suddenly, the lights went out. What is happening? Did someone cut the power? Qinlan jumped up, panic-stricken, ready to call the property management to activate the backup power. It's all right, it's not a power outage, Mo Hai replied calmly. A beam of light slowly emerged from the 2nd floor, reminiscent of the lighting favored by many streamers. A figure stood at the railing on the 2nd floor, showcasing her graceful silhouette. In the surrounding darkness, the scant light perfectly highlighted her figure. Long, flowing curls cascaded over her shoulders, and her double-lidded eyes sparkled with a captivating allure that drove men wild. A delicate layer of makeup adorned her heart-shaped face, with expertly applied eyeshadow and sensuously glossy lips. The low-cut outfit revealed her fair skin, while the cream-colored attire accentuated her already pale complexion, making her long waist appear even more. With the whip and seductive black stockings, the usually demure Chen Xian transformed into a dangerously alluring feline. Not only did Mo Hai stare in astonishment, but even Qinlan was rendered speechless. This girl, who typically dressed like the sweet neighbor girl, displayed such a striking contrast that it left her questioning her own eyes. 10 minutes later, the dance concluded, and Chen Xian changed out of her alluring outfit, slipping back into her previous clothes. So what do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? She said with a smug smirk. Mo Hai coughed lightly and chuckled. You truly are a sharp-tongued provocateur. You have opened my eyes. Humph. Chen Xian straightened her posture, her face beaming with pride. Are you seeing clearly now? I have already stated that my figure is exceptional, yet you still doubt me. Who said it is merely a matter of sight? Initially taken aback, She soon stamped her foot in indignation. Sister Lan, do you hear the outrageous words he speaks? All right, enough of the antics. My mood is quite troubled. Qin Lan set aside her instant noodles, gazing at the television with a look of exasperation. Pray tell, how could anyone bestow upon themselves the moniker of Living Yama? Chapter 27. Are you playing hard to get with me? The title of Living King of Hell is not one that just anyone can bear. It is akin to many names that contain characters like Tian or Long. If one's destiny is not sufficiently robust, one not only fails to gain any advantage, but may also suffer dire consequences. Becoming an inconspicuous bystander is the simplest outcome. And if one is not careful, it could even lead to a perilous situation. Moreover, the King of Hell governs life and death. Any normal person would find such an association rather ominous, wouldn't they? Emohai raised an eyebrow and smirked. Could it possibly be because he is handsome? Humph. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? It was reported in the news that the individual hails from the imperial capital, the epicenter of power, and is exceedingly young. Qin Lan savored a bite of her dish, relishing the delightful flavors while contemplating how to ascend to such lofty heights. However, with her current stature, it seemed improbable that she would have any chance to interact with such a personage. Even the director and the dean, along with a throng of officials, were queuing up for a chance to make his acquaintance, and she had not even caught a glimpse of him, let alone herself. It was not her turn now, and in the future, it certainly would not be either. Such opportunities for collaboration either require one to be at the forefront or not at all. She not only wished to sell her patent, but also sought to glean some insider information or perhaps secure a prime piece of land for Fenghua Group. Is your sullen demeanor truly for this reason? Emohai inquired curiously. Is there any other reason? The northern part of the city is the only vacant area in the entirety of Jiangzhou. If we could secure even a couple of parcels there, the future would be promising. That's easy to say. If you waive another 100 billion, I shall assist you in this matter. Emohai grinned mischievously. This transaction benefits you. And I assure you, it is fair. 100 billion for an opportunity. If he were Qin Lan, she would have promptly agreed. For the over 10 billion owed was merely an empty promise. Just you? The two women regarded him with skepticism in unison, completely disregarding Emohai's words. If they were to discover in the future that the enigmatic figure they had mocked was indeed the very person they saw on television, one could only imagine their expressions. Emohai sighed in exasperation. I speak with sincerity. Either you directly waive the debt I owe to the Qin family, or I shall elevate your family to the throne of 100 billion asset enterprise in Jiangzhou. How does that sound? Quite a deal, wouldn't you agree? The two women exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Ha! What nonsense are you spouting at this late hour? Just because of you? A mere security guard. Even if you possess some ability, do you comprehend the magnitude of 100 billion assets? 100 billion. In the past, that would have been enough for him to gamble away a few rounds at the table. He could manage 1 trillion, yet it would still leave him somewhat strained. He could gradually whittle down the debt with his own capabilities, little by little. Seeing her naivete, Emohai waved his hand, disinclined to pursue the topic. Some lessons cannot be taught by others. Experience is the best teacher. Once she encounters the harsh realities of society, she will understand its dangers. Sister Lan, you mentioned that this prominent figure is quite young yet already wields considerable power. It is said that upon his arrival, he single-handedly dictated the affairs of the Jiangzhou military department. Not only in Jiangzhou, but even the leaders from the provincial capital have personally come to welcome this esteemed individual. Chun Xian, enamored, remarked, such a big shot must be single, right? If he were my husband, I would readily hand over all the land in the northern part of the city to the Qin family. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Emohai immediately choked, saying, better not. He does not favor women who are merely voluptuous and lacking in intellect. He prefers clever women. You've already been passed over. What do you know? Chen Xian shot back. Many powerful and influential individuals appreciate my type, all right? Your lack of discernment makes you sound as if you were that significant person. She glared at him. I truly am. Take a good look at yourself. Do you even measure up? Want to bet again? Although she was well aware that this guy could not possibly be the illustrious figure showcased on television, for some inexplicable reason, she felt hesitant to wager with TCH. After all, he is a tall, rich, and handsome man. Chen Xian refrained from responding, merely pouting and turning her head away. Well, he is indeed handsome. Emohai, with an air of indifference, looked at Qin Lan and said with a faint smile, I know you have taken a liking to me, wishing to keep me at the Qin family as your man. That is a bit greedy, don't you think? If I were in your shoes, I would know when to stop, allowing Fenghua Group to ascend to the status of a 100 billion enterprise, which holds far more value than merely a few thousand billion. He was being rather forthright, as long as Qin Lan nodded in agreement. A single call to Gongsun Jin could secure all the prime real estate in the northern city for Fenghua Group. Naturally, this was contingent upon resolving the debt relationship. Huh, you fancy me? Qin Lan sneered. Is it merely because you cook well and speak a little cheekily? What gives you such confidence? Because I am handsome. You and your delusions of grandeur. Look at this. The most fundamental trust between people has eroded. When one speaks the truth, no one believes it. Yet when falsehoods are uttered, those are accepted. Setting aside whether he is the boastful figure from the television, even if he is not, Mo Hai's influence is such that a single phone call could enable the Qin family to secure this project. Alas, women often find themselves blinded by superficial appearances, yearning for things that could easily be obtained with a mere soft word, yet insist on shamelessly seeking help from others. I know you wish to take advantage of me, but a bamboo door is merely a bamboo door, and a wooden door is just a wooden door. No matter how clever or impressive you were in the past, you are now merely a person with a tainted record. If you were to settle down and work honestly, perhaps you could make a comeback, but now. Qin Lan shook her head in resignation, her eyes filled with pity. Once a brilliant genius, he now languishes in his own world, unable to extricate himself. Had there not been so many upheavals, he could have been a truly formidable person, right? Is it true that women are always this stubborn? Mo Hai was utterly amused, unable to suppress a cold laugh as he remarked, I am assisting your Qin family, yet you suspect I harbor ulterior motives? What else could it be? You are not only the least impressive among the women around me, but also the most narcissistic and arrogant. Your attempts at the game of allure are rather lackluster. Nevertheless, I am willing to grant you a mere chance to pursue me. Mind you, it is but a chance. Ugh, thank you very much. You are punishing me by sending me to watch Wang Baochuan gather wild vegetables. Beside them, Chen Xian was laughing so hard that her stomach ached. Bewildered by this fellow's inexplicable confidence. Stop pursuing Sister Lan and chase after me instead. I am much easier to win over. Am I not beautiful? You? Mo Hai assessed her from head to toe and chuckled. Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I not beautiful? Chen Xian pouted, her cheeks puffed in irritation. This world is never short of beautiful women, but it is always lacking in intelligent ones. He produced a sheet of paper and scribbled a simple linear equation, a concept that should pose no challenge for a university student preparing for postgraduate exams. What do you mean by that? Chen Xian frowned, annoyed. Who do you look down upon? I am a graduate student. Are you kidding me? However, when she attempted to solve the problem, she found herself stumped for quite some time. As Mo Hai stood to leave, he discreetly placed a few walnuts on the table. Here is a little something to nourish your brain. Chapter 28. To be my husband, you must increase the payment. He did not continue to reveal his identity. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely begun to suspect Mo Hai by now. Yet these two foolish women remained oblivious, convinced he was speaking falsehoods. Their utter lack of cunning left one to ponder how they could ever outsmart the seasoned old foxes in the business world. Qin Lan continued to sit on the sofa, leveraging her connections to gather information, but the expression on her face suggested little progress had been made. Originally, Mo Hai had intended to retreat to his room, but he abruptly halted in his tracks upon entering. All right, I'll be out shortly, Qin Lan exclaimed, hastily hanging up the phone before dashing toward the door. Outside the villa stood a tall, handsome man, holding a bouquet of roses in one hand while the other cradled a gift. Mo Hai stepped back, observing the two from the living room, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny. Who is that man? He murmured softly, leaning slightly against the wine cabinet. Huh. Chen Xian, engrossed in her meal, turned to glance outside. Are you referring to Mr. Gue? He is one of Lan Jie's admirers. Admirer. Indeed. If you don't make an effort, Lan Jie might just be whisked away. That hardly concerns me. But are you familiar with this Mr. Gue? Not particularly. I believe he was one of her past clients. He often sends gifts and inquires about her well-being. Lan Jie hasn't he really responded. But he seems like a good person. That is how one pursues a woman. I hear he has even traveled abroad. Quite the gentleman. He scoffed. In this day and age, just having traveled abroad is enough to brag about? I've lived overseas for over a decade. Uffed. Clearly. Chen Xian did not believe Mo Hai's words, rolling her eyes in response. Outside the villa, Qin Lan addressed Mr. Gue with a hint of embarrassment. Please. No more flowers. It's not appropriate for others to see. I mentioned before that we should just act as ordinary colleagues. Unfazed by the rejection, The man appeared accustomed to it. Lon, please reconsider. I understand your company is facing difficulties. How about this? I can invest 300 million. If there's profit, you can share some with me. If not, consider it a loss on my part. He gazed at her with remarkable gentlemanly charm. Call me Chin Lon. She corrected him. My company's affairs do not require your concern, and you needn't come by in the future. Why not? Why? The previous excuses had been exhausted, and it seemed this time he would not be easily persuaded. Chin Lon turned to CMO Hai, who was quietly observing while lighting a cigarette. An idea struck her, and she quickly declared, I have a husband. Cough, cough. Impossible. You need not fabricate such elaborate lies to reject me. This time, your tale is even more absurd. You don't even have a male dog by your side. Where could a husband possibly come from? He retorted with a disdainful laugh. Just wait. Chin Lon strode into the room, firmly grasping Mo Hai's arm as she pulled him toward the door. He was dragged out of the house. And no matter how one explains it, it is unlikely that anyone would believe it. This must be a fabrication. How could this be possible? You wouldn't have gone to such lengths just to provoke me, would you? He had been observing Chin Lon for a considerable time. Not only was there no man by her side, but even her pets were all female. Mo Hai leaned in and whispered, You are tarnishing my reputation. This requires additional compensation. Let's say 1 billion off. Chin Lon replied softly, Deal. With that, Mo Hai wrapped his arms around her slender waist and squeezed it firmly, treating him like a gun. Surely, one must extract some interest from this. The man, initially exuding gentleness in his tailored suit, suddenly became irate. Kid, where are you from? Which company do you represent? Come on, tell me. Continue. Fenghua Group, current security guard. What? Chen Xin, hearing the commotion outside, set down what she was holding and glanced over. Just in time, she witnessed Mo Hai with his arm around Chin Lan's waist, and before she could express her astonishment, Chin Lon turned and embraced him, kissing him passionately. It was not merely a staged kiss, but an earnest display of affection. Goodness, am I seeing things? She quickly rubbed her eyes, exclaiming at the door. Outside the villa, Chin Lon released Mo Hai, wiped her lips, and spoke coldly. Mr. Gua, I am now married. If you continue to pursue me in this manner, we may find it impossible to collaborate in the future. The man in the suit retorted coldly. Chin Lon, considering your company's current predicament, my willingness to wade through this murky water for you is already a considerable concession. Don't push your luck. Get lost. She tossed the gift and flowers onto the ground. If you wish to terminate the contract, you may do so at any time. There is no need to resort to threats. We'll see about that. With that, the man picked up the flowers and the box and left. Upon reaching the door, he could not help but dial a number on his phone. Find out who this man beside Chin Lon truly is. I suspect he has ulterior motives. At the entrance of the villa, Mo Hai exclaimed, What on earth? How can you persistently take advantage of me? He looked utterly speechless. I don't care. You kissed me. At the very least, that should absolve 10 billion in debts. Chin Lon shot him a glare, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? Who is taking advantage of whom here? That was my first kiss, and I didn't ask for any compensation. Do you even realize your standing? Nonsense. Your current status as a security guard at Fenghua Group is your only identity. Upon her furious entrance into the room, Mo Hai's phone began to ring as well. To his surprise, the call was from the Middle East. Esteemed Lord Azura, the Philo royal family wishes to engage your services to escort the young prince to Africa for the price of 3 oil fields. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Damn it. Such trivial matters could easily be handled by my dog. Do not bother me with this nonsense. With a swift motion, he terminated the call. Those oil fields were not merely standard domestic ones, but expansive fields measuring 500 meters by 500 meters, each yielding an annual worth of at least 3 billion US dollars. Now, they were offering 3. The journey to Africa would likely take just 3 days. In 3 days, he could potentially earn 100 billion US dollars. Chapter 29. Yes, I am her boyfriend. The following morning, Mo Hai was once again busy in the kitchen as usual, starting his culinary endeavors around 6 or 7 o'clock. The clattering of pots and pans echoed violently through the kitchen, driving the two women to the brink of exasperation. For heaven's sake, do you really not experience creative block? Waking up so early every day to prepare meals. Don't you ever consider taking a break? Chen Xian complained. I ate too much last night, and I have no appetite this morning. Stretching lazily on the second floor, Chen Xian caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, instantly awakening her appetite. This guy, while somewhat annoying, truly excels in the culinary arts. 10 minutes later, I want another bowl. Me too, I still want one more. Emohai's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the two women, bewildered. Didn't I just hear you both say you weren't hungry? I've barely had a few dumplings myself. In the past, Qinlan would often skip breakfast altogether, perhaps settling for a bun at most. Now, however, she awoke each morning eagerly anticipating her meal, and after work, she would also look forward to her dinner. What kind of filling is in these dumplings? They smell divine. Qinlan asked, chewing. Just the usual filling of king crab, sea urchin, and New Zealand caviar. Oh, and I added a touch of sea urchin roe. Emohai shrugged and replied softly, don't mind me. I just threw something together because I woke up late. Upon hearing this, the women's appetites soured instantly, and they stood there with their mouths agape. How infuriating. He has deceived us again, Chen Xian exclaimed. Among all these ingredients, the dumpling wrappers are perhaps the only thing we could casually consume. Is this what you call a casual meal? Chen Xian smacked her chest dramatically. You truly are incorrigible. Who is the real rich kid here? She pointed out that even driving a Mercedes E-Class didn't justify such extravagance in dining. Qinlan looked at him with curiosity. Just how much money do you have? This breakfast alone must cost more than your monthly salary. I have no idea how much it is. All I know is I can't spend it all. Emohai shrugged with a soft chuckle. Uffed. The two women scoffed, dismissing his words as mere bravado. Unrealistic given that he had just been released from prison and had years of blank history. Where would he acquire such wealth? After finishing their meal, Qinlan mentioned that there was an urgent matter at the company requiring her immediate attention. Wait for me. Let me clean this up, and I'll go with you, Emohai said as he wiped the table. However, glancing at her phone, Qinlan quickly replied, there's no time. Find your own way to the company. I must leave now. Is it really necessary to rush like this? Before Emohai could finish, Qinlan had already slipped into a pair of seductive black stockings and selected a high-heeled shoe to leave. Once she departed, Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle, placing her car keys on the table. Here, take my car. However, you must first take me to school. Hiss. Speak honestly, are you not tempted by my physique? Emohai raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Chen Xian shot him a glance. Just you? Is that even possible, you scoundrel? Spare me your provocations. I shall not yield to you. Even if you were to possess my body, you would never capture my heart. I merely need your body. Who desires your heart? Bah. I have no interest in your body either. Get lost. 10 minutes later, Emohai drove his Mercedes E-Class out of the residential area. His driving style differed greatly from Chen Xian's. He did not dawdle at a snail's pace, cruising along at a leisurely 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. He belonged to that category of drivers often scolded for their speed, which was why she preferred taking a taxi. Occasionally, she would drive for the sake of showing off. Taking the car to school. Just drop me off a little distance from the school, and then you can leave, Chen Xian said as she sat in the passenger seat. Applying her makeup, Emohai turned his head slightly to glance at her. What is the matter? Do I embarrass you? No. I'm just worried about running into acquaintances. You might feel awkward. If my classmates saw us, they would undoubtedly say a beautiful flower is planted in a pile of dung. How could they say you were dung? That is outrageous. Emohai parked the car 300 meters from the school. Surely, no acquaintances would be around here. University is merely a microcosm of society, where the spirit of competition is often more pronounced than in the outside world. He expected to escape unscathed, but as soon as Chen Xian stepped out of the car, he heard a mocking voice nearby. Oh, isn't that Chen Xian? Is your boyfriend here to escort you to class? How fortunate you are. Your boyfriend drives a Mercedes, huh? My boyfriend, on the other hand, drives a Mustang. Well, it's no matter. A Mercedes is quite nice too. Is this really your boyfriend? If I hadn't seen it today, I would have thought you were boasting. Three girls stood side by side outside Emohai's driver's seat. Though they wore smiles, their gazes felt off to him. Especially when one remarked that a Mustang was superior to a Mercedes, Emohai understood that these girls had been significantly influenced by social media. The Mustang, a mere entry-level sports car costing over $300,000, was regarded by them as equivalent to a Lamborghini. Meanwhile, the Mercedes E-Class, worth over $500,000, was dismissed as a broken Mercedes. He isn't actually. Chen Xian stood to the side, hesitating, gesturing as if to explain, but at a loss for words. Daily, they boasted about how impressive their boyfriends were, flaunting this and that. And now she had inadvertently fabricated a story. Height of 180, 8-pack abs, fluency in 16 languages, and a fortune. Now, she had landed herself in a predicament. Any attempt at explanation would only make matters worse. She truly wished to find a crevice to hide in. It was utterly humiliating. Hello, I am her boyfriend. At this moment, Emohai extended his hand and smiled lightly at the crowd. One by one, they shook hands with him, and among them, a girl with a ponytail scoffed, I have heard about you from Chinexian for quite some time. It is said that your family is quite wealthy, owning luxury cars. Why then have you arrived in such a shabby Mercedes today? It hardly befits our Xian era stature. This is the least expensive vehicle in my garage, after all. I am aware she is attending school, and I believe it's better to avoid drawing too much attention, Emohai replied with a composed smile. Meanwhile, two other girls gazed at Chun Xian with envy. Coming from great wealth, even the least of their cars was a Mercedes, a fact that surpassed many. Humph. Anyone can brag. It's just a mere Mercedes. It pales in comparison to my boyfriend's Mustang. The ponytailed girl retorted with a disdainful snort. Chapter 30. Teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish. Evidently, such women are precisely the type that many scoundrels favor. Their minds are simple, yet their bodies are athletic, fixated solely on brand logos rather than the vehicles themselves. A Nissan GTR, for instance, is often derided by girls as inferior to a Porsche Macan. Huh, beautiful lady. While this may be my least impressive vehicle, it is indeed a Mercedes E-Class. Far superior to your Mustang. Emohai chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Yet, the girl with the ponytail retorted, it's merely a decrepit Mercedes. What is the fuss about the E-Class? It's a shabby car worth only a few $100,000. How can it compare to a Mustang? I doubt you are even from a wealthy family. I am not. Emohai protested. See? I told you he isn't a rich kid, Chinexian chimed in. I said you don't have a boyfriend, and you don't, so why pretend? My great-grandfather was a wealthy heir. Uffed. Her remark caused a nearby girl to spew water from her mouth. A wealthy great-grandfather? From which prestigious family does this claim originate? Humph. Since you are her boyfriend, why don't you accompany her to the class reunion next week? It would be a splendid opportunity for us to get to know each other, wouldn't it? The ponytailed girl said with a cold snort. Chun Xian nearly shrank into the ground, as her fabricated tale of having a boyfriend had inadvertently placed Emohai in the role of her. If they were to discover that Emohai was merely a security guard at Fenghua Group, freshly released from prison, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire school. He is usually quite busy. Perhaps Chun Xian began to explain, but Emohai interjected, no problem. We shall meet then. All right, until we meet. The girl with the ponytail said with a mischievous grin at him and Chun Xian, a look of triumph on her face. With that, she turned and sauntered away into the school. Oh no, this is your fault for so carelessly agreeing. I don't want to be embarrassed with you. Chun Xian pouted, stamping her foot in frustration. Emohai, grinning, replied, do you have a secret? You don't actually dislike men, do you? Nonsense. Chun Xian shot him a glare, exasperated. I may have exaggerated when I boasted about my boyfriend. I claimed he graduated from a prestigious university abroad, speaks 16 languages, and possesses vast wealth with numerous luxury cars. If you attend, it will undoubtedly expose the truth. Indeed, it will reveal the truth. This is all your fault for hastily agreeing. They want to see me humiliated. And you fell right into their trap. You forgot to mention one thing. You also didn't mention the abundance of beautiful women. Ultimately, Chun Xian, grumbling under her breath, closed the car door and headed into the school, likely pondering how to navigate the upcoming class reunion. The rest might be manageable, but mastering 16 languages in a week, even with intensive study, would seem an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, there are quite a few students from the foreign language department, and this time, it's truly a disgrace. Mohai had just boarded the vehicle, preparing to return to Fenghua Group for work, when he noticed a mobile phone resting in the passenger seat. Wasn't that Chun Xian's phone? This girl is incredibly forgetful. In an age where one rarely parts with their phone, how could she possibly misplace it? He swiftly turned the car around and drove back onto the campus. The security guard, upon seeing a Mercedes E-Class, didn't even ask a question and simply let him through. This is the typical response of an ordinary person. For most, a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi represents the pinnacle of their aspirations. A Mustang, on the other hand, would likely attract scrutiny. Clearly, it was driven by a spirited young lad. After all, who truly wealthy would choose a Mustang? Upon arriving at the university and parking the car, Emohai found himself in a predicament. Where on earth could he locate Chun Xian? After wandering around for a bit, he had to admit that Jiangzhou University certainly boasted a plethora of beautiful women, and its vastness could easily lead one astray. Perhaps it was due to having drunk too much water in the morning, but Mo Hai now desperately sought a restroom. Spotting a public toilet beneath an employee dormitory, he entered without a second thought. However, just as he approached the entrance, a cacophony of shouting and scolding reached his ears. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Pay up. I warn you, from now on, refer to me as sir when you see me, got it? And stay away from Zhou Rui. She is far beyond your reach. Shut up and keep hitting him. Mo Hai whistled as he stepped into the restroom, instantly drawing the attention of everyone inside. Likely mistaking him for a student of the university, a young man with bleached hair pointed at him and snapped, "Stop staring and hurry up. Finish your business and get lost." Brother, temper down a bit. Young men should not be so hot-headed. Mo Hai retorted with a smirk. Of course. If young people aren't fiery, what else can they be called? Deep within the restroom, 7 or 8 individuals surrounded a young man, mercilessly kicking him while he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Mo Hai merely glanced at the scene, choosing not to intervene. You needn't look at me. If a man can be bullied by such worthless individuals, he is no better himself. I might assist you today, but what about tomorrow or the day after? A man must be tough on himself. If you cannot endure a little hardship, your position is precarious. With your kind of attitude, always willing to bend, who else could they possibly bully if not you? He addressed the curled-up youth on the floor coldly. The rules of the world are simple and brutal. The more you cower, the more you will be oppressed. Didn't you hear me? Get lost, or I'll deal with you too. The young man with bleached hair shouted, pointing his finger at Mo Hai. With a swift motion, Mo Hai retaliated, delivering a sharp slap and a kick that sent the young man flying into a urinal. See? Just a bunch of paper tigers. Mo Hai shrugged his shoulders and chuckled coldly. Teaching a person how to think is futile. However, imparting practical knowledge yields immediate results. It is up to you to choose between momentary discomfort or enduring pain for a lifetime. In the next moment, before the group could react, the young man lying on the ground suddenly sprang up and bit the ear of the leader among them. Ah, my ear. What the hell are you all doing? Attack him. Despite their attempts to hit and kick him, the young man clung tenaciously to the ear of one individual, refusing to let go. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. Upon hearing the adversary concede, the young man finally released his grip and bellowed at the crowd, "Get lost." At that moment, a chilling glare emanated from his eyes, sending shivers down the spines of those present, prompting them to flee in panic. Once the group had dispersed, Mo Hai burst into laughter. Well, how does it feel to have driven them away using your own strength? Quite satisfying. Isn't it? Thank you. No need for thanks. Providing a fish is less valuable than teaching one to fish. Farewell, and take care of yourself from now on. Just as Mo Hai turned to leave, he heard the young man kneel with a thud behind him. Can I join you? You? Hey, little brat. Focus on your studies. I excelled in my academic pursuits back in the day, and I have no desire for a dim-witted follower. Mo Hai replied, turning his back and waving his hand with a light-hearted chuckle. Chapter 31. This question poses a challenge for you upon hearing the tone of the young man. He could not help but inquire hastily. You are not a student of our university, are you? Although they appeared to be of similar age, the aura exuded by Mo Hai was entirely unlike that of an ordinary university student. The phrase sacrificing oneself for the greater good or the emperor being overthrown could only be uttered by someone who had braved tumultuous storms. Did you perceive that? Mo Hai replied with a helpless shake of his head, accompanied by a light chuckle. Your demeanor is unusual. No university student remains so composed in front of such a crowd. The young man stepped forward slightly and whispered, So? Are you here at Jiangzhou University for a specific purpose? I'm looking for someone. Do you recognize this woman? Mo Hai produced Chen Xian's phone, which prominently displayed a selfie of himself as the wallpaper. Isn't that the goddess Chen Xian? You're searching for her? The young man exclaimed upon seeing the photograph. He paused, suddenly realizing, this well-endowed lady is quite renowned at school, isn't she? Of course. Not only is she famous, but she is also one of the 3 campus beauties. Moreover, I've heard she comes from a wealthy family. She is an heiress. Are you her admirer? Mo Hai was at a loss for words. He truly hadn't anticipated that the girl had such a considerable reputation at the university. No, you've misunderstood. She is pursuing me, but I have yet to accept her advances. By the way, where can I find her? The young man offered an awkward smile. acknowledging that it was natural for a man to want to maintain a semblance of pride. She should be in the mathematics department. I believe she is preparing for her graduate entrance exams. Emohai nearly burst into laughter at this revelation. The thought of her, with her limited intellect, daring to tackle advanced mathematics seemed purely masochistic. After leaving, he inquired around the campus until he finally learned the location of the mathematics department. He planned to return Shin Xian's phone and then hastily head back to work. As he strolled through the corridor, he eventually spotted Shin Xian's silhouette in a classroom. She was feigning attentiveness to the teacher's lecture, while beneath her, classmates fervently took notes, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had forgotten her phone. Seizing the moment when the instructor turned away to continue their lecture, Emohai slipped into the classroom and took a seat diagonally behind her. From this angle, he noticed that she was actually doodling in her notebook. However, it was understandable. Asking her to study advanced mathematics was indeed a bit of a challenge. "Hey, big-chested girl, you don't want your phone anymore?" He called out lightly from behind, but Shin Xian did not hear him. With her long hair and 2 earbuds nestled in her ears, she was clearly uninterested in the complexity of advanced mathematics. Yet here she was, trying to join the fray. At that moment, the teacher placed the textbook down on the desk and pointed at the last row, stating in a firm voice, "The student at the back. Please stand up." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the last row. Shin Xian, noticing her classmates in the front turning around, followed their gaze and saw Emohai sitting at an angle behind her. "What are you doing here?" She gazed at the individual before her with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Initially preoccupied with the earlier incident at the school gate, she was taken aback to find him following her into the classroom. The teacher at the podium, tapping the desk with a firm hand, addressed him gravely. "Are you a student of our department? What is your name?" The girl with the ponytail, who had clashed with Chun Xian that morning, also occupied the classroom. She immediately recognized Emohai and remarked sarcastically, "Teacher, this is not one of our students. He is the wealthy boyfriend of our goddess Chin. He has returned from studying abroad, and his family is quite affluent. I've heard they drive a Mercedes for grocery shopping. How considerate of him to accompany his girlfriend to class." Upon hearing this, Emohai distinctly sensed the unfriendly malice directed towards him from the surrounding boys. He felt a wave of exasperation. Previously, he believed that the rivalry among women was rife with cunning, but this situation revealed an even more intense level of pettiness. The people around began to whisper and gossip about Emohai. "Are you kidding? Does this guy really consider himself a rich second generation?" One scoffed. "I don't see a single designer item on him." Another chimed in. "Look at those clothes and pants. They must have cost him a mere $10 from a street vendor. How dare he even think about being our goddess's boyfriend? Is she really that gullible? My heart aches. Even if she doesn't choose me, she shouldn't settle for someone beneath her." Despite the insults and mockery, Emohai remained unfazed, feeling no need to become angry. After all, they were not on the same level. He had merely intended to return a phone, never anticipating such a misunderstanding. The teacher then slammed his palm on the desk with a resounding thud. "I do not care who you are. Please refrain from pursuing romantic interests in my classroom. If you genuinely appreciate mathematics, you are welcome here. If not, kindly leave." "What if I say I truly enjoy mathematics?" Emohai replied with a calm smile directed at the teacher. His greatest achievement lay in the realm of mathematics. At the tender age of 12 or 13, he had unraveled a mathematical conundrum left by American mathematicians centuries prior, gaining worldwide recognition. Following that event, he had seemingly vanished from the public eye. A true genius does not forget the knowledge inherent in their consciousness over time. If so-called scholars cannot even recall mathematical formulas after years or even decades, they cannot be deemed exceptionally gifted, merely possessing slightly better memory than the average individual. The teacher, being quite obstinate, responded to Emohai's assertion by declaring that if he could solve a problem he had never presented to the class, he would be permitted to pursue romantic interest during lectures from that point onward. "If you can solve this problem, feel free to come to my class whenever you wish. I will even reserve a seat for you." The teacher pushed up his glasses and sneered. "This problem poses a bit of difficulty. But for students of the mathematics department at Jiangzhou University, with a modicum of effort, it is solvable. I grant you 10 minutes. Or you may choose to depart from my class at this very moment." Shin Xian turned around, her expression one of utter disbelief. The embarrassment she felt earlier in the morning was so profound that she wished for a chasm to swallow her whole, and now this. Laughter erupted from those around her. Teacher Yang, a Ph.D. graduate from the mathematics department of the capital, posed problems that could easily serve as exemplary questions in textbooks. 10 minutes. Teacher Yang. You jest. Even granting him 10 days would not suffice. It seems his understanding of mathematics remains within the confines of elementary school. The difficulty of the problems you present is indeed somewhat excessive. Chapter 32. Are you borrowing or stealing? Upon glancing at the problem inscribed on the blackboard, Chen Xin felt her head spinning. In truth, she had never harbored a fondness for mathematics. One might even assert that she was utterly bewildered by it. The sole reason she chose to enroll in advanced calculus was a fleeting whim, driven by the desire to prevent others from perceiving her as merely a pretty face devoid of substance. However, upon her arrival, she soon realized that each day felt akin to deciphering a foreign language. An intriguing phenomenon emerged, as her presence in class seemed to attract a considerable number of male classmates. Perhaps this is what one might refer to as the beauty effect. Completely incomprehensible. Even the esteemed Longia would likely be perplexed. When the teacher noticed that Mo-hai had risen, he gestured for him to approach the stage. With purposeful strides, Mo-hai made his way to the front, stealing a glance at the problem before him, and remarked with a smirk, "This question is not befitting of my stature." The audience erupted in laughter. This conundrum was such that even seasoned mathematicians would need time to ponder it. Completing it in 10 minutes was, without a doubt, a daunting challenge, achievable only by the one who crafted it. Even the teacher, donning a serious expression, adjusted his glasses and stated with conviction, "Young man, while youth may be characterized by vigor, it must not descend into arrogance. If you can solve this problem in 10 minutes, you shall be my master from this day forth. 1 minute is ample. 1 minute. Young man, what jest is this?" Mere contemplation would take longer. In a mere 10 seconds on stage, he proclaimed, "I have already unraveled the problem." He then seized a piece of chalk and began to write with remarkable speed. As he scribbled faster, the audience's jaws dropped in astonishment. Though it was ostensibly a mathematics class, the board was filled with letters, devoid of any numbers, evoking a sensation akin to an English lesson. This was the pinnacle of advanced mathematics. Upon reaching its zenith, one would encounter no numerical figures. "Done," Mo-hai declared, tossing the chalk into its box. The teacher, even pulling out his stopwatch, noted that not only had a minute not elapsed, but he had taken a mere 28 seconds. It was as if the solution had been laid before him, and even copying it would require more than 28 seconds. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The teacher shook his head in disbelief. "This problem was just formulated by me 2 days ago for submission. How could anyone solve it in 28 seconds? Mo-hai gently patted the teacher's shoulder and said, "Fear not, for I possess 16 alternative methods for solving this problem, such as functional analysis, infinite dimensional spaces, differential manifolds, topology, homotopy, and so forth. This time, I have chosen the simplest linear mathematical formula to present, primarily to ensure you comprehend it. Do not be disheartened. The fact that you can pose such a question indicates you have entered the realm of understanding." The audience was left speechless. It is likely that even the teacher who devised this problem did not anticipate the multitude of solutions it would inspire. Moreover, although Mo-hai professed to have employed an exceedingly simplistic method, this approach utilizes knowledge that is beyond the grasp of contemporary university students. The method may appear inscrutable, yet the outcome is undeniably correct. Mo-hai's remarks were nothing short of devastating. After all, this instructor was a high-priced recruit from a prestigious institution in the capital, having devoted decades to the study of mathematics. Yet, he suggested that the teacher was merely a novice in the field. As he passed by the blackboard, Mo-hai noticed a passage left by the Russian teacher from the previous class. Seizing a piece of chalk, he took the liberty of correcting the grammatical errors. "There are mistakes in the grammar here. Students, please note my revisions." This action left the onlookers in a state of incredulity, not only delivering a striking blow to the mathematics instructor, but also deftly highlighting the foreign language teacher's oversight. Even Chen Xin was momentarily captivated as she watched Mo-hai approach. Could he truly be the prodigy of legend? The one who inspired awe even in the esteemed Qin Lan? With such intellect, why would he choose to work as a security guard? "Pick up your phone. Don't scatter it about. I must leave. I have work to attend to." He placed his phone on the desk and waved gently as he spoke. Just as he was about to exit the classroom, the teacher finally regained his composure from the shock. "Student, would you be interested in working at the Mathematics Research Department of Jiangsu University? The salary is 50,000 a month." "No, I have a job," Mo-hai replied. "May I inquire which research institute, if you don't mind sharing?" "Finghua Group. Isn't that a pharmaceutical company?" "Ah, indeed. The Finghua Group's Pharmaceutical Research Institute requires a plethora of talented individuals in mathematics and chemistry. As for the security department of Finghua Group, that is, in an instant, laughter erupted throughout the room, with everyone doubled over in amusement, save for the teacher whose expression darkened. A true genius. Indeed. The greatest talents often remain concealed in plain sight. With such intellect, he willingly chose to work in security, seemingly indifferent to monetary gain. Once Mo departed. The teacher feigned calmness while addressing Chen Xian. This young man of yours is quite remarkable. Teacher, he just likes to show off. Please don't take it to heart, Chen Xian responded, covering her forehead, her demeanor tinged with embarrassment. Could you provide me with his contact information when you have a moment? At this juncture, a girl with a ponytail, seated tightly clenched in her seat, had long harbored disdain for Chen Xian. She had attempted several times to humiliate her, but today, it seemed the tables had turned. Upon leaving the school, Mo hurriedly drove towards Finghua Group, already half an hour late. After parking in the company garage, he took a detour to the security room, only to overhear an impatient man's voice at the entrance. Look at you all, so stingy. When I asked to borrow a little money, you act as though I'm demanding your lives. What? Afraid I want to pay you back? A young man, his hair slicked back and shining, stood at the entrance of the security department, vociferously demanding attention while clad in sharp leather shoes. Just a few days prior, he had already visited the security department to extract his due, and now he had returned in such a short span of time. Old Hay, at the entrance, wore a fawning expression as he implored, Brother Su, we are all struggling here, with elderly parents and young children to support. Could you kindly refrain from being so insistent? Why waste breath on pleasantries? If you're going to give, then just give. Or do you intend to cease? The young man shot back at Old Hay with an irritable tone. Keep talking like that, and I'll demand 1,000 from you. Are you borrowing or taking? Old Hay inquired. Why, of course, it's borrowing. However, when I repay, it will depend on my whims. Rest assured, once I have the means, I shall repay. But as you can see, I'm currently in a tight spot, which may require a bit of time. Chapter 33. Why choose him? Waiting for him to repay the debt will likely lead to a lifetime of disappointment. The security personnel reluctantly produced 500 yuan, with one audacious individual even brazenly displaying his payment code. Working as a security guard at Finghua Group, one earns merely over 4,000 yuan a month, which barely suffices to make ends meet in Jiangzhou. With a mortgage, one would inevitably find themselves in a financial quagmire, not to mention supporting a family. They could hardly sustain themselves, and now this individual was demanding 1,000 yuan from their meager earnings. Mo approached, casting a glance at the man, remaining silent as he intended to walk into the security department. However, in the next moment, the young man obstructed his path. Halt! Can't you see what everyone is doing? Old Hay, how could you allow such a lack of decorum from the new recruit? The young man chided, irritation evident in his voice. Old Hay desperately signaled to Mo. The last time he visited, he had just begun working in the security department, and now, merely days later, he had returned. Oh, so you're here for money, are you? Mo replied, suddenly enlightened. Why not say so earlier? I have that. With that, he pulled out a hefty stack of 100 yuan bills, leaving everyone dumbfounded. There must have been at least 20,000 yuan, his wallet barely able to contain it. Who could have imagined a mere security guard would carry such substantial cash? The young man's grin widened upon witnessing this spectacle, especially when Mo unfurled the stack of bills before him. Wow, you've got quite the fortune. Be careful. I'll be sure to take good care of you at the company. Mo counted the bills meticulously for a while before extracting 10 yuan from the stack and handing it over. Here, just the right amount for you. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. He held a vast sum of money but chose to offer only 10 yuan. Was this not a blatant insult? What the hell do you mean by this? Are you trying to shoo me away like a beggar? The young man shouted, gripping Mo's collar in anger. Mo simply flicked the young man's hand away, coldly retorting, aren't you just here for alms? You openly admit to borrowing. Yet do you intend to repay? You. The young man was rendered speechless by Mo's words. The surrounding security guards felt a sense of relief. Finally, someone had the audacity to speak out. The slick-haired youth, Su Xiao, worked in the Human Resources Department, earning double what any security guard made. Yet, he still sought to exploit those beneath him. His actions were akin to robbing from the bowl of a beggar. Though not illegal, they were undeniably immoral. Strong men threaten the stronger, while the weak prey upon the weaker. What are you talking about? If you've sunk so low as to beg, then humble yourself. We are your benefactors. Mo grinned wickedly. If I were your father, I would surely be ashamed to call you my son. At this rate, I'd be embarrassed to continue living. Moreover, he poked Su Xiao in the waist with his finger, causing him to wince in pain. TSK, TSK, TSK. In his 20s. And yet with the vitality of an octogenarian's kidneys. Given your physique, aside from drooling over women, what else can you do? Never mind, my brothers. Let us each contribute 500 and send him to see an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor, although there seems to be little hope. Useless. Uffed. Behind him, Lao He and his companions could no longer contain their laughter. This was no idle gossip from Mo Hai. Countless individuals had begged him for treatment, offering exorbitant sums. But he was too indifferent to provide care. Yet, Su Xiao's condition was glaringly evident. Anyone with keen eyesight could discern his shortcomings in that regard. Are you trying to quit? He pointed menacingly at Mo Hai's nose, his words dripping with threat. You know, the last person who dared to point at me like that is now beneath a mound of grass. Mo Hai shrugged and replied mockingly, Brother, I'm not boasting. You lack the authority to dismiss me. Oh really? From this moment forth, you are terminated. That is my decree. He then picked up his phone and dialed the HR department. He recounted the intention to fire Mo Hai, only to receive a response that left him utterly astounded. Supervisor Su, the higher-ups have instructed that if you cannot remain in the company, you should proceed to handle your resignation directly. The company will disburse 3 months' salary. A girl's voice came from the other end of the line. This left Su Xiao speechless. Is this a joke? I can't even fire a security guard? Damn it, that vile Qinlan thinks she is so high and mighty. Does she not believe I could have my uncle send a few people to deal with her? Slap. Before he could finish his tirade, Mo Hai swiftly retaliated with a slap. At your weight of 100 pounds, your arrogance must weigh too. To strike someone like you is truly beneath my dignity. Filthy. He hastily wiped his hands, visibly disgusted. The slap left Su Xiao dazed, and Lao Hei's group was equally bewildered. 2 words, impressive. Our security department has a true marvel among us, daring to strike someone from HR, who had previously treated them like mere subordinates. Today, they finally had their moment of vindication. All right, kid, you're something else. You dare to strike me again. Su Xiao, clutching his face, shouted in anger. Slap. Without hesitation, Mo Hai delivered another swift blow. With a helpless smile, he remarked, This is the first time in my life I've heard such an outrageous demand. Damn it, you little pretty boy. How dare you strike me? Either you kill me today, or I will ensure you pay dearly. Su Xiao continued to shout defiantly. Such a person is a classic example of a stubborn duck. Even when dead and rotting, their beak remains obstinate. Threatening others may work, but threatening Mo Hai. Huh. No, my friend. You mustn't hit, you mustn't. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lao He hastily approached and grasped Mo Hai's arm, whispering urgently, His uncle happens to be a board member of the company. If you continue to strike him, even President Qin may be unable to protect you. A couple of slaps might be manageable, but should this escalate to a serious injury, it would be impossible for them to save face. There is no doubt that they would compel Qinlan to intervene. Hee, did you hear that, kid? My uncle is a director of this company. Even that despicable Qinlan must bow her head in deference before him. And you think you can stand against that? Kneel and apologize now, and I might consider. Su Xiao's words trailed off as a sudden wave of pain surged through his abdomen, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string. What a foolish child. Can't he just hold his tongue? Lao He muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. He had it coming. Chapter 34. Are you teaching me how to do things? With a powerful kick, Su Xiao was propelled from the security room into the lobby, rolling several times on the ground. Even the front desk receptionist was taken aback. Despite the predicament, Su Xiao did not forget to utter threats. Just you wait. Just you wait. Mo Hai stood at the entrance of the security department, merely wanting to light a cigarette, causing Su Xiao to mistakenly believe he was about to be attacked, prompting him to flee towards the stairwell. Once he departed, Lao He and his companions savored the moment at the security room door. Finally, I've longed to teach that guy a lesson. Day after day, he only knows how to bully us lowly employees. Lao He exhaled deeply in relief. However, a few seconds later, his expression shifted to one of concern as he turned to Mo Hai. Sir, are you really all right? Nothing to worry about, have faith. I possess this much confidence. Mo Hai replied, returning all the money he had seized from Su Xiao to the group. While the sum it may seem that a few hundred yuan is merely a fraction of his meal expenses for those laboring at the bottom rung, that same sum could sustain them for 10 days or even half a month, especially for those without partners or families, who manage to live on less than 20 yuan a day at the company. 500 yuan could cover their expenses for an entire month. Yet this fellow had the audacity to demand 500 from each person, intending to extort several thousand or even tens of thousands from them monthly. 10 minutes later, as everyone was boasting in the security room, the landline rang. Lao He answered, and his face instantly darkened. He spoke in a hushed, submissive tone. Yes. Yes. I'll tell him right away, before hanging up the phone. Is he reporting us? Mo Hai chuckled lightly as he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. That was quick. Sir, perhaps, you should apologize to President Qin. I'm sure she won't hold it against you too much. Lao He and the others wore expressions of concern. After all, Mo Hai's public confrontation with Su Xiao was to stand up for them. For so long, everyone was aware that Su Xiao had been secretly exploiting his authority to collect illicit fees within the company. Yet, no one dared to speak out due to his uncle's status, until today when Mo Hai had finally come to their aid. He slowly rose. His voice cold. Isn't that guy's uncle a director? Today, I'll make him understand. With that, he strode purposefully toward the door. The others remained frozen in place, stunned. Boss, why is it that you, as a security guard, are so formidable? A bespectacled young man whispered. Another young man concurred. So passionate. I feel like I could go back and challenge my wife now. Su Xiao's uncle was the company's second most powerful figure after President Qin. Even the CEO had to show deference. Wouldn't he the boss suffer for confronting him? Lao He remained silent, realizing that this situation had surpassed his expectations. At this moment, atop the Fenghua Group building, Su Xiao stood before a middle-aged man, tearfully recounting his grievances. This individual, possessing merely a high school diploma, had ingratiated himself into the most coveted department of the company and ascended to the position of Human Resources Director. The HR department was renowned for its abundance of beautiful women, 3 of whom had even suffered pregnancies and abortions due to him, while he juggled multiple affairs and flirted with young students outside the office. Whenever a new intern joined the HR department, it was a foregone conclusion that within a week, they would find themselves in his bed. The department, though modestly sized with salaries in the thousands, wielded considerable power over the fates of many. Uncle, I've been assaulted. You must stand up for me. He lamented. When have I ever faced such humiliation, being struck by a mere security guard? I even mentioned that you are a director at Fenghua Group, yet he disregarded you entirely, emboldened by his connection to General Qin. Even when I informed him of your arrival, he continued to strike me. Look at what he did. I lost a tooth. How am I to find a girlfriend now? If this leads to complications, will our Su family not face extinction? The middle-aged man, exuding a protective demeanor, patted his shoulder affectionately. Rest assured, my dear nephew, I shall advocate for you today. Not even General Qin can undermine me. Miss Qin, such scoundrels only tarnish the company's reputation. I recommend immediate dismissal. Qin Lan, visibly perturbed, responded with a stern countenance. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? This man was brought in by me, and I shall accept responsibility for his actions. However, until a thorough investigation is conducted, I expect Director Su to refrain from hasty judgments to avoid causing undue repercussions. Repercussions? Your company is on the brink of collapse, and you speak to me of repercussions? With a single word, I can convene a board meeting with the shareholders below and completely invalidate all your proposals. Do not test my patience. Why? Just then, a loud knocking interrupted the heated exchange. The discussion ceased as Mo Hai entered, sensing the palpable tension. With a mischievous grin directed at Su Xiao, he taunted. What's this? The little brat got beaten up and ran home to seek parental support? Pathetic. Come here, let uncle give you a pat. Impudent. The middle-aged man bellowed. General Qin, is this the caliber of security you employ? No wonder the company is failing. Without me, you are nothing. Director Su, shall we negotiate different terms? Qin Lan narrowed her eyes and replied tersely, that is something he cannot possibly do. Not an option. Su Xiao interjected with a cold laugh. Isn't he known for his fighting skills? I want to witness how he is thoroughly beaten. Dare to oppose me, and I will ensure he pays the price. With a swift motion, Mo Hai delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Enough. Adults are speaking. What business do you have here? Sit down. Initially, Qin Lan contemplated intervening. But after a moment of reflection, she resumed her seat. Such individuals deserved nothing less than a couple of slaps. Uncle, look at how he dares to strike me in your presence. I can't go on living. Su Xiao wailed, covering his face in despair. In the next moment, Mo Hai directly opened the window and beckoned to him with a smile, saying, Stop talking and come over here. The crowd was taken aback. Pondering his audacity, what a master of face-slapping he was, flawless in his craft for 30 years. Enough of this. Qin Lan slowly rose. unfurling a document as she looked at him and stated, Kale Real Estate Company owes us over 60 million. Do you think you could assist in recovering it? Absolutely. Emohai replied without a moment's hesitation. His overly enthusiastic agreement made Qinlan feel a twinge of guilt. She was acutely aware that many real estate companies were often fronts for individuals who had once navigated the underworld. Those who once commanded respect as notorious figures in their previous lives. Each time she dispatched someone to collect debts, the men often returned grievously injured, while the women were typically subjected to harrowing ordeals for an entire day and night before being released. The sum of tens of millions had almost become a lost cause, a receivable that was virtually irretrievable. Sending Emohai was merely a means for Su Xiao to retaliate against her uncle, should Qinlan refuse to comply. A board meeting could be convened at a moment's notice. The Fenghua Group was already on shaky ground. If they were to dismiss Qinlan from her position as president at this critical juncture, she would truly find herself with nothing left. Chapter 35. The brother seems familiar. This debt won't be easy to recover. Have you considered that? Qinlan said, her expression grave as she gazed at him. Emohai stepped forward slowly, taking the folder with a faint smile. Is it that if I don't go, these two rascals won't let you off the hook? Indeed. However, you have the option to abstain, for you are my subordinate. Should anything arise, as your leader, I ought to shoulder the burden for you. Since you deem me your subordinate, then alleviating your troubles is but my duty. He opened the folder and inscribed his name upon the contract. The middle-aged man beside them clapped his hands in exuberance. President Qin, he is signed. This leaves no room for retraction. Should we fail to reclaim the 60 million? You shall resign in shame. Rest assured, I will retain your shares, distributing a meager portion to you annually. You need not worry. He slapped the folder against the man's chest. This money will certainly arrive within the hour. Very well. A man's word is his bond. Qinlan's gaze was profoundly complex. She was reluctant to allow Emohai to take such a perilous risk. The Kailai Group was indeed a rogue organization, and once they devoured the funds, they would never regurgitate them. From the security guards to the chairman, who among them had not spent time in prison. In Jiangzhou, they were figures that evoked fear. Hundreds of street thugs, typically, individuals entered upright, but exited horizontally. Perhaps sensing her apprehension, Emohai gave her a discreet nod and whispered, Wait for me. Be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, do not force it. Call me, and I shall come to your aid. Qinlan implored him earnestly. As the president, she felt utterly powerless, manipulated by a mere shareholder. Even this fellow's brother-in-law could stir chaos within the company. Upon leaving the conference room, even before reaching the elevator, the victorious laughter from within echoed in his ears. They likely believed the 60 million was irretrievable. As he descended, he happened to pass the Human Resources Department and had to admit, the department was indeed a veritable sea of beauty. Every passerby seemed to possess long legs and a fashionable flair. The stunning women glanced at him instinctively, noticing the insignia of the security department on his attire. Could he be the security guard who struck Supervisor Su? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could a guard possibly descend from the top floor? He was likely summoned for a discussion. What discussion? You're unaware, aren't you? Supervisor Su just announced in the group chat that he was dispatched to recover the overdue debts owed by Kailai Real Estate. Alas, why offend anyone in the company? Especially not Supervisor Su. Indeed, even the president dared not cross him. Yet this mere security guard had the audacity to strike Supervisor Su. His career may very well be at an end. Deserving of the beating, that scoundrel. He made me terminate 2 pregnancies, only to threaten my dismissal. It is quite fortunate that such a wretch has not met his demise. He merely switched elevators from the Human Resources Department, only to find that the gazes directed at Emohai were brimming with admiration. Upon exiting the building, a group from the security department had been waiting outside the security booth for quite some time. Lao He rushed over from a distance, inquiring anxiously, Sir, they didn't mistreat you, did they? Not at all. Emohai replied nonchalantly, but they did send me out to collect debts. Specifically to recover the debts owed to Kailai Real Estate. Let us disregard that for now. By the way, where is Kailai Real Estate located? He shrugged and quietly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. What? Kailai Real Estate? President Qin actually sent you to collect their debts? Is this some sort of joke? Lao He exclaimed, visibly agitated. This is a well-organized company. Last year, someone sent to collect debts was left incapacitated and is still receiving treatment in the hospital. And as for the women, it's even worse. They ended up mentally disturbed. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep Where is the company? I couldn't find it on the map. Sir, perhaps you should reconsider. You could simply resign. That place is not meant for any decent person. Even Tyson would be beaten to a pulp there, Lao Hei said, concern etched on his face. However, Mo Hai brushed it off. Just give me the address. The sooner I go, the sooner I'll return. I still need to come back for lunch. You. Sigh, fine. Lao Hei relented and inputted an address before he departed from Fenghua Group. Kailai Real Estate was located at number 36 Taibai Road, an unseemly real estate company. So much so that its precise location was elusive even on the map. Upon arriving, he found a tall building with the words Kailai Group Real Estate Company, Limited, inscribed on it. Without a second thought, he headed straight for the entrance. What do you want? As he approached the door, he was halted by two security guards stationed there. Mo Hai presented the debt contract before them. I demand your boss come out to settle the account. The money has been overdue for far too long, amounting to a total of 61,336,056. We can overlook the 56. Just settle the main amount. Uffed. Upon hearing this, the two guards struggled to suppress their laughter, but ultimately burst into hearty guffaws. You've got guts. The last time someone from your company came to collect, I doubt they've even been discharged this year, yet you dare show up? The bearded man laughed heartily. Still maintaining his jovial demeanor, he retorted, tell your boss to come settle the account. If I get angry, it won't just be 60 million anymore. Huh? Is there no one left at Fenghua Group? You send a simpleton to collect debts? Go back and send the lovely ladies from Human Resources. Perhaps if we play along, we might even receive some compensation. For the last time, I demand your boss come down and settle the account. Mo Hai articulated each word with clarity. Get lost. What are you pretending for? With that, the young man raised his hand and slapped towards him. However, before he could reach Mo Hai, he was swiftly struck to the ground with a resounding slap, leaving his ears ringing. Damn it! Someone, come quickly. There's trouble. At that moment, in the office of the chairman of Kale Real Estate, a middle-aged man with a small mustache was embracing his secretary, his hand wandering beneath her skirt. Bang! Just then, Mo Hai kicked open the door and strode in, causing a group of people at the entrance to tumble to the floor in unison. The man's secretary, startled, sprang to her feet, exclaiming in terror, Who the hell are you? Do you even know where this is? How dare you come in here? This man was none other than Wen Feng, the chairman of Kale Group, marked by the unmistakable insignia of society, a tattoo on his arm. With his left hand tucked into his pocket and a debt contract in his right, Mo Hai approached him, remarking, You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Chapter 36. With me present, no one shall bully you. Since Mo Hai felt indifferent, it could only imply that this fellow was not of significant stature. Otherwise, he would not be entirely unfamiliar. You ignorant bumpkin, is this where you belong? The woman snapped at him. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Wen Feng hastily donned his glasses. When he finally discerned the identity of the visitor, a shiver ran down his spine, and he immediately rose to kneel on the ground. Sir, you have returned. Trembling, he approached and prostrated himself, fervently apologizing. In that moment, Mo Hai recognized this man as the vagrant he had rescued 3 years ago in Solomon. Mo Hai had even provided him with the fare to return home. And to put it bluntly, without Mo Hai, he would have long since perished. He had given him 100,000 yuan to start anew and mend his ways. It seemed this fellow had not absorbed any of that wisdom. Seeing that he recognized him, Mo Hai lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed. His tone icy as he remarked, Not bad. It appears you are doing quite well now. Thanks to your fortune, I've made a little money. If you need anything, I would gladly take on the role of chairman while you oversee the operations. Wen Feng replied with a forced smile, quickly instructing his secretary to prepare tea. Although the secretary was unaware of Mo Hai's true identity, witnessing Wen Feng's exaggerated politeness made her cautious. She hurriedly fetched the finest tea leaves and, upon presenting them to Mo Hai, displayed an air of charm and grace. These women were pragmatic. In their eyes, love was a mere illusion. Wealth and power dictated loyalty. Sir, what brings you to Jiangzhou? Did I not mention that you must inform me upon your arrival? Everything I possess after 3 years is yours. Without your assistance back then, I would not have my current standing. Wen Feng exclaimed, teary-eyed with gratitude. However, Mo Hai merely responded with a cold smile. It's a long story, so let us keep it brief. He rose, slapping the debt notice onto the table. You know I abhor dishonesty. You have encroached upon my bottom line. The moment those words left his lips, Wen Feng felt a chill run through him. I'll pay. I'll pay right away. After such a long delay, he intended to settle at the original price? No. Double compensation, double compensation. I sincerely hope you can show mercy this time. I promise to reform and serve you faithfully as a loyal aide. Emohai merely chuckled coldly. You should focus on being a decent person first. You are not even worthy of being a dog. After taking a sip of tea, he placed it back on the table and made his way toward the exit. It was only after witnessing Emohai leave in the elevator that when Feng finally exhaled in relief. The secretary, standing nearby, whispered, Brother Feng, who is this man? Why do you fear him so? In society, it is advisable to refrain from inquiring too deeply into matters beyond your level of understanding. When Feng quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue, expressing his trepidation, now that I have arrived in Jiazhou, it appears that a storm is brewing here. At this moment, within the upper echelons of Fenghua Group, shortly after Emohai's departure, a board meeting was convened, gathering over 30 shareholders in the conference room. Just days prior, they had deliberated on allowing the Zhou family to invest in Fenghua Group, a proposal that was decisively vetoed by Qin Lan. Although more than half of the 35 shareholders were in agreement, the president held the ultimate veto power. The intent of today's board meeting was clear. If the current president was disobedient, they would simply appoint a more compliant successor. President Qin, your approval rating has plummeted to a record low, and your shares are steadily declining. The company's liquidity is severely limited, and the recent exposure of the South City project indicates that significant investments are anticipated in the next 3 years. We wish to mobilize funds to acquire 2 plots of land. However, I propose to the board that, in light of the substantial external debts the company has yet to recover, Ms. Qin Lan should be relieved of her presidential duties. I concur. So do I. In an instant, a third of the attendees raised their hands in agreement, predominantly those aligned with the Zhou family. Should Qin Lan be replaced, and someone favorable to the Zhou family appointed as the new president of Fenghua Group, all patents and assets would effectively belong to the Zhou family. Thus, Qin Lan would transition from president to mere shareholder. If the vote passed unanimously, the total shares held by these individuals would exceed Qin Lan's by a mere 0.2. Though it may seem negligible, that slight margin could strip her of control over Fenghua Group. Gradually, the number of hands raised shifted from 1/3 to half. Do not forget, my associates are currently in the process of recovering the debts owed by Kailai Real Estate. Until that matter is resolved, you have no authority to dismiss me. Qin Lan firmly grasped the edge of the table, her voice steady. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in laughter. How naive, how endearing. Even at such a critical juncture, she still harbored hopes of reclaiming the debts from Kailai Real Estate, which had long been abandoned by everyone involved. Miss Qin, are you truly naive or merely pretending? Director Su chuckled heartily, joined by several shareholders who could not suppress their amusement. It was indeed a spectacle of innocence. At this stage, what was left to fight for? The remaining attendees, who had yet to declare their stance, were primarily doing so out of respect for Qin Lan's late father. Since his passing, many had leveraged their so-called seniority to disregard Qin Lan's authority within the company. Until the end, anyone could emerge as a dark horse. Qin Lan remarked, her expression darkening. Ha ha ha, do you genuinely believe that a mere security guard can recover the money? If I am not mistaken, that security guard is likely in the emergency room right now. Director Su remarked with a wink. I have stated that anyone who dares to harm my nephew shall face severe consequences, enduring a life confined to bed, crippled and dependent. I always keep my word. Upon hearing these words, Qin Lan clutched her phone tightly, her expression darkening considerably. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Ah, this may disappoint certain individuals. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing Emohai entering confidently through the door. Observing his unscathed demeanor, the bespectacled middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. You actually returned. Surely you didn't think of abandoning your post? The debts owed to Kailai Real Estate have been reclaimed. This is the signature of their owner. To express their contrition, they have sent double the compensation. President Qin has instructed the finance department to verify if the funds have been credited. If not, I shall have that scoundrel deliver it personally. Emohai turned to her, his tone resolute as he smiled. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can undermine your position in the company. I assure you. Chapter 37. Debt. One, offered double this phrase, when uttered by anyone else, might come across as mere bravado or arrogance. However, today, as Qin Lan listened, it enveloped her in a profound sense of security, setting aside other considerations. Amidst the current wave of betrayal and abandonment, the mere fact that someone was willing to stand by her side instilled in her a sense of reassurance. In that moment, She felt that although Mo Hai might often be a bit unscrupulous and rather loquacious, when faced with adversity, he exhibited commendable responsibility. His sudden entrance abruptly seized everyone's attention. A middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, crossed his arms and scoffed. "Young man, what are you pretending to be, a big shot? You're not missing any limbs. Yet you claim you will reclaim the money? Do you think President Qin is a mere child of 16, or do you believe we are all fools?" The Kailai Group was undeniably a rogue company. No one could possibly recover any funds from them. Yet, within mere hours, Mo Hai audaciously proclaimed he would retrieve the money, and even double it. It was nothing short of a farcical jest. "Shall we place a wager?" Mo Hai retorted with a cold smile. Director Su surveyed the room, gauging the expressions of the onlookers before he scoffed. "What is there to fear in a wager? If I reclaim it, I shall publicly slap you twice and apologize to President Qin." Upon hearing this demand, Qin Lan abruptly lifted her head. Was he merely attempting to salvage his own dignity? "Very well, but what if you fail to recover it?" Mo Hai gestured towards the window. "I shall leap from there myself." Agreed. A man of his word must be accountable. Director Su promptly retrieved his phone to summon Minister Sun from the finance department to the conference room. 3 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. "Report. Enter." A bespectacled woman, hastily striding in her high heels, entered the conference room, clutching a substantial stack of documents. Whether or not they held any significance, it was customary to carry something upon entering a meeting. Otherwise, one might appear rather amateurish. "Has the debt from Kailai Real Estate been deposited into the company account?" Director Su inquired solemnly, gazing at the woman. She glanced through the documents and pretended to shake her head. "No." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Since this morning, there has not been a single transaction in the company." Director Su personally approached the window, gesturing as if to invite Mo Hai to take responsibility for his words. "Young man, one must be accountable for what one claims. Do you understand?" He looked at Mo Hai with a mocking grin before casting a sidelong glance at the somber-faced Qin Lan. "President Qin, I truly do not understand how you could place your hopes in a mere security guard." "Huh. It makes sense, though. You find yourself quite alone now. Aside from him, who else dares to stand with you?" Qin Lan's delicate fingers tightened around the tissue, a picture of helplessness and despair. Even she mocked herself internally, questioning how she could place her hopes in Mo Hai, who could possibly assist in such matters. "Don't worry, there's still 2 minutes left." Mo Hai glanced at the time on his phone and chuckled. "I agreed with the other party to meet within an hour. We are merely 2 minutes shy of that." A burst of laughter erupted in the conference room. At this moment, it was rather naive of Mo Hai to believe that the Kailai Group would actually remit the owed funds. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Did you grow up with some deficiency? Who do you think you are, to expect them to repay you? What a fool." Just then, the sound of several people rushing could be heard outside the door. As Mo Hai watched the seconds tick away, with only 30 seconds remaining until the agreed time, the door was suddenly flung open. When Feng appeared, carrying 4 large bags, followed by a dozen others, each laden with bags as they entered the conference room. "Thank goodness. I can finally breathe easy," when Feng exclaimed, patting his chest. Upon lifting his head, he locked eyes with Mo Hai. Had they been even a minute late, it could have spelled the end of one Lauda's story in Jiangzhou. Mo Hai despised those who were tardy, and he was relieved they had made it just in time. The intensity of Wen Feng's gaze momentarily made him shiver. "Mr. Wen, what brings you here?" Su Dong exclaimed upon seeing him. Wen Feng hurriedly opened all the bags, revealing stacks of cash, along with an entire bag of gold bars. "Miss Qin." Ignoring everyone else, Wen Feng strode directly towards Qin Lan, who promptly stood up, smiling politely. "Mr. Wen, what is this?" "As you know, there was an outstanding payment of 60 million owed to your company, and my account has limits. I sincerely apologize. Here is a check for 60 million, redeemable at any major bank, and additionally, here is 60 million in cash as my way of expressing contrition. Please, don't hold this against me." Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. To have the outstanding payment returned was already commendable, but the fact that they were receiving double compensation, along with cash from various banks and even gold as a substitute for any shortfall, was astonishing. "No, there is no need for so much. Settling the outstanding payment is sufficient." Qin Lan shook her head repeatedly, smiling wryly. After all, accepting such generosity could lead to complications down the line. Seeing her refusal, Wen Feng grew anxious. "If Miss Qin finds it insufficient, please name your price." His meaning was clear. You may ask for more, but you cannot refuse. As he spoke, Wen Feng instinctively glanced at Mo Hai, noticing his silence and lack of expression, which made him feel uneasy. Miss Qin, since they have brought this, it would be rather impolite not to accept it, wouldn't it? Mo Hai finally spoke with a light chuckle. Wenfeng immediately nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. We must accept this. We will need to collaborate for a long time to come. I've heard that Miss Qin has intentions of acquiring land in the southern district. Is that correct? There will be ample opportunities for us to work together in construction. For our next collaboration, I can advance the project costs. Once everything is completed and inspected, Miss Qin can then settle the payment. Rest assured, if there is even the slightest quality issue, I will take full responsibility." His words represented the aspirations that countless business owners yearn for. The reason why investments in the real estate sector are substantial yet yield minimal returns largely lies in the fact that labor costs constitute a significant portion of the expenses. Now, when Feng was expressing his willingness to prepay the labor costs and only receive payment after satisfactory completion and inspection, anyone with a sound mind would never undertake such a risk, willingly converting their position from proactive to passive. This certainly did not align with Wenfeng's usual demeanor. Not only was everyone else taken aback, but even Qin Lan was momentarily stunned. Wenfeng's actions seemed akin to offering his own funds to facilitate their collaboration. Given the current circumstances of Fenghua Group, what could possibly warrant such generosity? Could it be? Qin Lan abruptly lifted her gaze to glance at Mo Hai, whose expression remained remarkably calm and composed, exhibiting a level of maturity that seemed beyond his years. Chapter 38. I am here to apologize, although Qin Lan was perplexed by the sudden change in the demeanor of Manager 1. The return of the funds alleviated the company's pressing crisis. After signing the contract, Wenfeng felt a weight lift from his heart. He was determined to establish some form of connection with Mo Hai, whether it was advancing wages to help Fenghua Group commence operations or incurring losses. Wenfeng found joy in the endeavor, for it brought him closer to Mo Hai. If he could earn Mo Hai's favor, what would such a minor loss matter? In the future, business matters would heavily rely on Manager 1. After Qin Lan signed the document, she handed it over and softly spoke. Thus far, the interests between Fenghua Group and Kailai Real Estate had been reconciled. Wenfeng took the contract back, nodding fervently, "Absolutely, absolutely. Miss Qin, should you require cooperation in the future, just say the word, and I shall comply. Do not call me Manager 1. Simply refer to me as Xiao 1. Xiao. Xiaowen." The surrounding shareholders were taken aback. Was this truly the once formidable Wenfeng, who had dominated the streets? The one who had fought fiercely to establish his position, wielding dual blades and conquering 2 avenues, now appeared so subservient before a woman. "What is this, Xiaowen? You owe 60 million, and yet you're still over 100 million in debt?" Director Su awkwardly chuckled from the side. However, Wenfeng shot him a glance, his eyes brimming with discontent. "Su Dong, is that a name you can utter? After merely a few days of feasting, you've forgotten your own surname? Manager 1, what performance are you putting on?" Su Dong stammered. "Do you know why I wrote the Dao De Jing?" "I do not know." "Because I wish to." This retort left Su Dong speechless. Su Dong, originally named Su Dong, was the second largest shareholder of Fenghua Group, yet his status paled in comparison to Wenfeng's. After all, it was typically Su who sought Wen's assistance, not the other way around. It was only natural for him to be looked down upon. Mo Hai cleared his throat. "Since the matter has been resolved, let us depart swiftly. Of course, we shall leave at once." Wenfeng bowed deeply in a full circle, speaking courteously. He merely wished to express respect towards Mo Hai. Yet a solitary bow felt overly contrived. Once the group exited in an orderly fashion, the attitude towards Qin Lan slightly improved. "President Qin, with the company now having startup capital, shall we discuss the acquisition plan for the southern land?" Su Dong said with an awkward smile. Mo Hai, flexing his wrist, coldly interjected, "Let us not rush. Since the funds are in hand, should we not first fulfill our promises?" "What promises? Did I ever agree to anything?" Qin Lan retorted. The surrounding shareholders shook their heads in unison. Yet he directly took out his phone, activated the recording function, and played back the previous conversation before everyone present. "Huh. You're really overstepping your bounds," Su Dong said, pointing at him with a stern voice. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room, followed by another, sending 2 of his front teeth flying. He was then forcefully subdued before Qin Lan, while the shareholders looked on in disbelief as Su Dong was trampled under Mo Hai's foot. Su Xiao cowered in a corner of the conference room, too terrified to speak. He had hoped his uncle would avenge him, but instead, his uncle found himself on the receiving end of humiliation. Those 2 slaps had been delivered with great force. It would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for the swelling to subside. 3 minutes later, Mo Hai swung the door open and swaggered out of the conference room. If you lack the skill, don't attempt the task. If you lack the ability, don't foolishly wager with others. He scoffed as he turned back at the doorway. With that, he sauntered away. Su Dong remained half kneeling on the floor, his already sparse hair in disarray, and his glasses lay shattered beneath his feet. He likely never imagined he would face such a significant downfall before a mere security guard. Not only Su Dong, but even Qin Lan had not anticipated the situation would escalate so dramatically. She would have been grateful if he had merely refrained from opposing her during the meeting, let alone kneeling to apologize. Had it not been for Mo Hai today, the Fenghua group might have faced a complete rebranding after this meeting. As evening fell, the entire security department was still engrossed in the tale recounted by him. Even at the end of the workday, they lingered, captivated. "Master, did you really slap Su Dong twice?" Lao He exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. "You struck Su Xiao and trampled Su Dong. This is beyond belief." The story had been thrilling, igniting a fervor within them, akin to the urge to return to their hometowns and toil in the fields. "All right, consider me a storyteller. I must head home to buy groceries and prepare dinner," Mo Hai remarked softly while glancing at the text message on his phone. The message from Qin Lan instructed him to return home first, as she needed to pick up Chen Xian from Jiangzhou University. The burly security guard at the entrance grinned mischievously. "I still prefer the tale of the pink lady from Bali. Next time, I'll tell you about a European princess who insisted I father her child. Bring extra tissues. I fear you might not handle it." With that, he grabbed his coat and exited the security room. No sooner had he left than a knock resounded at the door. "Master, did you forget something?" Lao He said as he opened the door, only to find not Mo Hai, but Su Xiao standing there. "Su, brother Su, you aren't here to borrow money again, are you? We are truly out of money. This month, everyone still needs to provide for their families." Before the lamentations of the old man could conclude, Su Xiao produced a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I have come to repay my debts. This is all the money I borrowed from you previously." "Repay debts?" The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. At last, they began to believe Mo Hai's words. It seemed that what he had recounted was not a mere tale, but the actual sequence of events. "He has departed?" Su Xiao scanned the room and inquired. The old man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and said, "You mean Master Mo? He just left. Shall I call him back for you?" No, there's no need," Su Xiao exclaimed in a state of panic, shaking his head vigorously. "Just tell him that I have repaid the money. I will not be returning in the future." Chapter 39. The unexpected guest. Let us not speak of anything else. Simply considering Mo Hai's ability to reclaim the external debts with both principal and interest doubled, it is evident that this young man is not to be trifled with. He even had the audacity to strike his own uncle in front of so many witnesses, indicating that he holds the company's regulations in utter disregard. The established rules are of no concern to him. Individuals like Su Xiao are quintessentially those who are intimidated by strength and emboldened by weakness. The more one yields to him, the more he perceives it as a vulnerability to exploit. Observe how, after being reprimanded by Mo Hai, Su Xiao returned every last cent, with interest, that he had taken from them, such as human nature. After Su Xiao departed, an air of incredulity lingered among the crowd. "Boss, pinch me. Am I dreaming? In my lifetime, I actually witnessed that scoundrel repay his debts. It's all thanks to you. Without your intervention, we would still be oblivious to how much we were losing each month. By the way, is this money really ours? Let us hope we don't get fired tomorrow for stepping into the company with our left foot." Old Black gazed at the thick stack of banknotes, feeling as though he were in a surreal dream. As evening fell at 6 o'clock, Qin Lan arrived at the gates of Jiangzhou University in an Audi. After a brief wait, she spotted Chen Xian emerging from the campus with a bag in hand and hurried towards the car upon seeing it parked. "Lanji, have you been waiting long?" Chen Xian quickly placed her bag in the back seat and fastened her seatbelt. "What's wrong? You look dazed. What are you thinking about?" Noticing the emptiness in Qin Lan's eyes, she inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. Just some events that transpired at the company today. I'm struggling to process everything at once." After taking a moment to compose herself, Qin Lan recounted the day's occurrences, particularly the episode involving Mo Hai collecting the final payment from Kailai Group, not only retrieving the funds, but having the opposing boss deliver it personally. Upon learning the full context of the situation, even Shin Xin was taken aback. Do you think this guy was involved in the underworld before? Did he end up in prison for some offense? I researched that boss one, and he is quite a notorious figure in Jiazhou. Yet Mo Hai spoke to him so courteously. This is truly bizarre. Her brow furrowed as she spoke gravely. Shun Xian clapped her hands in astonishment. What do you mean by that? This morning, he dropped me off at school and solved a problem in my class. My math teacher has been studying his solution for an entire day and is still pestering me for his contact information, wanting to consult him. What is going on here? He didn't go to prison. He clearly went to acquire some prestige. The problem from this morning was one that even Wei Shen would have to ponder for a while. Given its complexity, if you merely copied the answer, you could easily make mistakes, thus negating any notion of rote memorization. An individual unfamiliar with mathematics would still err. Even after a month of memorization, the two women exchanged glances, recognizing the shared confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Such an extraordinary individual. Yet he willingly serves as a security guard at the Fenghua Group? At that moment, Chen Xian turned her gaze forward and spoke softly. What's wrong? Jinlan asked. Her face a picture of confusion as she turned her head. With a playful blink and a smile, she teased, do you have any interest in him? If not, I might just make my move. In Jiangzhou, at the Caomu Jichuan Villa district, Mo Hai had just returned from the seafood market, his trunk brimming with fresh ingredients. When it came to cooking, he either opted for simplicity or, once he began, he endeavored to perfect every dish. His meticulous nature extended to the precise origins of his spices. After all, life is fleeting and every meal counts. As he opened the door to his home, he noticed that Qin Lan and Shin Xian had yet to return, granting him ample time to prepare his ingredients. Upon entering the living room, Mo Hai paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, when did an uninvited guest arrive? He placed his purchases on the dining table and glanced upstairs, where a man in a tailored suit was descending. Mo Hai recognized him. It was Gua, the man who had recently harassed Qin Lan. He had ensured all doors and windows were secured, yet this man had managed to enter, suggesting he was no ordinary intruder. Ah, Gua, what brings you to invade someone's private residence? Mo Hai thought to himself, choosing to ignore him as he continued to unpack his groceries. Gua, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, appeared quite formal. It seemed this young man was attempting to get closer to Qin Lan for reasons beyond mere attraction. After a moment's pause, Mo Hai raised his head and glanced at him. You're not serious, are you? Let us be straightforward. She possesses something I desire. While I can relinquish her, that item must come to me. If you are willing to collaborate, I promise to share both her and that treasure with you once our objective is achieved. What do you say? His eyes sparkled with ambition, as if he were offering Mo Hai an incredible opportunity. Why are you laughing? Gua retorted. I laugh at your ignorance, your foolishness, and your arrogance. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? Upon hearing Mo Hai's words, Gua sprang to his feet in rage. You are merely a lowly security guard at the Fenghua Group, so why act so high and mighty? Is that so? Mo Hai replied, pulling a dragon head ring from his pocket and slipping it onto his thumb. If you cannot even ascertain your opponent's identity, how dare you negotiate terms with me? Is that the dragon ring? Gua's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in shock. You know what the appearance of the dragon ring signifies. Mo Hai gently tapped the table and coldly declared, reveal your code name, your identity, and your organization. I'm afraid I cannot betray my organization. The man retorted defiantly. In an instant, he felt his hair being seized, followed by a forceful collision with the marble floor, which cracked under the impact. Some spirit, yet not much. With blood streaming from his head, he was lifted by Mo Hai's single hand gripping his throat, while Mo Hai's left hand pressed the unfinished cigarette but against his forehead. The blood sizzled against the burning ember, eliciting anguished cries from the man. I'll tell you. It's blood skeleton. The man's face, smeared with blood, appeared particularly grotesque. Chapter 40, Are you jealous? Upon hearing the name of the organization, Mo Hai narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. 3 years without seeing you. You've grown quite bold. Can I leave now? Rest assured, upon my return, I will ensure they withdraw from this mission, the man said. Bowing respectfully, with his hands clasped behind his back, Mo Hai responded with a chilling smirk, having encountered the dragon ring. I fear you may not have the luxury of leaving. If you possess any wit, it would be wise to end your own life. Otherwise, should I take action, it will not be without consequence. The man hesitated, wishing to plead for mercy, yet deep down he knew escape was futile. No one had ever eluded him. May I make a request? On the brink of death, do you truly believe you retain the right to make demands? Here is a letter. Please ensure it reaches this address, he said, placing a letter on the coffee table. Before Imo-hai could respond, he bit down on the poison hidden in his molars. In an instant, he succumbed to silence, knowing that by not answering, he had made the decision for him, dying first as a show of respect, leaving Imo-hai without options. Thus, he was compelled to act. In the world of martial arts, the gravest sin is to be untrustworthy. This man calculated his final move even in death. How intriguing. As long as one dies swiftly, others have no choice but to comply, do they? Imo-hai shook his head in resignation and picked up the envelope from the table. It was addressed back to Europe, suggesting there were unresolved matters. Initially tempted to open it, he reconsidered and ultimately refrained. Instead, he called Gong Sun-jin. Come over immediately. Huh? Gong Sun-jin exclaimed, suddenly excited. Is there a little umbrella? Do you prefer white silk, black silk, fishnet, or lace? Should I bring a maid outfit? Imo-hai cleared his throat. No need for any of that. Just hurry over. Look at how eager you are. I can only imagine what this is about. By the way, are those two stunning beauties at your place not home? Enough with the chatter. Surely they're not there? Is this permissible? This is quite the peculiar game. Imo-hai vented his frustrations over the phone several times before finally recounting the events that had transpired at his home. He could sense a hint of regret on the other end of the line. After what felt like a brief eternity, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Gong Sun-jin appeared, clad in a sleek black outfit, swiftly entering and beckoning to several individuals outside. For people entered, two took away the lifeless body, while the other two meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the floor. Be thorough. Do not leave behind any unnecessary traces, Gong Sun-jin commanded as she surveyed the area. Once you finish, wait outside. Soon, the four individuals stood in a row and bowed respectfully before exiting in an orderly manner. Once they departed, Gong Sun-jin shifted from her previously aloof demeanor to that of an affectionate companion, clinging to Imo-hai's arm and playfully whining, I need to be close to you. I've missed you for hours. As she pushed against him while retreating, he exclaimed, Miss Gong-sun, a forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. Does sweetness even matter? What I crave is relief. She retorted, calm down. What is it about me that you fancy? I can change. He pleaded. I like you. Yet you don't like me. Now that is something to reconsider. After saying this, she playfully pushed Imo-hai onto the sofa. At that moment, the doorknob rapped, and Chin Lan and Shin Xian entered, laughing and chatting. Sister Lan, let me tell you, the next time. Shin Xian's words trailed off as she looked up to find Gong Sun-jin half-kneeling on Imo-hai. In an instant, the three women exchanged glances, and Imo-hai was left dumbfounded. Oh, what a lively scene. If you were to find another, we could gather a full table for mahjong, Chin Lan remarked, feigning composure as she stepped inside. To claim indifference would be unrealistic, given Imo-hai's actions today. Which girl wouldn't be flustered? Just the evening prior, Shin Xian had joked about pursuing him, and now, it seemed the coveted prize was snatched away. With two stunning beauties at home, why seek out women? Is the allure of wildflowers truly greater than that of homegrown blooms? Shin Xian said, hands on her hips, irritation evident in her tone. Chin Lan placed her bag on the table and replied coolly, your personal life is your concern, but please refrain from using my home to pursue romantic interests. You might not have articulated that correctly, Gong Sun-jin interjected, standing gracefully and smiling lightly. It is not he who pursues me. Rather, I am the one pursuing him. You pursue him? Indeed. To be candid, I've been pursuing him for several years. Therefore, if some are not interested, they should step aside and allow opportunities for those who truly seek them. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Chin? Their eyes locked, sparking tension in the air. Imo-hai had encountered such situations before, yet they never failed to give him a headache. If I am guilty, let the law punish me, not through such means. Gong Sun-jin, being a woman of refinement, could not remain entangled in such affairs. She waved her hand and smiled gently. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please take your belongings. Chin Lan picked up a pair of black stockings from the sofa, still warm. They must have been removed only shortly before, likely brought in by Gong Sun-jin. A little gift for you. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer, she said, turning to exit. Here you go. Chin Lan disdainfully tossed aside the stockings she held, exclaiming, this is truly perverse. I finally developed a slight fondness for you. And now it's gone. Imo-hai merely shrugged, a light laugh escaping his lips as he remarked. This is precisely what they mean by the notion that when a good person commits a single misdeed, they are deemed irredeemable. while a villain performing a solitary act of kindness is revered as a saint. Is it that women are inherently insatiable, or is it merely you? Qin intended to respond, but the words lingered at the edge of her tongue before she swallowed them back. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with the other person?" "Relationship? It has yet to materialize." But what? Why do you care so much? "I am your bodyguard, not your husband." Chapter 41. 1,000 miles of discontent indeed. A single remark can render one speechless. She was merely following orders to ensure her own protection. Once her safety was assured, what concern did her private life hold for her? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Qin had staunchly rejected such notions from the very beginning. This sudden shift in her disposition is undeniably perplexing. Could it be that she has developed feelings for this fellow? No. How could that possibly be? As Qin pondered this, she shook her head, revealing the turmoil brewing within her. "Alas, I once believed you to be unique. It appears you are just like any other woman, fixated solely on my exterior. Why does no one ever seek to appreciate the depth of my character beneath this handsome facade?" Mo, with an expression of distress, shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Qin shot him a glare. "Dream on. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would never harbor affection for you. Does that mean I still have a chance?" At this juncture, Chen Xian interjected with a sharp comment. "Oh dear brother, why not let me pursue you instead?" Such words were nothing short of public humiliation. Qin promptly smacked Chen Xian, wondering if this was truly the moment to capitalize on someone else's vulnerability. "You." Mo glanced at her, offering a slight smile without uttering a word. "What do you mean? Do you think I am unworthy of you? Do you have any idea how many men are lining up to pursue me from the southern to the eastern parts of the city? If I were to be with you, wouldn't that be a tremendous boon for you?" Chen Xian, hands on her hips, huffed in indignation. She had demonstrated her allure at school today, yet Mo was taken aback, although Chen Xian was indeed attractive. To label her as the belle of Jiangzhou University seemed a bit excessive. Had his aesthetic judgment deteriorated so drastically during his years abroad? "Perhaps I could pose you a question, and if you answer correctly, I shall grant you the opportunity to pursue me?" Mo said with a mischievous grin. What is 40,000 multiplied by 40,000? He presumed this would be a challenging conundrum, at least on par with the difficult problem presented on the board that morning. To his surprise, it was merely a straightforward multiplication. Chen Xian, without a moment's hesitation, responded, 1,600,000. "This is such an elementary question. How dare you test me? There are countless ways to insult someone. Why did you have to choose this particular method?" Both Mo and Qin were momentarily stunned. The calculation of 40,000 times 40,000 yielding a result of 1,600,000 was indicative of a complete detachment from mathematical reasoning. "Your situation may require more than just a little mental exercise," he remarked awkwardly, unable to comprehend how someone with such intellect would dare to study advanced mathematics. Though it was only introductory level math, it seemed a bit unfair to challenge her with such material given her apparent limitations. Qin, overhearing this, was also taken aback. University-level mathematics extends far beyond mere equations. It delves into more profound realms. Was this the disdainful perspective of a genius? Wasn't it 1,600,000? Did I err? Chen Xian has steadfastly insisted that the outcome is not erroneous, but upon hearing a whisper from Qin, she suddenly experienced a moment of realization. "You scoundrel, are you implying that I am foolish?" Just as Mo was about to enter the kitchen, he turned to glance at her upon hearing her exclamation. "Shall I present you with another problem? Get lost. Will you still pursue me? Pursue your mother. Then I shall be at ease." With that, Mo carried the ingredients into the kitchen. Frustrated, Chen Xian kicked over the trash can in the living room, muttering, "You little rascal. Just wait until I get the chance to deal with you." Qin shook her head in resignation and settled onto the sofa. "Forget it. The two of us are no match for him." Initially, Qin did not believe in his prowess, thinking that even a genius would be dulled by the passage of time. Yet, reality proved one thing. A genius remains a genius. The talent he displayed was not merely a testament to his academic achievements. "Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot handle that rascal." Chen Xian pounded the sofa in exasperation. "Sister Lan, is that bag of rat poison I bought last time still around?" Qin abruptly lifted her head and whispered, "What are you planning? You wouldn't be thinking of poisoning him, would you? Rat poison can kill." "It's not rat poison. When I purchased it, I also got a package of laxatives called 1,000 miles of diarrhea." The two women exchanged knowing glances, as if they had reached a silent agreement. They rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a plastic bag filled with white powder. Exiner, this is not a good idea. What if someone dies? Qin Lan voiced her concerns as she gazed at the powder. Chen Xian grinned mischievously. Sister Lan, this fellow always bullies us. He deserves to be taught a lesson. With my 1,000 miles of diarrhea, I will ensure he suffers today. But, oh, you are studying medicine. This laxative's main ingredient is croton oil, which is meant to relieve the intestines. Drinking more water will alleviate the pain. No one will die. Soon, the sounds of clinking bottles and jars emanated from the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Emo Hai emerged, presenting a beautifully prepared oil-braised king crab. He meticulously separated each leg and piece of meat, layering them with garlic, scallions, and ginger, before drenching it all in hot oil, turning the crab a brilliant red. We're out of cooking wine. Go fetch some for me, Emo Hai said softly to Qin Lan. Me? Qin Lan pointed to herself incredulously. You command me? He tossed 20 yuan onto the table with a faint smile. At the office, you are the boss. At home, you are my subordinate. You must follow my lead, understood? Who is your subordinate? Once you eat my food, you become my woman. After all, you're already carrying my child, aren't you? Rest assured, I am not the kind of man who abandons his responsibilities. You. Hey, I've only cooked a few meals for you. Don't speak as if something significant has transpired between us. The woman exclaimed. You are quite greedy, aren't you? Just being able to enjoy my cooking should suffice. Yet you are still daydreaming about something more between us? In a fit of anger, Qin Lan picked up a cushion and hurled it at him. However, Emo Hai, with remarkable agility, deftly dodged the projectile. Go buy some wine. My dish is on the verge of burning. Don't waste the ingredients I've painstakingly prepared. Emo Hai waved his hand dismissively, his tone rife with authority. Qin Lan was a manager overseeing hundreds of employees, accustomed to giving orders rather than receiving them. How could it be that someone who was nearly dismissed from their position today now dared to command her? Chapter 42. Do we really have to go this far? Xiner. Qin Lan exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong, Sister Lan? Chen Xian approached and whispered. Give me the medicine. I want this guy to pay. Be careful. Don't pour too much. This could be deadly. She continuously sprinkled the powder over the steamed king crab, even drizzling some sauce over it to conceal her actions. An entire bag of powder was dumped onto the crab, and consuming it would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Lanjia, you can't be serious. Are you trying to take half his life? Chen Xian remarked with a mischievous grin. Haha, let's see if he dares to anger us again after this. As she mixed the powder into the dish, 10 minutes later, Emo Hai brought out 7 or 8 bowls. Each dinner was exquisitely prepared, enough to equal a regular person's monthly salary. They were enjoying a feast far superior to the average meal. Qin Lan didn't question where he had acquired the money, nor did she pursue Emo Hai for repayment. It seemed unnecessary to chase after tens or hundreds of thousands, as he clearly couldn't produce billions. Why are you all staring at me? Emo Hai squinted at the two women, puzzled. I know I'm handsome, but surely not to the extent of being a feast for the eyes. You women are so superficial. If I weren't afraid of you, I'd really want to slap you. Qin Lan retorted, somewhat irked. By the way, what is the deal with that boss one today? Were you also involved in that world? Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of disappointment, or perhaps regret. Such a talent should soar high above. Looking down upon the masses, yet here he was mingling with the dregs of society, squandering his gifts. Although Enfeng was the owner of Kailai real estate, he had never received a formal education, rising to prominence through dubious means. In a sense, he was a character, but in the presence of true power players, such individuals were insignificant. Indeed, I have been in that world, Emo Hai admitted with a smile. But I walked the path of greatness. His is merely a side road. To me, it's inconsequential. The path of greatness? What does that mean? The way of heaven and the way of dominance are one. What is that? The way of kings. The two women exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by his words. Those who thrived in the underworld were commonly understood to be part of society's more unsavory elements. How could he articulate such profound concepts? Seeing their confusion, Emo Hai shrugged and chuckled lightly. It's all right. Given your backgrounds and levels, you'll never reach such heights in this lifetime, so it's understandable not to comprehend. I graduated from Stanford. Who do you look down upon? Qin Lan huffed, puffing up her cheeks in irritation. Graduated? Emo Hai replied with a slight smile. When faced with challenges, your degree means little. Can you use that education to reclaim the 60 million owed? As you navigate through society, you will soon realize that these things are merely embellishments, lacking substance, and yet too precious to discard. Over the years, Qin Lan has taken great pride in her sharp intellect. While she concedes that she cannot compare to Mo Hai, it is rather unbecoming to speak of herself in such a disparaging manner, especially considering that the Fenghua group was her brainchild. If you were so exceptional, why did you end up in prison? Chun Xian remarked with a disdainful curl of her lip, asserting that mere intelligence is not particularly remarkable. You are overwhelmingly formidable, yet devoid of any rivals. Mo Hai quipped with a mischievous grin. Moreover, the company there is delightful. They provide food, shelter, and companionship. If given the chance, I would gladly return for another decade or so, even planning my retirement there. The two women had grown accustomed to his habitual bravado, but this time he seemed to have crossed a line. It was the first occasion they had heard someone express a desire to return to prison due to its amenities. The two women trembled with indignation, as if unable to endure a moment without his ostentation. You still haven't explained why Boss One is so wary of you. This money seems too easily acquired. I'm almost hesitant to accept it. Qin Lan inquired once more. After a lengthy discussion, he still failed to clarify why the owner of Kale Real Estate would willingly double the repayment of his debt. Chun Xian pointed her chopsticks at him, exasperated. If you dare say it's because you're too handsome, I swear I'll poke your eyes out. Perhaps it's because I'm too charming, he retorted. What on earth does that mean? Ridiculous. Qin Lan couldn't contain her laughter, spitting out her drink in exasperation. As the three dined together, the two women sampled everything except the king crab, the most expensive dish on the table. Judging by its vibrant hue, it appeared to be expertly prepared, worthy of a five-star chef, yet the two could only gaze at it longingly. Come on, this crab is incredibly fresh. Is it not to your liking? Mo Hai inquired, eyes filled with curiosity. Chun Xian gulped nervously and shook her head emphatically. I'm on a diet, so I want to be eating it. You go ahead. Last time, you practically licked the plate clean. Why are you being so reserved today? Do you even believe what you're saying? She quickly shifted her gaze to Qin Lan, feeling at a loss in her verbal spar with Mo Hai. What do you know? Crab is too cold for the body. Consuming too much is detrimental to women's health. You should save it for yourself. We can make do with the other dishes. Qin Lan interjected. This reasoning seemed quite valid. Excessive crab consumption could indeed be harmful to women, potentially leading to infertility. I can't shake the feeling that you both are secretly relishing in my predicament, Mo Hai remarked while gnawing on a crab leg, observing the two women whose eyes sparkled with amusement after witnessing him savor the crab. Just eat. Why the unnecessary chatter? Dig in. Chun Xian playfully scooped some food into his bowl, exclaiming, if it weren't for my period, would I even leave any for you? Are you trying to poison me? Mo Hai looked at the two with a mischievous grin. If you don't want to eat, then so be it. Enraged, Chun Xian swiftly snatched the bowl back, prompting Mo Hai to chuckle and say, never mind. Given that crabs are quite cold in nature, I shall indulge instead. Now that's more like it. The two women exchanged glances and broke into sly smiles. 10 minutes later, the entire king crab had been devoured, leaving only 2 crab legs. Mo Hai reclined contentedly in his chair, licking his fingers. My culinary skills have improved once again. As a perfect man. I truly wonder who will benefit from me in the future. Would you perish if you weren't so narcissistic? Mo Hai sighed. Fortunately, I'm caught up in the world of vice. If it were handsome men being apprehended, I would have faced execution 100 times over. Chapter 43. This is of your own making. Chun Xian was anxiously glancing at the time, wondering why the effects of the medicine had yet to manifest after such a considerable interval. Meanwhile, only 2 crab legs remained on the plate. Are you both really not going to eat? Mo Hai inquired, puzzled by their reluctance. Do you feel any discomfort? Qin Lan leaned in and whispered. Not at all. Mo Hai replied with a mischievous grin. What is this? Have you slipped me some soporific? You truly are resolute in your intentions. Dream on. Who would covet you? She retorted, then whispered to Chun Xian, could it be that this medicine has expired? It doesn't seem to be working. Perhaps, since it was purchased last year. Given the time that has elapsed, it might indeed be past its prime. Chun Xian sighed in resignation. The two women were unreserved in their discussion about drugging right in front of Mo Hai. After several more minutes, as Mo Hai was about to finish off the plate of king crab, Chun Xian snatched it away. Didn't you just complain about the cold nature of crabs? What are you doing? Mo Hai chuckled wryly. Chun Xian eagerly began to devour a crab leg. I was nearly suffocating. I thought this medicine was still good. And now you've almost consumed it all. She then offered one to Qin Lan. Here, Sister Lan, have one too, or this guy will polish off the entire plate. Qin Lan hesitated, feeling a twinge of reluctance. as she was aware that she had personally administered the medicine. Are you truly fine? Shin Xian questioned, her mouth smeared with sauce. If he is unharmed, what do we have to fear? She turned to Mo Hai with a smile. Right? Indeed. He took a sip of tea, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Though still somewhat hesitant, Qin Lan could no longer resist the allure of the king crab. After cautiously tasting a piece and finding it delightful, she began to devour it ravenously. Delicious. This is truly exquisite, Shin Xian exclaimed, pounding her chest as if to alleviate the pressure. I must admit, your culinary skills are impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Enjoy your meal. I need to use the restroom, Mo Hai remarked with a grin, rising to head upstairs. Typically, a villa would have 2 restrooms. He went upstairs first, locked the door from the inside, and then leapt out the window. He re-entered through the front door on the first floor. Weren't you just upstairs? How come you're coming in from downstairs? Shin Xian asked, licking her fingers and wiping the grease from her mouth, puzzled. He raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. The door to the upstairs restroom was broken, so I came down here. How particular? She scoffed. As if anyone would bother checking on you. I fear that if you saw me, you might become infatuated. Pa. As if. Mo Hai chose not to engage further, heading directly into the downstairs restroom, locking the door from within and playing a song. Gurgle, gurgle. Shin Xian suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in her lower abdomen. With one hand pressed against her belly, she softly murmured, Lanjia, why does my stomach hurt so much? Could it be that I've eaten something bad? I feel a bit unwell too. Qin Lan replied, clutching her stomach with a pained expression. Could it be that the medication is taking effect? No, I can't hold it anymore. It's about to burst. The 2 women hastily leapt from their beds and dashed toward the restroom, one ascending to the 2nd floor while the other rushed to the ground floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Qin Lan discovered that the bathroom door was inexplicably stuck. Damn it, is this door broken? Meanwhile, Shin Xian was outside the restroom on the ground floor, shaking the door insistently. You bastard, hurry up and come out. I can't hold it any longer. What are you doing? I'm in here, came the muffled reply. Get out, get out, get out. Through the glass of the restroom, one could see Shin Xian's body twisting in desperation, evidently trying to suppress the urge. Occasionally, distressing sounds could be heard emanating from within. Qin Lan, being rather clever, grabbed a few packs of tissue and bolted out of the villa towards the public restroom. Oh dear brother, I'm begging you, come out. It's going to burst. Shin Xian lamented at the door. If you don't come out soon, I won't be able to hold it. What's the rush? I'm not feeling well either. Just wait a moment. It might be over soon. How long is soon? Hurry up, or I swear I'll break in. I'll count to 3. Initially, it seemed like a jest, but to her surprise, the girl was indeed serious. Bang! The door swung open just as Mo Hai was using the urinal. Upon entering, Shin Xian's expression shifted from anger to shock. What the hell? Is this guy a donkey in his past life? This is unbelievable. Is that even a normal man's size? You. Mo Hai shot her a glance. What's with you? Even if it's impressive, it's not for you. Who would care? Get lost. With that, he pushed past her, barely allowing her to exit before she burst forth. One must admit, this woman had exquisite skin, fair and delicate, so smooth that not a pore could be seen. The scent, however, was a bit overwhelming. What are you staring at? No matter how fair, it's not yours. She snapped at Mo Hai, clearly irritated. So foul. Who cares? You. Despicable, despicable. It's all because of this jerk that I'm in such a predicament. As night fell, Qin Lan and Shin Xian nearly collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from the night's antics. Their stomachs growling yet devoid of energy even to visit the restroom. Just then, Mo Hai emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of seafood noodles, only to be met with baleful glares from the 2 women. How about some? Shin Xian tossed a pillow at him. Get lost. Why are you completely fine? The medication hasn't expired, has it? You don't even know if the medicine you gave is still good? But why are you unaffected? Me. I steeped the herbal concoction known as crane top red in water. So what significance does this laxative hold? You are truly abnormal. Are you even human? In truth, I could indulge in even more bizarre practices. Would you care to experiment? The 2 women shouted in unison. Get lost. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Zhou group, a middle-aged man was in a fit of rage, having already dismissed several members of the marketing department. The reason? After all these days, they had failed to secure a piece of land in the northern district. A bunch of useless imbeciles. What purpose does the marketing department serve? After so long, still unable to conquer that lucrative plot in the north, what use are you to me? Let me make this clear. If our Zhou family cannot acquire the finest pieces of land, no one will find respite. Chapter 44. To achieve such a state. You are truly impressive at present. The Zhou family urgently requires the acquisition of land in the northern part of the city. The global economy is in a downturn, and many industries have reached saturation. With a population exceeding 10 million in Jiangzhou, the northern district remains an untapped area. Every inch of land developed into skyscrapers or amusement parks promises substantial profits. Essentially, whoever secures the land will reap enormous rewards. As the leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, the Zhou family naturally aspires to obtain the finest plots. However, thus far, there has been no sign of progress. Despite numerous inquiries, results have been elusive, and the Zhou family fears that these prime parcels may be snatched away by others. Father, why are you so upset? Who in Jiangzhou would dare disregard the Zhou family's prestige? Zhou Yunfei remarked coolly, puffing on a cigarette. Besides, we need not fixate solely on the northern area. By acquiring Fenghua Group and seizing the patents held by that woman, we could equally profit, couldn't we? You know nothing. All day long, your mind is preoccupied with women, while you show no concern for business matters. The Northern Project is pivotal for the future development of Jiangzhou. Whoever establishes a foothold there will secure a future in the city. The middle-aged man paced anxiously, aware that a press conference was scheduled for next week. Yet no slots had been secured. His greatest fear was that someone had already been pre-selected for this opportunity, which is why the information remained undisclosed, preventing any external intervention. Within a week, you must expedite the acquisition of Fenghua Group. This way, we can create momentum, and no one will dare to compete with the Zhou family for territory. Zhou Yunfei looked up in astonishment. Perhaps it won't even take a week. Fenghua Group is already a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Then hasten the pace. Secure Fenghua Group by any means necessary. Understood. Leave it to me. The following morning, Imo Hai was in the kitchen preparing a meal, experimenting with Italian bacon rolls. However, the meat he was using was neither beef, nor lamb, nor seafood. How tender. What kind of meat is this? Chen Xian inquired, taking a bite, and the juices began to drip down, even stretching into strands. The meat melted in her mouth as if dancing on her tongue. Even Qinlan, who took a delicate bite, was taken aback. This meat is delightful. It doesn't taste like lamb or beef. What is it? Delicious, I assent it. I can tell you've never had this before. It's donkey meat, priced at 3,000 yuan per jin. Each bite you take is worth at least 500 yuan, Imo Hai said while adding seasonings to the meat, revealing that the lobster and abalone were merely side dishes. Such was the exorbitant value of the donkey meat. 3,000 yuan per jin? Are you out of your mind? That's even more expensive than gold. Chen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. If you eat like this every day, how much money do you have left? A pound merely equates to 500 grams, rendering this donkey meat 600 yuan per gram, whereas gold is currently priced at merely 400 yuan per gram. This truly surpasses even the value of gold. Observing her naive demeanor, Imo Hai could not help but chuckle derisively. In this lifetime, why must one calculate so meticulously? Vehicles and residences are but external possessions. Only culinary delights deserve our utmost appreciation. As for money, as long as it suffices, who cares how much there is? Sufficient? How much is that? Hundreds of billions should suffice. The two women promptly turned their heads away, clearly skeptical of Imo Hai's claims. In fact, they had never believed him at all. With such vast wealth, who would squander time here? Wouldn't T1 have embarked on a global journey, indulging in lavish experiences? To them, Imo Hai's penchant for daydreaming was not a recent phenomenon. All right, enough chatter, let us eat. I have matters to attend to shortly. Qinlan lifted her gaze slightly to regard him. You have matters? What matters? Last night, my master visited me in a dream. That old fellow is still in debt to me, requesting I send him some money. During his lifetime, he owed me 10 trillion. I cannot believe he continues to burden me with debt, even in the afterlife. Spending a lifetime repaying my master is quite the predicament. By the way, tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. You must accompany me, Qinlan said softly, taking a bite of her pancake. After all these years, this was the first time she would bring a man home, yet it was her grandfather's explicit request that she must bring Imo Hai along, or else she might as well not return home. Imo Hai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I haven't even agreed to be your boyfriend. And here you're introducing me to your family. What family? It's merely a simple meal. Huh? Simple? You may consider it simple, but I suspect your Qin family does not share your sentiment. She retorted. Pooh, Do you think everyone is as self-absorbed as you? The matches you've introduced me to could stretch from here to the outskirts of the city. What makes you so exceptional? Indeed. Suddenly, Chen Xian recalled something, and a mouthful of milk escaped her lips. Reflecting on the events of last night, she had to concede that this fellow was indeed remarkable in certain aspects. Yet, it was merely in certain aspects. After having taught them both a lesson the previous night, he was considerably more subdued now. Forget it. I want to pursue it. Qinlan shot him a glare, irked. I haven't settled the score from last night, and you dare act all high and mighty here? Mo Hai feigned innocence. The medicine was your doing. It has nothing to do with me. You. Had they been capable, the two women might have lunged at him. Accompany me back. I shall absolve you of 10 billion in debt owed to our Qin family. Deal. After finishing their meal, Qinlan ascended the stairs to tidy up. Once she departed, Chen Xian leaned in and whispered, I have a class reunion in a couple of days. And it's possible, are you hoping to drag me along to make a fool of myself? Mo Hai took a sip of soy milk and scoffed. You certainly have a way about you. Managing to navigate school life like this is quite impressive. Of course, with my looks, I could easily be deemed a goddess. Not just at Jiangzhou University, but at any university. Those who pursue me often circle the playground several times. No, I was referring to the matter of your exclusion and bullying. You. Why bring up such sensitive topics? Are you not aware of the intricacies among girls? Did you never encounter any targeted hostility during your school years? What do you think? Individuals like Mo Hai, regardless of the institution, are typically shielded from such adversities, and considering his age, having graduated from elementary school, he is already an alumnus of Yenjing University. Can they truly be compared on the same level? Chapter 45. Is effort insufficient without genius? After dining, one headed towards the company while the other made his way to school. Mo Hai hailed a taxi by the roadside, journeying towards the outskirts of the city. He procured a substantial amount of paper currency and found himself before his master's grave. He often pondered a question, when one is devoid of money, is there no one above to offer sacrifices on their behalf? He meticulously arranged the paper notes, fashioning them into a hollow structure. Old man, you who can lose so much playing 50-cent mahjong, what are you even doing? As the fire ignited, an unseen force seemed to propel the paper offerings into the flames with fervor. Damn it, how much do you owe down there? The notes being burned were of high denomination. Even if the underground experienced inflation, it should suffice. However, given the current situation, this amount might still fall short of what was lost. While he grumbled about his master, he continued to incinerate the paper. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the direction of the bamboo grove. Jiang Shao, the feng shui here is truly exceptional. Being buried here guarantees prosperity and advancement. Hearing this commotion, Mo Hai turned abruptly, observing several individuals approaching. The golden toad's breath has been claimed, exclaimed a man in a Taoist robe, stroking his small mustache with irritation. Beside him, a young man wore a grave expression. Master Wang, can it still be used if it has been claimed? Not anymore. One spot for one person, there is likely no better location for miles around. Young brother, name your price. Any amount will do. Mo Hai rubbed his temples. Feeling utterly speechless, he was already in a foul mood, and now it had worsened. Do you possess knowledge of feng shui? Mo Hai inquired solemnly. Humph. I am Wang Ping'an, the foremost feng shui master in Jiangzhou. The man, clutching two large beads, sneered. Are you frightened now? Do not mention your master's name. I fear it would tarnish his reputation. With your level of expertise, you dare call yourself the best in Jiangzhou? I have studied feng shui for merely 3 months, and my knowledge surpasses your entire lifetime. What do you mean by that? You mistake a death spot for a dragon spot. With your skills, do not flaunt your ignorance. Mo Hai retrieved 3 incense sticks, igniting them before presenting them to Wang Ping'an. 3 minutes later, the man's complexion changed dramatically. Absolute kill spot. The sharply dressed young man whispered, what does absolute kill spot mean? Being buried here leads to severed familial ties, with both parents deceased, ensuring a lifetime of despair. But how can this be? I clearly perceived it as a dragon spot. Mo Hai took the 3 incense sticks and tossed them into the flames. The artificial mountains and waters are mere illusions. My master was concerned that someone might mistakenly enter this spot, hence he chose to be buried here upon his demise. Only those with a young destiny and without offspring, living a life of simplicity, may inhabit this spot. Is there truly such a thing as an absolute kill spot in this world? With your current abilities, there remains a plethora of unknowns. Should you disregard my counsel and unearth my master, you shall soon discover the consequences. The supposed absolute kill point masquerades under a guise of auspicious purple energy, reminiscent of dragons returning to the heavens and phoenixes returning to their nests. In this age, where deception knows no bounds, what is to stop such a point from being fabricated? Regardless of whether this is indeed the absolute kill point, it seems unlikely that it will be employed again. My young friend, I beg your pardon for any offense caused. My knowledge is limited, and I seek your understanding. However, I find it perplexing that such a prosperous land as Jiangzhou could harbor an absolute kill point. Wang Ping'an hastily approached, bowing deeply with hands clasped in respect. I humbly ask for your guidance, esteemed elder. Mo Hai waved his hand dismissively, replying with a hint of exasperation. My interest in geomancy is minimal. I have studied it for only a few months. How could you fail to comprehend such a straightforward matter? How long have you studied? 10, 18 years. 18 years. What have you truly learned? I have encountered those lacking talent, but never one as devoid of skill as you. The young man beside them observed Wang Ping'an being chastised, astonished. He was well known in Jiangzhou's elite circles, a disciple of the Qianyun Mountain's Golden Light Cave, proficient in geomancy and supernatural arts, even serving as the president of Jiangzhou's Taoist Association. Yet today, he was being berated like a child by a mere youth. If I am not mistaken, the southeastern area has likely been excavated for road construction, akin to an arrow piercing the heart of a body, a veritable death trap. Whoever is buried here shall meet their demise. Enough of this. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Mo Hai said softly, waving his hand. Wang Ping'an suddenly dropped to his knees. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. I vow to learn with humility. I have already stated that I have only studied for 3 months. I am leagues behind my master. You would do better to seek someone more capable. It is impossible. How could one master the art of geomancy and fortune-telling in just 3 months? I have studied for 18 years and still find uncertainty at times. That merely highlights your lack of aptitude. Humans are inherently categorized into various tiers. If diligence alone sufficed, what need would there be for genius? With that, Mo Hai prepared to leave. The silent man in the suit promptly blocked his path. Wait, my friend. Is there something else? Mo Hai glanced back, his voice cool and questioning. Here is my business card. Should you require assistance in Jiangzhou, do not hesitate to contact me. My surname is Jiangming. Mo Hai accepted the card and glanced at it. It bore only a phone number and a name, devoid of any other information. It appeared to be from a certain family, likely a personal contact. Does a name hold any significance in Jiangzhou? Jiangming awkwardly nodded. It holds some weight. Noticing the pallor on your face, I suspect someone in your family suffers from a grave illness. Avoid Western medicine. Seek out traditional Chinese medicine. However, he trailed off, and Mo Hai shook his head slightly. The fortune embodied within a person is profoundly influenced by their entire lineage. Observing those from esteemed families and noble houses, one often discerns an extraordinary spirit reflected in the demeanor of their descendants. This individual possesses an appearance indicative of wealth and prosperity, yet is marred by an aura of misfortune, suggesting the onset of decline. Mo Hai has indeed only practiced for 3 months, and he harbors little interest in the intricacies of feng shui. It is precisely due to his lack of enthusiasm that his master seems to antagonize him, as if he has not fully inherited the teachings. However, what? Jiangming promptly pressed for clarification. Just then, Mo Hai's phone chimed, revealing a call from Qinlan. He quickly waved his hand, claiming an urgent matter required his immediate departure, not granting the other party an opportunity to respond. Chapter 46. In critical moments. I must rely on myself as Mo Hai prepared to depart. Jiangming hastily called out to him, Young brother, might I have your name? We are both in Jiangzhou, and it is possible we may meet again. Rest assured, you will learn my name in due time. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Mo Hai, with his phone tucked into his pocket, glanced back at Jiangming with a cold smirk. No need to see me off. I have other matters to attend to. Jiangming, caught in a web of unspoken thoughts, clearly yearned for a means of contact, yet feared to provoke this enigmatic individual, as those of such exceptional talent often possess peculiar temperaments. He could only watch helplessly as Mo Hai vanished into the bamboo grove, a wave of regret washing over him. Master Wang, how does this person compare to your own abilities? Wang Ping'an, clad in his Taoist robe, lowered his head in embarrassment. He surpasses me by several times. Even hundreds of times. To possess such prowess at our age is astonishing. If he could be enlisted to serve the Jiang family, the prospect of dominating the entire southwest province would be within our grasp. That is not feasible. Wang Ping'an interjected urgently. A person of his caliber possesses an exceedingly high ambition. If he chooses to assist the Jiang family, prosperity will follow. However, should he decide to undermine us, Jiangzhou will see the end of our family within 3 days. Such talent must be courted, and should we fail to win him over, we cannot afford to offend him. The ability to discern the critical points of this location with mere incense signifies a profound mastery, at least on par with my own master. If he truly achieved such feats after only 3 months of study, his innate talent is truly terrifying. The emergence of such a figure in Jiangzhou raises questions of fortune or calamity. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. In Jiangzhou, at Fenghua Group, upon returning to the company, Mo Hai was greeted by the sight of individuals gradually removing their belongings from the premises, with several large trucks parked outside the adjacent warehouse. What is happening? He quietly inquired of Lao He, stationed at the security room. It is said that one of our cold medications has resulted in fatalities. The warehouse has been inspected, stocks have plummeted, and several shareholders are demanding their withdrawals. The entire upper management is in disarray. Lao He sighed. Perhaps in a few days, we too may find ourselves unemployed. Unemployed? That is impossible. As long as I wish to remain here, this company will not collapse. Mo Yi, this situation may indeed be more serious than you perceive. Without further ado, Mo Hai ascended the stairs, his mission being to ensure Qinlan's safety. He possessed a special card allowing him direct access to the top floor. Before he could exit the elevator, he was met with a cacophony of voices arguing at the office door. A motley crowd had gathered outside the CEO's office, with some even attempting to kick down the door. Journalists were also present, which was peculiar. Ordinary individuals could not access the top floor without special cards reserved for the CEO and select shareholders. The presence of these individuals suggested there were dissenters within the company. Qinlan remained hidden in the CEO's office, too afraid to emerge, even as individuals with fiery tempers relentlessly kicked at the door. Were it not for the door's sturdy construction, it would have likely been breached by now. Damn it, you wretched woman, have the guts to open the door. One voice bellowed. Producing counterfeit medicine, you're truly a scoundrel. How can you profit from such morally bankrupt endeavors? Have you lost your humanity? Mark my words. If you do not come out, I shall demolish your company today. The CEO's office was adjacent to the administrative department, with the human resources department located downstairs. All vital sectors of the company. The commotion caused widespread anxiety among the employees. If disturbances were to occur frequently, thoughts of seeking employment elsewhere would inevitably arise. The company felt precariously balanced on the brink of collapse. Outside, the lobby was filled with at least 100 people, some lying on stretchers, others seated in wheelchairs, and a few being supported by companions, their faces contorted in pain. Under normal circumstances, such incidents would warrant immediate police intervention. However, no officers were present. Instead, a group of delinquents had been allowed in, wreaking havoc in the vicinity, and most alarmingly, the security personnel downstairs had not been notified. It was evident that this chaos had been orchestrated with meticulous planning. Several youths continued to bang on the CEO's office door. Mo Hai approached, effortlessly tossing one of them aside as if he were a mere chick. If you wish to resolve this matter, now is the time to remain silent, Mo Hai commanded, pointing at the bald-headed youth, who stood frozen in place, too intimidated to move. He gently knocked on the door and whispered, "It's me, Mo Hai. I'm here. Please come out." Indeed, just 3 seconds later, the door swung open. After a prolonged period of silence despite the ruckus outside, Mo Hai's knock had finally elicited a response. As the door opened, a surge of individuals rushed forward. Qinlan instinctively ducked behind Mo Hai. Had she not heard his voice, she would not have dared to appear. She had bombarded the emergency hotline, but all she received were assurances that help would arrive shortly, a promise that had yet to materialize even after an hour of waiting. Thus, she had no choice but to call him back. At times like this, he proved to be somewhat reliable. "Step back," Mo Hai shouted, causing a nearby vase to shatter inexplicably. The crowd, which had been poised to charge forward, immediately halted in their tracks. The chilling gaze cast by Mo Hai rendered everyone present uneasy. "My uncle consumed your company's medication and remains unconscious. I demand an explanation. You powerful corporations believe you can act with impunity simply because of your wealth and influence." A bearded man shouted angrily. Indeed, a middle-aged man lay on a stretcher, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. In all honesty, it was absurd to create a scene here rather than taking him to the hospital. Such devotion to family was remarkable. "Did your uncle eat crabs at noon?" Mo Hai squinted and murmured, "What? Is it forbidden to eat crabs while taking your cold medicine?" The man retorted coldly. He directly instructed the person beside him to fetch a cup of soapy water. It is certain that ordinary cold medicine would not react with crabs. However, if one consumes persimmons before indulging in crabs, the outcome may be unpredictable. Is this a live broadcast? Emohai chuckled, glancing at the two journalists. The two exchanged glances and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded slightly. As long as it's a live broadcast, consuming crabs alongside persimmons can easily lead to symptoms such as gout or shock. Generally, administering soapy water proves effective if it does work. It suggests that the consumption of cold medicine is largely irrelevant. If it proves ineffective, the compensation shall be exacted without a single penny spared from General Chin. Isn't that right, General Chin? Emohai turned to look at Chin Lon, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Chapter 47. This little money. Want to keep me? It was astonishing that such a basic matter eluded Chin Lan's thoughts. Upon seeing the throngs of people rushing towards her, she hastily retreated into her office. Yet, under such circumstances, these individuals were unlikely to heed her explanations. They were evidently intent on creating chaos. And it was improbable that they would listen to a mere woman like Chin Lan. The puppeteer behind the scenes aimed to ruin Chin Lan's reputation, pushing her to the brink of despair, rendering her incapable of continuing her work. As long as she remained the president, the company would never find peace. If it is due to our company's pharmaceuticals, I am willing to offer tenfold compensation, Chin Lan stated, addressing the crowd and the camera. Did you hear that? Emohai approached the middle-aged man on the stretcher, holding a cup of soapy water, and whispered with a mischievous grin, "Actually, this isn't soap water. It's merely the water I use to wash my feet, enhanced with a little extra ingredient for better effect." As soon as he finished speaking, the man, who had been convulsing on the stretcher, instantly sprang up. "Damn, it reeks of stinky feet." Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, and two reporters wore expressions of utter bewilderment. A moment ago, he was on the stretcher, foaming at the mouth and contorted in agony, and the next, he was fully alert. The truth was evident in an instant. He leaned closer to Chin Lan and whispered, "Do you want to resolve this matter quickly? Do you even need to ask? 100 billion. You're always talking about money. Then you handle it yourself? I'm leaving," Emohai said, preparing to walk away, but Chin Lan seized his sleeve. "Deal. Get them out of here, quickly. All right, give me your wallet." "What do you need my wallet for?" Chin Lan retrieved her wallet, and Emohai snatched it from her, tossing several thousand yuan into the air. "Take the money and scram." Instantly, those seated in wheelchairs and lying on stretchers, aided by others, became lively. The elderly men and women, as they scrambled for the cash, had gleaming eyes. Could anyone dare to claim they were patients? This was a live broadcast, with thousands watching online. Originally, the intent was to leverage public opinion to place Fenghua Group in a precarious position, but with Emohai's antics, it only proved that someone was deliberately stirring trouble. Initially, these individuals sought to provoke Chin Lan, and now they were all preoccupied with seizing money. This scene was promptly captured and broadcasted by two cameras. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family group in Jiangzhou, Zhou Yunfei sat in his office, embracing his secretary while sipping tea with some shareholders of Fenghua Group. After today, young Master Zhou would officially become the new president of Fenghua Group, merely a figurehead. For what importance could someone of young Master Zhou's stature possibly see in Fenghua Group? It is already new, and I suspect that the individuals dispatched have thoroughly muddled the Fenghua Group's affairs. I have called all the relevant authorities, and none will entertain the case involving that woman, Chin Lan. The objective is to drive her step by step towards a dead end, until she has no choice but to turn back and seek assistance from Zhou Shao. Ha! To our victory, cheers. Just as a few individuals were reveling in their triumph, Zhou Yunfei's phone rang. Recognizing it as a call from his associates, he hastily answered, only to be met with shocking news that caused his expression to change dramatically. "What do you mean it's a mess? That little security guard again. Does he wish to end his career? Time and again he opposes me. It seems he no longer wishes to remain in Jiangzhou. A group of useless fools. Incapable of handling such trivial matters. What purpose do they serve under my employ?" He forcefully pushed his secretary aside and hastily opened his computer to peruse online news. His initial intent was to tarnish the Fenghua Group's reputation, thereby compelling Chin Lan to declare bankruptcy, a common tactic among capitalists. For instance, when Zhong Shuigao's exorbitantly priced ice cream faced public outcry this year, there were orchestrated attempts to malign ordinary ice cream brands over hygiene concerns. The market is rife with deceit. Those who are overly naive are easily ousted. If it weren't for Emohai's prompt intervention, Chin Lan would have undoubtedly become the target of widespread criticism. However, the The situation appeared to have backfired. The sales of Fenghua Group's pharmaceuticals had not only remained steady but had surged, with the very cold medicine that was being slandered selling out completely. The more they targeted Fenghua Group, the more it became apparent to the public that it was a conscientious enterprise. What was supposed to lead to a production halt was instead revived by the online community. Damn, how could this happen? Zhou Yunfei observed the online frenzy surrounding Fenghua Group's medicines, all being snatched up as consumers feared they would be unable to purchase them in the future, resulting in the emergence of second-hand medicine dealers. In an instant, the cold medicine series from Fenghua Group had ignited a sensation online. He picked up his water cup and smashed it against the computer screen, prompting those nearby to hastily vacate the area. If they lingered in such a volatile atmosphere, they would surely become victims of his wrath. In the evening, at the Fenghua Group's security office, Qin Lan stood outside, handing Mo Hai 2,000 yuan with a gentle tone. Use this to arrange a nice meal tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you shopping for clothes. The surrounding security personnel were left dumbfounded. Not only was she giving money, but she also intended to take him shopping. Had Mo Hai saved the galaxy in a past life? Are you planning to support me? That is rather insufficient. He replied, utterly speechless. She retrieved a bank card from her wallet and handed it to him. Take this card for now. If it's insufficient, we can discuss it later. I must leave now. Be sure to return promptly after work, as I did not bring my keys. Those in the vicinity held their breath upon hearing her words. Giving money was one thing, but was she actually living with him? After Qin Lan departed, Mo Hai gazed at the golden card in his hand. His face contorted with disdain as he remarked, how much could this worthless card possibly yield? Goodness, this is a golden card. One cannot obtain it unless their annual expenditures exceed 30 million. Surely, there must be at least 10 million contained within. Lao He, cradling the golden card in both hands, exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing 10 million, Mo Hai's eyes narrowed into slits. 10 million. Indeed, over 10 million. What kind of enchantment did you cast on President Qin? This is truly remarkable. She thinks merely 1 million would suffice to keep me? This woman is incredibly stingy. The others were left utterly speechless, pondering. I have seen people flaunt wealth, but never to such an extent. Chapter 48. The culinary maestro to be maintained by a woman is already a feat worthy of a lifetime of boasting, but to be supported by a young, beautiful, and affluent woman who is also the president of a company is a scenario that even the boldest dreamers dare not conceive. Yet, Mo Hai displayed a face of disdain. Beside him, a young security guard desperately clung to his leg, pleading, Sir, please teach me. I don't even need a president. Any woman would suffice. I've been single for 30 years. Just grant me a girlfriend. Sure. But my throat is parched, Mo Hai said with a mischievous cough. The young man immediately offered up his freshly purchased cup of milk tea, and several others presented their snacks and drinks as well. It seems that finding a partner in these times is indeed a formidable challenge. Mo Hai took a sip of the milk tea and smiled. In truth, finding a partner is quite simple. Just remember this one phrase, and women will be unable to resist you. A group of eager listeners sat nearby with their dedication to learning suggesting that had they applied themselves in their studies, they would not be relegated to the role of security guards. It's quite simple, really. Wisdom combined with courage and a dash of audacity. Mo Hai said with a grin, I have matters to attend to, ponder this well, as I must return to grocery shopping. Old Hay scratched his head, pen and paper in hand, and asked softly, Sir, would you say this is taking advantage of soft rice? Ah, not bad. You possess insight. He waved his hand and strode toward the exit. The group continued to contemplate his recent words. Captain, when do you think we can become figures like Sir Mo? A bespectacled young man inquired quietly. Old Hay shrugged. Perhaps it will be a challenge for this lifetime. It is said that earlier today, many were blocked at the president's office door. Yet he resolved the crisis with a mere gesture. Could you accomplish such a feat? My intellect may not rival his, but at the very least, I could shield the president from harm. He slapped the young man's forehead with a scoff. Shield from harm. The president requires individuals who can strategize, not simpletons who merely absorb blows. That is the gap. Do you truly believe that living off soft rice is as effortless as it seems? Those who manage it must possess a unique skill. Either they are extraordinarily handsome or exceptionally talented in some regard. But those who can thrive on soft rice, those are the true elites. This disparity may be insurmountable in a lifetime. Today, the Fenghua Group nearly faced collapse. Yet Mo Hai managed to salvage it, even causing Qin Lan to momentarily lose her composure in a state of bewilderment. To have successfully dispatched that group was commendable enough. let alone increasing the sales figures. This display left Qianlong utterly astonished. The following day, early in the morning, Mo Hai was busy in the kitchen, preparing a Cat Mountain King durian cheese and ham beef casserole. The durian, combined with cheese and cooked in an air fryer, emitted a delightful aroma rather than the usual pungent scent, revealing a subtly fragrant sweetness. The aroma is delightful. What are we having for breakfast this morning? Chen Xian exclaimed softly as she leaned over the railing on the second floor. Just this. He gently presented 3 plates. The cheese, beef, and ham casserole resembled a large loaf of bread. From above, it bore a striking resemblance to the 5 yuan loaves found at supermarkets. Have you run out of funds? Chen Xian glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Call me good sister, and I shall take care of you. At that moment, Qianlong emerged from her room and remarked softly, I just gave this fellow a card yesterday. He should now be wealthier than you. What? Sister Lon, you can't possibly have developed feelings for this guy, can you? Don't be ridiculous. The sales from last night likely matched the total of the previous 3 months. The revenue has surpassed 100 million, with profits far exceeding 10 million. All of this is thanks to Mo Hai. Had it not been for him, Qianlong would have likely resigned by now, transitioning from president to shareholder. Upon descending the stairs, the 2 women soon realized that the large loaf Mo Hai had prepared was somewhat different from their expectations. As they sliced the bread in half with a small knife, a wave of golden, creamy aroma enveloped them, mingling with a hint of the savory scent of beef. The fragrance of durian was concealed within the beef, and when opened, it was enough to make anyone's mouth water. I knew it. A person as particular as you could not possibly have a simple breakfast. This beef is incredibly tender. Truly remarkable. If things don't work out, come cook for me, and I shall pay you a salary. Chen Xian took a bite, and the flavor shot straight to her senses. With such skill, he could easily secure a position at any 5-star hotel, earning no less than 500,000 a year. Indeed, in this world, relying solely on academic qualifications is unreliable. One must possess true culinary talent. Foolish woman, do you think everyone can savor my cooking? Once, a bowl of my fried rice was auctioned for 300 million pounds by the European royalty. If you can taste my food, you must have been exceptionally good in your past life. Mo Hai smiled at her and said, so, with your little amount of money, it would be wise to save it. Is this not akin to tossing coins into a golden bowl? You, sir. A few compliments and you think you can ascend to the heavens. A bowl of fried rice sold for 300 million pounds. Are you still dreaming in broad daylight? Chen Xian rolled her eyes and retorted, if it weren't for your cooking, I'd have kicked you out long ago. Don't think that just because your surname is Mo, you can compare yourself to the culinary god Amo. He is the pinnacle of the culinary world. Can you rival him? Bah, I am Amo. You are nothing. You wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. He is universally recognized as a culinary deity, having prepared a lavish royal feast for the European monarchy, demanding 100 billion pounds, and that is merely the appearance fee. Can you even begin to compare? Mo Hai truly wished to slap his myriad certificates onto this woman's face to broaden her horizons. The certificates he has amassed, when weighed collectively, would likely be worth several thousand yuan. The title of culinary master is perhaps the least valuable among his accolades. He enjoys cooking, yet it does not imply that he wishes to monetize his talent. When he was approached to prepare a banquet for the European royal family, he declined multiple times, as their offer was exceedingly generous. After all, being royalty, they are accustomed to grandeur. The cost of the ingredients for that meal was likely less than a fraction of what Mo Hai earned. Nevertheless, they were willing to spend exorbitantly to savor his culinary creations. Such is the power of reputation in gastronomy. That night, the majority of the European royalty attended, and even those who could not find a seat were content to perch on the stairs for a taste. To this day, many boast about this experience. For having dined with a culinary master is a lifelong badge of honor. Chapter 49. Fate brings together unlikely allies. In truth, aside from being somewhat dim-witted, you are rather commendable. Mo Hai shook his head helplessly and chuckled. Chen Xian, stuffing her mouth with food, glanced up and shot him a disdainful look. Aside from your culinary skills, you possess no other merits. But I am handsome. Ugh, I might as well regurgitate last night's meal. Early in the morning, the two began their playful banter, while Qianlong quietly enjoyed her breakfast nearby. It must be said that this breakfast, crafted from the unique Cat Mountain durian, was indeed inventive, sweet, yet not cloying. The beef, imbued with its own rich aroma, was delightfully complemented by a specially prepared sauce. If one were to evaluate this dish conventionally, It would be difficult to find a chef in Jiangzhou capable of replicating it. Over the past few days, Mo Hai's creations had never repeated themselves, and they were so original that even naming them posed a challenge. It was evident that these were his personal culinary inventions. Should he possess a touch more composure, a position in a Michelin-starred restaurant would be well within his reach. Even if he could not ascend to the role of head chef, he would surely excel as a line cook. With a bit less arrogance and restlessness, a touch more steadiness, and less narcissism, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable talent. Sister Lan, you seem to be in good spirits this morning, looking quite radiant. I presume you slept well last night. Chen Xian inquired softly, gazing at her. Qin Lan took a sip of soup and nodded slightly. Quite well, in fact. This was the most restful night I've had in days. Last night, the warehouse was completely cleared of pharmaceuticals, and our revenue surpassed 100 million. 100 million. Indeed, this success is largely thanks to this fellow's assistance. After breakfast, change your clothes. I shall take you shopping. Him. Chen Xian regarded Mo Hai with disbelief. She had heard some details about yesterday's events, which merely hinted at his assistance in rescuing Qin Lan from a predicament. Surely, it was merely fortuitous. The journalists happened to be there, publicly exposing their adversary's scheme, thus turning the tide. I told you, once all debts are cleared, I will help your Qin family earn 100 billion. Yet you refuse to listen. Mo Hai shrugged with a smile. Qin Lan did not elaborate further. After a few more bites, she waved her hand. Hurry and eat. I must tidy up. Wait for me outside in 10 minutes. Hey. Ponder what I just said. Goodness. This woman, who usually appears so clever, how can she not grasp such matters? She ignored Mo Hai, not bothering to consider the veracity of his claims. In fact, she ought to contemplate why the Zhou family was able to control the media to interview Fenghua Group. Yet such events were still able to spread. Who was it that allowed this information to fester online? Moreover, how did it come to pass that in a single night, Fenghua Group's pharmaceutical inventory was entirely depleted? These were questions that Qin Lan did not associate with Mo Hai. Chen Xian, observing from the side, scoffed. Oh please, do you think Sister Lan is foolish? Your master owes their family an immense sum of money. Even if you cannot repay it, cooking daily would suffice. Besides, there are only 300 billion enterprises in Jiangzhou. Your words lack credibility. In truth, if she were willing, I could make the Qin family the sole 100 billion enterprise in Jiangzhou. Alas, should I offer you some money? What? Do you wish to support me? However, you must wait in line. Here, take some money and perhaps consult a psychologist, or better yet, a neurologist. For I suspect there may be issues with both your psyche and intellect. Yet, the fall of a genius is indeed a challenging reality to accept. You must pull yourself together. At 9 in the morning, Mo Hai drove with Qin Lan seated in the passenger seat. And together they arrived at the Tianhai Luxury Goods Trade Center. Aren't we going to your home? What are we doing here? He queried softly as he stepped out of the car, glancing around. Qin Lan shot him a sidelong glance and, observing his attire, replied sternly. I'm buying you clothes to spare you the embarrassment of wearing something without a label. Are you kidding? My clothes are quite expensive. The absence of a label is due to each piece being handcrafted by a master from abroad. My underwear is even trimmed with gold thread. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Mo Hai exclaimed, tugging at his trousers. She rolled her eyes and retorted, keep such nonsense to a minimum. They are not as forgiving as I am. My garments were meticulously stitched by Master Berloning, worth billions. Do you think this is mere street market fare? Isn't it? He replied. Enough of this wasted time. Let us hurry. With a sense of chagrin, Mo Hai finally grasped the truth. One should not attempt to alter a woman's perception of him, for more often than not, it is akin to preaching to the deaf. As the two prepared to enter the Tianhai Luxury Goods Trade Center, a voice called out from behind them. Well, what a coincidence. Who would we thought we'd encounter Miss Qin here? Turning around, they beheld a woman in a strapless dress, adorned with Parisian flair, entwined with a portly man. From a distance, the woman appeared somewhat attractive, but upon closer inspection, her face bore the marks of excessive cosmetic application, her makeup exaggerated to the point of absurdity. With eyeliner nearly extending to her nape, a mere swipe with a razor would likely remove a pound of the excess. Her ostentatious beauty stood in stark contrast to Qin Lan's more refined elegance. The latter required only a subtle foundation and a touch of lipstick to radiate charm. Is she your friend? Mo Hai whispered. Qin Lan, keeping her head down, replied solemnly, let us move quickly. We've encountered two rather unpleasant individuals. Just as they quickened their pace, they heard the voices approaching. What is this? Lan Lan, It's been so long since we last met. Are you really unwilling to speak with me? The woman halted abruptly, turning with an unnaturally stiff smile. What a coincidence, Ting Ting. I didn't expect to see you here. Indeed, my boyfriend is here to buy me a bag, as a little reward. And you, what brings you here? The woman, adorned with heavy makeup, squinted her small eyes and smirked mischievously. Her name was Jiang Ting, a childhood friend whose relationship had soured due to the man before them. The portly gentleman she was linked with was Yang Kai, who had previously pursued Qin Lan without success. After a lengthy courtship that yielded no fruit, he ultimately presented Jiang Ting with a bouquet of roses, and that very night, they became intimate. In the aftermath, Jiang Ting harbored resentment towards Qin Lan, feeling as though she might vie for the affections of her partner. On several occasions, she deliberately embarrassed Qin Lan in public settings. Consequently, their friendship deteriorated, and for nearly 6 months, they had not been in contact. It was indeed a twist of fate for them to encounter one another here today. Mo Hai was still processing the situation when he was suddenly enveloped by a refreshing fragrance. I also came here to shop with my boyfriend. What a delightful coincidence to run into you, Qin Lan exclaimed, linking her arm through his and resting her head on his shoulder, her smile radiant. Her expressive demeanor, with every subtle gesture, was enough to leave any man entranced. Yang Kai nearly succumbed to the charm of Qin Lan's dimpled smile. Chapter 50. The wildcat Yang Kai's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets, while Jiang Ting beside him stomped her feet in anger. How could her boyfriend be so brazen as to ogle another woman right in front of her? Lan, there must have been at least 80 suitors vying for your affection back then, if not 100. With so many affluent admirers, you chose to be with such a loser? To stroll through a luxury goods store. And he doesn't even wear a decent pair of leather shoes. He'd better watch out, or he'll be thrown out, Jiang Ting remarked coldly, linking her arm with Yang Kai's. It was only upon her mention that Yang Kai realized the woman he had longed for had been snatched away by such a lowly fellow. Indeed, how could a loser like him be worthy of Miss Qin? How about this? I can introduce you to a few wealthy individuals who could effortlessly help your company go public. With that, Yang Kai wrapped his arms around Jiang Ting, openly displaying their affection even in public, his hands brazenly venturing behind her. Qin Lan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Darling, it seems there's a hint of a lackluster aura on your Armani shirt. Allow me to wipe it off for you, Jiang Ting said, leaning against him with an exaggerated air of drama. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean wipe it? Just toss it out. It's only about 20,000, mere pocket change. You saw how well I catered to you last night. What are you planning to gift me today? As she spoke, Jiang Ting's hand trailed down his shirt. One had to admit, this woman certainly knew how to flatter men, understanding exactly how to satisfy their egos. Bro, how about this? Considering that Qin Lan and Ting Ting are best friends, just pick out 2 items and put them on my tab. This amount is nothing but a drop in the bucket for me, Yang Kai said, a mischievous grin on his face. It saves you from the embarrassment of wearing that 9 yuan, free shipping outfit. Your clothing doesn't even bear a logo. Did you sew that rag yourself? Their laughter echoed through the store. As luck would have it, we did come here to shop. However, it is she who is buying for me. Yang Kai's brows furrowed at this remark. He had never had a woman voluntarily spend money on him, especially not someone as stunning as Qin Lan. She is buying for you. On what basis? Based on your unsophisticated demeanor and pitiful status. Mo Hai immediately pulled Qin Lan closer. It's her fault for being too vigorous last night. She ruined all my clothes. So she is here to pick out a few for me. Right, little wildcat? He playfully pinched her slender waist. Qin Lan's delicate face turned crimson. She was hardly that wild. Fine. We shall meet inside shortly, Yang Kai retorted, his expression fierce and disdainful. Once they departed, Qin Lan swiftly broke free from his grasp. You keep taking advantage of me. Remove the word again. I'm merely helping you regain your dignity. Do you know why that guy couldn't laugh just now? Why? Because he is incapable. As they entered the shopping mall, they discovered it was quite expansive. Soon, the 2 individuals brushed aside the recent events from their minds. Although Qin Lan was a strong woman, she was still, after all, a lady. Upon entering the shopping mall, she felt an overwhelming urge to indulge in purchasing everything around her, initially claiming to be shopping for Mo Hai, yet ultimately immersing herself in luxury. Upon arriving at a store specializing in men's suits, Qin Lan requested the finest garments for Mo Hai to try on. To their surprise, the suit fit him as if it were tailored specifically for him. Some individuals may wear such suits without exuding the requisite elegance. It is akin to donning a dragon robe without the stature of a prince, unable to support the sharp angles of the attire. However, Mo Hai was different. He exemplified the adage that clothing can enhance one's appearance, presenting the perfect embodiment of the notion that a person is defined by their garments. How does it feel? Qin Lan inquired, gazing at him. At that moment, a cheerful shop assistant approached and chimed in. This is our store's flagship item, priced at 39,800. What? 39,800. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai promptly removed the suit. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Qin Lan pressed. It's too cheap. He casually waved his hand, adding, is this what they call a luxury store? Mediocre. The onlookers were taken aback. Cheap. This establishment was renowned as the most upscale on the floor. Even the most mundane item was valued at tens of thousands. The selection of garments was meticulously curated based on the perceived status of the clientele. While Qin Lan adorned herself in resplendent luxury brands, Mo Hai, on the other hand, wore unrecognizable attire, likely consisting of low-quality, bargain bin clothing. Excuse me, sir, do you have the means to purchase clothing? The total value of your outfit likely doesn't exceed 100, the woman said with a mocking smile. If you lack funds, then don't come here to try things on. It's quite the charade. To her, it seemed that he was merely pretending to be affluent while being unable to afford the luxury. Mo Hai merely smirked at. Did she not realize that the most exorbitant garments often bore no visible price tags? The cost of a single piece he donned could indeed purchase this entire mall. Yet he could easily afford to acquire this store. Bring forth your most expensive items. I shall try them on, he said with a slight smile. The shop manager responded with an eye roll and turned to leave, instructing, Xiao Xue, come over and attend to these customers. Yes, coming. A newly arrived intern hurriedly set aside her tasks and rushed over to assist Mo Hai and Qin Lan. A manager, I'm still unfamiliar with many processes. Can I really assist? The manager merely waved her hand dismissively, stating, just manage it. They won't be buying anything anyway. But be careful, if anything gets damaged, you'll be liable. Her remarks, made openly in front of Mo Hai and Qin Lan, bordered on disrespect. If you cannot articulate your thoughts properly, perhaps it would be best to remain silent. You must understand that the customer is king. Otherwise, how could we possibly make a purchase? Qin Lan remarked with a furrowed brow. Humph. Then why don't you go ahead and buy it? Mo Hai interjected quietly from the side. Come on. Do you really need to retaliate when a dog bites you? You have a point. The intern chuckled softly nearby. Qin Lan instructed someone to retrieve the store's prized possession from the cabinet, while Mo Hai stood aside, engrossed in texting on a weathered, dark green Nokia flip phone. The sight of such a device elicited a laugh from the store manager at the front desk. What a pitiful sight. Who even uses such a phone anymore? It's the 21st century. The manager leaned against the cash register, arms crossed, sneering, Shue, be cautious. That outfit costs over 300,000. Losing even a single button could negate 2 years of your hard work. People like him merely look. They truly believe they would make a purchase? Chapter 51. The glory endures upon hearing the price of the garment. The intern was so taken aback that his hands nearly went limp. Trembling, he turned to Mo Hai and softly inquired, Sir, do you still wish to try it on? Of course. Although it is rather inexpensive, the design is quite appealing. It can certainly be worn with some adjustments. Mo Hai replied with a light chuckle, shrugging his shoulders. Qin Lan chose not to comment, as he had gradually become desensitized to this individual over the years. After all, it is indeed remarkable to owe such a substantial sum. One who can incur such debts must possess considerable capital. Hurry and put it on. Time is of the essence. Qin Lan said softly, glancing at his phone. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothing right before the onlookers, revealing his nearly perfect physique to all present. His muscles were sharply defined, showcasing exquisite lines, and his abdominal muscles were so pronounced they seemed to demand no effort at all, instantly captivating the gaze of those around him. Upon donning this prized possession of the store, Qin Lan found himself momentarily stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in comparison. Even the shopkeeper, who had previously mocked him, was momentarily speechless at the sight of Mo Hai in the attire, momentarily mistaking him for a wealthy scion. What do you think? Qin Lan asked, swallowing hard. He examined himself in the mirror and let out a soft sigh. It's acceptable, I suppose. Uffed. Even Qin Lan couldn't help but think that this fellow was being a tad pretentious. A garment worth over 200,000 yuan? Surely. That equates to the income of an average family for several years. His nonchalant remark of it's acceptable was quite the understatement. Were it not for the knowledge that this man was merely a security guard at his company and had only recently been released from prison, Qin Lan might have believed he had lived a life of luxury. However, it was indeed the least expensive item in Mo Hai's wardrobe. The majority of his garments were priceless, crafted by European master artisans, with every detail meticulously designed and utilizing aerospace-grade materials, the least of which included gold thread. A suit priced at over 200,000 yuan would hardly be worthy of his wardrobe, and his remark of its acceptable was merely an acknowledgement of the craftsmanship. "Let us move. Don't embarrass yourself here," Qinlan said, pinching his arm playfully yet sternly. Such remarks should be kept within the confines of home. Uttering them in public could lead to disgrace. The shopkeeper, witnessing Mo Hai in the outfit, could not deny that he looked quite dashing, instantly shedding his previous aura of mediocrity and instead exuding an air of elegance. Yet, a poor man remains a poor man. Donning a million-yuan outfit does not alter one's essence. Let me make this clear. This outfit costs 360,000 yuan, no discounts, no financing. Payment must be made in full. If you can afford it, purchase it. If not, take it off to avoid any embarrassment in front of the next customer," she stated coldly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Indeed, someone should hasten to ensure that this fellow removes the garment. Such an extravagant outfit is hardly suited for someone of his station. Yang Kai strode into the shop, pointing at the garment worn by Mo Hai. It was evident that the shopkeeper was familiar with him, likely a regular patron. The shopkeeper rushed over with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Isn't this young Master Yang? What exquisite piece are you planning to select today? That very outfit he's wearing. Have him remove it. I want it." Yang Kai coldly commanded, "You think this attire is suitable for you, boy? It's worth over 300,000. It could buy your life." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, "Of course. Young Master Yang, your word is my command." He then turned sharply to the intern, barking, "Did you not hear? Make that rustic remove it immediately. We can't have it tainted with any signs of poverty. Such a loss would be on you." "But, Xianjie, this customer intends to purchase as well," the intern timidly reminded the manager. "After all, the age-old rule of first come, first served should apply. Did you not hear? I said I want that outfit." Yang Kai shouted, his irritation rising. "Do you wish to keep your job? I am a premier member of your establishment. Treat me well, and I might indulge in several purchases, which would yield you commissions for years. But sir, this..." Slap, slap. The intern had hoped to negotiate a compromise, perhaps to procure another similar item from the storeroom if both customers desired the same piece. However, Yang Kai offered her no chance for discussion, delivering two sharp blows that left her lips bleeding. "Deservedly so. How dare you offend young master? If you wish to leave, then go." The manager shouted at her furiously. At that moment, amidst the frigid tension, a burst of laughter unexpectedly erupted from the side. "What is this? Disappointed in bed, so you must reclaim your dignity outside?" Mo Hai remarked with a mocking smile, arms crossed. Qinlan shot him a disdainful glance. "It appears Ting Ting has applied considerable pressure on you. Is that why you're venting your anger on others?" "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, you know precisely what I mean." Previously, Mo Hai doubted Qinlan's assertion about Yang Kai's inadequacies, but now, witnessing his reaction, it seemed the claims were indeed true. Mo Hai approached, playfully patting Yang Kai's shoulder. "Actually, 3 seconds isn't such a big deal. Why not slap yourself twice and apologize? I'll teach you a trick to maintain your vigor, at least increase it to 5 seconds. Nonsense. I already possess 10 seconds. My vigor has long been rejuvenated." Yang Kai retorted, wrinkling his nose in annoyance. Only moments later did he realize his blunder, hastily covering his mouth. What difference did it make between 3 seconds and 10? Surrounding female sales associates and some customers, overhearing his words, glanced over in disbelief. It was the first time anyone had heard such shameless claims. 10 seconds, and still vigorous? Qinlan nearly succumbed, quickly covering her mouth and turning away. Everyone present was professionally trained and typically restrained their amusement unless it was utterly unavoidable. Mo Hai stifled a chuckle, remarking, "Just look at Brother Yang. He is a man of punctuality, precise to the second. Unlike me, who operates on an hourly basis." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Qinlan and winked. "Isn't that right, little wildcat?" In an instant, all eyes shifted back to Qinlan. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Behold her complexion. Observe her poise. Marvel at her figure. It is no wonder she is so enchanting. She must be well cared for." The gazes directed at Yang Kai were filled with disdain and sympathy, while those aimed at Qinlan brimmed with envy. With such a boyfriend, she must be soaring every night. How delightful. Qinlan's cheeks flushed crimson to the roots of her ears as she pinched his arm, exclaiming with playful annoyance. Chapter 52. Do you think my hair looks green? Yang Kai felt so embarrassed that he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toe. To dare to call 10 seconds a display of virility. Imagine if he could hold on for a full minute. Damn it, did that vixen Jiang Ting tell you? He shot a glare at Qin Lan, his voice laced with irritation. These two once shared an unbreakable bond, confiding in one another with. If such a private matter was not divulged by Jiang Ting, how else could Qin Lan have learned of it? Beyond this possibility, Yang Kai could conceive of no other explanation. The mere thought of having slept with Qin Lan was fleeting, after pursuing her for so long. He hadn't even garnered a kind glance, let alone shared a bed. At that moment, Jiang Ting's voice pierced through his thoughts. She strutted in, adorned in Valentino heels and carrying a limited edition Chanel handbag. Darling, Gucci is running a promotion. Spend 100,000 and get 100 off. Plus a complimentary bottle of mineral water. What a steal. That bag costs 360,000, and today it's at a 99% discount. Go buy it for me. Jiang Ting clung to his arm, her demeanor flirtatious, as if thinking, with my charm, how could I not win you over? Suddenly, as she continued to fantasize, a slap echoed across her face. Honey, why did you hit me? Initially, Jiang Ting intended to erupt in fury, but then she remembered that she still needed this man to buy her Gucci. Do you have any idea what you've done? Yang Kai retorted, his tone harsh. I didn't do anything. Last night, you were asleep, and I ordered takeout. I swear I didn't mean to exclude you. You were in such a deep slumber. This isn't about that. Then what is it? You betrayed me. What? I didn't. Darling, you have to believe me, I didn't. If nothing else, her shifty eyes were enough to suggest she was concealing something. I already know. And you're still trying to argue, aren't you? Yang Kai yelled, fury burning within him. I trusted you so much. Only to find out you're this kind of woman. Do you even regard me as your man? You can't perform in that aspect, yet you tell others. Especially Qin Lan. I once pursued her, for heaven's sake. We promised to cherish each other without disdain, only to have you share my shortcomings with others. In truth, he had made progress. Previously, it had been over in an instant. After spending hundreds of thousands, he could now last 10 seconds. Surely, with a few million more, he could reach a full minute. What? You know? When did this happen? Jiang Ting exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just now. You better give me a proper explanation. Perhaps we can continue. Making mistakes is not the issue. What matters is having the courage to admit them. If you can't even acknowledge this, why should I dare to marry you? Yang Kai seethed with indignation. His words stirred such deep emotions within Jiang Ting that tears welled up in her eyes. Darling, you truly don't mind, do you? As long as you recognize your mistakes and are untroubled by them. You are so wonderful. I promise I will never go out with those young trainers again. I will delete their contacts right away. I shall not attend those masked parties anymore, although I may have shared my bed with hundreds in the past. But from this day forth, I vow to be utterly devoted to you and give you children. The crowd was momentarily stunned, with Youngsen's face turning a shade of green from disbelief. It was not only Youngsen who was taken aback, even the bystanders wore expressions of utter confusion. Hundreds of men? Is she attempting to collect 100 surnames? My love for you is immeasurable. Your vision, your generosity, are unparalleled. Jiang Ting nestled into his embrace, playfully asserting, I once thought you were only enamored by my beauty, but now I believe you genuinely cherish me. If this were a matter of forgiveness, then Fei Yangong would surely regard her as a master in the art of reconciliation. Originally, he merely wished for Jiang Ting to admit her shortcomings, yet unexpectedly, his simple approach had led to a complete revelation. Though the shop had few customers, the gossip surrounding this incident attracted a throng, surrounding the establishment in layers of curious onlookers. How dare you betray me? He shouted, his finger aimed accusingly at Jiang Ting. I always wondered why it felt so empty when I entered, and you comforted me, claiming it was my issue. So this is how it is. He bellowed. We must break up. While one might wear a solitary green hat in winter and feel the chill, he was burdened with a multitude, ensuring he would never feel warmth again. The chameleon perched atop his head must surely turn a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed by the green. Hi. Ever the considerate friend approached and gently patted his shoulder, chuckling softly. Brother, it's my fault. Had I known it would come to this, I would have let you have that outfit, and perhaps none of this would have transpired. Forget it. Forgive her. Consider it her pursuit of skill. After all, a vehicle trained by hundreds of drivers surely handles well. Be thankful that those hundreds of instructors haven't come to collect their dues from you. Laughter erupted throughout the room at this remark. A vehicle refined by numerous drivers becomes efficient and easy to operate before you even press the clutch. It shifts gears on its own. Before you even decide on a position, it has already adjusted itself. With a wife like this, can you truly forgive her? Yang Kai shouted in frustration. Mo Hai shrugged. Me? I need just an hour to get started. That is not within my realm of concern. I require 3 seconds. Not 10. Finding a partner is already a feat. Being picky is quite unnecessary. His words empowered Jiang Ting, prompting her to rise and deliver a resounding slap to Yang Kai's face. Damn it, I will no longer serve you. Every time it ends before it even begins. And yet I am expected to compose an 800-word reflection. I feel nothing but frustration. After all this time, I could have embarked on a career in acting. How can one possibly convey the grandeur of a monumental battle in mere seconds? Are you performing? Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? With your pitiful attempts, 10 seconds is laughable. Even a withered cucumber holds more utility than you. Were it not for your inadequacies, would I seek companionship elsewhere? With your burly physique? If it weren't for your meager wealth, would I endure your company for so long? You are but a novice. As others have rightly said, it's a stroke of luck for anyone to be with you, and yet you remain so picky. Whoever marries you is destined for a lifetime of misfortune. With that, Jiang Ting delivered another sharp slap to his face, striding towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she turned and exclaimed, "By the way, I forgot to mention. I hastened the clock on the table. The 10 seconds you thought you had were merely 2. Truly a waste of my time. Farewell. I shall seek out my personal trainer and my charming companion." Chapter 53 today. This scoundrel insists on causing trouble? Just because of Jiang Ting's alluring figure and her ability to captivate men, I assure you there are many charms that Yang Kai has yet to behold. The onlookers regarded Yang Kai with expressions of disbelief. One might feel pity for him, as others find partners in mere seconds, while those robust individuals remain solitary until death. Brother, hold on. Do not let him wreak havoc on others. A passerby whispered to him. Damn. Yang Kai was instantly filled with rage and lunged at the bystander. The two engaged in a scuffle, leaving the passers-by bewildered, wondering why he would vent his frustrations on himself. Amidst the chaos, Mo Hai approached the cash register, clearly intending to settle the bill. Upon noticing their intent to pay, the store manager hurried over. Would you like to pay by card or another method? In such luxury boutiques, the commission for a sale is awarded to the individual who signs off on it. For clothing worth over 300,000, the commission could easily amount to 20 or 30,000. Qin Lan extended her bank card. By card, please. Certainly. Just as the woman reached for the card, Mo Hai snatched it away and beckoned the nearby intern. Come over and process the payment. This sale rightfully belongs to you. I am just an intern. Perhaps not for long. After completing the transaction, Mo Hai and Qin Lan left with the garments. From a distance, they could hear the manager scolding the new intern with a sarcastic tone, lamenting the loss of her opportunity and commission. Xiao Shui, you're amazing. You've landed a big spender? Haven to you? I'm the manager. I allocate commissions as I see fit. Without me, could you have sold this item? That money should be mine. From this moment on, pack your things and leave. This store does not welcome you anymore. Even after walking several dozen meters away, they could still hear the manager's harsh reprimands. The ferocity of her voice and the intensity of her insults suggested she was infamous on this floor. Have we harmed that intern? It seems she might lose her job, Qin Lan remarked quietly, glancing back. Though the sale was rightfully due to the intern. Such is the reality of hierarchy. Those who lack adaptability and the ability to flatter will inevitably face repercussions. Even as a CEO, one must navigate the nuances of human relationships. How much more so for a mere sales associate? Mo Hai, however, remained unfazed, continuing to text on his weathered Nokia phone. Resignation? More like a promotion. At that moment, in the store, the phone at the cash register rang. The manager pointed at the intern, exasperated. Get out of here immediately. You're a nuisance. And the newcomers are increasingly ignorant of the rules. How do you show your face here? While reprimanding her, she simultaneously answered the call. Her expression instantaneously morphed into one of flattery and servility. However, a statement from the other end of the phone extinguished her enthusiastic demeanor. Zhou Xian, you are absolutely incredible. The chairman just lambasted my mother over your matter. You need not come in tomorrow. The voice on the line seethed with fury. The woman was taken aback by the news of her dismissal. Have you lost your mind? On what grounds can you terminate me? I will call the branch chairman. Call all you want. The boss would gladly strike you down upon hearing your name. Just make a run for it. You really have some nerve, provoking anyone. Leave now? The call was abruptly disconnected. Zhou Xian felt a sudden jolt in her head, a buzzing sensation enveloping her. She was the most capable store manager in the region, achieving commissions of several tens of thousands a month, even reaching up to 100,000. Such a pivotal figure, dismissed with such ease. I have been fired? Fired. Zhou Xin muttered to herself, still reeling from the recent events. What would happen to her luxurious home, her lavish car, her child's overseas education fund, and her mountain of credit card debts without her job? Ding, ding, ding. As she was lost in thought, her phone rang again. There must be some mistake. I knew it. How could the boss possibly fire me? You all have a great sense of humor. Zhou Xin chuckled awkwardly while holding her phone. Yet, before she could finish, the smile on her face froze. No mistake. I merely forgot to inform you of one thing. Upon your resignation, the position of store manager has been handed to the newcomer standing in front of you. Effective immediately, he is the manager of this store. As for you, quickly pack your things and leave. Beep, beep, beep. After the call ended, every employee in the store received a text message announcing the new manager's appointment. Everyone turned their gaze towards the intern, and even she was bewildered. How did selling a single outfit elevate her to the role of store manager? Outside the mall, Qin Lan casually settled into the passenger seat, donned her sunglasses, and resumed her typically taciturn demeanor. Drive to my house. Mo Hai, seated in the driver's seat, propped his chin on one hand and murmured, Isn't it customary to prepare something for your grandfather's birthday? Though my presence alone is a fine gift, it still feels inadequate for a first meeting. What could you possibly bring? Don't waste time. Whatever you choose, they won't appreciate it anyway. You might as well go empty-handed. Qin Lan retorted coldly, arms crossed in the passenger seat. Are you implying I can only offer something mediocre? Although at this moment, I truly have no idea what to bring. Perhaps I could whip up a bowl of plain noodles? A cold chuckle escaped Qin Lan's lips, though she remained silent. Her laughter alone was enough to dismiss that suggestion. The suggestion is commendable, but I advise you never to offer suggestions again. By the way, how did you ascertain that Yang Kai is lacking in that regard? Surely, you are not merely speculating. Qin Lan inquired with a puzzled expression. Mo Hai shrugged dismissively. As for that, I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Observing, inquiring, and diagnosing. These are fundamental skills. Given his current frailty, to claim he could manage for even a few seconds would be an overestimation. That fellow is utterly incapable. A mere glance reveals the ailment. These are basic skills. So there is no need to regard me with such astonishment. For instance, I can immediately discern your menstrual irregularities, which are linked to your frequent irritability and endocrine imbalance. Seeking the company of a man could remedy this condition. I, a humble individual, am willing to make the sacrifice. Today, is it absolutely necessary for you to be so insufferable? Chapter 54. The unique Hainan Wang Wali. She assumed Mo Hai was jesting, but in truth, he spoke of a genuine matter. Many women suffer from hormonal imbalances, irregular menstrual cycles, and persistent acne, their skin taking on a sallow hue. Despite seeking remedies from numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, little improvement was observed. However, since entering a romantic relationship and contemplating marriage, these issues gradually dissipated. The ancestral wisdom of yin-yang dual cultivation is not without merit. Drive. Qin Lan shot him an irritated glare. Mo Hai promptly started the engine, setting off towards the Qin family mansion. As they passed over the elevated bridge and entered the ring road, they traversed a bustling urban area known as Huilong Street. The roadside was lined with an array of food stalls and various vendors, including those peddling antiques. In today's world, many antiques are mass-produced in factories, with increasingly sophisticated techniques for forgery. The car came to a gentle halt by the roadside. Why are we stopping here? Qin Lan queried, perplexed by his sudden pause. We're running out of time. Don't dawdle. After securing the vehicle, Mo Hai glanced across the street and quietly remarked, It's the old man's birthday today. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to arrive empty-handed. What do you intend to do? Please refrain from any nonsense. You're not seriously going to buy groceries to cook, are you? Without further ado, he dashed towards a nearby cluster of roadside stalls. Numerous vendors displayed their wares, many of whom were selling counterfeit antiques. These were mere modern crafts, artificially aged through harsh chemicals, designed to deceive the gullible. Even if one cannot afford genuine antiques, surely they should avoid purchasing fakes. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mo Hai returned, a grin on his face as he clutched a box, having handed a vendor a 10-yuan bill. Are you out of your mind? I told you time was of the essence. Yet here you are fooling around. Qin Lan scolded him. Have you ever stumbled upon a great deal? Mo Hai replied with a mischievous smirk. A great deal? You're at a market hunting for bargains? He opened the box to reveal a lustrous wooden bracelet. which exuded a faint, delightful aroma reminiscent of fruitwood. This is a Hainan Wangwali bracelet with butterfly patterns. Quite exquisite. I noticed the vendor handling it while I was driving by. I truly lucked out. Mo Hai beamed. Qianlan inspected the bracelet and inquired, how much did it cost? Not much, just 10 yuan. How disappointing. Originally expecting a treasure. She quickly tossed it back into the box, suspecting the glossy finish was merely industrial spray paint. If the vendor could sell it for 10 yuan, its cost might not even be a single yuan. With disdain, she discarded the item. Let us get moving. Look at the time. Qianlan exclaimed, her irritation evident. We were supposed to have lunch, and it's nearly noon. Those guests must have already begun dining. Ah, you woman with such long hair. Mo Hai chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. It was noon, 12 o'clock, at the Qin family residence on Tiancheng Street in the northern part of the city. Wealthy individuals preferred to reside outside the bustling city center, often opting for standalone villas in the suburbs. The Qin family villa, conveniently situated near the high-speed rail station, was surrounded by a thriving commercial area. Nestled deeper within, the villa comprised 3 stories, accompanied by an expansive courtyard exceeding 300 square meters, and 2 additional floors beneath, making for a substantial overall footprint. Within the courtyard, 7 or 8 tables had been set up, laden with dishes, yet the kitchen had yet to provide any utensils. At the central table sat an elderly man, dressed in new attire, leaning on his cane, his eyes eagerly scanning each passing vehicle outside. Though complaints echoed around him, he feigned ignorance. Grandfather, it's already noon. Let us eat. One voice called out. Indeed, why must we wait for her? That little brat will return on her own. She is not a child anymore. With so many relatives here today, must we endure this wait? Grandfather, your favoritism is excessive. If we do not eat soon, I shall take my leave. The old man, firmly gripping his cane, replied in a deep voice, the guest is yet to arrive. Those unwilling to wait may leave now. Earlier that morning, he had summoned everyone back, even distant relatives. Unlike the usual 2 tables, today the courtyard was filled to capacity. It was said that a guest was arriving, and everyone speculated about who it might be. However, when the old man mentioned that Qianlan was bringing her boyfriend, anticipation swiftly dissipated. The younger generation, who had just threatened to leave, were merely posturing. After all, it was the old man's birthday, and who would dare disrespect him? Finally, the sound of a car parking outside the villa broke the tension. The old man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Quick, quick, open the door. Our guest has arrived. The door swung open, revealing 2 rows of people waiting to welcome. Outside, Qianlan stepped out of the car, momentarily taken aback by the unusual reception. In the past, not even a welcoming party had graced her arrival. Simply having the door open was deemed enough respect. One might think you were returning for dinner rather than lunch, remarked a girl with a ponytail, crossing her arms with a cold demeanor. I hear you are our landlord's boyfriend. May I inquire about your profession? Asked a man in a white shirt, stepping forward with an outstretched hand and a smile. Mo Hai reciprocated politely. Currently, I work at Fenghua Group as a security guard. What? A security guard? The man, initially inclined to shake hands, abruptly withdrew his hand. Is the threshold of the Qin family falling so low that even the doorman can gain entry? He remarked sternly. Qianlan glared at him. Qin Tianwu, speak respectfully. Am I mistaken? He retorted. Dear sister, are your eyes deceiving you? Amidst a multitude of affluent young men, your choice to remain unselected led me to believe you possessed an air of self-importance. However, it now appears that your demeanor is merely one of brazen frivolity, and indeed, rather despicable. If you can entertain the notion of consorting with a mere security guard, I dare say you would scarcely resist the advances of a filthy beggar. Instantly, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Enraged, Qianlan clenched her delicate fists, her breaths growing harsh and uneven. Beside her, Mo Hai was left utterly speechless. Had he truly become a mere shield for her folly? This foolish woman not only brought shame upon herself, but also tarnished his reputation. Following this debacle, she would undoubtedly be compelled to absolve him of a debt amounting to 100 billion. Just as the audience was engulfed in laughter, the elderly gentleman, leaning on his cane, advanced toward the entrance, bellowing in indignation, How dare you? Chapter 55. The distinguished guest, the elderly gentleman, swiftly approached Mo Hai, his voice trembling as he softly implored, Mr. Mo, I acknowledge my shortcomings in managing the younger generation. Please do not hold their folly against them. Not at all. How could I possibly concern myself with these young rascals? Mo Hai chuckled lightly, patting the old man's shoulder. You ought to keep a closer watch on your subordinates. Their tongues are rather foul. Had this been a few years ago, they would have certainly faced repercussions. Certainly, certainly. This way, please. With that, the elder gestured invitingly and made his way through the crowd, not exchanging a word with Qin Lan throughout the entire encounter. Who, indeed, are the members of the Qin family? Meanwhile, in a standalone garden villa by the Jiangho River, a young man clad in a suit stared at his phone in astonishment. They found the person. The Qin family. Which Qin family? The one from the north side. The family dealing in medicine, is it? Understood. This young man was Jiang Ming, who had recently met Mo Hai in the outskirts. After ending the call, he summoned the butler. A middle-aged man rushed in, breathless. Young master, how may I assist you? Fetch the Jin Yutong Tang I acquired last time, and also bring me that Tang Dynasty glass vase. Wrap them up. We are heading to the Qin family. Jiang Ming instructed softly, his hands clasped behind his back. The butler paused, taken aback by the request. Such lavish preparations. Young master, are we seeking someone? We have business dealings with the Qin family. Should we not inform them in advance? Unnecessary. I shall go directly. Today is the birthday of the old master Qin. Let us pay our respects. Understood. In the north of the city, within the Qin residence, the old master had surprisingly seated Qin Lan and Mo Hai at his sides, prestigious positions no one dared to occupy together. Many speculated that he intended to cultivate Qin Lan as the future head of the Qin family. Grandfather, isn't it inappropriate for those two to sit there? None of us have taken those seats. Why should they? A girl with short hair slammed her hand on the table, her voice low and fierce. Since the passing of Qin Lan's father, she had essentially become an orphan in this world. However, the old master held a particular fondness for his young granddaughter, inciting jealousy among family members who had received ample resources yet achieved little due to their mediocre talents. Unlike them, Qin Lan had gained a modest reputation in Jiangzhou at a young age and was eventually recommended abroad for further studies, which only fueled the envy of others. Were it not for the old master's support, she likely would not have completed her education. Had her father still been alive, she would not have faced such exclusion within the family. I could relinquish my seat to you, but would you dare to sit? Mo Hai remarked with a faint smile. Immediately, a young man stood up, his voice resolute. What is there to fear? Sit down. The elderly gentleman slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with irritation. If you refuse to eat, you may leave this instant. The young man's bravado diminished significantly in that moment. The authorities still resided firmly with the elder. He could bestow power upon anyone he pleased, and those who dared to defy him publicly would find themselves deprived of any share in the future. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward to smooth over the situation. All right, let us hurry and inform the kitchen to serve the dishes. We are all family here. Let us refrain from unnecessary remarks. Now, as for Lan Lan, she has always been exceptional, a top student in Jiangzhou since childhood, excelling in her studies. And now she is even going abroad for further education. Surely, her judgment is infallible. Today, she has brought her boyfriend home. We must have an introduction. Who is this young man? He seems rather unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen him before. At this juncture, a kind-faced woman squinted with a mischievous grin. Her benign appearance was merely a fade, as she intended to humiliate Qin Lan in front of everyone. Qin Lan found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to introduce him. Her grandfather had adamantly insisted she bring Mo Hai to dinner. Yet now he was being labeled as her boyfriend. 100 million. Mo Hai leaned in and whispered beside her, leave the rest to me. Deal. Qin Lan muttered through gritted teeth, but if you dare to speak out of turn, I will not let this slide. As the two exchanged hushed words, the onlookers narrowed their eyes, revealing sly smiles. Anyone who fumbled during introductions was likely to be less than impressive. Lan Lan, you don't mean to say you're unaware of his occupation? Another bespectacled middle-aged woman remarked with a smirk. Qin Lan cast an awkward glance at Mo Hai. He just returned from abroad and is currently working at my company. Indeed. I just got out of 3 years in prison and am now a security guard at Fenghua Group. Mo Hai stood up, raising his glass and smiling at the crowd. Spit. Several people immediately spewed their drinks in surprise. Good heavens, not only is he a security guard, but he also just got out of prison. Haha, I thought he was some wealthy heir. Turns out he is just a penniless wretch. No, Lan Lan, even if you don't wish to find a partner, you shouldn't settle for someone like him. You're so beautiful. You could do much better than a convict. If you truly can't find a man, let your brothers introduce someone. The laughter echoed, mocking her for having wasted her education on such a companion. At this moment, tears brimmed in Qin Lan's eyes. While fabricating a persona isn't ideal, this man's honesty was beyond belief. Discussing his prison time so casually was simply outrageous. The elderly gentleman banged the table again, his voice commanding. Mr. M.O., I introduced him to her. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing that it was the elder's recommendation, those who had previously lamented his favoritism now found themselves in high spirits, reveling in the amusement. Introducing such a character to Qianlan meant she would likely never recover from this embarrassment. If word were to spread that she had chosen a man who had served time in prison and was now working as a security guard in her own company, it would undoubtedly tarnish her image as a wealthy and beautiful woman. No objections to your wise decision, Grandpa. I must raise a toast in your honor. Indeed. Let us all toast to Grandpa's sagacious choice. It is true that Grandpa possesses an exceptional eye for talent. His discernment remains impeccable. I firmly believe that the two of them will share a lasting bond. Perhaps the old man is simply growing senile or taking advantage of his age. He genuinely raised his glass to clink with everyone, declaring, from now on, we are all family, and we must help one another. Understood? Understood. Understood. Rest assured, Grandpa. The crowd responded in unison, nodding eagerly. They were all secretly hoping that Mo Hai and Qianlan would marry right away. A man who had been imprisoned would undoubtedly become Qianlan's greatest burden. Ideally, Mo Hai would be the type who is indolent and reliant on others, ensuring she would never rise above her circumstances. Chapter 56. Are you here to add fuel to the fire? In a public setting, numerous individuals voiced remarks that provoked her. Qianlan, possessing an inherently strong sense of pride, felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. It was all this person's fault. Why did he have to bring up his imprisonment? Lan, that outfit of his does not appear inexpensive. You must have bought it for him. A young man with a buzz cut said with a grin directed at Qianlan. But then again, where would he have acquired the funds? I truly underestimated your penchant for maintaining a kept man. Qianlan's fists were clenched tightly beneath the table, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. I owe the Qin family a bit of gambling debt, but that doesn't equate to being completely broke. I have a little money, Mo Hai remarked with a subtle smile towards the crowd. Upon hearing about the gambling debt, the laughter grew even more boisterous. I must say, dear sister, your taste in men is quite impressive. A long-haired beauty smirked. Take a look at this necklace. Although it's only worth around 800,000. It was a special gift from your brother-in-law, brought all the way from Europe. What matters is the sentiment and attitude of the man. Indeed, my husband just gifted me a Maybach worth over 3 million. While it may not be exorbitant, it is at least a token of his affection. Lan, has your boyfriend ever gifted you anything? Another girl with a bun smiled sweetly at her. The back-and-forth banter was raising Qianlan's blood pressure considerably. In a fit of anger, she slammed her hand on the table and abruptly stood up. She was bewildered as to why these people were so cruelly ridiculing her. Not only mocking her, but also deriding Mo Hai. How could her grandfather remain utterly oblivious, engrossed in toasting with others? You all continue dining. I shall excuse myself to the restroom, Qianlan coldly declared to the group. The young man in the white shirt scoffed, TCH. I doubt he has ever gifted you anything. But that has to be expected. What could this pauper possibly afford? Who says I have nothing to give? Mo Hai slowly rose and looked at her. Just wait. Don't you dare. You're ruining my reputation. At that moment, Qianlan was so mortified that she could have unearthed an entire villa with her toes. Clink, clink, clink. He pulled out a shattered wristwatch from his pocket and handed it over, forcibly placing it on Qianlan's wrist. This watch is worth a few $100 million. Make do with it. Uffed. The entire gathering erupted into laughter, some nearly falling to the floor in fits of mirth. A watch with peeling paint, its face shattered into pieces, was absurdly claimed to be worth hundreds of millions. Even a free gift would be considered undesirable. Such a ragged item. Not even a homeless person would want. Mo Hai's present was not merely adding insult to injury. It was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Lan, while I can understand your self-destructive tendencies, you cannot allow yourself to sink to such depths. Your boyfriend is ill-suited for security work. He would fare better as a comedic performer. I believe he has become a bit daft from his time in prison. Otherwise, how could one claim that this worthless watch is valued at several $100 million? Perhaps several $100 million Zimbabwean dollars. Ha. A fool gifting a watch to a harlot. It truly is a match made in heaven. If your story were to air on television, I would surely pay handsomely for a primetime slot. Just moments ago, Qianlan could perhaps endure the mockery, yet this individual chose to stoke the flames further. Grandfather, she sobbed, gazing at the elderly man. Please accept it. The gift he presented is indeed quite costly. We must express our gratitude. Do you understand? The old man looked at her with heartfelt sincerity. The crowd erupted in laughter. Believing this to be a sign of the old man's disapproval of Qin Lan, convinced that even he would not defend such a wretch, and that the Fenghua group would inevitably be transferred to another. In truth, the old man discerned the extraordinary nature of the watch. The face bore numerous cracks, each one a testament to the bullets it had endured, having weathered over 100 instances of gunfire. Given its material, if disassembled and sold for parts, it could fetch tens of millions, if not more, and this timepiece had once belonged to a former underground pope in Europe. Its presence in Imohai's possession was undoubtedly a consequence of the relentless waves of the Yangtze River, where the former waves perished upon the shore. This watch symbolizes the end of the era of Caesar and heralds the arrival of a time steeped in chaos and bloodshed. Grandfather, even you speak so? Qin Lan could no longer contain her tears and dashed into the villa. Ha! Grandfather, I have splendid news. Development is set to commence in the northern part of the city soon, isn't it? I have secured a plot of land for our Qin family. Though modest in size, it can certainly be developed into a community. Even a small sparrow possesses all its vital organs, and at the very least, we can dine alongside the influential. The young man in the white shirt declared proudly. This individual was Qin Bing, indeed a person who relished the spotlight. Brother, the influential figure you speak of, could it be the living king of hell that has been the talk of the town these days? It is said he descended from above, wielding thunderous authority, directly ordering the development of the northern city. It appears our Qin family is destined to rise among the second-tier families of Jiang'o. An excited woman adorned with large gold earrings exclaimed. After clinking glasses with Mo-Hai and sipping white liquor, the old man chuckled with genuine interest. Is it truly possible to acquire land in the northern city? This area has lain fallow for many years. It wouldn't be yet another false rumor, would it? Grandfather, you may not be aware, but this man, codenamed King of Hell, has allegedly orchestrated several world-class financial projects, and even the Jiangzhou military is now under his control. The entire Jiangzhou region, the southwestern province, and even neighboring provinces will follow in the path laid by this great figure. He personally insisted on heavily investing in the northern city. It cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Mo-Hai involuntarily lifted his head. He had indeed spent a few days on Wall Street and had managed several projects. But how did these people come to know of it? Moreover, when did the Jiangzhou military fall under his dominion? How could I possibly be unaware of such matters? He murmured softly, his gaze fixed on Mo-Hai. The man in the white shirt curled his lip disdainfully. You? There are countless things you remain oblivious to. A person of your standing could hardly grasp affairs of this magnitude. The information you've just acquired is more than sufficient for you to boast to your security friends for years to come. Are you implying that you are confident in securing the land in the northern part of the city? Of course, I suggest you refrain from excessive chatter, as this is hardly a forum for your opinions. I beg to differ. Chapter 57. Apologies, your spot is gone. Qin Bing retrieved his wallet, revealing 2 entrance tickets, displaying them before the crowd. Behold this. Have you ever seen anything like it, you insignificant fool? Of course, with such an elevated topic. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't comprehend. Mo-Hai shrugged nonchalantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Those 2 spots of yours are gone. Don't spout nonsense. I'm right here. Who do you think you are to declare them gone? Qin Bing retorted, irritation evident in his voice. This ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern district was specifically arranged for you, huh? What a fool. If it weren't for my grandfather's reputation, I would surely teach you a lesson today. With that, Qin Bing dialed a number on his phone, and a languorous voice answered on the other end. Darling, are you missing me? I heard that the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Northern Project will have a member of the Qin family attending, correct? Mo-Hai said with a serious demeanor. Gongsun Jin paused for a moment, as if searching for something, before finally responding, yes. The Qin family will have 2 representatives. Cancel that. Only 1 member from the Qin family is permitted to attend, and that is Qin Lan. Do you understand? The protective tone in her voice nearly toppled Gongsun Jin's jealousy. What makes her so special that you defend her so fiercely? I'm not too shabby myself. I could bear you several sons. Just get it done, Mo-Hai insisted. Rest assured, if it isn't handled properly, you can come and sort it out yourself. Once the call ended, Mo-Hai tucked his phone away. I think you should consider a career as an actor instead of a security guard. You lie with such ease, your face betraying nothing. Qin Bing laughed heartily. Individuals like you are truly a match for my foolish sister. Don't rush, you'll soon see. He raised a glass towards the elder Qin with a grin. Old man, your Qin family seems a bit restless. Allow me to give them a gentle reminder. I want to charge you for this service. The elder Qin appeared quite embarrassed. As for the land in the northern district, everything that should be obtained will be, and what shouldn't will not. Understood. The elder seemed to grasp something profound, raising his glass to engage in a toast with Mo Hai. Grandfather, this person is merely here to swindle us for food and drink. Why are you entertaining him? A woman with a ponytail remarked coldly. Once we secure the land in the northern district, Qin Bing will be the #1 contributor to the Qin family. You mustn't show favoritism then, grandfather. Just then, a phone rang. Qin Bing glanced at the caller ID and showcased it to the crowd. See, my boss is calling. I'll put it on speaker so you all can hear. I've successfully secured the northern land for our Qin family. However, as soon as he answered the call, before he could flatter, he was met with a barrage of furious insults from the other end. You brat, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Who bestowed upon you the audacity and bravado to offend others in my stead? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. How could a mere phone call initiate such a tirade? Director, what on earth is happening? Qin Bing exclaimed, utterly bewildered. You think you're impressive, don't you? After indulging in a few days of lavish meals. You seem to have forgotten your own name. From now on, do not dare to contact me again. I nearly lost my position just to secure 2 positions for you. Get lost. Hey, Director Liu, we had an agreement. You promised to help me secure those 2 positions. What do you mean by this? What about the land I had my eye on? I still desire that land. You nearly jeopardized my livelihood over this. You truly are something else. The military department of Jiang'o personally called me, and now I find myself suspended for a month for scrutiny. You are utterly worthless. Do not dare to claim acquaintance with me in public. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. The line went dead with a harsh tone, leaving Qin Bing standing there, utterly dumbfounded. The speakerphone had been on, and everyone present had overheard the entire exchange. After a moment of disorientation, Qin Bing turned to him and shouted, Was it you? Did you orchestrate this? Did you cancel our Qin family's participation in the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Northern District? I have told you repeatedly, one must learn to be discreet in this world. Mo Hai shrugged with a wry smile. The girl with a ponytail retorted, Him? That lousy security guard has no such capability. It must be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Hurry and inquire with Director Liu. What is the situation? After receiving so much money, what have you accomplished? Indeed, it must be my oversight somewhere. I have truly been foolish to think it was this fellow. I must attend to matters now. You all continue your meal. With that, Qin Bing set down his chopsticks, donned his coat, and hastily exited through the door. He had lost the opportunity to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the Northern District, which meant the Qin family had missed a significant opportunity. The atmosphere among the onlookers turned somber, with heads bowed in silence. At that moment, Qin Lan emerged from the villa, returning to her seat. Noticing the dejected expressions around her, she quietly inquired, What's going on? Who knows? That guy received a phone call and just left. Mo Hai shrugged innocently. After enduring ridicule from relatives for so long, Qin Lan had little desire to continue eating. She merely wished to present her birthday gift to the elder and leave swiftly. Initially, she had intended to discreetly offer her gift, but someone had to seek the spotlight. Esteemed elder, our boss could not attend today. I am here on behalf of Chiefing Garment Factory to extend the most sincere wishes to you. A man in a tailored suit approached, holding a statue of the laughing Buddha. Chiefing Garment Factory wishes you longevity as vast as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountain. As others witnessed the public display of gifts, they too eagerly began to present their offerings, each vying for attention. The Qin family, though not lacking in wealth, finds itself in a peculiar position, possessing assets exceeding $1 billion, yet still attracting the attention of numerous small enterprises eager to curry favor. The Feng Run Group presented a painting by Tang Bohu, while the Ruifeng Construction Company gifted 10 gold bars. Those in the know recognized this gathering as a birthday celebration. Others might mistake it for a display of ostentation. Some individuals, with a rather blunt approach, hastily offered bank cards and gold bars. The gifts were as varied as they were extravagant, ranging from gold and jade to antiques and exquisite artworks. The younger generation's offerings, however, were somewhat lacking in thoughtfulness, often limited to a few thousand yuan worth of tea leaves or teapots, with the slightly more generous ones presenting a piece of gold inlaid with jade. The patriarch, ever gracious, expressed his gratitude to each guest, acknowledging their gestures even if they may prove unnecessary. Once friends and family had completed their attention inevitably shifted back to Qinlan. Dear sister, what about the gift from you and your boyfriend? Surely you didn't come empty-handed. A girl with a ponytail remarked with a sardonic tone. Chapter 58. The benefactor of the Qin family. The birthday gift that Qinlan had prepared was not particularly astonishing. It was merely a foot massager worth around 10,000 yuan. She had wrapped it up and placed it in a box, intending to present it to her grandfather in private. However, she was caught off guard when these individuals began to present their gifts publicly, leaving her in a rather awkward position. I left my gift inside the house. Grandfather will open it himself later, she said, forcing a smile as she glanced at the crowd. Yet, the girl with the ponytail persisted with a mischievous grin. Left it inside? Is it because it's too extravagant? Come on, bring it out so we can all have a look. Immediately, a few eager onlookers rushed inside and retrieved the bag resting on the sofa. Upon unveiling the gift, a chorus of disdainful murmurs erupted amongst the spectators. Humph, I thought it would be something impressive. Turns out it's just a massager, and it has a price tag of only 12,000. You dare give such a shoddy product to your grandfather? Aren't you worried it might cause some issues? You're the owner of a large company, and this is the best you can do for your own grandfather's birthday? Truly heartless. If it weren't for him, would you even be studying abroad? You've raised an ingrate, making money yet forgetting to show some filial piety towards the old man. And what about him? You two won't just give this pathetic item, will you? How pitiful. Qinlan tugged at his arm, signaling him to remain silent. It was already embarrassing enough to endure the ridicule. Revealing the bracelet he had purchased would surely invite even more mockery. A birthday gift should be a matter of personal choice, yet it had devolved into a competition of sorts. However, Mo seemed to misunderstand, thinking he was being urged to present his gift to quell the atmosphere. Of course not. I have prepared a substantial gift. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest peaked, while Qinlan's expression shifted dramatically. If he were to reveal that cheap bracelet he bought from a street vendor, it would bring shame upon their family for years to come. Just kidding, just kidding. Qinlan quickly flashed an awkward smile at the crowd. Mo, however, pulled out a box from his pocket with enthusiasm. I truly have a significant gift. What sort of significant gift? Hurry up and show us. Several voices clamored from the side. As he opened the box, everyone leaned in for a closer look, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Some even collapsed onto the floor in fits of giggles. Although the Qin family was not considered a prestigious lineage, they were somewhat well known in Jiangzhou, maintaining a respectable status in the northern part of the city. With 6 factories under their belt, their annual net income exceeded 100 million yuan. Furthermore, the entire sum was managed by the grandfather. Most of the attendees, aside from the extended and direct relatives of the Qin family, were primarily suppliers and clients. Gifts presented in such circles typically exceeded 1 million yuan to be deemed acceptable. Even those of modest means still present gifts valued over 100,000, which elucidates why Qinlan faced such scorn for gifting a massage device worth merely 10,000. A wooden bracelet. Surely, it cannot exceed 1,000, right? A bespectacled youth remarked with a derisive sneer as he examined it with a single finger. Mo chuckled candidly, explaining that he had encountered a fitting item at a roadside market and decided to purchase it. What? Bought at a market? The youth scoffed, tossing it into a nearby trash bin. This shabby piece of junk, how could you possibly show it to others? I ask you, dear sister, do you not usually provide him with pocket money? To choose a gift from a market is utterly disgraceful. What was meant to be a splendid birthday celebration has been thoroughly ruined by you. Were I in your position, I would have long since lost the courage to remain here. Qinlan cast her gaze downward, seemingly searching for cracks in the ground, wishing she could simply disappear. In previous years, she had only been subjected to mild teasing, but this year, Mo's presence had somewhat alleviated her burden. It's all your fault. Did I not tell you not to bring it out? She lamented. Mo, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. I aim to enhance your reputation. Who could have guessed that your Qin family possesses such low standards, unable to recognize even this premium item? Is this what you deem enhancing my reputation? I thank you, but if I have committed an offense, let the law punish me, rather than endure your torment. As she spoke, Qinlan's voice quivered with a hint of tears. In years past, her grandfather had shielded her, yet this year, it was peculiar that he had not uttered a single word of defense, allowing others to mock and ridicule her while he reveled in drink with his old comrades. At a nearby square table sat several elderly gentlemen of similar age, their side dishes simple: 2 plates of marinated delicacies, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of pickled cucumbers. I say, old Qin, is this the fiancé you found for your most cherished granddaughter? An elder chuckled, leaning on his cane. This fellow is hardly a match for my grandson. Qin's grandfather huffed after sampling a peanut. Your inept grandson cannot hope to compare to my granddaughter. How could a mere dog aspire to mate with a phoenix? If your granddaughter is indeed a phoenix, then what caliber of individual have you chosen as her fiancé? Surely, he must be a true dragon among men. Ha ha, this fellow. The group of elderly men erupted in laughter, their mirth resonating as they recalled his past of incarceration and living off others, selecting a gift from a market, such a caliber claiming to be a dragon among men. They dismissed Qin's grandfather as merely senile, perhaps his faculties waning, a splendid cabbage, sadly uprooted by a swine. Shall we make a wager? Qin's grandfather, slightly inebriated, raised his head with a mischievous grin. The others exchanged curious glances, all asking in unison, what shall we wager? Let us wager on the value of his gift. It must exceed that of all other gifts given here. Victorious, I declared, in my abode, you may take what you fancy from my collection of antiques, should you lose. Each of you shall present me with a fine jar of wine. Very well, but do not blame us for our lack of leniency today. The elderly gentleman erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused, having not anticipated that a mere birthday gathering would offer them the chance to gain something in return. The wooden bracelet, discarded in the refuse, could be procured for mere pennies on Taobao. Qin turned her gaze back to see her grandfather engrossed in merry conversation with his old comrades. Completely oblivious to her presence, a wave of despondency washed over her. If even her grandfather could not spare her a glance, what significance did this family hold for her? Let us go, she snapped at Mo-Hai. Why the rush? I haven't finished my meal yet, Mo-Hai replied. His head bowed as he hastily shoveled in a few more bites. Indeed, he has likely never tasted such exquisite dishes in his lifetime. How can he boast to his security friends if he doesn't indulge a little? Laughter erupted among the group. Lan, you are in the wrong. Let him experience the world. Frustration surged within Lan, her temples throbbing, nearly overwhelmed by a desire to faint from embarrassment. This was truly a monumental loss of face. Suddenly, Mo-Hai set down his chopsticks, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. It's here. Lan blinked in confusion. What is here? The esteemed guest from your family has arrived. Esteemed guest? Where? At that moment, a voice burst through the door, exclaiming, a Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce has arrived. The room fell into a stunned silence as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that yet another guest was on their way? Chapter 59. Is this the ambit of your Qin family? All eyes were directed toward the entrance. A young man clad in a tailored suit led a procession of over a dozen individuals into the gathering. The Jiang group had bestowed a magnificent gift, a golden and jade ceremonial piece from the Tang dynasty, accompanied by a jade Rui scepter. At that moment, Jiang Ming stepped forward, holding a large red envelope, wishing the old master blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. The guests seated at the dining table, upon hearing the mention of the Jiang family, rose in unison. The Jiang group. Which Jiang group? There are several Jiang groups in Jiang'o. This individual is none other than Jiang Ming, the young master of the Jiang group. My goodness, the Qin family has truly flourished over the years, to the extent that even the young master of the Jiang group has come personally to offer his congratulations. It seems today's gathering is indeed worthwhile. Jiang Ming's unexpected arrival left even the members of the Qin family momentarily stunned. Had they known that the Jiang family was coming, they might have dared not touch their chopsticks. Shan, weren't you previously engaged in business dealings with the Jiang family? Is this person your invitation? A middle-aged man wearing glasses asked, astonished. The girl with the ponytail, named Qin Shan, currently operated a small hardware processing factory. She had previously collaborated with a minor subsidiary of the Jiang group, but those were merely trivial partnerships. She couldn't even invite the general manager of that subsidiary, let alone the young master of the Jiang family. Yet, apart from her nominal ties to the Jiang family, it seemed there was no one else in the family who had such connections. Even if she had collaborated with a subsidiary, it still constituted a business relationship with the Jiang family. Perhaps I posted something on social media that reached young Master Jiang's ears? Qin Shan chuckled, though her expression reflected uncertainty. Many gazed at her with admiration. To be acquainted with a family as illustrious as the Jiang family suggested that the future development of the Qin family might very well depend on her progress. Jiang Ming's sudden appearance even took old Master Qin by surprise. Ah, it is young Master Jiang. Please, do come in. Please, the old master exclaimed, gesturing warmly as he laughed heartily. Qin Shan approached to extend her greetings, It is indeed a blessing for our Qin family to have young Master Jiang visit. I hope our two families can. She reached out her hand for a handshake, but Jiang Ming simply ignored her and walked toward old Master Qin instead. The awkwardness of her outstretched hand hung in the air. Naturally, someone of Jiang Ming's stature would take the seat of honor. What is this? Before he reached the table, his gaze fell upon a nearby trash bin. Those accompanying him quickly retrieved a bracelet from within the bin. What a fine bracelet. Quite discerning. However, how did it end up in the trash? Jiang Ming inquired, perplexed. Qin Shan hurriedly stepped forward, her face adorned with a fawning smile, and said, "Young Master Jiang, this is merely a trinket, a bauble purchased by a destitute fellow from the market. I apologize for the foolishness of bringing it before you. It is of no value, and I shall dispose of it immediately." Dispose of it? Jiang Ming was taken aback. This was, after all, an exquisite piece of Hainan Wangwali wood, adorned with butterfly patterns, a rare and coveted item, now considered a collector's gem, fetching prices in the billions, valued beyond compare. The Qin family dared to suggest discarding it. Pray tell, who gifted this to you? Jiang Ming inquired with keen curiosity. All eyes shifted in unison to Mo Hai, who was sipping his soup. The two exchanged a glance, confirming their earlier encounter, and Jiang Ming's apprehension eased somewhat. Indeed, he had not mistaken the man. This individual possessed a rare Hainan Wangwali bracelet, suggesting he had connections that transcended ordinary understanding. With such patronage from the Qin family, it seemed prudent to forge an alliance. Just as Jiang Ming contemplated how to cultivate this relationship, Qin Shan's voice snapped him back to reality. "Get up at once. Is that your seat? Qin Lan, take your useless boyfriend and get lost. Did you not notice young Master Jiang's arrival?" Qin Lan elbowed Mo Hai, urging, "Stop eating. You're embarrassing yourself. Hurry up and leave." "Very well." Mo Hai set down his chopsticks. "It seems the Qin family does not welcome me. I shall take my leave." "Oh, so you finally realized? Until now, everyone regarded you as a mere joke. Did you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? With your lowly status? Being at this table is a mockery. Your ancestors must be turning in their graves." Turning away, Qin Shan immediately donned a sycophantic smile, addressing Jiang Ming, "Young Master Jiang. Over here." Slap, slap. Before she could comprehend the turn of events, she received 2 resounding slaps. "Is this the measure of your Qin family's decorum?" Jiang Ming coldly remarked, holding the bracelet. "This Hainan Wangwali butterfly pattern bracelet is worth at least 300 million. Your Qin family is indeed unworthy to be on the same level." 300 million. How could that be? Qin Shan gasped, and even Qin Lan covered her mouth in astonishment. The crowd, save for the elder who remained unfazed, wore expressions of disbelief and shock. A mere wooden bracelet valued at 300 million. Impossible. He is just a lowly security guard, with a criminal record. Jiang Shan protested, shaking her head in disbelief. "Mistaken? Are you questioning my judgment? I see no need to continue our collaboration with your family." With that, Jiang Ming turned to approach Mo Hai. "Mr. Mo, allow me to introduce you to my boss, Qin Lan." Mo Hai raised his hand to interrupt him, and Jiang Ming's mind raced, pondering the implications of Mo Hai's words. "Recently, our Jiang family has a billion-yuan outsourcing project. May I inquire if Miss Qin is willing to collaborate with us?" He gazed at Qin Lan, a charming smile grazing his lips. "The so-called billion-yuan outsourcing project merely involves packaging in batches and affixing brand logos. Any factory that can free up 2 areas is capable of executing it. The valuation of 1 billion is essentially Jiang Ming's own financial contribution. Simply handing over money seems somewhat lacking in sincerity, appearing less than earnest. He is merely employing an alternative method to dispense funds. In this era, bestowing money is indeed a subtle art. Otherwise, it could end up like the Qin family's case, tossing such precious resources into the waste bin. Had he not intervened, it might have truly been discarded as refuse. Jiang Xiao, I can handle this outsourcing project. My factory is particularly spacious." Qin Shan continued to vie for an opportunity. Yet Jiang Ming did not spare her a glance, coldly retorting, "Come back to discuss business when your Qin family learns to show respect." He then took a few quick steps to stand before Mo Hai and Qin Lan, gesturing courteously. "Mr. Mo, this way, please." Chapter 60. Unfathomable Wealth. Qin Lan remained utterly bewildered, pondering how the situation had so suddenly shifted. Why were there individuals so eager to bestow wealth upon them? "Young Master Jiang, young Master Jiang." Behind her, Qin Shan rushed forward several steps. But Jiang Ming paid her no mind. At that moment, however, Mr. Mo halted his pace. Mr. Mo, if you feel aggrieved, merely say the word. Should the Qin family require a certain degree of harm, I shall issue the command at once. Jiang Ming spoke softly, standing nearby. Even a fool could perceive the sycophantic undertones. The Jiang family was willing to go so far as to dismantle the Qin family to curry favor with Mo Hai. Mo Hai merely waved his hand dismissively. Why bother with such insignificant figures? Indeed, Mr. Mo possesses a grander vision. It was my indiscretion. Insignificant figures? The Qin family, while not affluent, ranked among the most prominent clans in the northern part of the city. Despite the area's poverty, the Qin family still boasted a valuation of several billion and owned a few factories. What sort of person would dare to belittle the Qin family as insignificant? Merely a lowly security guard, a man recently released from prison? Out of respect for the elder, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Hasten to the hospital, for delay may lead to dire consequences. Mo Hai turned to her, his tone icy. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan not only dismissed his warning but also misconstrued it as a curse upon herself. She retorted vehemently, what qualifications do you have to mock me, you worthless wretch? You are but a sycophant, and the only reason Qin Lan deigns to acknowledge you is because of her own depravity. Without her, you wouldn't even compare to a dog tied at the door of the Qin residence. Mo Hai had yet to unleash his fury. Yet Jiang Ming was on the verge of losing his composure. Press down on your lower abdomen, he instructed before turning and striding toward the door. TCH. What theatrics? I wonder if he is unwell? Qin Shan scoffed, and she indeed pressed down on her lower abdomen. Puffed. Blood erupted from her mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were left astounded. Even Jiang Ming and Qin Lan turned to glance back in disbelief. Remarkable, Jiang Ming murmured under his breath. Having sensed from their previous encounter that this individual was extraordinary, today only solidified that conviction. Who could possess a limited edition bracelet made from Hainan Wangwali wood with butterfly patterns? Who could diagnose an ailment merely by observation? In truth, Mo Hai had no intention of saving Qin Shan. His actions merely served to demonstrate his prowess to Jiang Ming, nothing more. Mr. Mo, this way, please. Jiang Ming hastily gestured for him to proceed, rushing toward his Rolls-Royce, opening the door with great urgency and even shielding the car's roof with his hand. Miss Qin, be careful not to bump your head. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ming spoke gently, fearful of raising his voice, embodying the epitome of a refined gentleman. After all, he was the heir of the Jiang group. It was a rarity for him to open the car door for anyone, and their previous meetings had been few and far between. As he settled into the car, Jiang Ming was about to speak when Mo Hai interrupted him. No need for further words. I understand. Indeed, engaging in conversation with an astute individual is undeniably effortless. Jiang Ming, with his hands clasped in reverence, lowered his head with a smile, proclaiming, Miss Qin, having such a remarkable boyfriend truly invites envy. If not for Mr. Mo's gender preferences, I would be tempted myself. Qin Lan could merely chuckle awkwardly. At that moment, revealing that the two were not actually in a romantic relationship might have rendered both parties quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, within the Qin family estate, chaos reigned supreme as an ambulance awaited outside the villa. Amidst the turmoil, old Master Qin continued to toast with his old friends, grinning. So, what do you think? My granddaughter's fiancé is not too shabby, is he? It was evident that the old man was quite biased, even as Qin Shan was being taken away by the ambulance. He remained preoccupied with boasting about Qin Lan's betrothed. Isn't it a bit too chaotic to not go and check? A nearby elderly gentleman with a white beard inquired softly. Old Master Qin, however, remained remarkably composed. Do not worry, she will not perish. His calm demeanor stemmed from Mr. Mo's assurance. If he had stated that the ailment could be resolved at the hospital, then it was merely a minor issue. Of course, neglecting treatment could lead to more significant troubles. He raised his glass and drank heartily, murmuring to himself, Old Taoist, I genuinely admire your disciple. In Jiangzhou, at the heart of Huaqing, the Qin family's villa lay on the outskirts, while the Jiang family's residence occupied the bustling city center. In this prime location, the price of an ordinary apartment had soared beyond 31,000 per square meter, and villas were even more exorbitant. As the car turned onto a street and proceeded through a grand iron gate, it became evident that the Jiang villa truly embodied the essence of luxury. While Qin Lan's abode could barely be classified as a residence, the house is a tad modest. I hope it doesn't amuse Mr. Mo, Jiang Ming remarked as he exited the vehicle, gesturing for Qin Lan to proceed. Qin Lan could only feel speechless. Indeed, the disparities in people's joys and sorrows were stark. Even the courtyard dwarfed her own home. Although her dwelling was somewhat small, It sufficed as a place to reside. Mr. Mo, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled serenely. Size matters not. It serves its purpose well. Jiang Ming, feeling a bit awkward, offered a polite smile. Mr. Mo, please this way. He then turned to Qin Lan with a warm smile. Miss Qin, may I borrow him for a moment? I require Mr. Mo's assistance. You may rest in the tea lounge. Oh, please, go ahead, she replied, following Jiang Ming into the innermost part of the villa. Qin Lan was escorted by the butler to the lounge, which was astonishingly spacious. The refreshments offered were the likes of which she had never encountered in her ordinary life. This was no mere lounge, but rather a lavish buffet. The seafood provided was of the finest quality, and just these dishes would cost no less than 1,000 per person at a restaurant. Moreover, a plethora of luxurious items, handbags, jewelry, and ornaments were available for guests to wear and take home at their leisure. This was the Jiang family's way of hospitality, truly extravagant beyond measure. Little did she expect that one day she would rely on this individual to broaden her horizons. As he approached the doorway, Mo Hai came to a halt. Mr. Mo, what is the matter? Jiang Ming inquired anxiously. With a gentle sigh, he replied, your grandfather's life now hangs by a thread. Let us go inside and take a look. Very well. Jiang Ming quickly pushed the door open, ushering Mo Hai inside. Everyone stood by the bedside. Some were covering their faces in tears, while others paced anxiously, their distress palpable. The old gentleman was the cornerstone of the Jiang family. Should he falter, the entire family's fortune would wane. The Jiang family's current success was largely attributed to the old man's connections, which facilitated their endeavors. Should he pass, the Jiang family would likely lose its protective shield in numerous business dealings, as well as in the realms of politics and governance. Thus, their tears may not solely be for the impending loss of the venerable elder, but rather for the uncertain future of the Jiang family and its prospects ahead. Chapter 61. The 5 Elements Needle Technique. Grandfather. Jiang Ming rushed to the bedside, calling out repeatedly, but the old man was already in a state of delirium, clinging to life by a mere thread of breath. Where have you been? Your grandfather has been holding on for you. How can you be so unfilial at such a time, wandering about? A middle-aged woman scolded. Jiang Ming quickly brought Mo Hai into the crowd. I have found a renowned expert to help treat my grandfather's illness. An expert? Him. Don't be ridiculous. The divine physician Tian will be here shortly. If he shakes his head, we will need to prepare for your grandfather's last rites. Another middle-aged man stated sternly. As for the person you brought, give him 200 and send him home. Uncle, let Mr. Mo give it a try. My judgment is not mistaken. Jiang Ming replied passionately in a low voice. Even if you don't believe him, can you really dismiss him with 200? He is a master feared even by Master Wang, capable of altering the Jiang family's feng shui with a mere flick of his finger. It's a well-known truth. Better to provoke a king than a feng shui master. The middle-aged man glanced at Mo Hai with a scoff. Huh, have you studied medicine? Somewhat. Mo Hai replied with a slight nod and a smile. Somewhat. Do you know who you're speaking to? If anything happens to him, your life won't be enough to cover the cost. The man retorted. With that, he pulled out 2 100 yuan bills from his bag and tossed them at Mo Hai. This was a direct slap in the face. Mo Hai didn't even glance at the money, shaking his head in resignation. How is it that we are family, yet you are so ignorant? I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. My uncle does not understand the rules. Please calm down and see if you can help my grandfather. Jiang Ming apologized repeatedly from the side. The king of hell may claim you at 3 o'clock, but I can keep you until 5. Mo Hai declared, yet the bystanders regarded him with disdain. His youth belied by his bold words. They had already summoned all the renowned doctors from Jiang'o, and none could remedy the old man's condition. A middle-aged woman standing nearby interjected, arms crossed. Do you have a medical qualification? Yes, Mo Hai replied, pulling out a small booklet from his pocket and handing it over. Upon opening it, the crowd gasped in shock. What the hell? A veterinarian? You brought a vet to treat your grandfather. Get him out of here. Where did you find this charlatan? I wouldn't pay him 20 kwai, let alone 200. At that moment, the butler entered, whispering, the divine physician Tian has arrived. Please make way. Mo Hai stood at the edge, trying to recall if he had ever heard of a divine physician by the surname Tian. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe entered the room, his long beard giving him the appearance of an aged traditional Chinese physician. Though not very old, he seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. Dr. Tian, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time. Please, can you assess whether my father's ailment can still be treated? A sharply dressed man exclaimed, urgency lacing his words. Given the condition of the esteemed Mr. J, if he were in a hospital, a critical condition notice would certainly have been issued. Life hung by a thread, his breath becoming increasingly shallow. They all harbored a glimmer of hope, having heard tales of a miraculous physician from Jiang and who could bring the dead back to life, and had spared no expense in bringing him here. Dr. Tian merely glanced at the patient, his hands clasped behind his back as he let out a dismissive snort. On the phone, "You did not mention it was such a situation. This is rather challenging. Is there still hope?" A woman whispered, her voice trembling. "I said it's challenging, not hopeless. The difficulty has escalated. For such a condition, even 100 million in fees may not suffice. Perhaps you could reimburse my airfare, and I shall take my leave. Please, please, name your price. As long as you can save the old gentleman, any amount is acceptable." What a shrewd tactic to raise the price. This was akin to grasping the Jiang family by the throat, demanding whatever sum he desired. After all, he was now their sole beacon of hope. Mo Hai quietly inquired of Jiang Ming, "What is the background of this fellow? He seems quite greedy." "The most renowned physician in Jiangnan, Tian Feng. It is said he has entered the traditional Chinese medicine hall in the capital and has been bestowed the title of National Medical Master. His consultation fees start at 50 million. Our family has offered 100 million. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. "Mr. Mo, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate your presence would lead to such a situation. Rest assured, your consultation fee will indeed be 100 million. I shall arrange for it privately." To be frank, given this attitude, Mo Hai found his impression of him quite favorable. At that moment, Dr. Tian addressed the Jiang family. "How mundane, how very mundane. In my practice, it is not about money, but rather about the essence." He spoke of essence, but the Jiang family mistakenly believed he referred to fate. They chuckled foolishly, thinking they had encountered a physician of noble ethics. Little did they anticipate his next statement: "An additional 350 million will suffice." The crowd fell silent. In such a circumstance, as long as it was not overly excessive, the Jiang family would certainly endeavor to comply. For this was a matter of life and death for the old gentleman. "Go, write a check for 400 million to Dr. Tian. The 50 million shall serve as a token of appreciation." A middle-aged man instructed the butler in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Dr. Tian's eyes visibly brightened. Stroking his beard, he chuckled, "Rest assured, once the funds are in place, the old gentleman's ailment will surely be cured with the medicine." "That is splendid, splendid." The middle-aged man turned to glance at Mo Hai, only to find him intently observing the scene. "Ahem. Xiao Ming, please escort this wandering doctor out. He has no business here." Jiang Ming cast a troubled glance at Mo Hai. Despite the doctor's failure to cure his grandfather's ailment, Jiang Ming still regarded him as an esteemed guest in his heart. What kind of person could so disdainfully dismiss hundreds of millions? Even if his medical skills were not exceptional, his expertise in feng shui surpassed that of Master Wang, which was sufficient for the Jiang family to maintain a cordial relationship. After all, one must not let ties become too strained. Upon hearing that there was another practitioner present, Dr. Tian's vanity soared. "It's no trouble at all. It's beneficial for the younger generation to gain insight. I assent it. Ha ha, Dr. Tian truly is a remarkable figure. His discourse is on a different level, incomparable to these charlatans. Should he succeed in treating my father, the Jiang family will offer a substantial reward. Rest assured, my fire acupuncture technique has never faltered thus far." Chapter 62. Have you ever heard of the fire needle technique in the 5 elements acupuncture? Upon hearing these words, Mo Hai could not help but cast an intrigued glance at the physician Tian. To his astonishment, there existed another practitioner of the 5 elements acupuncture besides himself. How fascinating! "May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you perhaps a disciple of the 5 elements technique?" Mo Hai interjected with curiosity. Everyone turned to look at him in unison, with the members of the Jiang family expressing their discontent through their glares and tone. Physician Tian turned slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed," he affirmed, "this ailment requires the 5 elements acupuncture for salvation. I wonder, aside from the fire needle, do you possess other skills?" Mo Hai's direct inquiry momentarily rendered physician Tian speechless, his smile freezing in place. It was evident that he had mastered only one aspect of the 5 elements acupuncture. His prowess with the fire needle had already earned him acclaim in Jiangnan and the title of National Medical Sage from the imperial capital's traditional medicine hall. One could only imagine the extraordinary skills he would possess if he fully mastered the 5 elements technique. How outrageous! Such matters are beyond your understanding. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit quickly interjected, attempting to ingratiate himself with Physician Tian. I sincerely apologize. I shall have him removed at once. Not at all. Not at all. The younger generation's ignorance is to be expected. At my age, I cannot possibly hold a grudge against a child, Physician Tian replied with a benevolent smile. Using the fire needle to treat this patient will undoubtedly lead to his demise. Mo Hai stated leisurely. I am merely offering my counsel out of concern for him. Get out now. Leave. The suited man pointed angrily at Mo Hai. Haha, young man. I have practiced medicine for many years, and I have never failed with the fire needle. Physician Tian retorted, his hands clasped behind his back as he scoffed. Treating a yang deficient person with a method meant for yin deficiency will only lead to complications. Moreover, you have only mastered one aspect of the 5 elements technique. A practitioner like you will ultimately tarnish the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Mo Hai replied with a smirk, hands behind his back. If the Jiang family insists on trusting such a practitioner, so be it. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Get lost. Take a taxi and leave. The suited man tossed 20 yuan to the ground, a gesture dripping with humiliation. Haha, farewell. Mo Hai chuckled coldly. From this day forth, should anything happen to Elder Jiang, it will mark the beginning of the Jiang family's decline. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his back. He opened his mouth to speak, but Physician Tian interjected sharply, young man. Choose your words with care. I demand an apology. Do you believe that a mere smattering of knowledge qualifies you as a divine physician? You are far from it. Mo Hai sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Physician Tian. You are simply envious of my medical prowess. Shall we place a wager? If I succeed in treating him, you shall kneel and apologize before everyone. Physician Tian pointed at him, his voice filled with indignation. Being called into question publicly by a mere child, while he was revered as the national medical sage, would be a scandal. Yet, even if he were to be criticized later for his arrogance, his ability to save a patient hanging by a thread with his silver needles would certainly justify his pride. Mo Hai, by nature, harbored an aversion to gambling. However, he possessed a peculiar fondness for challenging others to bets. Are you certain you wish to compete with me, Doctor? Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, scoffed. Is it possible that the esteemed title of national healer can be so casually insulted? If word of this spreads, how can I continue to practice medicine? What a claim of benevolence, considering he demanded billions in consultation fees before even contemplating treatment. How dare he utter such words? Should you fail to cure him, you shall personally dismantle your sign and devote 3 years solely to the study of medicine without practicing. Mo Hai stated solemnly. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a national healer. With that, he produced an array of instruments. Laying out a collection of over a dozen silver needles upon the table, he instructed everyone to step back, maintaining at least a meter's distance from the bed. The fire acupuncture technique embodies a robust yang energy. Generally, it proves effective for 80% of individuals. Yet, in the case of the elderly Mr. Jiang, whose life hung by a thread, his yang energy was nearly depleted, rendering him exceedingly frail. To forcibly introduce yang energy through fire acupuncture would likely yield counterproductive results. While the fire acupuncture method was indeed necessary, it should not be employed from the outset. Mo Hai observed this practitioner's misguided demonstration. The use of silver needles lacked the fluidity and grace expected from a seasoned expert. Typically, after decades of medical study, one should be able to identify acupoints without the need for manual pressure. Asking an experienced craftsman to perform as an apprentice in a new workshop would hardly inspire confidence in their proficiency, would it? After 10 minutes, 16 silver needles had been inserted, and in Mo Hai's estimation, at least 12 of those were futile efforts. Remarkably, following the fire acupuncture, there was a noticeable improvement in the old gentleman's complexion, and his breathing gradually steadied. He appeared to be in a state of recovery. Heavens, Doctor! Tian's medical prowess is truly exceptional, exclaimed a well-dressed gentleman, hurriedly giving a thumbs up. With such skills, he rightfully earns the title of national healer. Huh, do you still believe those billions were wasted? Dr. Tian remarked, folding his arms with a smug grin. Just wait, you won't be able to resist this. His fees for medical services were dictated by the patient's status. Now that he had tasted success, he seldom ventured to treat those lacking wealth. The impoverished could not afford his exorbitant fees, and he was disinclined to lower the threshold for treatment. Merely prescribing medication cost $1 million for each prescription. He had thoroughly transformed into a businessman rather than a healer. A true physician derives their income from rightful means, That is the essence of the benevolent healer. It is impossible to practice medicine without compensation. Everyone must eat. No one is willing to be taken advantage of. The Jiang family, witnessing the old gentleman's improvement, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe it all to Dr. Tian. Otherwise, my father's condition would have been hopeless. A few billion is trivial. We can always earn more. But a life once lost cannot be reclaimed. The fact that my father still lives is worth far more than billions. Unbeknownst to them, they believed the family to be exceptionally filial. In truth, they were merely concerned that once the patriarch departed, they would lose their protective shield, and the Jiang family's progress would be hindered. As long as the elder remained alive, regardless of how many years he had stepped back from his duties, he could still command a degree of respect and access the latest intelligence. Sometimes, this up-to-date information could augment a family's wealth by billions. Did some nameless underlings witness this? This is the power of the fire needle. Even a dying man, under my care, can be revitalized. I have practiced medicine for many years. How could a mere child compare? Dr. Tian, stroking his beard, cast a disdainful glance at Emohai. Are you certain you have cured him? Emohai glanced at the elderly man on the sickbed and subtly shook his head. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon known as returning light before death? Chapter 63, The Power of the Five Elements. Mutual generation and restraint. The phrase return of light is one that most people would rather not hear. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jiang family instantly turned pale. Someone, take him out, shouted another middle-aged man, his face flushed with rage. He bore a resemblance to Jiang Ming, likely his father. It was understandable, for they were still basking in the joy of the old man's recovery when Emohai's sudden proclamation yanked them back to harsh reality. It was no wonder they were incensed. Youth, a true man's word is his bond. Do you stand by your words? Dr. Tian, with a demeanor that brooked no argument, coldly retorted, do you recall how you promised me? Kneel. Apologize. Beside him, a middle-aged woman, arms crossed, scoffed, Can't play the game? Then just leave. Do you believe that within a minute, the old man will certainly cough up blood? Emohai, standing off to the side, stated in a tone devoid of emotion, within a minute, if he does not cough up blood, I shall immediately kneel and confess my error. 15 seconds remaining. The middle-aged man declared, glancing at the wall clock, remaining unfazed. 5 seconds left. Where's the blood you promised? This is sheer nonsense. Throw him out. The middle-aged man bellowed, instructing the household staff to expel Emohai. But then, unexpectedly, the old man abruptly sat upright. Father, how are you? Are you feeling better? Speak to us. His complexion appeared improved, and warmth had returned. Dr. Tian's medical skills indeed seemed remarkable. Suddenly splutter. Just as everyone was praising Dr. Tian's expertise, a stream of blood erupted from the old man, splattering onto the bed. It resembled a balloon deflating abruptly with that expulsion of blood. The old man's vitality seemed to drain away, his complexion turning pale and waxy, dark spots appearing on his skin. His breath became shallow, and the light faded from his eyes. Father! Father! Everyone was struck dumb. Just moments ago, he seemed well, and now he was on the verge of death. Even Dr. Tian was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. How could this happen? Quick, save my father. The impeccably dressed middle-aged man stood, seizing Dr. Tian by his collar, shouting furiously, if you can save him, you are a divine healer. If not, you are worthless. I will try again. Dr. Tian declared, grasping the silver needles, preparing to administer the fire needle technique once more. At that moment, Emohai leaned against the door with a cold smile, remarking, a normal person would be unable to withstand the use of the fire needle twice, let alone a dying patient. Jiang Ming reacted swiftly. It was evident that all the events unfolding were entirely under Emohai's control. He could even predict precisely when the old man would spit blood. With such prowess, he was undoubtedly far superior to Dr. Tian. Mr. Emo. Jiang Ming suddenly knelt before him, pleading, I implore you, save my grandfather. The Jiang family will honor you as a distinguished guest. Others soon realized the gravity of the situation. The man in the suit, who had previously spoken disrespectfully of Emohai, now bowed his head in deference. Sir, do you have a way to save him? Such a trivial ailment, of course. There is a solution. Emohai replied with an air of arrogance. But why should I assist you? Just moments ago, they had clamored to expel him, showing no mercy. And now they sought his help. The middle-aged man in a suit, who appeared to hold considerable influence, called everyone together, and they all knelt before Emohai. Please, sir, save my father. Mo Hai merely cast a cold glance at the crowd, sighing helplessly. My penchant for meddling in others' affairs is truly inescapable. With that, he approached the bedside, where Dr. Tian was still muttering to himself, seemingly entranced, perplexed about where the problem lay. If you cannot do anything, then step aside, Mo Hai said, his tone indifferent. Dr. Tian turned, glaring at him. I cannot. Can you? The patient has already passed. Even the great Hua Tua could not revive him. I have said before, if the King of Hell wants you to die at the third watch, I can keep you alive until the fifth. So what if he has lost consciousness? Reviving him is the key. Amidst his casual demeanor lay an air of arrogance and dominance. He raised a hand, and 5 silver needles appeared between his fingers. No one even noticed from whence they came. What an amateur! Does he not know that silver needles must first be sterilized? Dr. Tian scoffed from the side. Is that so? A sharp sound reverberated. Suddenly, Dr. Tian was left dumbfounded. Vibrating needles. Ordinary practitioners only use high-temperature iodine for disinfection, but true masters can channel their energy to create resonance in the silver needles, shaking off all impurities. With prolonged resonance, the needles would become hot, achieving a sterilizing effect. 2 needles pierced the Zhongwan point, and though it appeared as if he was merely needling, in the blink of an eye, 2 drops of water appeared at the Zhongwan point. Water needle. Dr. Tian stared at Mo Hai in astonishment. How is this possible? How could you possibly use the water needle? The old man's body was akin to a pot, devoid of any water. Everything was scorched. Yet this fellow, with a single fire needle, had reignited the flames, threatening to burn through the pot. Hasten to employ the water needle for a delicate equilibrium. Yet one must not exert excessive force. Otherwise, the individual may encounter complications. When the pot's bottom turns red, a sudden splash of cold water would shatter it instantly. Thus, while the 5 elemental needles may seem straightforward, they are, in fact, exceedingly intricate. Jiang Ming promptly whisked away Physician Tian, lest his startled actions disrupt Mo Hai, as everyone present was holding their breath, fearful of causing alarm. The elderly gentleman, in his frail state, indeed requires a spark to rekindle his vitality. Yet not through the fire needle. A misstep in the sequence of the 5 elements would lead to utter failure. Furthermore, the complexion fluctuated in accordance with the needle techniques employed, initially dull, then shifting to a pale blue, and following a soil needle application, his visage turned a waxen yellow, resembling lust. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Chapter 64. Ancestor above with merely 2 needles inserted, the old gentleman stirred, and the previously absent sound of breath returned. To be precise, this was actually the 3rd needle, for although the fire needle of Physician Tian had expedited the procedure, its efficacy remained intact. Initially, the water needle was employed for integration, followed by the earth needle to counteract, and then an additional set of metal needles was introduced atop the fire needle. Instantly, the old gentleman's complexion transformed from a waxy yellow to a hue reminiscent of gold. At last, Mo Hai plunged a needle into the center of his brow. This was the most challenging wooden needle. Physician Tian could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai turned back, casting a cold glance at him, and sneered, "Pay attention, I shall demonstrate only once. Witness the revival of withered wood." As the needle pierced through, he could sense the transformation within the old gentleman's body. His hand involuntarily lifted, as if the final needle had infused him with vitality. This was precisely why Physician Tian claimed the wooden needle was the most difficult to master. Once the wooden needle was firmly in place, the 5 elemental needle techniques, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were perfected, while others might not perceive the significance. Mo Hai nodded in satisfaction. The 5-element needle technique primarily targets the 5 major acupoints of the human body, forming a shape akin to a pentagram. Following the final move, the revival of withered wood ignited the fire, naturally returning vitality. Water. Mo Hai glanced at Jiang Ming, who promptly fetched a bottle of mineral water. After a few sips, Mo Hai directed it towards the old gentleman. What does it mean for withered wood to encounter spring? Without a sprinkle of water, how can it sprout? Observant individuals would notice that the old gentleman's hair had darkened. Previously, it had been completely white. After the wooden needle's effect, a surge of life had been infused. Not only had his hair regained its color, but his skin also appeared rejuvenated, as if he had shed a decade. Grandfather Jiang Ming rushed over, squatting by the bedside, gazing at the old gentleman. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "My body feels much better. I sense a warm current within. It's quite comfortable." Mo Hai, arms crossed, chuckled softly. "Old gentleman, do not move about hastily. The needles have yet to be removed. Rest well. Though he had awakened, his body was undoubtedly fatigued, akin to being abruptly roused from a deep slumber. He would not perceive himself as having perished, merely feeling as if he had experienced a dream. Interrupted by the commotion of those around him, after a few minutes of soothing, the sound of the old gentleman's snoring returned, prompting everyone to exhale in relief. You possess the complete 5-element needle technique. At your age, how can this be possible? Physician Tian shook his head in disbelief. Even my master only mastered the water and fire needles. Why then do you only know the simplest fire needle? Mo shot him a cold glance, responding. My master passed away 3 years ago, and I had yet to learn the water needle at that time. Physician Tian forced a sheepish smile. 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Mo could not help but scrutinize him closely. If I am not mistaken, your master's surname is Shui, correct? His name is Shui Kuan, is it not? You. How do you know? He looked at Mo astonished. Have you ever considered who taught him those 2 techniques? I observed his talent was quite commendable, and I imparted him a couple of skills. Little did I expect he would take on such an unremarkable apprentice. Had I known, I would have refrained from teaching him. Shui Kuan may not be known to everyone, yet in Jiangnan, he is a revered divine physician, renowned far and wide. Even esteemed doctors from the capital have sought his guidance, underscoring the extraordinary level of his medical prowess. Thud. Physician Tian suddenly knelt before Mo, exclaiming, Master Ancestor. I bow to you. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Jiang family members were left speechless. For this was the divine physician they had brought over at an exorbitant cost of billions from Jiangnan. Physician Tian, who was significantly older than Mo, was now weeping and calling him Master Ancestor. Keep your distance. With your level of skill, don't dare to claim you are associated with me. I cannot afford such disgrace. Mo waved his hand, speaking with irritation. Do you remember what you just wagered? I remember. He repeatedly bowed his head on the ground. I shall return and devote myself to studying medicine, not to emerge for 3 years. Get lost. Yes. After saying this, Physician Tian respectfully handed over the check to the Jiang family members, gathered his belongings, and fled in a hurry. He genuinely wished to obtain Mo's contact information. But given the circumstances, it would have been impolite to linger any longer. Arriving with great bravado and an air of arrogance, he left resembling a defeated rooster. Bring me paper and pen, Mo said nonchalantly. Jiang Ming hurriedly rose and retrieved paper and pen from the drawer, adeptly scribbling a prescription before handing it over. Simmer on low heat for 3 hours, consume thrice daily for 3 months. This could extend your life by at least 5 years. He clasped his hands behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for that fellow's foolishness, you could have lived an additional 10 years. However, for the Jiang family, even an extra year of life would be a tremendous blessing, sufficient to accomplish many endeavors. Mr. Mo, I am at a loss for how to repay such a great kindness, Jiang Ming said, cupping his fists respectfully as he gazed at him. Others from the Jiang family also approached, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with him. A middle-aged man in a suit presented several checks, totaling approximately 800 million. Mr. Mo, please accept this small token of appreciation. Not all physicians are driven by monetary gain. Mo coldly rejected the checks. Moreover, who do you think I am to look down on such trifles? The expressions of those present froze. Here was a man who dismissed billions without a second glance. I bid you farewell. Mo strolled out, hands in pockets, whistling as he went. He remained as audacious and arrogant as ever. There is no way to deny his qualifications. Even a few hundred million offered without strings attached is met with indifference, which speaks volumes about his familiarity with substantial wealth. This individual, where did you find him? The impeccably dressed man inquired in hushed tones. Jiang Ming recounted his encounter with Mo while searching for a fabled location for his grandfather, emphasizing the reverence with which they referred to that Master Wang Pingan, insisting on addressing him as a senior. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. How terrifying indeed. At such a tender age, his prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. The emergence of such a figure in Jiangzhou, could it be a blessing or a curse? Furthermore, I have a foreboding sense that the displayed strength barely scratches the surface. To engage with such a person would be a challenge. Avoiding offense would be a significant achievement. Jiang Ming glanced at the check in his father's hand and sighed softly. Chapter 65. The prodigal daughter. If this is indeed the case, then the actions of the Jiang family would undoubtedly leave a profoundly negative impression on Mo. Even the esteemed physician Tian commands exorbitant consultation fees, not to mention that he refers to him as his master. At such a young age, He has mastered the intricate 5 elements needle technique, earning the respect of Wang Pingyan, who addresses him as a senior in the realm of feng shui. Such a distinguished individual, who had made the effort to visit the Jiang family, was met with utter disrespect. At this thought, the middle-aged man felt the urge to slap himself in frustration. Quick, you must speak well of this person. We must win him over at all costs. He urged the man in the suit, who gazed at Jiang Ming with urgency. I will do my best, Jiang Ming replied, his expression a mixture of helplessness and resolve. He had just signaled to everyone, yet none had taken it seriously. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's lounge, Qin Lan was merely nibbling on some fruit and sipping coffee while engrossed in a book. She did not even touch the luxurious items around her. Though she feigned concentration, her thoughts were consumed by Mo Hai, his demeanor at the Qin residence, and the respect shown to him by the young Master Jiang. Didn't he just emerge from prison? What on earth is going on? And that bracelet, I distinctly saw it bought from a roadside stall at the market. How could it possibly be worth billions? As her mind spiraled with confusion, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind, causing Qin Lan to jump in surprise. In her startled state, she inadvertently collided with the person, falling directly into their embrace. I'm so sorry, she stammered, though her body instinctively leaned closer. Well, how long do you plan to keep this up? A voice chimed in. Startled, Qin Lan looked up to find Mo Hai standing before her, wearing a playful smile. You seem so serious all the time. Who knew you had such a mischievous side? Would you like to explore further? Get lost, she exclaimed, jumping to her feet. However, in her high heels, she stumbled and fell back, only to be caught by Mo Hai's strong arms, pulling her securely against him. Had he not reacted swiftly, she would have surely collided with the sharp edge of the table. Their faces were mere centimeters apart, the tension palpable, their breaths mingling. You really should be more careful. If you can't take care of yourself, perhaps I should step in, all right? Mo Hai said with a grin, one hand propped against the wall while the other enveloped her waist. In that fleeting moment, Qin Lan's heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed crimson. The sensation of butterflies in her stomach was a long-lost feeling, one she had not experienced in ages. Surprisingly, the sense of security she craved was not found at home, but rather in the presence of this man. Mr. Mo, came the voice of Jiang Ming from outside the door. As he pushed the door open, he happened upon the two in such a compromising position. Oh, I apologize for my untimely arrival. There might be something you need in the left drawer. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Ming immediately understood the situation and made an okay gesture, tactfully retreating and closing the door behind him. Initially merely shy, her face now flushed to the point of bubbling over, resembling a kettle on the verge of boiling. Get away, Qin Lan exclaimed, shoving him aside. It's all your fault for causing misunderstandings. How am I ever going to find a boyfriend now? Although your temperament is dreadful, sullen, and devoid of interest, if you remain unattached, I might reluctantly accept you. After all, I owe the Qin family money. So here's your chance to support me. Such an opportunity is rare, you should cherish it. Infuriated, she found herself at a loss for words. Only for Mo Hai to wrap his arm around her waist, smirking as he teased. Got it, dear mother. Go to. She seized a crystal cup from the table and hurled it at Mo Hai. Crash, clatter. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Ming leaned out the window to observe Qin Lan throwing objects at Mo Hai. 80,000. 160,000. That's expensive, don't throw it. Oh dear, 36,000. Each cup imported from Australia costs 60,000. Using Jiang family money to highlight their romance. However, compared to the check Jiang's family had just given Mo Hai, this was trivial. Just as Jiang Ming intended to enter and inquire, a vase came flying toward him, prompting him to dodge swiftly. Good heavens. What a wasteful woman. A Qianlong double pomelo blue and white porcelain. And you dare throw it. Qin Lan emerged with her hands on her hips, regaining her composure upon seeing Jiang Ming, her expression turning apologetic as she smiled at him. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao. It's all this guy's fault. You broke the items. How can you blame me? If you weren't furious, would this have happened? Indeed, this woman could be unreasonable. Even breathing seemed to be a mistake in her eyes. She retrieved her wallet, pulling out 20,000 in cash and handing it to Jiang Ming, bowing deeply as she said, I'm truly sorry. Is this enough? Jiang Ming exchanged an awkward glance with Mo Hai, his expression tinged with helplessness. In truth, the money was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had shattered their belongings without regard for what they were. However, he believed that with Mo Hai's discerning eye, he would surely recognize the value of the items, particularly the limited edition Hainan Wangwali bracelet, something only a worldly person could appreciate. 20,000 ISNT even enough for that cup. Jiang Deshao, please inform this spendthrift woman just how much she has squandered. Mo Hai crossed his arms, sneering, to spare her from being oblivious to her extravagance. Qinlan haughtily huffed. How much could it possibly be? At most, 100,000, which is hardly a sum I cannot afford. The cup you shattered costs 60,000. Jiang Ming forced a smile, clearly embarrassed. 100,000. That amount wouldn't even suffice for a mere ashtray, and theirs are crafted from bloodstone, valued at 660,000 a pair. The glass cup I just broke. That is not merely a glass cup, it is a crystal cup, imported from Australia. Its raw material is diamond. So, how much have I actually broken? Well, if we disregard the Qianlong-era blue and white porcelain that was also damaged, it would amount to only a few million. Including that, I estimate, over 10 million. At this moment, Qianlong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Good heavens! In a moment of capriciousness, she had shattered items worth over 10 million. Furthermore, this was merely a reception hall. Even the decorative pieces casually displayed by the Jiang family were extravagantly opulent. Over 10 million. Presently, Qianlong had only around 700 to 800,000 in her bank account. Although her company possessed over 10 million, she could not mobilize those funds in her name. Chapter 66. Am I qualified to be your friend? Now you understand the considerable cost of a moment's recklessness, don't you? Mo Hai, with a resigned expression, gently spread his hands and spoke softly. I apologize. Qianlong deeply bowed to Jiang Ming, saying, I will compensate for the losses here at full value. Here is my ID. I will leave it with the Jiang family and return shortly to gather the funds. Rest assured, I won't run away. Well, as long as you acknowledge your mistake, that's sufficient. He smiled faintly at Jiang Ming, saying, let us consider this matter settled as a favor. Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are to have such influence? This amounts to over 10 million. Do you realize my company's net profit over several months is merely 10 million? Qianlong muttered with her head bowed. Though her voice was low, Jiang Ming heard every word clearly. Once Mr. Mo speaks, his words are worth their weight in gold. Not to mention a few broken pots and pans. Even if you were to demolish this room, as long as Mr. Mo is pleased, it would be a trivial matter. Jiang Ming replied, bowing slightly, with a gentlemanly smile. Such a mere sum of over 10 million should not trouble Miss Qin. If Miss Qin desires, you may take away all the luxury items here. I merely worry they may not meet your refined tastes. It must be said, interacting with clever individuals indeed brings a sense of ease. One must commend Mo Hai for his willingness to assist the Jiang family. Observe his attitude in handling matters. It is a stark contrast to those elderly gentlemen. Jiang Ming was also aware that individuals like Mo Hai hold wealth in disdain, caring little for material possessions. What they truly seek is the attitude of others. Who doesn't enjoy showing off in front of their significant other? You mean I can take all the bags and jewelry here? Qianlong exclaimed in astonishment. Despite having shattered numerous items, not only was she not required to compensate, but she could also freely take luxury goods such as bags and shoes. Such audacity was beyond her wildest dreams. Moreover, this was the Jiang family. In Jiangzhou, a prestigious household. How could the young master of the Jiang family treat her with such courtesy? Mo Hai, with arms crossed and an expression of feigned helplessness, remarked, look at your attire. Clearly unfamiliar with the world. Even the jewelry here is less valuable than the outfit I changed out of. Though not worth much, it is rather appealing. If you like, feel free to choose a few. Losing such items wouldn't be a concern. Quite delightful. Do you ever tire of boasting? Do you even know what kind of jewelry is there? The Shafilo necklace is worth over 500,000 each. Qianlong shot him an exasperated glare. Haha, clearly. You are unaccustomed to the finer things. 500,000 is nothing, call me husband, and I will gift you a necklace worth billions. Uft. You? Can you even dig out 300 from your pocket? Qianlong remained skeptical of every word Mo Hai uttered, but she was too weary to argue. Sometimes, a woman's vet can be quite endearing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, eavesdropping on their conversation, found himself breaking into a cold sweat. He did not believe for a moment that Mo Hai was merely boasting. A unique and rare Hainan Wangwali bracelet, valued at 300 million, was effortlessly bestowed upon the Qin family. What then is the impossibility of gifting a necklace worth billions to Qianlong? In his eyes, 100 billion is but a mere flick of the wrist. What formidable strength does this individual possess? It is utterly terrifying. Although Qianlong is more mature than the average woman, she is still a woman at heart, irresistibly drawn to glittering treasures. Once she ventured inside, Mo Hai cast a glance at her. Women are like this. They've caused trouble for young Master Jiang. Mr. Mo, how can you say that? Your presence at our Jiang family is indeed a blessing. Jiang Ming responded with a gracious smile. However, upon hearing this, Mo Hai did not appear particularly pleased. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and remarked with a light chuckle, "Let us converse as friends. No need for such formality. Do I have the privilege to be Mr. Mo's friend? Not now, but that does not preclude future opportunities, does it?" The implication was quite clear. Young man, exert yourself. And perhaps one day you may find yourself in my employ. Before long, Qin Lan emerged, having selected a necklace with discernible taste. Choosing the most expensive one, a Scaphiro swan pendant necklace valued at over 600,000. Young Master Jiang, is this acceptable? Qin Lan inquired cautiously. Rest assured. I won't take it for free. I can select a few more from the warehouse. Or perhaps, I could have them all packaged and sent to your home? Jiang Ming asked with utmost gentlemanly elegance. She quickly waved her hand, realizing that the total would amount to several million. Seeing Qin Lan's delight brought genuine joy to Jiang Ming's heart. Even if outwardly it seemed merely a woman benefiting, there were deeper implications at play. Accepting the gift meant that Mo Hai now owed a favor to the Jiang family. Mr. Mo, just as the two were heading towards the door, Jiang Ming suddenly called out, and Qin Lan turned back to glance, promptly understanding and hastening her steps towards the exit. I shall wait for you outside. Mo Hai gently patted her head. Such a good girl. Get off. Your touch resembles that of petting an animal. Once they were alone in the courtyard, Mo Hai's smile faded, replaced by an air of haughty coldness. Is there something else? Indeed, tenderness is reserved for women. You have assisted our Jiang family immensely. I know you, Mr. Mo, are not lacking in wealth, so I wish to present you with a token of our gratitude. He produced a card that resembled an identity card rather than a bank card, signifying supreme status. What purpose does this serve? Mo Hai inquired, puzzled. As he surmised, the card was a supreme VIP card, of which there are no more than 5 in the entire Jiangzhou. With this card, any transaction within Jiang family enterprises, whether real estate or daily expenditures, would be entirely complimentary. In the case of someone like Mo Hai, offering monetary gifts seems rather pedestrian. Yet, when it comes to presenting a token of appreciation, one is often at a loss for how much to bestow. A modest gift may come off as insufficient, while an extravagant one could provoke reluctance. Thus, why not simply provide him with an exclusive Supreme card, which allows for a monthly spending limit? The concern lies not in his consumption, but rather in his potential reluctance to indulge. Mr. Mo may freely enjoy the myriad offerings of the Jiang family's enterprises, which encompass every conceivable luxury in Jiangzhou. I sincerely hope you will accept this gesture, for I would otherwise find myself at a loss in explaining to my family. Jiang Ming softly implored him. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Hai reluctantly retrieved his wallet and placed the card within its confines. However, the instant he opened his wallet, Jiang Ming was taken aback to discover a purple gold card. This card, capable of facilitating overdrafts amounting to billions on an international scale, is held by a mere 10 individuals globally. Could it be that he is one of them? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Ming's spine. If he were to truly utilize the so-called Supreme card that he had just given him, would it not be akin to tossing a coin into a golden bowl? Chapter 67. Is the person you must deal with him? Dare I inquire, who exactly is Mr. Mo? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Ming posed the question. He was aware that such inquiries could potentially touch upon sensitive matters, especially given Mo Hai's evident desire for privacy. Yet, the myriad of enigmatic occurrences left him irresistibly intrigued about Mo Hai's true identity. Recently released from prison, now a security guard at Fenghua Group, Jiang Ming recognized the deliberate evasion on the part of his counterpart, yet could not suppress his curiosity. So, where did you serve your time? In that moment, he distinctly sensed the glimmer of menace in Mo Hai's gaze. Indeed, this inquiry had crossed a threshold. Mo Hai merely lowered his head with a faint smile, produced a cigarette, and coldly stated, "There are certain matters that should remain unasked. It is for your own good. Now, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." With that, he strode towards the exit. "Mr. Mo, allow me to treat you to a meal another day?" Jiang Ming called after him, but Mo Hai simply waved his hand slightly and departed from the Jiang residence. Once he had left, Jiang Ming glanced down at the cigarette in his hand, his brow furrowing deeper in thought. What is the matter? Has he left? An impeccably dressed middle-aged man emerged from the inner courtyard, inquiring about Jiang Ming's dazed state. "Father, take a look at this cigarette." Is this special supply? There exists a type of cigarette not sold to the public, pristine white without any markings, distributed only to select individuals. When old Master Jiang was still alive, he received perhaps a single pack each year. The value of such cigarettes transcended their monetary worth. They were a symbol of status. A provincial leader might receive no more than 2 packs a year. Those who smoked such cigarettes were either exceedingly wealthy or of noble lineage. However, seeing that Mo Hai was so young and casually smoking special supply cigarettes indicated that he did not regard them as anything extraordinary. The father and son exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. After leaving the Jiang residence, Mo Hai and Qin Lan chose not to return home in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, but instead opted to stroll towards the city center. As the Jiang family estate was situated in a prime location, mere steps from the bustling urban heart. As they walked along the riverbank, silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Qin Lan could no longer contain herself. Why does Jiang Shao fear you so? Mo Hai, hands clasped behind his back, offered a subtle smile. To be precise, it is not fear, but rather respect. For I, quite inadvertently, cured old Master Jiang's ailment. You possess such a skill? I am but a novice, having studied medicine for a mere 2 days, and I even have a certificate. Let me see. He handed over the certificate. And as Qin Lan opened it, she nearly burst into laughter. A veterinary certificate? You, a veterinarian, cured old Master Jiang's illness? I had heard he was hanging by a thread, sustained only by sheer will. How did you manage that? Using the kind of injection typically administered to old sows in the countryside, he administered it, and the person awakened instantly. Isn't that remarkable? Qin Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. So, the bracelet gifted to my grandfather is truly worth 3 billion. Certainly not. I thought so. Who could possibly unearth an antique from the vegetable market? That piece is worth at least 10 billion as a starting point. Uffed. Qin Lan unexpectedly chuckled, exclaiming, You are quite impressive. You never blush when telling a lie. Soon, her gaze was drawn to a distant outdoor streamer singing. Mo Hai watched her dash toward the source, charmed by her cuteness. One might consider her foolish. At such a young age, she has received recognition from a prestigious institution. Yet, she has never believed her own worth. Living in a state of delightful confusion, balancing both foolishness and intelligence, is quite admirable. From the attitude of the Qin family towards her today, it is evident that aside from sharing the surname Qin, she has virtually no ties to the family. Those relatives of hers seem to regard her merely as a means to access the Fenghua group, which exists under her name. One can only imagine the hardships she has endured over the years. Although her own life has been far from satisfactory, she finds herself sympathizing with the plight of others. At this moment, in the heart of Jiangzhou, at a CAF. Is there anyone in this territory bold enough to oppose young Master? When Feng stirred his coffee with a spoon, smiling faintly, Zhou Yunfei's expression darkened as he placed a leather bag on the table. Eliminate an inconspicuous little character. Once completed, I shall reward you with 1 million. What caliber of opponent is this? How could young Master Zhou be willing to pay 1 million for his life? A mere security guard. He has been obstructing my path recently, and I hope Brother Wen can handle this discreetly. You know my position doesn't permit me to intervene. Understood. When Feng glanced at the leather bag, noticing a thick stack of deposits inside, and his face lit up with joy. Although he was engaged in real estate, he had previously dabbled in various dealings. As long as there is profit to be made, does the source of the money truly matter? Do you have a photo? I'll send my little brothers to pay him a visit tonight. Zhou Yunfei produced a photograph from his bag and slid it across the table. Ideally, let him spend the rest of his life in a hospital. He intended to ensure that anyone supporting Qin Lan would experience a fate worse than death. Were it not for Mo Hai's meddling, Qin Lan might have already surrendered the Fenghua group under the shareholders' threats. Now, not only has the task failed, but she has also gained a surge of popularity through the live broadcast, granting her a reprieve. To prevent any prolonged complications, Zhou's family planned to acquire all patents of the Fenghua group. Once they developed a cancer-fighting drug, the profits would likely surpass the entire valuation of the Zhou family. A few parcels of land in the northern city are inconsequential. With a breakthrough cancer treatment, even at a price of 100,000 per pill, a vast number of people would be eager to buy, and it would also attract a wave of wealthy and influential patrons. Rest assured, as long as the funds are in place, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Boss Wen chuckled as he withdrew the photograph from the brown paper bag. However, upon glimpsing the image, he abruptly sprang to his feet, exclaiming in shock, What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Speak calmly. We are individuals of standing. Is there truly a need for such uproar? Zhou Yunfei flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coldly. With a sharp slap. He placed the photograph on the table and said, Are you seriously suggesting that the company you desire is Fenghua Group? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Take this money back. Find yourself a better location with good feng shui. I estimate that in a few days, you will find it quite useful. Chapter 68. Allow me to embarrass myself. Merely gazing at the photograph sent a chill down Wenfeng's spine. The individual in the image was none other than Mo Hai, the security guard of Fenghua Group. This was truly akin to a minor demon encountering the king of hell, an act of folly. What did Boss Wen mean by that? Was he dissatisfied with the reward? Zhou Yunfei regarded him with a perplexed expression and inquired. He chuckled coldly. No, if I were to accept this assignment, it would be tantamount to wishing for a longer life. Farewell, and may we never meet again. Wenfeng picked up his phone from the table and stated icily. From this moment on, never contact me again. Remember, forever. Furthermore, you may reclaim this money. I have never been one to accept ill-gotten gains. Observing Zhou Yunfei's obstinate nature, it was clear he would not turn back until he collided with an insurmountable obstacle, and Mo Hai was certainly not that barrier. Perhaps Wenfeng was still counting his blessings for having glimpsed the photograph beforehand. Otherwise, he would have discovered, upon accepting the payment, that the person he was meant to pursue was indeed Mo Hai. That would have been akin to stumbling at the restroom door, not merely unfortunate, but utterly disgraceful. Jiangzhou. Hushin Island. This locale is renowned for its vibrant live streaming, with many passers-by drawn to witness the spectacle. The majority of the streams feature alluring young women and charming young men, likely the finest talents the media company could present. Their attractiveness was undeniable, merely standing there. They attracted photographers, who even took the initiative to post advertisements on social media. The online streaming scene here has garnered a modest following. Many shoppers pause to enjoy the melodious performances of these youths. The female streamers donned incredibly short skirts and enticing black stockings, while the male streamers sported dapper suits that were irresistible to the female audience, complemented by rimless glasses that gave them an air of both scholarly refinement and roguish charm. Not only did they solicit tips from their online audience, but they also displayed a bowl before them, an exquisite gold bowl, likely worth tens of thousands of dollars. Some elderly gentlemen, captivated by the beauty of the female streamer, tossed a few coins into the bowl. This was the genuine act of depositing coins into a golden receptacle. The men naturally admired the female streamer, entranced by her seductive poses and enchanting allure, while the women were equally captivated by the dapper gentleman in the suit, who exuded both charisma and flair. This interplay between online and offline engagement demonstrated the company's adeptness in harnessing the appeal of its talents. Such a delightful performance. Truly remarkable singing. Qin Lan stood at the periphery of the crowd, her excitement palpable as she stamped her feet, seemingly entranced by the melody that resonated within her heart. In a fervor, she opened her wallet, eager to toss money into the golden bowl, as if bewitched by the performance. With such a lackluster display, you still wished to reward him? Several notes were off-key, and he relied heavily on falsetto. Such mediocrity is rampant in KTV establishments. Mo Hai remarked with arms crossed, his voice dripping with disdain. Humph. Qin Lan shot him a disdainful glance. I know you possess some admirable qualities, but is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's talent in singing? If this qualifies as excellence, there are far too many outstanding individuals in this world. Mo Hai shrugged and chuckled lightly. You could give it a try? If you sing well, I would gladly follow your lead. Are you serious? Mo Hai gazed at her with a beaming smile. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you, don't act brazenly in front of me. Qin Lan tightened her collar and spoke hurriedly. What do you have that could possibly interest me? If I can sing better than him, you shall fetch water for me to wash my feet, and also give me a massage, serve me tea, just for one day. Observing his unwavering confidence, Qin Lan's eyes shifted mischievously. All right, if you sing poorly, you will serve me tea for 3 days. No, a month. Do you dare? Initially, one would expect Mo Hai to reject such an uneven wager, but to her surprise, he readily agreed. No problem. With that, he squeezed his way into the crowd, directly seizing the microphone. The onlookers, startled by the abrupt interruption of music, began to express their annoyance. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm live streaming? A sharply dressed young man retorted. Mo Hai promptly brandished a wad of cash. May I borrow this for a moment? Here, please take it. Shall I accompany you? I can dance quite well. Or perhaps, if you give me a little more, I could perform a dance for you. He produced another 1,000 yuan. I still prefer your initial attitude. Let us revert to that. All right, my dear sir. The young man stepped aside, and Mo took the microphone. The prelude of Jiang and playing on his phone. As the melody began to unfold, initially, the audience paid little heed, for who could possibly outshine the seasoned streamers? Many of those daring enough to sing in public were graduates of prestigious music academies, while the current job market left university students struggling, prompting many to join media companies as streamers. Those who ventured into outdoor streaming were often the more aesthetically pleasing, while those deemed less fortunate remained in the company, doing menial tasks, vulnerable to dismissal at any moment. Yet, as Mo's voice resonated, the murmurs of discontent ceased abruptly. The crowd fell into a profound silence, captivated by the enchanting essence of Jiangnan, as if they were lost in the gentle flow of water and the sight of blue skies and white clouds, experiencing a serene escape from their overwhelming pressures. The burdens of modern life found a temporary reprieve in the melodies. As the song neared its conclusion, the audience remained entranced, lost in reverie. Great music lingers in the mind long after it is heard, rather than simply passing through one ear and out the other. Qinlan gazed at him, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted, the quality of his performance unquestioned. Initially, only a handful of spectators had gathered, but following his song, the crowd swelled to hundreds. The online donations surged unprecedentedly, with extravagant gifts like love cannons and castles, each worth 1,000 yuan, flooding the screen in a frenzy. In mere minutes, his performance had generated tens of thousands of yuan for the live stream. Concealed behind a large tree at the edge of the crowd, two men watched the screen, laughing uncontrollably at the astonishing donations. These two individuals hold senior positions within the media company. Whenever these hosts venture outdoors for live broadcasts, they are accompanied by dedicated personnel, otherwise, who could ascertain whether they are truly working or merely slacking off during the stream. 1,000. Another 1,000. This young man has garnered 30,000 in tips just for singing a song. It turns out that it is not the audience's frugality, but rather the shortcomings of our hosts. Imagine if we were to invite him to be our star host. Wouldn't that lead to immense profits? Just look at the number of viewers in the live stream. It is about to surpass 100,000. This young man is undeniably extraordinary. Chapter 69. Quick. Stop this god of wealth. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged from a mere few dozen to over 100,000 in an instant. This was a height unattainable by even the most prominent streamers, as a sudden influx of over 100,000 online viewers signified the presence of top-tier stars. Sign him. We must secure this god of wealth for our company. Our impending IPO hinges on him, exclaimed the middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a sly, lecherous grin, by the riverside. After Mo finished singing, he handed the microphone to the young man beside him. You take over. Wait, brother. Sing another song, just one more. This is simply too enchanting, even more delightful than those concerts by celebrities. I don't want this money, please sing again. The young man quietly returned the money, urging him to continue. The onlookers began to cheer him on. Come on, young man, sing another one. I'll give you 500. I just got here. And you're done already. Name your price. We'll pool together for you to sing a couple more. It's been ages since I've heard such beautiful music. This is far superior to what those stars perform on television. One by one, they tossed money into the bowl on the ground, even though it wasn't his bowl at all. However, Mo barely glanced at the money, preparing to put down the microphone and leave. I want to hear more. Could you sing another one? Qinlan gazed at him with adoration. As for our bet, let's extend it by 3 days. Please. Oh, what am I to do with you? Mo, who had intended to leave, turned back with a fond expression. All right, just one more. Let's sing Jade Cho's Rice Aroma. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. As the song began, the viewer count in the live stream reached its peak. Although it displayed over 100,000, the actual number had already soared to nearly 1 million. The total number of participants had reached 30 million. Everyone was sharing the stream on social media, and this seemingly inconspicuous broadcast room suddenly ascended to the top of the national rankings. Even many high-profile streamers closed their own streams to join in the excitement, bringing their audiences along with them. The server was nearly on the brink of collapse. Hidden behind a large tree, two men were grinning from ear to ear. This is truly the god of wealth. In just a few minutes of streaming, he has earned what an average person would make in several years. And the view count is likely to shatter any existing records across the internet. If Mo continued to stream. Achieving sales of over 100 million in a single night would hardly be a challenge, and just from tips alone, it could surpass that figure. If he were to promote products as well, the profits would be unimaginable. As he sang Rice Aroma, it seemed to transport listeners back to a time devoid of smartphones and large-screen computers, where they strolled through the fields, the wind rustling the wheat waves, and the gentle fragrance of malt wafted through the air. The sun shone gently, accompanied by a mild breeze, as I found myself with a few dear friends, embracing my most cherished companion, seated upon a three-wheeled cart, gazing towards the direction of the curling smoke. Perhaps we were impoverished then, yet we experienced genuine joy. This song effortlessly transported everyone back to an era when the internet was not as pervasive. Lo and behold, the official presence has arrived. This fellow's singing has attracted even them. Look, our live stream has soared to the top nationwide. It has even trended. Those inept individuals streamed for a month, yet they couldn't match the impact of just 2 minutes of our performance. As the melody gradually faded, the audience remained enraptured by its lingering notes. It was only after the final chords had dissipated that Mo Hai truly set down the microphone. The screen of the live stream erupted with frenzied comments, clamoring for more songs. An ever-increasing throng of people flooded into the stream, to the extent that newcomers risked being booted out due to sheer numbers. A testament to the overwhelming attendance. "All right, it's over," Mo Hai remarked with a gentle smile, observing the surging crowd. He noted how more individuals were taking photos to share on social media, and others were directly forwarding the stream. Remaining any longer might lead to complications. He might not be a celebrity, but his popularity eclipsed that of many stars. After all, the desire to either harm or possess him seemed evenly split among admirers. And if his rivals discovered his whereabouts, or if affluent heiresses, noblewomen, or European princesses learned of his location, they would undoubtedly swarm to Jiazhou. How could this small town possibly accommodate such a multitude? "Young man, sing another song." "How about this? I'll introduce you to my granddaughter. I have 3 granddaughters. You can meet them all if you sing a little longer. Auntie owns 3 houses, so you can choose where to stay and which granddaughter you fancy." "Are granddaughters all you have?" "My daughter works at a bank and is quite wealthy. She is selling property in the metropolis." "Sing one more song, and I will arrange for her to meet you. Trust me, if I like you, you'll be set for the night." "Who doesn't he have a daughter?" "Mine is 18, stunningly beautiful, and about to start university. I think you are quite suitable." "What is this? Must it be granddaughters?" "I have 6 grandsons." "Young man, sing again, and I will arrange for them." Upon hearing the last statement, Mo Hai shook his head repeatedly. No, I prefer women." "What are you thinking?" "I have 6 grandsons. 3 run publicly traded companies, 2 are in politics, and 1 serves in the military. Just say the word, and I'll support you in any endeavor." "What is a noble heiress to me? Isn't this supposed to be about singing? Why are we discussing matchmaking?" Qin Lan intervened, pulling Mo Hai away from the throng of eager elderly admirers. "Apologies, everyone, but he is taken," with a firm grip on Mo Hai. They swiftly departed from the throng, leaving the elderly onlookers with expressions of discontent. Having only just exited the stage, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted dramatically, dwindling from 1 million to 80,000, 70,000, 50,000, and even dropping below the 100,000 mark. In a mere 2 minutes, the count dwindled to a mere 200. Such is the fleeting nature of fame. As Mo Hai exited the screen, the barrage of comments turned utterly mundane. The only remnants of excitement were those who, oblivious to the conclusion of the broadcast, continued to trickle in, only to exit within 3 seconds. In that moment, the 2 men concealed behind the tree were thrown into a state of panic, as the departure had siphoned away all the viewership. In this era where attention reigns supreme, those who command the audience are destined to be the rising stars of tomorrow, the celebrated icons of the stage. Quick, stop him. I must secure an exorbitant contract with him. Chapter 70. Brother, I truly wish to remain low-key. Qin Lan urgently pulled Mo Hai away from the crowd, initially intending to join in the revelry. However, a throng of onlookers had gathered, nearly encircling him in scrutiny. "Are you so anxious to pull me away because you fear I might be snatched up?" Mo Hai quipped with a mischievous grin. "Who is worried about you being taken? I'm merely concerned that those aunties might oh, never mind. Just follow me without all this chatter." As she spoke, Qin Lan's face flushed crimson. Unbeknownst to her, the sudden urgency stemmed from a sense of possessiveness, akin to something precious being at risk of theft. She had not anticipated that this fellow would attract such attention. If the claims of those women were to be believed, he was being courted by individuals from prestigious state enterprises and even executives from publicly listed companies, each one seemingly more accomplished than Qin Lan herself. Come on, admit it. Given my exceptional talents, it would be quite difficult for you to resist, wouldn't it? Emohai raised an eyebrow, smirking. How infuriating. What advantage is there for me in feeling embarrassed by you? Qinlan shot him a glare, her tone sharp. Moreover, I am concerned for those girls. Someone like you, so flamboyant, deserves a chemical castration. Please, do me a favor and end my misery. You'll soon realize that the one at a loss will ultimately be you. Drop dead. The two playfully bickered as they strolled along the riverside road. Suddenly, two middle-aged men clad in leather jackets appeared before them, each clutching a briefcase, one on the left and one on the right. Is there something you need? Emohai asked coldly, eyeing the men who exuded an air of business. The bald man in front approached with an overly polite demeanor, offering Emohai a cigarette. While the cigarette was of decent quality, Emohai found it unpalatable. Handsome, care for a smoke? The man waved his hand with a smile. I can't smoke that. It irritates my throat. Just get to the point. We're all busy here. You haven't joined a guild yet, have you? Join our company. We offer the most favorable contract, the highest traffic, a 60-40 profit split. Your share being 60. If you come to us, I'll invest 50 million to repackage you. With your vocal talent, I'll have you soaring to fame in no time. Hey, don't walk away. As the man's words trailed off, Emohai merely continued walking, oblivious to the pitch. Brother, name your price. How much would it take for you to join us? 1 million a year. How does that sound? The bald man hurriedly called after him. 1 million a year. That was a sum many streamers could only dream of. For a newcomer like Emohai, even if he was exceptionally handsome or talented, such a guaranteed salary seemed extravagant. After all, who could predict whether today a surge in viewership was merely a fleeting phenomenon? At that moment, Qinlan couldn't help but worry that Emohai might suddenly decide to pursue streaming, especially since her own salary for him was a mere 4,500 a month. Such an amount was hardly commensurate with his expenses. Emohai paid no heed to the commotion and strode forward with purpose. I have no interest in this line of work. Just go back. The other suited man, undeterred, continued his pursuit. How about an increase? 200 million a year. Or brother, just name your price. The sum I seek is beyond your means. Just say it. There is no price we cannot meet. To be frank, our company is quite 100 trillion a year. Qinlan nearly choked at this proclamation. 100 trillion a year. If they possessed such wealth, they would not be toiling away in a company. They would have long since indulged in lavish pleasures. This figure was a burden even the highest echelons of the capital would find insurmountable. Young man, that's a bit far-fetched. The bald man chuckled awkwardly. You can't just demand such a price because you've gained some fame. Emohai waved his hand with a light laugh. I am worth that much. Contact me when you've gathered enough funds. 100 trillion. Qinlan understood the underlying meaning. Emohai intended to settle all his master's debts in one fell swoop. But what a jest. That sum would take a lifetime of counting, dating back to the ascension of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The two men finally relented, recognizing that Emohai was genuinely uninterested. Meanwhile, on a small island in Europe, a man in sunglasses was intently watching a live broadcast replay. With each passing moment, his expression grew more grave until he finally removed his shades. Shura, in summer country, he threw his sunglasses to the ground with a thud, at last. I can avenge the betrayal of my brother. On the other side of the ocean, a woman was conducting a board meeting in her office. However, when her secretary burst in with a phone playing a video, she declared, meeting canceled. She stepped outside and initiated a group call. Sisters, he has appeared. Right in summer country. Suddenly, the news of Emohai's emergence in Jiangzhou reverberated throughout Europe. In the European financial sphere, there was astonishment. My goodness! The god of Wall Street has made his presence known in summer country. In the culinary world, a crown-wearing man scrolled through the latest updates on his phone and commanded his subordinates, the culinary god has manifested. Offer him a handsome sum to return. Amidst the turmoil of the Middle East, a suited man frantically dialed. Lord Shura has been sighted in summer country. Please confirm if 100 billion US dollars can reach the UAE to avert our annihilation. Afterward, the princess, gold, and oil fields are yours to select. On a private island in Europe, Rose also received inquiries from various circles, all centered on one question. Was Emohai truly in Jiangzhou? She replayed the broadcast, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. TSK. TSK, still so handsome. Why reveal your hand when all is well? Now, everything, both good and bad, has converged together. Alas, those who harbor animosity towards him are likely plotting to head to the Xia Kingdom. while the women who still hold affections for him have probably been rushing to secure their visas overnight. One live broadcast has thrown all of Europe into chaos. Such is the magnitude of Mo Hai's influence. Come here. A Rose reclined languidly in a chair, her long, fair legs gliding through the water. Soon, a man clad in a bow tie hurriedly approached. Master, what are your commands? Find out which organization is making moves today and inform me at once. Just now, the Pagoda Guild inquired if they could borrow $300 million from you. I do not want such news. Do you understand? A hint of lethal intent flickered in her cold, enchanting gaze. Understood. The man replied, bowing his head in deference. Leave. Chapter 71. A single person commands the mountains and rivers. A live broadcast has stirred a tremendous commotion among the business, political, military, and underground circles. At this moment, on Jiangzhou's Bingjiang Road, the car they arrived in, a Rolls-Royce owned by Jiang Ming, remains parked outside the Qin family villa. Your car is still at the Qin residence. Shall we return and drive it back? Mo Hai inquired softly, glancing at her. Qin Lan's eyes sparkled with mirth until she heard the mention of the Qin family, at which point her smile instantly froze. I would rather abandon the car. If my grandfather is so indifferent towards me, what purpose is there in going back? Qin Lan remarked with a self-deprecating smile. It seemed she was disheartened by her grandfather's aloofness at the birthday banquet, once so cherished by him. Today he had chosen to mock her alongside Qin Bing and the others. What reason remained for her to return to that household? Mo Hai, crossing his arms, scoffed coldly. You truly fail to grasp the old man's good intentions. Perhaps you shall never comprehend just how much he adores you. Why do you say that? Qin Lan looked up at him in surprise, her expression one of confusion. He remained silent, merely continuing to walk ahead. Although it could be argued that old Master Qin had manipulated Mo Hai in some respects, it was undeniable that he had devoted considerable effort to Qin Lan. Among the numerous grandchildren of the Qin family, he went to great lengths to keep Mo Hai by Qin Lan's side. The old man was undoubtedly aware of Mo Hai's remarkable abilities, even if he was unfamiliar with his backstory. Mo Hai's master's reputation had long since spread like wildfire among their generation. If he had shown even a hint of favoritism, he would never have endeavored to retain Mo Hai near Qin Lan. But when you gifted me that wretched watch, he was laughing along with those people. Qin Lan complained, visibly upset. I could say he was envious of you. Would you believe it? Mo Hai shrugged, chuckling lightly. You certainly wouldn't, right? But it matters not. One day you will come to understand what that so-called wretched watch truly signifies. Should anyone trouble you in the future, simply declare that you are acquainted with the owner of that watch. A watch will suffice. Rest assured, it will hold its ground. Unless those fellows wish for me to make a personal visit to Europe. Qin Lan glanced at the watch adorning Mo Hai's wrist, lost in contemplation. Could it be that this watch possessed some sort of mystical power? The previous Pope of Europe, Caesar, had dominated the underworld for 30 years, only to have his 6 kingdoms dismantled in 3 days by a younger generation. 1 man, 1 blade, and 1 dog fought fiercely across 8 streets, with blood flowing for 16 kilometers. The very next day, a new legend emerged in Europe. A single person commands the mountains and rivers, leaving no pursuers in their wake. Thus began the era that belonged to him. What are you thinking? Qin Lan gently nudged his arm, breaking his reverie. Nothing, let us head home, Mo Hai replied, inadvertently recalling how he came into possession of that watch. Once they boarded the vehicle and departed, 2 men clad in black stood atop a building to the 12 o'clock direction, observing the spot where the taxi had just been. One of them, crouched in a corner with binoculars, only rose after the taxi had truly driven away. Mo Hai, standing vacantly by the roadside, was startled enough to hide back in the shadows, fearing he had been compromised, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Should either of the men notice Mo Hai's sudden disappearance, they would undoubtedly flee in haste. Are we certain? One black-clad figure whispered. The man lowered his binoculars. He resembles him somewhat, but I cannot be certain. Few have seen his face directly, yet his build is somewhat similar. After all that peering, is he or isn't he? The 2 men were uncertain whether the individual they sought was indeed the one before them. Initially intent on troubling Qin Lan, they now hesitated, wary of the potential repercussions. After all, who would dare to gamble with such risks? As evening fell in Jiangzhou, at the Spring of Flora Villa, Mo Hai planned to prepare a grand feast of fish. He procured only the finest ingredients from the market, such as basa fish and the premium East Star grouper, which, on this night's table, could only be deemed ordinary. He meticulously crafted 6 exquisite dishes, each presentation worthy of praise from a five-star establishment. No bones. All the fish are bone-free. Chun Xin exclaimed, astonished as she sampled a slice of flesh. Qinlan gazed at the array of dishes. I can comprehend these dishes. But what on earth is this one? You've presented an entire raw fish. Patience. Mo Hai emerged from the kitchen, bearing a basin of hot oil, which had been simmering for over an hour, infused with more than 30 spices, alongside an abundance of seafood for flavor enhancement. The myriad of seafood served solely to elevate the oil's essence. He poured a ladle of the sizzling oil over the fish, and miraculously, the skin transformed into a golden hue. The flesh began to unfold, having been prepped with precise cuts, now taking shape upon contact with the hot oil. All done. It's ready to eat. Each of the two women took a piece of fish into their mouths. It melted like snow, dissolving effortlessly, with a tender, smooth texture, accompanied by a uniquely rich aroma. The fragrance of the seafood burst forth at that moment. So tender. How did you achieve this? The fish is even more delicate than tofu. Chun Xin exclaimed, devouring 2 pieces without the need to chew, the meat gliding down her throat. With such culinary prowess, you could easily command the position of head chef in a 5-star hotel. Simply extraordinary. It's so fragrant. Though I'm eating fish, with each bite, I taste the essence of crab, and the next, the exquisite freshness akin to Australian lobster. The more I savor it, the more flavors emerge. This dish is magnificent. How about I sponsor you to open a restaurant? Qinlan gazed at him with admiration. Something feels off. Lanjia, your expression seems unusual. Chun Xin, with a knowing smile, remarked, is there something going on between you two? You mischievous girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely appreciate talent. With such skills, I could easily earn a few thousand a day. Qinlan stammered as she spoke. However, he has opened a restaurant. What will we do about our meals then? The two women continued their animated discussion on how to develop Mo Hai's culinary talent, while he quietly enjoyed his meal, smiling without saying a word. If cooking is indeed considered a talent, then he possesses quite a few. At least in certain areas, he has his own specialties. Chapter 72. This troubled water must be waded through. These dishes were predominantly composed of pure fish meat, entirely devoid of any, rendering them utterly safe to consume without excessive caution. Is there no rice left? Chun Xin exclaimed as she emerged from the kitchen. Mo Hai shot her a glance. You've already devoured 5 bowls of rice. Don't you have any awareness of your own consumption? What woman can eat as much as you do? I wonder which man would dare to support you in the future. Hey, how about I find you a wife? As long as you can keep me well fed. That's all that matters. Chun Xin winked and smiled at him. What do you think? Consider it? Not a chance. I have no interest in a woman who only eats without using her brain. Mo Hai casually poured the rice from his bowl into hers, smiling faintly. You. Unappreciative. If it weren't for your cooking skills, I wouldn't even spare you a glance at school. He sauntered over to the sofa. Noticing Qinlan had set down her chopsticks, he smiled lightly. I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? If you want water, get it yourself. Wait, Qinlan, what are you doing? Before Chun Xin could finish her sentence, she saw Qinlan approaching with a glass of water, even asking if he preferred it hot or warm. Half cold, half hot. Upon hearing this, Qinlan brought the water over. Yet, he took not a single sip, simply stating, peel me an apple. Seriously, you really know how to enjoy life. Do you think Qinlan? Chun Xin was cut off again as she witnessed Qinlan already wielding a small knife, beginning to peel the apple for him. This was absurdly obedient. Once the apple was peeled, she handed it over to Mo Hai, who took a bite and propped his legs up on the coffee table. Too sour. Give me a massage. Mo Hai, don't go too far. What do you think Qinlan is, your servant? Chun Xin retorted, exasperated. However, Qinlan seemed unfazed. In this world, one must learn to enjoy life. She squatted in front of Mo Hai, gently massaging his legs. Is the pressure appropriate? Quite suitable. Keep it up. After my legs, don't forget to massage my shoulders. Mo Hai reclined, hands behind his head, reveling in the moment. Understood. Chun Xin stood in disbelief. What was happening? Serving tea and water was one thing, but now she was massaging his legs and shoulders. Qinlan, are you unwell? Has this guy put a spell on you? She questioned, bewildered. Mo Hai, munching on the apple, chuckled. Don't say such things. I conquer women with charm. Under duress, there will always be compliant women. Have you two already? Oh my. Qinlan, you. Qinlan turned back and shot her a glare. Could you please tone down your imagination? I merely lost a bet. She recounted the events of the bet from that afternoon, and only then did Chen Xian come to understand. However, Qin Lan, you must be cautious. Do not let him take advantage of you. If you need anything, let me know. Chen Xian, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Mo Hai. You seem to have quite the imagination. Your calculations are off, and I've got the consequences all over my face. I'm too lazy to argue with you. By the way, do you know the latest news about Sister Lan? Pagini is coming to Jiangzhou to hold a piano concert." Excitedly, Chen Xian grabbed the remote and turned on the television. Pagini. Mo Hai suddenly recalled a figure from his memory, the person who had knelt at his doorstep on a snowy day, pleading for guidance on a few musical scores. His name was indeed Pagini, renowned as the unparalleled musical prodigy of the ages. Are you referring to the one who can strike 12 keys in a single second? He inquired curiously in a hushed voice. Chen Xian, sensing his tone, puffed up her cheeks in indignation and retorted, "Do you comprehend what that signifies? He is the world record holder. What can you do in a second? He can strike 12 keys in that fleeting moment. It is the pinnacle of human capability." Pinnacle? What if I told you there is someone capable of playing 16 keys in a second? Impossible. If Pagini can only manage 12 keys in 1 second, what you claim cannot exist. At this moment, Mo Hai was nearly convinced. This individual must be the down-and-out musician from years past, who had beseeched him for days and nights, just to receive a few pointers that allowed him to progress from 9 keys per second to 12. It was indeed rumored that this fellow was doing quite well. To think he was now coming to Jiangzhou for a concert. Tickets are incredibly hard to come by. He'll be in Jiangzhou at the end of this month, yet I see they are already sold out. Ah, I wish I could get a signed copy. Such a talented musician is a rare find. Qin Lan whispered while massaging Mo Hai's shoulders. His third-rate skills hardly qualify as extraordinary talent. Mo Hai sighed in exasperation. Were it not for the brief moment he had spent guiding him over breakfast, this man would never have aspired to such achievements. At that instant, he noticed a red dot appearing on the wall. Was that not the light emitted by an infrared laser sight? All right, enough with the remote. Go wash the dishes. I'll take a stroll, Mo Hai said softly as he stretched his arms. Qin Lan, frustrated, stomped her foot. It had been ages since anyone had treated her in such a manner. Just as she straightened up to leave her position, a vase nearby shattered unexpectedly. As if struck by some unseen force, Chen Xian hurried to close the window and even turned off the lights. "It seems someone is outside," she said, her voice laced with caution. Outside, Mo Hai stood on the path of the villa, lighting a cigarette. In the pitch-black darkness, the flickering flame became a conspicuous beacon. "What are you guys doing out here at this hour?" he called, as several dark figures swiftly emerged from the woods of the community. They moved with rapid, decisive steps, betraying no hesitation whatsoever. One of them sought to swiftly ascend the villa. Observing the situation, Mo Hai flicked a stone from the ground with his foot, sending it hurtling forward. Clang! A shadow plummeted from the wall in response. If his conjecture was correct, these individuals were likely after the genetic sequence code held by Qin Lan. It was rumored that by reconstructing this specific genetic sequence, one could alter the direction of cellular division in the human body, thereby achieving immortality. There exists a notion that cancer cells do not intend to destroy humanity. Rather, they strive for human immortality, yet the host organism is incapable of withstanding such a transformation. When cellular division reaches a critical threshold, all cells throughout the body cease to age and divide, thus attaining eternal life. Presently, this technology exists solely in the possession of Qin Lan, a serendipitous discovery made by her father while researching cancer treatments. If one could modify the human genetic sequence, would it not theoretically lead to immortality? Young man, must you immerse yourself in this murky water? The lead figure clad in black intoned solemnly. Chapter 73. His rank is too low while I have yet to lose my temper. Leave now, Mo Hai coldly stated, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Young man, do not be so hot-headed. The leader among them retorted, pointing a finger at him. Ha, hot-headed? Is that what you call youth? He scoffed, flicking the cigarette butt at the man. The surrounding individuals appeared poised to act, but at that moment, the door of the villa creaked open. Qin Lan stepped outside. Noticing the crowd encircling Mo Hai, she quickly retrieved her phone and warned them, "If you do not leave my home at once, I shall call the police." Of course, she understood that reporting them would be of little consequence. These individuals were untraceable, each group distinctly different from the last. Over time, her calls to the authorities had often gone unheeded. "They're merely acquaintances. You should go inside. I will send them away shortly," Hai waved his hand dismissively at Qin Lan, chuckling lightly. Acquaintances? Qin Lan regarded him with skepticism. These ruffians were likely not affiliated with any elite organization from Europe. They were probably members of some underground faction in Xia country, clumsily causing a ruckus as they attempted to scale the walls. If they were instructed not to move, they would indeed remain still. If such individuals were capable of achieving anything, he might as well believe that Hawking could single-handedly defend against James. Hai approached and lightly patted the man's shoulder. Though it appeared a gentle gesture, the man instinctively leaned to the side. Take your people and leave. The man felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, nearly collapsing to the ground. He barked at the two young men beside him. Go, hurry. They rushed to assist him, and the group stumbled toward the community gate. Upon exiting, they were halted by the security guard, who began to reprimand them. When assassins stoop to such levels of ineptitude, their careers are effectively over. Hai held little interest in engaging with such low-tier adversaries. His gaze upon them resembled that of a person observing a dog. To be honest, in the monotony of daily life, a few such fools are welcome for some amusement. What did you tell them? Why did they leave? Qin Lan queried. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Hai shrugged, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. I informed them that today is Crazy Thursday, and KFC is offering half price. They must have rushed off to seize a meal. That excuse is utterly ridiculous. Before Hai's arrival, Qin Lan and Chen Xian had often found themselves disturbed in the dead of night by knocks on the door and shattered glass. They had even felt the presence of someone moving atop the roof, and after numerous reports, the efficacy of the authorities had waned significantly. Fortunately, since Hai's arrival, such disturbances had become increasingly rare. Just as the two were about to return inside, he suddenly halted. What is it now? Qin Lan asked, perplexed by his sudden stop. Hai turned his head, his gaze fixated on the distance. Following his line of sight, Qin Lan could discern nothing in the enveloping darkness. Nothing to worry about. He shook his head with an awkward smile, for Hai was well aware that those he encountered earlier were merely inconsequential minions. The true organization that coveted this genetic code may have never truly revealed itself. Not far from the Chowding Spring Villa area, beside a utility pole, stood a man in a trench coat adorned with a hat, idly toying with a lighter in his hand. Such a formidable aura of menace. In that fleeting moment, even from several dozen meters away, the palpable chill of desolation assailed him. On the stone utility pole, a silver needle was conspicuously embedded. The following morning, Hai had not even prepared breakfast when the sound of high heels echoed from upstairs. So early, Qin Lan hurriedly descended the stairs. Her head tilted as she donned her earrings. I want to be eating. There are several contracts to sign at the company. I must head over. The Jiang family's contracts? Indeed. I need to personally finalize the agreement. Can you believe Jiangshao is so foolish? They're outsourcing the packaging for their products. Isn't that tantamount to giving away money? Aside from real estate and jewelry, the Jiang family's most lucrative enterprise lay in their production of military-grade components. These intricate little parts, reportedly installed on aircraft carriers, not only have a substantial domestic demand, but are also exported. Offering Qin Lan contracts worth hundreds of millions was merely a ploy to draw closer to Hai. All the technical work had been completed, and the products were merely transported to Fenghua Group, requesting their assistance in packaging. It was akin to finishing a meal and sending the dishes to a neighbor, promising them 100,000 yuan just for washing the plates. An unnecessary and extravagant endeavor. Hai shrugged with a smile, remarking, perhaps he isn't very bright. Perhaps. Qin Lan had reached the door but paused, turning to look at him. Why say perhaps? 10 minutes later, Chen Xian had also prepared herself and just in time to see him emerging from the kitchen with 2 bowls of crab roe noodles. What is up? Running low on funds? Why such a conservative meal today? If you're broke, just say the word. I'll take care of you, dear sister, she said with a mischievous grin. These crab roe noodles were crafted from 10 male and 10 female crabs, augmented with abalone and other exquisite ingredients. Though they appeared simple, Hai never compromised on quality. Sometimes, a seemingly straightforward dish can be quite expensive to prepare. The first dish at a state banquet, boiled cabbage, may bear a simple name. But the broth is concocted from hundreds of ingredients, merely serving as a base for that first spoonful of essence. The simpler the dish, the more it tests a chef's skill. Have you ever had crab roe noodles? Hai asked her softly, squinting his eyes. I have. They're over 200 a bowl at restaurants, a bit pricey, but still affordable. Chen Xian replied, swallowing hard as she held the noodles. 200? One crab costs me 2,000. The mere morsel of crab roe required 20 crabs. Mo-hai stirred the noodles thoughtfully and took a bite. There's more to attend to later, so I shall hastily satisfy my hunger with this. Chen Xin was somewhat bewildered. How could his notion of a quick bite differ so markedly from her own? However, upon truly savoring a mouthful, the rich, dense flavor of the crab roe infiltrated her palate, and she finally comprehended why this crab meat commanded a price of 2,000 yuan each. It was simply exquisite. It was utterly sublime. I have resolved it. To repay you, I shall be your wife. Uft. Mo-hai abruptly spewed his noodles. Damn. Don't utter such revolting things so early in the morning while I'm eating. Is that your notion of repayment? That's outright vengeance. If you keep prattling, I won't to eat anymore. Eat. 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 I was merely jesting. Look at you. I am the belle of Jiangzhou University. Can this young lady truly take a liking to you? Chen Xin huffed, then added, by the way, there is something I need to mention. Ever since you solved that problem in class, my advisor has been incessantly inquiring about your contact information. He claims he wishes to engage in academic discourse with you. Shall I provide it? He holds too low a rank. What is there to discuss? He is a doctoral candidate from the mathematics department of Yenjing University, recruited by Jiangzhou University post-graduation. Do you really deem him lowly? He graduated in the same class as Wei Shun. Chapter 74. Soft meals must be eaten hard. Since the last time Mo-hai solved the problem posed by the self-proclaimed genius math tutor in less than a minute, he has been persistently pestering Chen Xin for her contact information. Wei Shun. Mo-hai exhaled softly, nodding slightly. That fellow is exceptionally intelligent. There was a problem that took me a minute to resolve, yet he calculated the answer in merely 10 minutes, and it was identical to mine. He is the only one, apart from myself, who acknowledges having talent. Chen Xin narrowed her eyes and shot him a disdainful glance. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up for showing off like that? She stood up, walked over to the drawer, retrieved a pen and paper, and swiftly scribbled down a problem, handing it to him. If you can solve this, then come find me. If not, don't even think about seeking me out again. I have my own busy schedule. Chen Xin took the paper and glanced at it. He teaches mathematics, not English. This problem? Is there a possibility that it is a mathematical question devoid of numbers? With your level of intelligence, do you really think there is any need for you to study mathematics? How dare you? At 9 in the morning. In the security department of Fenghua Group, Jiangzhou. Early in the day, numerous clients were entering and exiting the company, depicting a scene of flourishing prosperity. Just days prior, the company was on the brink of bankruptcy. Aside from Old Hay standing watch at the entrance, the others were engaged in a game of cards with Mo-hai inside. They hadn't lost money, but their faces were plastered with sticky notes, obscuring their features entirely. Sir, your card-playing skills are remarkable. If you were to play at a tea house, winning a few thousand a day should be a breeze. A young man whispered beside him. Mo-hai smacked him on the head and scoffed. Gambling in moderation is entertaining. Excessive gambling is detrimental. There are myriad ways to earn money, and relying on gambling is the most primitive of them all. Indeed, the grand perspective of a true master. At that moment, Old Hay, nearly dozing off at the entrance, suddenly jolted awake upon seeing someone emerge from the company. They're coming out. They're coming out. Who is coming out? The president and young Master Jiang. Look at their joyful expressions. They must have finalized a deal. Hearing this, Mo-hai's interest was piqued, and he raised his head to glance forward. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Ming to personally come here to sign the contract. How peculiar that young Master Jiang would pay us a visit. Old Hay, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Quick, put away the cards." In no time, they gathered their things, each casually pulling out a book. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated from outside the door. "Excuse me, may I come in?" Jiang Ming asked politely from outside. Mo-hai cleared his throat. "Come in." As the door swung open, all the security personnel were either engrossed in their books or diligently filling out forms. "What a coincidence, Mr. Mo. It seems we meet again," Jiang Ming said with a courteous smile, having made a special trip early in the morning just to become better acquainted with Mo-hai. Last night, upon awakening and learning of the actions of the Jiang family, the old gentleman was so incensed that he leapt from his bed, wielding his cane to chastise everyone present. The presence of such a distinguished individual at the Jiang residence was nothing short of a stroke of fortune, akin to smoke billowing from ancestral graves. Even the mediocre fortune teller Wang Ping'an was an invaluable asset to the Jiang family, let alone someone of Mo-hai's stature. It is no wonder that he dismissed the mere hundreds of millions offered in remuneration for a person of such extraordinary skill. Such paltry sums were hardly worthy of his attention. Had it not been for Jiang Ming's cleverness, they might have driven Mo Hai away yesterday. Standing at the entrance, Lao He was taken aback to hear that Jiang Shao addressed Mo Hai with the respectful title of Mr. Mo, his jaw agape in disbelief. Mr. Mo, would you mind if I joined you for a moment? Jiang Ming inquired politely. Please, what would you like to drink? Perhaps some coffee? Lao He was momentarily stunned. Where would he procure coffee? All he had was some inexpensive tea. It seemed rather inappropriate to entertain guests with such meager offerings. Mo Hai gestured towards Qinlan, who was standing outside. Go buy some coffee. Me, she exclaimed, astonished, pointing at herself. How dare you? I am the company's president, and you, a mere security guard, are commanding me in front of so many people. Hurry, buy a cup for everyone. And remember, I only drink cappuccino with half the sugar. Mo Hai said softly, urging her to go. All present held their breath. Even Jiang Ming silently reproached himself for wanting coffee of all things, recalling how Qinlan had, in a fit of rage, smashed antiques worth over 20 million yesterday. He hoped not to incite another quarrel between the two, lest he become the unwitting villain. Just a moment, I'll go? Qinlan gritted her teeth and shot Mo Hai a glare. Humph. Just wait. 3 days from now, you'll see. All in the security room were left bewildered. The esteemed president of a company was being commanded to fetch drinks for everyone, and astonishingly, Qinlan complied. They could not help but silently commend Mo Hai with a thumbs up. Mr. Mo, might this be inappropriate? Jiang Ming said with an awkward smile. Not at all. Women should not be overly indulged. Mo Hai shrugged with a smile. One must savor the finer points of such indulgences. Astounding. Truly astounding. The others, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly made their way outside. To linger would be to disregard propriety. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qinlan returned, balancing numerous cups of coffee. When she handed them to Lao He and the others, disbelief etched on their faces. Surely, the senior executives had never received coffee personally delivered by the president. After distributing the drinks, Qinlan held 2 cups in her hands, opting to wait outside rather than rush back in. Just then, Jiang Ming and Mo Hai emerged, engaged in jovial conversation. Mr. Mo, with his generosity, elicited much gratitude from those present. He waved his hand with a light-hearted chuckle, reassuring them, do not worry. Following my prescription will pose no significant issues. Upon seeing the two emerge, Qinlan finally handed over the coffee. After taking a sip, Mo Hai passed the cup back to her, declaring, I can no longer drink this. You finish the rest. Qinlan, incensed, felt an urge to slap him soundly. Yet she obediently accepted the coffee and took a sip, sharing a straw with him. The onlookers stood in utter disbelief. Was this the ice-cold CEO they had always known? How had she become so compliant? Stop dawdling. Take young Master Jiang to tour the factory. Mo Hai stated nonchalantly. Qinlan swiftly gestured for him to follow. Young Master Jiang, this way please. However, just a few steps in, she suddenly had an epiphany, turning sharply to face him. Wait. You scoundrel. Who is the employee and who is the employer here? Chapter 75. The business world speaks of human relationships and the complexities of society. In the following days, Fenghua Group seemed to have been invigorated with a fresh surge of energy, with the entire company bustling with fervor. The company had already engaged in numerous export businesses, and it appeared that the Zhou family was preoccupied with securing land in the northern part of the city, leading to a noticeable relaxation in their efforts to obstruct Fenghua Group. Consequently, Qinlan was afforded ample time to manage her company. Previously, the market was sealed, and her pharmaceuticals were either confiscated or met with unfortunate accidents en route, resulting in only a few shipments successfully making it out. The meager profits barely covered transportation costs and staff wages, making the risk of delivering goods for Fenghua Group exceedingly high. Over time, even the most generous compensation could not entice anyone to continue the deliveries. Additionally, the influx of goods from the Jiang family into the warehouse created over 3,000 new job opportunities. Qinlan reaped financial rewards, while the Jiang family strengthened their ties with Mo Hai, a mutually beneficial arrangement that delighted both parties. The only ones who could not find joy in this situation were likely the Zhou family. On this day, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Northern City project was to take place. Are you ready? Mo Hai inquired softly from the sofa downstairs. I'm coming. Qinlan descended the stairs, donned in a black pleated skirt paired with a white blouse, adorned with a pink bow at the collar. Let us go, she remarked, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. Wow, Sister Lan, You've changed your style? Shin Xian exclaimed, taken aback. Previously, her work attire was that of a sultry vixen, complete with high heels and a black silk skirt, an irresistible allure for men. Today, however, she had transformed into a sweet, youthful figure. Her appearance so charming that she could easily pass for a university student. Her youthful age was often overshadowed by her mature wardrobe. Do I look good? Qinlan twirled before her and asked. Shin Xian shot a glance at Mo Hai, commenting coolly, huh? Just look at his expression. That says it all. How could you not look good? Darling, you're attending the landmark competition in the northern city. Is it really necessary to look this stunning? Aren't you leaving other women with no chance at all? Enough with the teasing. I just found this dress in my closet after it had been sitting there for ages. It's nice to switch up my style occasionally, Qinlan replied softly, slinging a cross-body bag over her shoulder. Let us go. Shin Xian also grabbed her bag and stood up. Xian, you don't have to come this time. He can accompany me, Qinlan said, glancing at Mo Hai sitting nearby. Sister Lan, we're best friends. You're letting him go with you? Is it really appropriate for him to attend such an important event? There had been rampant rumors outside that Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman had taken a poor security guard as her boyfriend, and Qinlan was too weary to clarify the matter. She is acutely aware that with Mo Hai by her side, she can navigate through any situation effortlessly, entrusting everything to him. However, when accompanied by Chan Xian, should they encounter any deliberate obstacles or urgent matters, her reaction time is not as swift as her own. Although Mo Hai can be exasperating at times, one cannot deny his remarkable responsiveness when it comes to significant matters. His current position as a security guard seems to be a misallocation of his talents. Yet, he appears unbothered by this. After all, his primary duty is to ensure her safety, especially considering the numerous eyes watching her from the outside. His presence alleviates a considerable amount of trouble. All right. You can entertain yourself at home for a while. Today's groundbreaking ceremony in the Northern District is of utmost importance as it pertains to the future development of Fenghua Group. Qinlan gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. As long as they successfully secure that plot of land in the Northern District, she might earn tens of millions without lifting a finger. The land there is currently of immense value, with many vying for a chance to acquire it. Today is the day they will announce the bidding slots. The specifics of who has secured which plot will be posted after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This is also why Zhou Yunfei has been quiet these past few days. He does not wish for his negative reputation to tarnish the Zhou family's standing and jeopardize their chance of acquiring the northern land. Will he lend it to me tomorrow? Lend it. How do you intend to use it? Shan Xian leaned closer to Qinlan and whispered something, and the two women burst into laughter simultaneously. Hey, I'm an artist, not a commodity. Mo Hai grumbled, tugging at his clothes in annoyance. At 10 o'clock in the morning, on Tianhai Road in the Northern District, the groundbreaking ceremony was in full swing. On the very first day, over 100 excavators had already arrived, with more than 300 more reportedly en route. The authorities had previously announced the commencement of work in the Northern District at least 3 times, akin to the fable of the boy who cried wolf. Eventually, people ceased to believe it. However, under the auspices of the living king of hell, the Northern Plan was revived, and to everyone's surprise, many embraced this initiative. Likely beyond the expectations of the higher-ups in Jiangzhou. With so many participants, it seems I have little hope of securing the land, Qinlan murmured as she observed from the roadside. The bidding for the Northern District land is not conducted through open bidding. Instead, each participant submits their proposed price along with their company's market value and assets for review. Today is not about auctioning off the land. It is merely the announcement of which family has acquired it. Even the prominent families like the Jiang and Zhou clans remain uncertain about their success, creating an atmosphere akin to unboxing a mystery box. Mo Hai glanced at her and chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. The Northern District is slated to become a new urban area, and it is not solely dependent on the strength of the company. You still have a fair chance. How do you know? On several occasions, Qinlan felt as though this man possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events, knowing more than he should. However, he was indeed aware of the strategic deployments in the northern part of the city, for the method of selecting land through blind boxes was conceived by Mo Hai. Only this approach could surreptitiously allocate the prime piece of land to the Qin family. In his quest to rapidly double the market value of the Qin family, he exerted considerable effort. The rationale behind the development of the northern area was not solely for economic advancement. Rather, it was also intended to alleviate the conflicts among several prominent families. In recent years, The fierce competition for the meager interest in the city center had reached a bloody stalemate, significantly stifling the development of Jiangzhou. By vigorously promoting the northern region, it would help ease the tensions. Mo Hai, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled lightly and remarked, "This is a matter of common sense. You will comprehend it in due course." Am I really that dull? Do bear in mind that during that examination years ago, you ranked first while I was second. You are quite astute. If you were to memorize a few things, I have faith that you, my dear, are far more capable. When it comes to schemes, treachery, and the intricacies of human relationships, you are still lacking. Life is not merely about solving problems. Chapter 76. Is a student ID sufficient for entry? Merely excelling academically does not guarantee future success. Conversely, those who have been mischievous and socially adept since childhood may not necessarily fail. Individuals who are overly compliant, who have relied solely on rote memorization and regarded grades as their ultimate objective, will inevitably find themselves lacking in social skills upon entering society. They may struggle with interpersonal communication, lacking the finesse and ease required to navigate challenges, and in severe cases, they may lose their sense of judgment. Qin Lan's most significant shortcoming lies in her ability to communicate with others. She is notably deficient in reading social cues, a deficiency rooted in her lack of training in this regard throughout her upbringing. Take Mo Hai, for instance. He has been a social butterfly since childhood, displaying an audacity that surpasses all else. "Oh, so you think you're exceptional, do you?" she retorted with a dismissive glance at Mo Hai. The duo made their way through the crowd, where 6 security guards clad in black suits and sunglasses stood at the entrance, arms crossed, ensuring order among the attendees. Anyone wishing to enter was required to present a pass. "Where are your passes?" inquired a burly guard, eyeing the pair. Qin Lan was taken aback. Pass? No one mentioned anything about a pass. She had merely received a call indicating that she should attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city today. With no mention of any pass requirement, a few individuals approached, each producing a red card that they presented to the guards. Only after verification were they permitted entry. "Do you see? That is the pass. Without that red booklet, entry is strictly prohibited," the guard stated sternly. "Today, we have the prominent figure known as the Living King of Hell arriving from the capital to preside over the ceremony. Many have come to make his acquaintance, especially since the Jiangzhou elite have experienced several financial mishaps recently, leading to a severe decline in trust. Were it not for the allure of the Living King of Hell attending, the turnout today would have been quite sparse." Qin Lan was hurriedly brainstorming solutions, while Mo Hai stood by, observing her flustered state, akin to a top student who finishes an exam in half an hour and spends the remaining time watching others struggle with their papers. At that moment, a voice rang out. Well, look who we have here. It's our esteemed Miss Qin and her worthless boyfriend." Turning around, they saw Qin Bing approaching, embracing a long-haired girl. "Darling, who is this?" the girl asked coyly, nestling closer to him. Qin Bing gently caressed her cheek, replying her, "Oh, it is my foolish sister who, despite the multitude of wealthy suitors, has chosen to fancy a mere security guard, and one recently released from prison at that. Who knows what transgressions he committed to find himself incarcerated? How can you still have the audacity to appear in such a place? Mind your language. My presence here is of no concern to you." Qin Lan retorted sharply, "What about you? Have you switched partners again? What business is that of yours?" The two soon fell into a heated argument. Mo Hai, perplexed, wondered how this fellow still had a spot when he had clearly allowed Gongsun Jin to cancel it. "I recall you having no quota. What are you doing here?" he sneered at Qin Bing. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing erupted into laughter, pulling out 2 small red booklets from his pocket. "Look, you rustic fool, take a good look at this. This is a pass. Do you even grasp the significance of this occasion? Is it a place for someone of your standing to attend? You surely won't get in." Mo Hai crossed his arms, chuckling derisively. Are you truly that dim? The passes are in my possession. How could I possibly be denied entry?" Qin Bing exclaimed, wrapping an arm around the woman beside him and kissing her fervently. "Come, darling, allow me to show you the world inside." He then strutted towards the entrance, presenting his pass with an air of pomp. "Let us go, sweetheart. I must tell you, not just anyone can attend this event. A significant figure is expected to grace us with their presence, and I shall introduce you to the spectacle." Qin Bing grinned mischievously. "Do you know how you might repay me later?" "Oh, you naughty boy. I already know. I've bought the outfits you fancy." The girl replied with a bashful smile. "How intriguing. I shall have to inspect the quality of those garments upon our return." As they made their way inside, They were abruptly halted by two burly men. What the hell? Why are you blocking our way? Let us through. Qin Bing barked at the guards. One of the men, equally irritable, shoved him back, stating, apologies. But your pass has been revoked. In fact, we suspect it may be counterfeit. Counterfeit? Have you no eyes? It bears an official seal. Can such a thing be forged? I'm sorry, but we cannot find your information. You cannot enter. Upon hearing that they were denied entry, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. She angrily withdrew her arm from Qin Bing's grasp, exclaiming, "After all this time I spent with you, I thought you might elevate my status. But it seems you were merely deceiving me. What a scoundrel!" With that, she struck him sharply across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed and his ears ringing. What is happening? Hadn't I resolved this issue over the phone? That scoundrel took my money without delivering. Qin Bing, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Do not seek me out again. We are finished." The girl forcefully pushed Qin Bing away and retorted, "Ching, let me explain." Mo Hai, observing from the side, chuckled. "I told you so. You couldn't get in, yet you refused to listen. Why are you so stubborn?" He laughed. Who would have thought that Qin Bing would be reduced to the subject of ridicule by a mere security guard? Qin Bing scoffed in self-mockery. "You're no more capable of entering than I am. What is so amusing about that? Brother, people are ranked in various tiers, but character knows no such boundaries. What is wrong with being a security guard? I'm not lacking in women. Sincerity is my secret weapon, unlike you." At that moment, Mo Hai pulled out a small red booklet from his pocket, reminiscent of a pass, albeit thinner. "Brother, I brought my elementary school student ID. Can I enter with this?" "Haha, you fool." Qin Bing laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. "Qin Lan, look at the ridiculousness you found. Do you not realize the nature of the occasion? You think a student ID will suffice to gain entry?" The burly man at the entrance, skeptical yet curious, glanced at Mo Hai's little red booklet, pondering that surely no one would be foolish enough to brandish an elementary school ID in such a setting. However, upon opening it, the man visibly inhaled sharply and respectfully handed the student ID back to Mo Hai. "Haha, I told you, you idiot. What good is a student ID? And yet you mock me. How much better could you possibly be?" Qin Bing laughed as he pointed at him. In unison, the six men in black bowed deeply toward Mo Hai. "Please come in," they said in chorus. Chapter 77. He is truly extraordinary. The man in the leading black suit respectfully handed the red booklet to Mo Hai. "It seems my student ID is quite useful." Mo Hai shrugged and grinned mischievously. Qin Bing stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is that possible? You can enter with just a shabby student ID. Are you all blind? All unauthorized personnel, please vacate the premises." The burly man at the forefront merely cast a sidelong glance at Qin Bing and replied coldly, "What kind of attitude is that? I am a member of the Qin family. Today, no matter who you are, without a pass, you cannot enter. I am determined to go in." With that, Qin Bing foolishly attempted to force his way through, but before he could step beyond the red line, several men swiftly retrieved their weapons. In an instant, his previously arrogant demeanor wilted, starkly contrasting with his earlier bravado. Mo Hai turned his head back to glance at him coldly. "Huh, pathetic. Is this all you've got? You dared to barge in here, thinking you were tough. But you ended up cowering when faced with a gun." Indeed, Qin Bing was so frightened that he lost control, and the unmistakable scent of urine wafted through the air. All right, don't scare the child." Mo Hai waved his hand dismissively, smiling. The six burly men simultaneously lowered their weapons and respectfully nodded at Mo Hai. Qin Bing, trembling, felt his legs go weak, and he truly was dripping with fear. "Big brother, we'll be waiting for you inside. Also, you might want to change your pants. It's quite unsightly," Mo Hai said, covering his nose with a look of disdain. Even Qin Lan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Wait, you all wait for me." After a moment to collect himself, Qin Bing took a deep breath and glared at Mo Hai. However, Mo Hai paid him no mind, leading Qin Lan further inside. Throughout their journey, Qin Lan's gaze never left him, her expression one of astonishment, as if she were trying to decipher the enigma of this man. Finally realizing just how extraordinarily handsome I am, Mo Hai smiled at her. "Ugh." Qin Lan gagged slightly. He quickly reached out and gently touched her stomach. In the past, she would have kicked any man who got this close, but this fellow had the audacity to lay hands on her. "What are you doing?" she asked, feigning annoyance. "Just let it happen." Mo Hai grinned mischievously. "Even if it's not mine, I'll take care of it." "Take care of what?" After a few seconds of shock, she finally processed his words. "You scoundrel. If you keep talking nonsense, do you think I won't bear 10 or 8 sons to get back at you?" The conversation between the two is gradually becoming more relaxed, their relationship no longer as stiff as when they first met. Initially, Qianlong intended to inquire about that little red booklet he had just produced, but she forgot her question due to his abrupt interjection. Upon entering the reception hall, she found herself surrounded by individuals she usually only saw on television, all present, raising their glasses and engaging in conversation, as if they were collectively envisioning the future of the northern part of the city. She thought it best to find a seat at the back. Yet Mo Hai unexpectedly strode directly towards the front. "What are you doing? That's not our designated spot. Come back." Qianlong quietly scolded him from behind. However, Mo Hai simply pulled out a chair and sat down. "Take a seat. Are you out of your mind? This is a VIP area, reserved for the mayor. Please, don't be ridiculous." Qianlong lowered her voice and urged him. Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, she insisted they should move to the back. "We are the esteemed guests." Mo Hai replied with a faint smile. He had never agreed to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Jiangzhou military district. Likely just a ploy. If Mo Hai was not considered an esteemed guest, then who could be? At that moment, Qianlong noticed a nameplate bearing her name positioned on the table. This was a seat designated for someone of mayoral stature. How could a mere president of a small pharmaceutical company have such privilege? "You mentioned before that you just got out of prison, right?" Qianlong inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Mo Hai nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. Is there something you have yet to disclose to me? For instance, where did you vanish to during those missing years? What were you doing? Curious to know?" He teased with a smile. "Catch up to me first. They say a woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. You wouldn't be falling for me, would you?" "As if I could never fall for someone like you," she retorted. "Forget it. It's fine. Everyone has their own secrets. I shan't pry. But I may not have just one secret." Qianlong suddenly lifted her head, astonished and bewildered as she gazed at Mo Hai. "More than one secret. From the birthday celebration of old Master Qin a few days prior to the visit to the Jiang family, and now to this ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern city." Everything conveyed a singular message to Qianlong. He was extraordinary. At the very least, he was not the kind of person who could be easily defined as having been imprisoned. He was utterly enigmatic. Sitting in the front row, no one dared to ask them to leave, which confirmed they were in the right place. Even the top official of Jiangzhou City sat unhesitatingly beside them, while the two seats in the center remained occupied by these two outsiders, unchallenged. The magnitude of this situation was almost overwhelming for Qianlong. "Do you think that prominent figure will show up today?" she whispered beside him. Mo Hai replied decisively. "He will. Perhaps he is already here." "Here? Where? Why did I not see it?" If they had arrived, there should have been shouts and cheers. So far yet so near. "You, uffed." Qianlong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After all, he is a tall, rich, and handsome figure from the capital. Which part of you fits that description? Mo Hai, however, offered no explanation, merely shrugged and chuckled. "I am handsome. Can good looks fill one's stomach? It's a phrase I hear daily. Indeed, good looks can be quite nourishing. There are plenty of women willing to support me, so don't underestimate my worth." Humph. Each of his words, though possibly true, sounded like mere jest to Qianlong. Soon, the lights on stage began to flicker. A woman with cascading long hair, clad in an elegant gown and perched on high heels, emerged from behind the scenes. Her figure and proportions were magnificently accentuated by the flowing fabric of her dress. The audience erupted in applause. Truly stunning. Even Qianlong was momentarily taken aback. In truth, it is not men who adore beautiful women the most, but rather women themselves, who are drawn to sheer stockings and ultra-short skirts. This girl possesses such an exquisite figure. Mo Hai also murmured softly. "I recall her as an orange, but now she resembles a grapefruit." Chapter 78. Are you threatening me? Gong Sunjin had deliberately adorned herself beautifully today, exuding an aura of confidence that was palpable. Standing upon the stage, she resembled the most radiant and captivating star, drawing the attention of numerous dignitaries in the audience who could not help but murmur amongst themselves. "Is this Miss Gong Sun? Goodness, she is stunning. Such beauty must surely be a celestial gift, rare to behold in the mortal realm." Her physical allure, however, is merely a trifling embellishment. Do you know who her elder brother is? A formidable figure in the political sphere. Her family has crafted the very laws by which society is governed. It is said that Miss Gong Sun hails from a lineage of esteemed aristocrats. Her ancestors perpetually entrenched at the epicenter of power, truly remarkable. To win her hand in marriage would be a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Even a mere token from her would suffice for an ordinary family's sustenance for generations. Wealthy, well-connected, and exquisitely beautiful, whoever secures her would indeed be blessed beyond measure. Gongsun Jin held the microphone, standing confidently in the center of the stage, and instinctively cast a glance at Imo seated below, followed by a fleeting look at Qin Lan beside him. In her gaze lay a hint of provocation. At that moment, Qin Lan recognized the woman on stage. Wasn't this the same woman who had come to their doorstep seeking Imo that fateful night? What audacity she possesses! Qin Lan's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke in a low tone. Indeed, Imo also sensed the taunting glimmer in her eyes. Perhaps she is observing me. Humph. The first row was occupied by the most influential figures of Jiangzhou, with the conspicuous exception of two individuals, Imo and Qin Lan. Even the renowned Jiang and Zhou families had to settle for seats in the second and third rows, respectively. The elder Mr. Jiang, having stepped down from his former position, could now only secure a spot in the second row, while the Zhou family was nearing the third. Those in power invariably possess wealth. Yet the wealthy do not always wield authority. To officials, businessmen often appear as mere vessels of monetary exchange. This explains why the Jiang family is so desperate to preserve the life of Elder Jiang. The current officials of Jiangzhou are largely a product of his tutelage, and there is an unspoken obligation to show him respect. Thus, the Jiang family's placement is somewhat behind the power center. And even though Jiang Ming and Zhou Yunfei were separated by only 6 individuals, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Zhou Yunfei gazed toward the front with a grim expression. He could only sit in the back, while Qin Lan and that insufferable security guard occupied the first row, right beside a high-ranking official. Who is that man? And by what right does he claim such a position? The people surrounding him could only shake their heads in confusion. On stage, Gongsun Jin offered courteous greetings to the audience before promptly addressing the matter at hand. Everyone was aware that the northern district had languished in neglect for far too long. Despite being a mere 10 kilometers from the city center, the economic disparity between the two areas was staggering. Thus, the future of this region now lay in the capable hands of those present. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. The words are not yet fully spoken. Miss Gongsun, I have a question to pose. Zhou Yunfei stood up, adjusting his collar and speaking coldly. There will be time for questions later. You may take your seat now. Gongsun Jin replied with a polite yet frigid glance. This response carried no warmth whatsoever. Yet, Zhou Yunfei, undeterred by the rebuke, retorted sharply. May I inquire, what row should entrepreneurs occupy? Why should our billion-dollar enterprise be relegated to the second row, while a company barely worth 10 million sits in the front? We demand an explanation from the officials, otherwise, this ribbon-cutting ceremony may not proceed smoothly. It seems that young Master Zhou has quite the grievances. Do enlighten us as to who is unworthy of sitting in the front row. Gongsun Jin remarked with a cold smile. At this, the eyes of those in the back row turned towards Qin Lan and Imo. Aside from Jiang Ming in the second row, whose expression remained neutral, the others exhibited hints of confusion and surprise. I need not mention who that is. Zhou Yunfei scoffed, arms crossed. Gongsun Jin understood all too well, responding with a mischievous grin. If you could develop a miraculous cancer cure, you too could sit in front. What good is that worthless medicine? The Zhou family contributes significantly to the economy of Jiangzhou and creates numerous jobs each year. Why do you neglect to account for this? The Zhou family is a conglomerate worth billions, encompassing vast industries. They own all the taxis in Jiangzhou, control 2/3 of the jewelry market, and possess half of the prime real estate developments. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Economically, the Zhou family far surpasses the Jiang family, which is why the Jiang family fears the old patriarch's passing. Once he is gone, the Zhou family will undoubtedly become the foremost family in Jiangzhou. If the Zhou family were to falter, the economy of Jiangzhou would shrink by over 30%, resulting in mass unemployment. I hope that when you face cancer in the future, you can rely solely on your bravado to survive. Gongsun Jin replied with a chilling smile. Furthermore, the Zhou family should not question our official arrangements. If Miss Gongsun shows such favoritism towards certain individuals, is there any point in continuing this project? Zhou Yunfei said menacingly. He likely intended to use the threat of the Zhou family's departure to coerce Gongsun Jin into siding with him. Without the Zhou family, many clans would adopt a wait-and-see attitude regarding the North City project. This maneuver might sway the higher-ups of Jiangzhou, but it held no weight with Gongsun Jin. Given her status and background, would she bow to threats? Since young Master Zhou wishes to leave, security, please open the door and escort him out. Gongsun Jin stated in a flat tone. If he were to leave like this, how could he explain it to his family? His father had been eagerly awaiting the acquisition of land in North City to expand their business. If he failed, he would surely face a scolding upon his return. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yunfei unexpectedly sat back down. This is akin to attempting to show off, only to be interrupted midway. The desire to express oneself is met with a swift rebuke, leaving one feeling quite disheartened. The Fenghua Group has developed a remarkable anti-cancer medication, poised to undergo its final testing. This is not merely a blessing for our Jiangzhou, but for all of humanity. Can this not warrant a seat in the front row? Gongsun Jin declared with commanding authority, surveying the audience. In truth, without Mo Hai's intervention, not only would Qin Lan not have a front row seat, she would scarcely have the opportunity to enter this venue. The world is never devoid of talent. Countless individuals are often obscured by the mundane. Moreover, the anti-cancer medication has been stalled under the auspices of the Zhou family, unable to complete its third round of testing, with the project languishing. It is truly astonishing that a project, which has not yet achieved full testing success, could be mentioned by Gongsun Jin on stage. A notion that even Qin Lan herself had not anticipated. Chapter 79. The attitude of seeking help. Seeing that Zhou Yunfei had settled down, Gongsun Jin could not help but let out a cold snort from the stage. Truly ungrateful. Some individuals should not rest on the laurels of their predecessors, reveling in their past achievements. Dignity is earned through one's own efforts, not begged from others. Fuming, Zhou Yunfei clenched his fists tightly in his seat. It was one thing for this woman to disregard him in private, but to do so in front of so many was utterly intolerable. Gongsun Jin had extended an olive branch, yet he still chose to act pridefully, mistakenly believing he would be retained. The outcome was rather awkward. Not far away, Jiang Ming seized the opportunity to mock him with a sly grin. Young Master Zhou, perhaps it would be wise for you to take a step back. If you are unaware of the Gongsun family's standing, I suggest you investigate further, lest you inadvertently offend a formidable foe. The Jiang family had always navigated the corridors of power, albeit only within Jiazhou. Nevertheless, they possess some insider knowledge. With the ease of accessing information nowadays, a mere search on a smartphone could unveil the intricacies of Gongsun Jin's background. The more concise the introduction, the more formidable the connections it signified. One ought to tread carefully. You two should not presume that your grandfather's influence will still open doors for you in the political arena. The Jiang family is no longer what it once was, Zhou Yunfei retorted coldly. His grandfather had withdrawn from official duties nearly a decade ago, 2 decades prior. The Jiang family had been at the pinnacle of power in Jiangzhou, whereas the Zhou family was merely a small workshop, hardly comparable. However, after years of striving, the Jiang family had lost the protection of the elder Jiang in the political sphere, and maintaining their current status was already commendable, let alone any prospects for growth. In stark contrast, the Zhou family had flourished over the past decade, nearly monopolizing various industries in Jiangzhou, from educational services to essential housing for newlyweds. Their presence was felt in every conceivable sector, often leading to a rivalry between the Jiang and Zhou families. Jiang Ming, with a casual smile, remarked, "Let us wait and see who can secure that prime piece of land." Indeed, let us see. The two ceased their exchange. Yet Jiang Ming felt a sense of triumph within. Zhou Yunfei's public challenge to Gongsun Jin had already set him on a treacherous path. Even if the land were to be allocated to the Zhou family, it would likely be reconsidered. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, the atmosphere was tense. "Doctor, how is my daughter? What is the situation? Will she recover? Why did she suddenly vomit blood? What caused this? Is there still hope?" Members of the Qin family filled the hospital, anxious and distraught. Ever since Qin Shan had experienced a sudden bout of vomiting blood and had been rushed to the hospital, where she remained in a coma. Every conceivable test had been conducted, yet the hospital had not provided a clear diagnosis. The middle-aged man in the white coat sighed softly. "Prepare for the worst. Do share the circumstances. What do you mean by preparing for the end? Do you believe the Qin family cannot afford the cost? I will give you 2 million as long as you can cure my daughter. If that is insufficient, I shall provide another 2 million, exclaimed a man in a suit, his voice laced with fury. "This is not merely a matter of finances. It is beyond my capabilities," the doctor replied gravely. "Gastric cancer has progressed to a state where the small and large intestines are already decayed and foul, infested with worms, and the cancerous cells have begun to spread. Currently, there is no miraculous remedy for cancer available on the market. You should prepare yourselves for what lies ahead. I personally do not recommend chemotherapy, as the situation has already advanced to a point where it holds little significance. Qin Shan's gastric cancer was categorized as mid to late stage. Although it had not yet reached the terminal phase, her small and large intestines, along with her entire stomach, were essentially overrun with maggots. In other words, her abdomen was teeming with parasitic eggs, and as they gradually consumed her internal organs, her demise was imminent. Upon hearing this news, the entire Qin family felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Who could have anticipated that a perfectly healthy individual could suddenly be afflicted by such a grave illness? How could this be possible? She appeared to be in good health just a few days ago. How could there be no pain at all if her small and large intestines were in such a state of decay? A middle-aged woman lamented, her voice thick with sorrow. It's quite simple. Maggots secrete a substance akin to anesthetics, which is potent enough to numb the nerves. Moreover, it is likely that she harbors tens of thousands of parasitic eggs within her. Given our hospital's expertise, we truly have no means to address such a condition. You may consider transferring her to the Concord Hospital in the capital, the doctor added softly. As for why Qin Shan, at such a young age, had contracted such a severe illness, it was likely related to her daily consumption of takeout. However, the severity of her condition was unprecedented, and no one could definitively ascertain how it had developed. The doctor attempted to leave, but the members of the Qin family clung to him, pleading for him to devise a solution. After all, from the perspective of Western medicine, it was clear that her chances of survival were minimal. Old Master Qin, leaning on his cane, sat in silence for an extended period, until finally, he rose slowly from his seat. I know of someone who can save her, though I am uncertain if he is willing to help. Upon hearing this, the others felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. Who is it? They inquired eagerly. At that moment, lying on the hospital bed, Qin Shan weakly opened her eyes and gazed at her grandfather, whispering, Grandfather, you aren't referring to that man, are you? Indeed. Apart from him, no one else can save you. Old Master Qin affirmed with a slight nod. Given that Mo Hai could discern her ailment at a glance, it was only logical that he would possess the means to treat her. However, after the humiliation he endured at the birthday banquet, would he still be inclined to assist? Call Qin Lan. Have her bring people to rescue me. I do not wish to die. I do not want to die. Qin Shan wailed from her hospital bed. Old Master Qin remained seated on the sofa, his tone indifferent as he remarked, Speak respectfully. Whether he comes or not is entirely up to him. Who's to blame for your past actions? The man in the suit hastily took out his phone to call Qin Lan, only to realize, upon searching through his contacts, that after all these years, he had never saved her number. Not only did he lack her contact information, but the entire Qin family astonishingly did not possess Qin Lan's phone number. Ultimately, it was the old patriarch who retrieved his own mobile device and unearthed the number to provide it. This illustrates the extent to which Qin Lan has been overlooked within the Qin household over the years. Apart from the old man, none of the family members regarded her as part of the Qin lineage. Just observe, you uncles and elder relatives, the trivial pursuits you engage in. Not even a single phone number to be found. It is only now, in seeking her assistance, that you realize the absence of contact information. The old patriarch, leaning on his cane, struck the floor with a heavy thud and spoke in a grave tone. Chapter 80. My rules are rules. This is a lament for a family where everyone has tacitly excluded Qin Lan from their midst. The reason is painfully simple. She is deemed too outstanding, threatening to seize the scant resources available within the family. Human nature can be exceedingly twisted. It refuses to acknowledge the shortcomings of one's own offspring while simultaneously resenting the brilliance of another's. A middle-aged man attempted to reach Qin Lan by phone, but despite several attempts, there was no response. What is happening? Is that wretched girl refusing to answer? A middle-aged woman fumed beside him, exclaiming, How dare she act so high and mighty? Allow me to call. Using her own phone, she dialed Qin Lan's number. After several rings, a voice finally emerged from the other end. See, it took me to make the call. Yet, before she could bask in her triumph, Qin Lan's voice cut through. Do not call again. I am rather busy at the moment. We shall discuss everything once I am done. With a resounding click, the call was abruptly terminated. Qin Lan hung up before the woman could utter a word, showing no interest in the caller's identity. How dare that little minx hang up on me? Truly, she has gone too far. Such a creature, born of a mother yet lacking in upbringing. No manners whatsoever. She knows nothing of respecting her elders. A person like this will never enjoy a full meal in their lifetime. After all this time, When I finally needed something from her, she has grown arrogant. If she were before me, I would slap her into next week." The old man, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of indignation. Lying on the bed was his granddaughter, yet Qinlan was also his granddaughter. Why must one be favored while the other is scorned? Enough. He pounded the floor with force and declared, "When seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble attitude. Is this truly your attitude?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Bing stormed in, seething with rage. "Damn it. I truly wish to send that little wretch to Africa to serve the big men there. What is wrong with you? Why are you making such a scene? Did you not go to the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the north? Why are you back?" The suited man shouted. "Do not even mention it. That Qinlan stole my opportunity. She got in, and I did not." In reality, it was not Qinlan who appropriated his chance. He never had one to begin with. His words merely sought to exploit the family's disdain for Qinlan to gain sympathy, hoping to force her to relinquish the land she had rightfully obtained. The old man slowly rose, his voice cold and measured. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. You may deliberate among yourselves. From the perspective of a grandfather, he wished for Qin Shan to thrive, being his own granddaughter, but from an outsider's viewpoint, he yearned for Qinlan to deliver a sharp rebuke to their relatives' biting cruelty. Thus, one cannot fathom the difficulties without experiencing them firsthand. Were it any other time, the Qin family would surely have erupted in curses, yet now their only hope for saving Qin Shan lay in Qinlan. "Mother, go plead with her. Go and plead with her. I don't want to die. I refuse to perish." Qin Shan lay on the bed, her face ashen, imploring, "Hurry." The middle-aged woman, visibly troubled, replied, "I'll try calling again. Go to the venue and find her. She is currently attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city. She won't have time to answer her phone. Moreover, with such a brusque demeanor while asking for assistance, it's likely that even a reasonable person would ignore such a request, especially given the past grievances between Qinlan and these relatives." At that moment, in the northern part of the city, the officials first displayed the future architectural plans for the area on the screen. As long as the plans proceeded as intended, achieving such a vision should not be overly ambitious. However, once all the land parcels were delineated, the audience became unsettled. Some were elated, while others were discontented. For instance, the Zhou family, the most prime location by the river in the northern part of the city, was not allocated to them. That spot, whether for developing a commercial district or luxury riverview properties, would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Yet, this pivotal site had been denied to the Zhou family. Conversely, many other families were quite pleased, as they had managed to secure a piece of land in the northern part, and once developed. Even a small gain is still a gain. Suddenly, as Gongsun Jin was speaking on stage, Zhou Yunfei smashed his cup onto the floor. "Young Master Zhou, what now?" she hissed, suppressing her anger. Were it not for the fear of exacerbating the situation, she would have already expelled Zhou Yunfei. However, considering that the Zhou family was a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, publicly humiliating him would make headlines the next day. Even the higher-ups in Jiangzhou had subtly suggested to Gongsun Jin to not take things too personally, for both the Zhou and Gongsun families were not entities that one could afford to offend. Offending the Gongsun family might lead to a dismissal notice on the very next day, while offending the Zhou family could result in a withdrawal of funds from the banks, crippling Jiangzhou's economy. Both families held significant power and required appeasement. Zhou Yunfei slowly rose, exuding arrogance as he lit a cigarette, coldly stating, "Miss Gongsun, we did not come here solely to listen to you. Wasn't it stated that this northern area is a place designated for development by a prominent figure? Where is he? We've waited here for so long, merely to hear your speech. Can I assume this is yet another charade orchestrated by the higher-ups?" Indeed, the banner under which this was conducted claimed that disciples from the capital were sent to develop Jiangzhou, which is what drew so many families into the construction of the northern area. Otherwise, who would be interested in developing this barren land? The credibility of Jiangzhou's leadership had been exhausted. If it weren't for that prominent figure, who would still be willing to invest? Many in the audience seemed to resonate with this sentiment, voicing their agreement. Yes, wasn't it promised that this prominent figure would personally attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city? I came here specifically to network with that notable individual. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to show up. Surely, this cannot be a mere deception aimed at us. If it were not for the backing of that influential figure, we would all be filled with anxiety. What if we complete our constructions here and you choose to abandon the project? Wouldn't that amount to a betrayal of our investments? Upon noticing someone standing on the same front as him, Zhou Yunfei's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. He then continued, with an air of aggression, "Lastly, I would like to inquire, Miss Gongsun, why was the land in the northern part of the city not acquired through a public bidding process? Instead, you opted for this blind box approach. Whom do you intend to insult? Do you treat the development of the northern city as a mere child's play? A prime location has been seized by a small company like Fenghua Group. Can they truly muster $1 billion? Even if they could, such a sum would scarcely cover the wages for the first phase, wouldn't it? Does she possess the capability to effectively develop the core area? If you are unable to manage this, might it not be prudent to appoint someone more competent? Chapter 81. In this territory, is it your will or mine? A few words left Gong Sun Jin momentarily speechless. Observing her silence on stage, Mo Hai contemplated offering assistance, yet he realized that a direct approach would be unwise. He would need a voice modulator, a change of attire, and a mask before making an appearance. Clearly, if he did not step forward, these individuals would not relent. Sit tight. I'll just step out for a moment, Mo Hai softly suggested. However, Qin Lan gazed at him with a reluctant expression. Please hurry back. I'm practically wearing a groove into this chair. How could I possibly secure a prime location? The land along the river was valued at 36 billion. And she was at a loss for funds. As Zhou Yunfei had remarked, she could scrape together only about 1 billion, and she still had her company to manage. Initially, she had envisioned acquiring a smaller, more affordable plot to develop into a community, complemented by some commercial spaces. This would have established the Qin family firmly in the northern part of the city. To her astonishment, she had drawn the luckiest lot of all. Even if she sold it piece by piece, it wouldn't fetch 30 billion. Not only had Zhou Yunfei expressed dissatisfaction, but many corporate representatives had also voiced their strong discontent. Established companies were allocated remote plots, while those with lesser influence were granted prime locations. Was this merely a jest? Rest assured, it's just a few minutes. Mo Hai replied with a gentle smile. Besides, isn't a prime location advantageous? Once you possess this land, you could easily sell it for 100 billion. Do you believe it? Even if it doesn't reach that figure, half the price would attract a multitude of buyers. In essence, whoever secured this land would undoubtedly profit. Situated by the river, it offered a clear view of the true city center of Jiangzhou, with the northern and central districts merely separated by the river. This area could certainly serve as the economic hub of the north. Just as Mo Hai prepared to rise, a figure emerged from the stage. Dressed in a tailored suit and wearing a black mask that obscured their face, the individual was tall and muscular, easily standing at around 180 centimeters. Upon seeing this, Mo Hai slowly settled back down, seemingly no longer needed to intervene. Aren't you going to the restroom? Go. Qin Lan whispered when she noticed him returning to his seat. He shrugged and chuckled. I suddenly lost the urge. I'll go later. This masked man's attire was reminiscent of Mo Hai's previous wardrobe. His appearance instantly silenced the crowd. Many speculated that Jiangzhou's higher-ups had fabricated this character to entice businesses to settle in the northern district and stimulate the local economy. Yet, when such a figure actually stepped forward, a hush fell over everyone, and mouths were sealed. Some may still have harbored doubts, but at this moment, anyone brave enough to question would surely become a target. The masked man took the microphone from Gong Sun Jin and said, I have heard that some doubt my existence. How foolish. Ignorance is indeed a terrifying thing. I am here to express the resolve to develop the northern part of the city. We aim to transform Jiangzhou into a super metropolis with a population of 15 million. It is astonishing that there are still those who question me. I have managed numerous projects, though not 100, certainly around 80, boasting a market success rate of 90%. His voice, altered by special effects, bore a hoarse quality. Suggesting the passage of time, it was evident that he was no younger than 30. This was primarily to ensure that Mo Hai's identity remained shrouded in secrecy. After a round of grand promises, the audience finally began to dispel their doubts regarding the project. Zhou Yunfei, however, was indifferent to the existence of the so-called living king of hell. Whether this figure was real or not mattered little to him. His sole concern was the piece of land by the river. Thus, Zhou Xiao, do you have any further objections? The masked man inquired, his voice gravelly. If you still question my identity, feel free to investigate at the Jiangzhou military headquarters, provided you possess the capability. You are indeed a significant figure. How could I possibly doubt you? Zhou Yunfei retorted, casting aside his cigarette, but with a derisive smile. But the authorities seem rather biased, don't you think? Is this what you call fairness? The president of a small company sitting in the front row alongside Governor Zhang, Director Liu, and Director Huang is one thing. but bestowing the prime riverside land upon her. What justification is there for that? Such actions breed discontent among us. Not only do I find this unacceptable, but many others share my sentiments. Among those present, who among them was not worth hundreds of millions, if not billions? Why then, should this prime land have been awarded to Qinlan? Indeed, that riverside plot is a prime location. What right does Fenghua Group have to claim it? A short man chimed in irritably. Another man in a suit echoed, this land should only be accessible to those worth at least 100 billion. In all of Jiangzhou, there are only 400 billion enterprises, yet none of them secured this land. We demand an explanation from the authorities. If it were up to me, I would simply start the selection process anew. I have no interest in this piece of land anyway. What rotten luck. Why should there be a redraw when your misfortune is simply a matter of luck? Opinions were divided on the call for a reshuffle. Some had indeed secured favorable plots and were thus reluctant to start over. On stage, the masked man coldly remarked, in life, most matters do not unfold as one wishes. It is impossible for everything to develop according to your desires. If an event were to constantly bend to your whims, what meaning would it hold? I refuse to accept this. You can either reshuffle, and I will draw again, or my family will withdraw from the Northern Construction Project altogether. Zhou Yunfei exclaimed, rising in anger. His words did not intimidate those on stage. Instead, they left the high-ranking officials seated in the front row in a state of alarm. The Zhou family serves as the backbone of construction, contributing significantly to various projects throughout Jiangzhou. The workers and designers under their employ are all of exceptional caliber. Should the Northern District lose the Zhou family's investment, the consequences would undoubtedly be substantial. Please feel free, the masked man gestured with a wave. His tone icy as he addressed the security at the entrance. Show them out. In the audience, Mo Hai observed the man's eloquence with a nod of approval. It appeared that Gong Sun Jin and the Jiangzhou military had indeed put considerable effort into this. The choice of words and the commanding presence reflected a certain refinement, bearing traces of their own influence. Quite intriguing, he remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 82. Can one be considered a significant figure if not assassinated? This time, if Zhou Yunfei were to sit down again, he would find it quite difficult to maintain his dignity. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned and departed. The piece of land he acquired was situated in a decent location along Binjiang Road, yet it paled in comparison to the parcel drawn by Qinlan. The prime location undoubtedly boasted a well-established consumer base, further enhanced by its proximity to the riverside, directly facing the iconic architectural landmarks of the city center across the river. Therefore, if this land were developed, it would become the central hub of the Northern District. We shall see. Without the Zhou family, I wonder how long you can sustain this northern project. Zhou Yunfei remarked coldly as he stood up. Jiang Ming, standing nearby, added with a mischievous grin, since the Zhou family is withdrawing, might we acquire that piece of land in your possession? How naive. When did I ever say I was relinquishing it? Zhou Yunfei shot him a scornful glance. Even if my family withdraws from the northern project, that land will remain unclaimed. Having said that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. With the Zhou family departing, the others clearly understood it was unwise to voice their opinions. In business, particularly in ventures that had just commenced, everything must proceed smoothly from start to finish. If certain individuals chose poorly and demanded a restart, it would undoubtedly be seen as ill-omened. Gong Sun Jin took the microphone and addressed the assembly. Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. I hereby announce the commencement of the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Northern District. Soon, someone approached with a red bag topped with a floral arrangement. A server came forward holding a platter, upon which gleamed a pair of golden scissors, which were presented to the masked man on stage. The platter was covered with a crimson cloth, as grand openings are traditionally adorned in vibrant red. The cloth needed to be unveiled to reveal the golden scissors for the ceremonial cutting of the ribbon. However, as the masked man lifted the cloth, he stumbled back in shock. Instead of scissors, a gun lay prominently on the platter. Die! The server shouted angrily as he swiftly seized the weapon. Bang! Just as he was about to fire, a silver needle shot from the audience, striking his wrist. In that brief moment of distraction, Gong Sun Jin lunged forward and kicked the server in the chin. Following that, a sweeping kick sent the man sprawling to the ground, and the gun was sent flying aside. These individuals were not targeting the masked man. Their true intent was aimed at Mo Hai in the audience, merely substituted in this chaotic scene. Seize him! Gong Sun Jin commanded furiously. The commotion left the attendees in a state of panic. How had a simple ribbon-cutting ceremony devolved into an assassination attempt? At the rear of the grand hall, a man discreetly lowered the observing curtain and whispered into his Bluetooth earpiece, "The greedy wolf has failed. Retreat immediately. Leave Jiangzhou within 10 minutes. Those who seek to assassinate the living king of hell must undoubtedly belong to the foremost assassin organizations in Europe. They are acutely aware of his methods. For he is undeniably a vengeful soul, one who will not allow grievances to linger, but will seek absolute annihilation. In truth, the individual is no fool. Had it not been for Mo Hai's sudden intervention from the audience below, that shot would likely have claimed the life of the masked man impersonating the living king of hell. In the arena, panic ensued, with many hastily rising to squeeze towards the exit. Even the officials from Jiangzhou, both high and low, were quick to flee for their lives, leaving only Mo Hai and Qin Lan firmly seated in the front row. "Are we not leaving?" Qin Lan whispered in his ear. Yet Mo Hai remained fixated on the stage, calmly responding, "There is no need to rush. In this line of work, once an assassination fails, a second attempt is seldom made. It is common knowledge." Among those who remained seated was Jiang Ming in the second row. He opened his phone and accessed a video. It is not unusual for someone to record such a historic moment. Who could have predicted that this particular incident would be captured? The waiter had seemingly aimed accurately. Yet the video clearly showed a sudden tremor in his hand, causing the shot to miss. Subsequently, he was kicked to the ground by Gong Sun Jin. Jiang Ming maximized the video, and in that moment of the waiter's hand trembling, he noticed Mo Hai shrugging slightly in the same frame. Could this incident be connected to him? Seeing the crowd progressively squeezing towards the exit, Gong Sun Jin held the microphone and officially stated, "Please leave in an orderly fashion. I will send the final results to your respective companies in written form." As she spoke, the door attendant opened the door, allowing everyone to leave. "Let us go." Mo Hai slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, his gaze met Gong Sun Jin's, where he discerned the concern in her eyes. It was evident that this group was after him, suggesting that word of his release had reached certain ears. In other words, he and Qin Lan were indeed an unlikely pair, both targeted by various organizations. Why did that waiter attempt to kill such a prominent figure? Isn't the living king of hell someone of great stature? How could anyone wish to assassinate him? Qin Lan queried, her face a picture of confusion. Individuals of such caliber were once akin to imperial envoys, and capture would certainly mean death, along with the annihilation of their families. Mo Hai shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a smile. If one is not targeted for assassination, can they truly be considered a significant figure? Those willing to risk their lives to kill are merely after wealth or power. And what is it that today's assailant sought? Naturally, it was fame. Also, do not show that watch I gifted you to just anyone. Store it safely. Why? What value does that old watch hold? You will understand in due time. Mo Hai, with his loyal dog and dual blades, single-handedly vanquished all the formidable experts of the Caesar Group in an epic battle across 8 miles, thus earning his renown. That watch serves as a symbol marking the end of one era and the rise of another. If someone could eliminate Mo Hai and reclaim that timepiece, they would undoubtedly establish themselves throughout Europe, heralding a new epoch. Much like the imperial seal, its intrinsic value may be modest, yet it embodies immense significance. You love to keep me guessing. I can't be bothered with you. Qin Lan retorted playfully, casting him a sidelong glance. As the two exited the grand hall, they had not yet departed when a distant voice erupted in anger. "You filthy whore, did you finally muster the courage to come out? I thought you were too afraid." Qin Bing approached, arms crossed, his tone icy. Moreover, a considerable number of Qin family members followed behind, as if ready to incite a disturbance. Chapter 83. Are we family? Having done nothing to provoke him, I was met with a barrage of insults as soon as I emerged. Even the most placid of individuals would likely feel angered. "Qin Bing, do mind your language." Qin Lan retorted with irritation. Who do you think you are? I will insult you if I please, so what? Filthy wretch. Filthy wretch. Slap. Before Qin Lan could respond, Mo Hai swiftly struck him across the face, exclaiming, "What kind of dog goes out unleashed, barking incessantly?" Qin Lan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "How dare you hit me? You slap." Mo Hai struck again, and what of it? "You slap. Have I permitted you to speak?" Mo Hai delivered another blow, leaving him utterly silenced after 3 consecutive slaps. The Qin family members behind them exchanged glances, contemplating whether to intervene, yet fearing Mo Hai might turn his wrath upon them as well. Moreover, they had come seeking Qin Lan's assistance, intending to intimidate her into compliance. Unaware of Mo Hai's unexpectedly strong character, Lan Lan, I heard you participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city. How was it? Inquired a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, sporting a veneer of insincerity. His forced smile suggested at least 20 years of practice. Qinlan sighed. It was mediocre. Oh, it's no matter. Our Qin family is indeed modest in scale. It's only natural we didn't acquire any land. The middle-aged man consoled her with a pat on the shoulder. Qin Bing, nursing his face, continued to bellow. What a wasted opportunity. With such a prime chance. Not securing a single plot is utterly pathetic. If it were me, I would have at least managed to secure that piece of land at the eastern edge of our village. It may not be the best, but it would still bolster our family's holdings in the northern city. I secured the land right by Longxi River, directly opposite number 1 Jiang. The entire Qin family gasped in unison. What? You secured number 1 land? Number 1 land is the most coveted parcel in the northern district. It faces the Yangtze River and overlooks the iconic buildings across the bank. Whatever is developed here will undoubtedly become the core of the northern city. The Qin family stared at Qinlan in disbelief, their faces reflecting envy and resentment rather than excitement. Should Qinlan's enterprise flourish, she would become unassailable within the Qin family. The potential for a family's growth is intricately tied to the vision and ambition of its members. What a joke. No, one land has long been coveted by the Zhou family. How could it possibly fall to you? Qin Bing scoffed. At this moment, Jiang Ming emerged from the hall, impeccably attired in a tailored suit that lent him an air of gentlemanly grace. From a distance, he clasped his hands in a gesture of congratulations, exclaiming, Miss Qin, my heartfelt congratulations. You have secured the prime land in the northern district. Your future is indeed promising. I hope you will look after us in return. His appearance shattered the last vestiges of hope among the Qin family. While they wished for the family's prosperity, their deeper desire was for Qinlan's success to be curtailed. Jiang chuckled. It's merely luck. I did not expect to acquire the prime land either. Qinlan offered an awkward smile in response. One cannot dismiss luck. Sometimes it is a form of strength, he replied with a benevolent smile. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit yet visibly incredulous, cautiously asked, Jiang Xiao, has our Qin family truly secured the prime land? Just moments ago, the atmosphere was light and jovial, but as soon as the man spoke, Jiang's smile evaporated, replaced by a cold expression. It is not your Qin family. It is Miss Qin. As for your family's involvement, I cannot guarantee that. Typically, he did not regard them as kin, yet now they were quick to invoke the Qin family name. Such individuals were not worthy of his attention. It must pertain to us. We are family, are we not? Lan. A middle-aged woman grinned mischievously. Jiang waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. That is your concern. It has nothing to do with me. His expression was one of disdain, unwilling even to spare them a glance. However, he quickly donned a conciliatory demeanor as he turned to Mo Hai and Qinlan, saying, I shall not disturb the two of you further. I have other matters to attend to. Let us converse at a later time. Mo Hai nodded slightly in agreement. Before long, Jiang departed in a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, leaving the northern district behind. The insincerity of the Qin family left Qinlan feeling repulsed, prompting her to grasp Mo Hai's arm as they sought to escape the throng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In the future, please refrain from seeking me out. If you must, make it a message in a bottle. The middle-aged woman hurriedly obstructed her path, pleading, Lan, I implore you, please assist me. What assistance could I possibly offer you? Qinlan inquired, her curiosity piqued. My company is in dire straits. If you seek to borrow money, please reconsider. No. It is not money I seek. What is it then? Her gaze shifted to Mo Hai. If I am not mistaken, your daughter's condition is critical. Is it not? Mo Hai, arms crossed, shook his head with a cold smirk. I sensed that her days were numbered. I did not anticipate the decline would be so swift. The feng shui in the southern district is quite favorable. You should hasten to select an appropriate resting place for her. In truth, when he had assessed her fate, he believed Qin Shan's ailment was not yet fatal. It should have been treatable in the hospital, logically speaking. However, upon observing the expressions of the Qin family, it is evident that the situation has deteriorated quite severely. Clearly, the Western medicine has proven ineffective. As is often the case with many individuals whose conditions worsen, inappropriate medication not only fails to heal but exacerbates the ailment. Nevertheless, what concern is this of his? To him, a woman like Qin Shan is as insignificant as a blade of grass. His willingness to offer a mere word of caution is already a considerable act of kindness. Lan Lan, for the sake of our familial ties, I implore you to save your cousin. She is truly on the brink. This middle-aged woman abruptly fell to her knees, clutching Qin Lan's leg and weeping uncontrollably. In any case, invoking the notion of family tends to sway matters in their favor, particularly when dealing with a Na'vi girl like Qin Lan. Chapter 84. Did I ever promise to save anyone? If it were Mo Hai, the first sword upon reaching the shore would cleave through these so-called relatives. They would never regard you as true family, and retaining such relatives would only be a burden. Pleading with me is futile, for I possess no healing skills. Qin Lan expressed her predicament with a troubled countenance. The middle-aged woman turned her gaze towards Mo Hai. As both the elder and Qin Shan believed he could discern the ailment at a glance and surely possess the means to treat it. She then turned back to Mo Hai and gently suggested, perhaps, we should go and take a look? Alas, there is no reasoning with you. Mo Hai shook his head, resigned. It is no wonder that Qin Lan is bullied by these people. She is simply too sentimental and principled. Indeed, it seems that if one relinquishes their principles, the shackles of so-called morality cannot bind them. In the afternoon, at the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou, the ward was teeming with people. The doctors were engaged in various examinations, and the hospital had even turned Qin Shan's condition into a case study, allowing numerous doctors to enter the ward for observation. When Mo Hai arrived, he found a trash bin filled to the brim with blood, and to his horror, he noticed small, wriggling creatures within. These had all been expelled from her stomach. She was now practically unable to consume anything, as even a sip of water would be regurgitated within a minute. Having just undergone an X-ray examination, it was revealed that not only was her gastrointestinal tract beginning to erode, but the parasites had also begun to migrate to her lungs, heart, and liver. The X-ray images indicated that these creatures were reproducing at an alarming rate. The heart and lungs were densely populated with dark spots, which were the eggs of these parasites. Upon entering the ward, Mo Hai beheld Qin Shan, desperately leaning over the bed and expelling blood into the trash bin. In merely a few days, her complexion had deteriorated significantly, and she had lost weight rapidly. The muscle on her face had diminished, revealing the contours of her skeletal structure. Her appearance was a stark contrast to the arrogant demeanor she had displayed just days prior. Her face was haggard, as though death were imminent. I had thought she would at least survive for a while longer. It appears, however, that her time may be short, Mo Hai remarked coldly, his hands tucked in his pockets. She extended a trembling hand towards him, her expression rife with desperation. Please, I implore you, save me. Karma is a reciprocal force. It is not that it does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. Your fortunate days are numbered. Mo Hai shrugged and offered a faint smile. The middle-aged woman beside him suddenly knelt before Mo Hai, clutching his leg and pleading, I beg you, save my daughter. I am on my knees before you. Is this not enough? This tactic might work on Qin Lan, but it held no sway over him. Mo Hai, being an orphan, felt no empathy towards familial bonds. Moreover, having witnessed the hypocrisy of the Qin family from the outset, he was not to be ensnared by such feigned displays of suffering. It's merely a minor ailment. Western medicine cannot cure it. This affliction requires the expertise of traditional Chinese medicine. Mo Hai nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The middle-aged man in a suit exclaimed, So you mean it can be cured? Indeed. These are trivial matters. What is there that cannot be cured? Then hurry and heal her. But why should I save her? In an instant, the entire Qin family was taken aback. What a provocative question. Why save her? This illness, for Mo Hai, is indeed not a grave one. If even Elder Jiang, whose life hangs by a thread, can be rescued, then surely Qin Shan is not beyond hope. At least she is still conscious, albeit suffering from internal decay. Cells possess regenerative capabilities, so as long as the parasites within her are eradicated, her gastrointestinal health can gradually be restored. While Western medicine may have issued a critical condition notice, traditional Chinese medicine would consider this merely a matter of administering a few herbal remedies. The wisdom of our ancestors could be comprehended by Western medicine in just 2 centuries. Why are you even here if you refuse treatment? At this point, the middle-aged woman could no longer pretend. She wiped her tears and shouted at Mo Hai. When seeking assistance, one's demeanor should not be to immediately resort to tears, yet she said nothing of the events from the old man's birthday gathering. With a mischievous grin, Mo Hai interlocked his arms and remarked, I came to witness the spectacle. Did I ever claim I would save her? The expressions of the Qin family members were suddenly laid bare. They had been relatively polite moments ago, but now their arrogance had returned in full force. Huh. If you refuse to treat her, I refuse to believe that there exists no one capable of saving my daughter. I will send her to Jiangnan immediately and request the esteemed physician, Dr. Tian, to treat her. For someone like you, a mere country bumpkin, your medical abilities are questionable at best. Seeking your help was merely an act of courtesy, yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. The middle-aged man in a suit shouted at Mo Hai. Dr. Tian. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai couldn't help but smirk. This old man may not possess exceptional medical skills, but his reputation is certainly loud. I am indifferent, but I must inform you. He is in seclusion. It will likely be 3 years before you can locate him. Mo Hai grinned with malice. You might want to pray that your daughter makes it to 3 years from now. With that, he signaled to Qin Lan to follow him outside. Although unsure of his true intentions, she complied and followed him. The elderly man, who had been silent, now leaned on his cane and spoke solemnly. Please, Dr. Mo. Do not leave just yet. You do not intend to force me to stay, do you? Mo Hai replied with a calm smile. No, what I mean is, how can you save her? Please outline your requirements so we can understand, shall we? The elderly man said with a friendly demeanor. He was indeed straightforward. Since Mo Hai was willing to assist, he surely had conditions to propose. The elderly man was wise. When seeking help, do you think merely speaking is sufficient? Even in business, one must adhere to the principle of reciprocity, especially regarding matters of life and death. Mo Hai, with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled coldly. Indeed, the old gentleman was reprimanded like a child, nodding vigorously. He then turned to the Qin family and spoke in a grave tone. Do you not comprehend? Bring forth some genuine resources. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the demeanor of a supplicant. If merely clinging to his leg and weeping could elicit salvation, how many patients would this hospital accommodate daily? Although the noble pursuit of healing is the physician's foremost duty, and the initial tenet of medicine is to alleviate suffering, it ultimately hinges on discerning the worth of individuals. He possesses 6 criteria for refusing aid: no loyalty, no righteousness, no help, no compassion, no aid; criminals, no assistance; unfeeling and ungrateful, no support; those who sever ties with kin, no rescue; those who lack faith in medicine, no aid; those in poor spirits, no support. If one seeks a favor, one must exhibit the appropriate attitude, not merely paint fanciful illusions. Mo Hai, standing at the door, glanced back with a sardonic smile, remarking, how can such an astute elder have descendants who are increasingly inept? Chapter 85. When the wolf turns back. There must be a reason the middle-aged woman forced an awkward smile and said, Little brother, if you can cure my daughter, I will reward you 1 million. 1 million? So, in your eyes, your daughter's life is worth merely that? Mo Hai retorted with a cold laugh, his hands clasped behind his back. Save that money for a better feng shui location in the south of the city. It should suffice. With that, Mo Hai turned to leave, but the well-dressed middle-aged man suddenly raised the stakes, declaring, 5 million. I will give you 5 million as a reward. Without even glancing back, he continued to pull Qin Lan toward the exit. The onlooking doctors were left dumbfounded. 5 million for a cure, and he was disregarding them entirely? Ancestor, how much do you desire? Speak up. The middle-aged man fell to his knees. With a slight turn of his head, he sneered. Your family owns a hardware factory and a textile factory, correct? Upon hearing this, the couple was instantly taken aback. It seemed this young man had been waiting for them. Don't overreach. Do you have any idea how much those 2 factories are worth? They could easily buy your life. The suited man shouted angrily, pointing at him. I tell you, if it can be treated, we can negotiate further. Mo Hai chuckled coldly. Offer her 60% of those shares. This illness can indeed be cured. Me? Qin Lan pointed at herself, astonished. She never expected this man would threaten her relatives for her sake. Mo Hai glanced at her and said with a smirk, Do not worry, what you have lost, I will help you reclaim, one by one, I assure you. For so long, since her father's passing, no one had steadfastly stood by her side, only relatives incessantly demanding benefits. You wish 60% of the shares? Who do you think you are? Robbing a bank isn't this swift. The middle-aged woman scoffed. That's fine, I can wait. The real question is whether your daughter can afford to wait, Mo Hai replied, wearing a troubled smile. Goodbye. Just as he turned, Qin Shan was again retching blood into the trash can by the bedside. Dad, save me, she cried, blood spilling from her mouth. Finally, The well-dressed man sighed. Can it truly be cured? It's merely a small ailment. With the funds in place. What cannot be cured? Emohai turned his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes, devoid of warmth, like a lone wolf traversing icy terrain. All right. If you can cure my daughter, I am willing to part with 60% of the shares. Emohai promptly produced 2 contracts from behind him, stating, sign here. You. The man was likely contemplating how to deceive Emohai into curing his daughter first, but was caught off guard by Emohai's foresight in bringing the contracts. Clearly, they had been prepared well in advance. You already knew we would come to you, didn't you? The impeccably dressed middle-aged man gazed at him in astonishment. Emohai merely shrugged, not denying the implication, and replied with a faint smile, I simply anticipated this in advance. Is there a problem? You certainly are something. Soon after, once the contract was signed, he handed a copy to Qin Lan, stating in a calm tone, from this day forth, you shall be the largest shareholder of Huai Lan Hardware Factory and Jiaqiu Textile Factory. Should anyone from the Qin family dare to bully you again, you should know how to safeguard yourself, correct? Qin Lan stared blankly at the share transfer documents of the 2 factories. This man had, astonishingly, secured 60% of the shares for her. This 60% could yield tens of millions annually, even without lifting a finger. Yet, she felt no excitement. This is for me. Do you realize how profitable these 2 factories are? They are the most lucrative in our Qin family. Qin Lan exclaimed in disbelief. Emohai scoffed dismissively. What do I care for such trifles from your Qin family? I am helping you, and you repay me with ingratitude? You scoundrel. Qin Lan retaliated by giving him a playful kick, prompting the middle-aged couple to worry excessively, while the old man watched with amusement. Content that his task was accomplished with this man's protection over her. Quickly follow this prescription to fetch the medicine, and then brew it for me. He instructed the middle-aged man, who eagerly took the prescription and dashed out. The doctors in the room exchanged skeptical glances. One bespectacled doctor crossed his arms and sneered. I say, you bring in others to treat patients in our hospital. Who will be responsible if something goes awry? Besides, our hospital is the best in Jiangzhou. If we cannot cure it, do you think traditional Chinese medicine will suffice? Western medicine has only been around for a few years. You are not in a position to speak on this matter. Emohai shot him a cold glance and replied sternly, if I cannot cure it, I will bear all losses. Very well. We shall all observe closely then. Let's see how this unfolds. That is precisely the point. Emohai continued. Western medicine has been in Xia for merely a couple of centuries, and surgical techniques have been around for just over 100 years. Yet, one must remember that Hua Tuo once dared to perform a cranial surgery on Cao Cao, indicating how advanced medical practice was back then. Some of the doctors, incredulous, took out their phones to capture the scene, for few truly believed that a handful of herbal concoctions could cure cancer. If it were that simple, there would be no need for this hospital to operate. Everyone turned their heads away as Emohai addressed them. The crowd was slightly puzzled but complied, shifting their bodies. He turned to Qin Shan, who appeared frail, and expressionlessly commanded, unbutton your clothes. Must it truly be undone? Qin Shan replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are we really concerned about such matters when facing death? Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you. To a healer, gender is irrelevant. Will you undress or not? Undress. I shall undress. Oh dear, there's no need for the undergarments. He retrieved a silver needle and first pierced it into Qin Shan's lower abdomen, instantly setting off a warm current flowing inward from his fingertips. It was evident that her abdomen began to undulate vigorously. Emohai seized the opportunity, driving 3 silver needles into the duodenum's location in her lower abdomen. At last, Qin Shan let out a long sigh of relief. After expelling that lingering breath, she felt considerably lighter. Chapter 86. Is it difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Soon, a voice echoed from outside the door, belonging to Qin Shan's father. The medicine is here. The medicine is here. The impeccably dressed middle-aged man hurriedly entered, carrying a bowl of herbal soup, exclaiming, let me feed you. Or would you prefer to treat yourself? No, you do it. He insisted. After just a brief excursion to prepare the medicine, he returned to find his daughter's complexion notably improved. Once he turned away, Emohai swiftly used a small knife to prick his finger, letting a drop of his blood fall into the bowl. That is too much. How long will this take to replenish? He thought, hastily wrapping his finger in a tissue. Then, he held Qin Shan's mouth open and poured the concoction in. Normally, it would have been ideal to administer it through his mouth, combining his pure yang energy with his pure yang blood to suppress the parasites within her. However, upon seeing her, he was reminded of her ghastly expression from earlier, rendering him unable to use his mouth. Pouring it directly would suffice, and the effect should be similar. Not long after consuming the potion, Qin Shan leaned over the bed and began to vomit violently. The onlookers slowly turned to witness her retching, and the bespectacled doctor couldn't help but sneer. I truly thought a miracle might occur, yet it seems we are left with nothing. You little rascal, did you deceive us? Return my shares. The impeccably dressed man bellowed in anger. However, after Qin Shan finished vomiting, she wiped her mouth, sighed deeply, and said, Dad, I feel so much better. The little bugs I vomited before were wriggling, but now almost all of them are dead. Dad, I'm hungry. I want dumplings, beef, and shrimp. She choked out, looking at her parents. After days of inability to eat, she finally had an appetite today. The group of doctors standing at the door wore expressions of disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? She's clearly in the advanced stages of gastric cancer. This must be a fleeting revival, exclaimed the bespectacled doctor. I need to take her for an x-ray. Mo took a sip of tea and smiled gently. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? This isn't about excellence, it's about the impossibility of the task. Soon, several doctors and nurses wheeled Qin Shan into the adjacent examination room, her private hospital room being conveniently close. Within 3 minutes, the results would be available, and when they saw the findings, the room erupted in astonishment. This cannot be. It defies logic. All the eggs in her abdomen are dead, and her duodenum is beginning to heal on its own. How can this happen? She was clearly suffering from ulcerative gastric lesions. This cannot be cured. Could a mere set of silver needles and a dose of herbal medicine achieve what major hospitals could not? The group of individuals exhibited skepticism. Yet Mo was in no rush to offer an explanation, or perhaps he simply could not be bothered to waste his time on them. He retrieved 2 ancient copper coins from his sleeve, relics from the Tang dynasty's Jingguan era. Placing them beneath his feet, he declared coldly, walk 30,000 steps daily. And after 3 months of consuming my herbal remedy, you shall be cured. The middle-aged man in a tailored suit gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, Is it really that simple? Cured just like that? Are you saying it's too easy? No. My point is, isn't this an incurable disease? Just 1 prescription will suffice. If this were to spread, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of Jiaozhou's foremost hospital? Incurable disease? Mo scoffed, his hands clasped behind his back. Western medicine is merely suited for treating the common cold. For ailments of this nature, what is deemed an incurable affliction by Western medicine is but a minor challenge for traditional Chinese medicine. Western practices have developed on the foundation laid by traditional methods. Can the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years by our ancestors be matched by 2 centuries of Western study? Nonsense. The bespectacled doctor retorted. Look at the state of traditional medicine. In times of emergency, who saves lives if not Western doctors? Without us, countless lives would be lost. You, a charlatan, are merely relying on luck. Ignorance. Mo replied. I have laid out my prescription and shared my methods. Whether you choose to heed my words or follow the hospital's guidance is entirely up to you. With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Seeing him depart, Qin Lan hurriedly nodded to her grandfather, saying, Grandpa, I'm leaving now. Go on. Be sure to express my gratitude to Mr. Mo. If all else fails, you might as well offer yourself in return. Don't forget the task I entrusted to you. Next year, bring him 10 or 8 chubby little ones. A man becomes responsible once he has children. That is how you keep him. Her grandfather said with a smile. Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? There is nothing between us. It's merely a superior-subordinate relationship. I understand. Who hasn't been through that phase? It's not what you think. Enough. I'm leaving. She rushed out, catching up to Mo, who was already descending the stairs. As they reached the staircase, they nearly collided with an elderly man with white hair, causing Qin Lan, in her high heels, to almost topple him over. Dressed in a white coat, he appeared to be a doctor from the hospital, likely in his 70s, possibly part of the management. Young lady, be careful. You shouldn't run so fast in high heels, the elderly man said softly as he paused. Qin Lan repeatedly apologized before darting after Mo. Hey, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? You're chasing me. If you catch me today, I might just reward you. Who was chasing you? As the 2 figures grew distant, the elderly man smiled benevolently. Youth is truly wonderful. Muttering a few words, I strode into the ward from which Mo and his companions had just emerged. As I reached the doorway, I was met with a cacophony of voices arguing within. The bespectacled physician was fervently imploring Qin Shan's parents to trust in science, to have faith in their hospital, and not to be swayed by these charlatans. However, Qin Shan's father was understandably reluctant. After spending hundreds of thousands in the hospital, all they received in return was a suggestion to prepare for the worst. Although Mo Hai had presented an exorbitant fee, he had indeed shown signs of improvement in his treatment. "What is all this noise? The entire building can hear your commotion," exclaimed the elderly man with white hair, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with a grave tone. "This is a hospital, not a dining hall. Director Wang, your arrival is timely. As the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department, could you please weigh in? Is it truly feasible for traditional medicine to cure cancer? This is patently unrealistic. They must be falling prey to a quack, yet the family refuses to believe it." Chapter 87. Who composed this prescription? In virtually every, there invariably exists a department of traditional Chinese medicine. Even if attendance is sparse, such a department is typically established, although smaller hospitals may find themselves compelled to discontinue this service due to lack of viability. However, the First People's Hospital of Jiangzhou stands as the sole Class A tertiary hospital in the region, and its Chinese medicine department flourishes, rivaling the business of Western medicine. While the department thrives, it has never been reported that any cancer could be cured simply through the consumption of herbal medicine. Moreover, given the severity of Qin Shan's ailment, the notion that a few acupuncture needles and a bowl of herbal concoction could suffice seems nothing short of miraculous, more fantastical than the magic of Harry Potter. The elderly gentleman, known as Wang Xinghua, serves as the director of the Chinese medicine department at Jiangzhou's First People's Hospital. An experienced practitioner, he witnessed the transformation of the hospital from a modest establishment into a reputable institution. Consequently, his standing within the hospital remains quite esteemed. Although many Western doctors regard the pulse diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine with skepticism, believing it to reveal little about a patient's condition, they nonetheless hold Wang in high regard. Upon his arrival, the staff promptly cleared the way for him. "Where is the patient's medical record?" Wang inquired softly, directing his gaze towards the bespectacled physician. The young doctor quickly handed over Qin Shan's medical file, expressing concern. "It's quite serious. She has an erosive gastric ulcer. While traditional Chinese medicine could potentially treat it without surgery with a 30% chance of success, it is indeed a lengthy process, rather complicated." His words, however, were tinged with caution, suggesting that while traditional Chinese medicine might offer a remedy, it would be a cumbersome endeavor, hence recommending a direct surgical approach via Western medicine. Upon hearing Wang's assessment, the bespectacled youth became animated. "See, I told you there was something amiss. Even Elder Zhong concurs. There must be some mystery here. How could a mere acupuncture session eliminate the parasites within her abdomen? Indeed, just moments ago, someone prescribed a remedy that the pharmacy is currently preparing. Supposedly, this concoction has eradicated all the larvae and eggs within her stomach. Elder Wang, please elucidate. Could that prescription possibly contain some extraordinary ingredient capable of exterminating those? There must be some side effects for the patient," the young man exclaimed, his skepticism palpable. He remained unconvinced that traditional Chinese medicine possessed such potency, suspecting that the prescription contained something that, while killing the parasites, might also harm Qin Shan, despite her current rosy complexion being merely an illusion. However, he understood that only Wang, as an expert in the field, could unveil the truth. "And the images?" Wang prompted eagerly. The young man promptly spread 2 X-rays across the table, revealing a marked reduction in the shadowy areas, indicative of notable improvement. Such severity, and yet a single bowl of medicine sufficed? Even Wang found himself murmuring in disbelief. "Indeed, it seems implausible," the young man retorted with crossed arms and a scoff. Qin Shan's father hastily presented the prescription. "Could you please examine this formula for its efficacy?" "Let me take a look," Wang replied, intrigued. After putting on his glasses, old Wang meticulously examined the prescription from top to bottom, and his expression grew increasingly solemn as he progressed. "Who authored this prescription?" he exclaimed in astonishment. The bespectacled youth, believing there to be a flaw in the prescription, interjected with a tone of mischief. "See, I told you. At such a young age, how could one possibly be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? You all refused to believe me, and now look what has happened." "Silence!" Wang rebuked the youth sharply, then quickly turned to Qin Shan's father, saying, This is a prescription from the lost second volume of Zhang Zhongjing's treatise on febrile diseases and miscellaneous disorders. Who provided this?" "Currently, Only the first volume of Treatise on Febrile Diseases and Miscellaneous Disorders survives, which discusses various acupoint techniques and remedies for common ailments. While the second volume has been lost to time, it is said that each prescription in the second volume possesses the ability to treat severe ailments and harmonize yin and yang, and due to its extraordinary nature, it was lost during the Song dynasty. When the Jin dynasty breached the Song capital, they not only seized gold and jewels, but also took away the second volume of Treatise on Febrile Diseases and Miscellaneous Disorders. The first volume is already considered a miraculous work, with many remedies being derived from its remnants. The first volume is nearly exhausted, and yet here emerges a prescription from the lost second volume. With just one prescription, a condition deemed cancerous by Western medicine has been cured. Do you have his contact information? I must meet him. I want to invite him to preside over the Chinese medicine clinic. If he agrees to work here, I would gladly relinquish my position as director. Old Wang declared with palpable excitement. Chinese medicine has languished for so many years, and at last, I see hope. On the way back to the Caomu Jichuan Villa area, I am aware of my charm, but you have covertly glanced at me 68 times along this journey. You ought to exercise caution. After all, someone who can crash into a flower bed at 30 kilometers per hour should not be distracted while driving. Mo Hai remarked lightly from the passenger seat, propping his head on one hand with a faint smile. Qin Lan then turned her head back. Who is looking at you? I was clearly observing the rearview mirror. You nearly drooled on your stockings. Would you like me to help you wipe it off? You claim to desire me, yet you act so reserved. Just come over. After all, idleness is not an excuse, is it? Get lost. Who is drooling over you? Just as she began to feel a flicker of affection for him, it was dashed in an instant. How infuriating. What do you mean by idleness is not an excuse? By the way, is there much you have yet to disclose to me? Qin Lan halted the car and turned to him, her voice soft. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached this point, Mo Hai realized some matters could no longer be concealed. Ask away. I will tell you all that I know to the best of my ability. Qin Lan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Why are you so kind to me? Damn, I was just preparing my answer, and you ask me this? In the past, they bound small feet. You've bound yourself to my thoughts instead. He was still contemplating how to delicately explain the situation, not anticipating that Qin Lan's focus would be so extraordinary. As for why he treated her with such kindness, Mo Hai could not articulate it. Was it in hopes of uncovering the truth behind his mentor's demise? Or perhaps to have her alleviate the debts he had incurred? The precise reason eluded him. However, this woman, in her navet, particularly when faced with dilemmas, undeniably stirred a man's instinct to protect. At that moment, in the lofty heights of the Zhou group in Jiaozhou, a furious middle-aged man delivered several stinging slaps to Zhou Yunfei. Have you grown wings? Have you become so bold as to offend Miss Gongsun? Do you think our family has enjoyed such smooth sailing over the years that you no longer recognize your own identity? A failure in every endeavor. How could I possibly have such a disappointing son? Chapter 87. Sometimes, a lack of boldness. It is evident that the events occurring at the ribbon-cutting ceremony in the northern part of the city have already reached the Zhou group. Normally, squabbles with the Jiang family could be overlooked, given that the Jiang family's current state is precarious at best. Bullying them is merely a matter of course. However, Gongsun Jin is not someone of their caliber to trifle with. Threatening her is a thought that should have emerged at 9 o'clock. By 8, one might find themselves apprehended. Father, it is undeniably Gongsun Jin's blatant favoritism. Who does not know that our Zhou family is renowned as the construction powerhouse of Jiangzhou, boasting over 60 engineering teams? We are the primary force behind the development in the northern region. How could they have allocated Plot 1 to that woman, Qin Lan? What right does the Qin family have to contest with us? Zhou Yunfei declared, his expression brimming with indignation. Indeed, in terms of scale, the Zhou family surpasses the Qin family by leaps and bounds, boasting an asset claim of 1 billion. It is not merely 100 billion. 999 billion could also be claimed as 100 billion. In contrast, the Qin family only claims 10 billion in assets after liquidating all their holdings. They merely amount to 10 billion. The Fenghua Group is hardly of consequence. How could such a trivial entity acquire the finest land in the northern district? Who is to blame for your misfortune? Even in adversity, one must stand tall. Do you not understand the rules? What is granted to you is yours. What is withheld cannot be seized. The middle-aged man glared at his son with exasperation. At this rate, the Zhou family's fortunes will inevitably crumble under your... The Zhou family had established itself as one of the foremost enterprises in Jiangzhou, capable of influencing the region's finances. Before Gongsun Jin's arrival, the Zhou family reigned as the local sovereign, with even the top officials catering to their whims. During times of financial strain, others had to rely on the Zhou family for assistance. If I were to secure Plot 1, would I not become a benefactor of the Zhou family? Zhou Yunfei smirked coldly. The middle-aged man kicked him lightly, saying, I warn you, during this period, it would be best for you to keep a low. If anything else arises, do not expect me to intervene. You won't intervene. I am your only son. Get lost. At 8 in the evening, in the Caomu Jichuan Villa district of Jiangzhou, Mo Hai had assigned tasks to the two women, assuring them that while he would take care of their daily needs, washing dishes was their responsibility. Cooking was acceptable, but dishwashing was not. The last bastion of a man's stubbornness. As he reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Mo Hai hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to answer. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally connected the call. Oh, the busy one. Took you so long to answer. What is the matter? Is there a woman pinning your arm down? Rose's melodious voice flowed through the receiver. Mo Hai couldn't help but smile in response. Indeed, not just one. Our Lord Azura truly is quite the charmer. However, it seems that your days of good fortune are drawing to a close. What does that mean? Ever since your live singing performance, at least 6 organizations in Europe have taken action, and they are not solely after you. They are also targeting that woman beside you. Haha, I am truly curious. What does that woman possess that warrants such a concerted effort from these organizations? Upon hearing this, Mo Hai furrowed his brow. He had been concerned about this issue during the live broadcast, but thought it was merely a fleeting moment, not something that would attract attention. It appears he had underestimated the situation. It seems the organizations genuinely interested in the longevity elixir will likely swarm into Jiangzhou. Oh, is that so? After a few seconds of contemplation, Mo Hai replied with a disdainful smile. Then let them come. Rose on the other end of the line expressed her surprise. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Haha, I was just lamenting my lack of funds. And now these people are traveling from afar to bring me money. I would actually prefer if even more came. Quite so. You may not fear. But what about the woman beside you? You might protect her for a time, but can you safeguard her forever? If I could claim I could. Would that mean if I married her, I could indeed ensure her lifelong safety? You dare. With that, Mo Hai abruptly hung up the phone, for he relished the provocation of others' disparaging remarks. Clearly, Rose found herself at a disadvantage in his presence, as she was easily incited to anger by a single statement. In her eyes, only she was worthy of standing beside Mo Hai. No one else was deserving. Who are you planning to marry? At that moment, Qin Lan emerged from the kitchen holding a plate. Chen Xian beamed at her. Of course. It's you I intend to marry. During this time, haven't you been utterly enraptured by him? You must be nearing your breaking point. Who's reaching a breaking point? I would never marry her. We still owe our Qin family a considerable sum of money. Let us settle that before discussing marriage. And besides, the bride price in my family is no trifling matter. Qin Lan huffed. Ha ha ha. It seems, Sister Lan, you still harbor thoughts of marriage. Go away, you little brat. Have you grown bold enough to mock me? The two women playfully chased each other around the room. To be honest, this kind of life is what many people dream of. On the television, Jiangzhou News was being broadcast. It primarily reported which company had acquired plots of land in the northern part of the city. When Fenghua Group secured plot number 1, even Chen Xian could hardly contain herself. Sister Lan, you've acquired plot number 1. She gazed at Qin Lan, her face brimming with excitement. Conversely, Qin Lan appeared troubled. She did not view this as a positive development. Being the first to stand out often invites hostility, given the scale of her company. Acquiring such a substantial piece of cake was simply overwhelming. It could potentially attract resentment and create numerous enemies. Being too conspicuous may not necessarily be a blessing. Qin Lan furrowed her brows and spoke in a low voice. As far as my company is concerned, merely maintaining the production of pharmaceuticals is already quite commendable, let alone having the spare funds to invest in the project in the northern part of the city. It's a classic case of a small horse pulling a heavy cart. In the end, the cart fails to move, and the horse is left exhausted. Lianjia, this is prime land. Even if you don't intend to use it yourself, selling it would still fetch a handsome price. Chen Xian whispered from the side. What would be a suitable selling price? At least 3 billion, I suppose. 3 billion. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Qin Lan fell into deep contemplation and remarked, I'm tired, before ascending the stairs to her room. After her departure, Chen Xian nudged Mo Hai. What's up with Lianjia? Women do tend to worry needlessly. They aspire to achieve greatness without wanting to shoulder any risks. Where in this world does such fortune exist? Mo-Hai, munching on an apple, shrugged and chuckled. To desire substantial profits while avoiding offending others, being overly cautious, and constantly wearing a smile in front of everyone. This is the principal reason why she has stifled the growth potential of Fenghua Group. There is a semblance of intelligence, yet it is scarce, and even more so is the lack of that decisive boldness to burn one's boats. Chapter 89. Did I promise to pay? If it were Mo-Hai, upon acquiring the prime piece of land, he would swiftly mortgage the Fenghua Group to the bank, leveraging it to secure a substantial sum, and commence construction on the northern site. When funds dwindle, he would remortgage the land, obtain additional financing, and continue the cycle, amplifying the leverage with each turn. Even if he ultimately could not repay, the bank would still cater to his needs, fearing that he might succumb to despair and take drastic measures. Should he truly manage to amplify his leverage to 10 billion, then Qinlan would indeed be astute. In such a scenario, if he contemplated jumping from the 20th floor, the bank would have to extend their safety net to the 21st, and even a mere cold would prompt bank presidents to rush in with medicine. As long as he remained alive, the money would not be deemed a bad debt. Mo-Hai had paved the way for her. Yet she obstinately refused to follow the plan. If it were him, he would continuously amplify his leverage, turning 1 million in assets into 100 million in loans by the next day. Great ambition requires an equally great appetite for risk. Here, take this 200. Chun Xian said softly, pulling 200 yuan from her wallet and handing it to him. What do you mean by giving me money? Mo-Hai asked, perplexed as he examined the 200 yuan in his hand. Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is my class reunion. Last time, you boldly proclaimed in front of everyone that you were my boyfriend. If you back out now, you'll ruin my reputation. Upon hearing this, Mo-Hai recalled the incident from the previous week when he had taken her to school. He was surprised how swiftly time had flown. Just 200? Mo-Hai straightened up. With my looks and physique, you ought to give me more. Chun Xian tossed her wallet at him. Remember, dress sharply tomorrow. I don't want to lose face again. I could show up bare-chested and still steal the spotlight. She shot him a disapproving glance and added, when we arrive, you'd best keep your words to a minimum. I have told them you studied abroad for many years, are fluent in 6 languages, and worth over 100 million. You'd better play the part convincingly. After all is said and done, I'll reward you with a pair of my worn stockings. At the mention of the latter, Mo-Hai was momentarily taken aback. What would I want with your worn stockings? Please, don't pretend you don't know what men desire. Everyone is after that. I've seen many online who chase after streamers for their worn stockings. What makes you different? Chun Xian retorted, crossing her arms with a huff. Mo-Hai stared at her, utterly speechless. I am not a lecher. I am not a pervert. You're not. If that's the case, then why were you secretly smelling my clothes while I was showering? Damn, I can't even explain that. The girl continued to cling to that incident from the day he arrived here. You may call me a flirt, but I am certainly not a pervert. This is something that cannot be washed clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Chun Xian, perceiving his incessant explanations as a sign of disdain for her single pair, waved her hand dismissively and exclaimed, Oh, just a pair of stockings I've worn, along with a little underwear. No, do listen to my explanation. I implore you not to overreach. Even if you wish to delve deeper, there must be a process. With that, she declared her intention to sleep, adding that she would observe his actions the following day. Without heeding his attempts to clarify, she ascended the stairs, her cheeks flushed. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Mo-Hai's heart sank. This was hopeless. He glanced at the wallet in his hand, feeling a twinge of relief. However, when he opened it, he discovered merely a $50 bill, along with the previous 200 that amounted to merely 250. Damn. Meanwhile, in a room upstairs, Qinlan felt overwhelmed by the prospect of managing the prime lot. She lacked even the deposit money, and if the development did not meet high standards, it would tarnish the Qin family's reputation. Initially, she intended to acquire a modest plot to construct a small community, envisioning a strategy of building one unit at a time, selling it, and then using the proceeds to build another. Yet, to her astonishment, she had won the bid for the prime lot. Such a vast parcel would require at least 30 billion to commence construction, and without 50 billion in liquid assets, she risked a project failure. Not to mention, even if someone demanded 5 billion from her now, she would be unable to provide it. Just days ago, the Zhou family had finally ceased their blockade against the Fenghua Group, allowing her to earn a small profit, albeit under the company's name, leaving her personal finances even more depleted. Thus, Lan resolved to sell the prime lot, eliminating her worries while potentially earning a substantial profit. She listed it online for $30 billion and was surprised to receive numerous inquiries within minutes. At that moment, in a nightclub in Jiazhou, Zhou Yunfei released the two women from his embrace and rapidly typed messages on his screen. With a sly grin, he mused, "Finally, I've seized an opportunity. Zhou Xiao, I heard your family in the North City failed to secure the prime lot. What's the situation?" inquired a buzz-cut young man, draping his arm around a beautiful woman. Chuckling at him, the others joined in, astonished that the local officials had dared to slight the Zhou family after all these years. Logically, the finest piece of land in North City should have been allocated to them. Even the Jiang family lacked the clout for such an acquisition. Although the Zhou family had been arrogant, they had indeed contributed to the development of Jiangzhou over the years, with towering skyscrapers rising thanks to their construction teams. Everyone had assumed that the prime lot was theirs by right, yet it had slipped through their fingers. Why the rush? He scoffed, taking a sip of his drink. Soon, you will witness my capabilities. The prime lot in North City will inevitably return to my grasp. That piece of land has indeed been acquired by the Qin family. It has even made the news. What options do you have left? Oh, is that so? Zhou Yunfei held his phone in hand, waving it around before the crowd. Lan had posted on her social media, expressing her intention to sell the coveted Plot 1, inviting interested parties to contact her. Once the post was made, Zhou Yunfei's younger associate promptly captured a screenshot and sent it to him. Is 40 billion too steep for that land? The young man with a buzz cut inquired softly. He tossed his phone onto the table and sneered. Did I ever claim I would pay? Just watch closely. In a matter of days, that wretched woman Lan and that piece of land shall be mine. Moreover, her pathetic company will be transformed into a foot massage parlor. Chapter 90. The performance push. Upon hearing Zhou Yunfei's words, those gathered around him raised their glasses, their faces adorned with flattery. Come, let us toast to young Master Zhou, they exclaimed. Let us preemptively congratulate him on securing the prime land in the northern city. Congratulations, young Master Zhou, on capturing that vile woman, Lan. They say she is the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. We eagerly await your account of what it is like to be with such a beauty. With their praise lifting his spirits, Zhou Yunfei burst into hearty laughter, raising his glass toward the crowd. Rest assured, if I have a piece of meat, I shall ensure you all have a taste of the broth. Once I am done savoring, I shall leave her for you to experience. It is indeed young Master Zhou. Such generosity. Come, everyone, let us toast to him. A bespectacled man chuckled heartily. The following morning, in Jiangzhou, amidst the springtime bloom, Hai busied himself in the kitchen while the two women had adorned themselves with great care. Is breakfast ready? Chen Xian called as she hurried down the stairs. Glancing toward the kitchen, on the table lay 3 unpretentious pancakes, with what appeared to be a large bread resembling a Wellington steak placed in the center. Upon seeing the breakfast prepared today, Chen Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. It was not that she had grown accustomed to extravagant delicacies, but rather that her greatest morning joy was in discovering what exquisite dish Hai would concoct each day. He never repeated himself, and even his methods were uniquely inventive. However, today felt rather ordinary. This pancake looked akin to those sold for 2 yuan each on the streets. What happened? Did the funding run dry? This is by far the most unremarkable breakfast you've ever made. Chen Xian remarked with a light chuckle. It doesn't exactly whet the appetite for a top-tier chef. The most disheartening comment one could hear is that their meal lacks appeal. A chef with a short temper might even discard the dish and start anew. Yet, Hai remained unfazed, shaking his head with a sardonic smile. Transforming a 50-cent potato into something exquisite is no great feat. However, taking something you deem worthless and presenting it as a treasure requires true skill. Do you have any idea how challenging that is? How can one make million-dollar ingredients like beef, sturgeon, or Australian prawns appear ordinary? That, indeed, is the true challenge. When these ingredients are presented together, without any effort, everyone perceives their value. Yet, to render them seemingly worthless, that truly demands ingenuity. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this pancake is made from expensive ingredients? Chen Xian scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the pancake. Isn't it just a scallion pancake? What makes it special? However, after taking a bite, her expression changed dramatically. Wow! She exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Lan, who was casually fixing her hair while descending the stairs, queried, why the commotion over a pancake? No, Lanjie, you must come and try this. This pancake is truly extraordinary. Chun Xen urged her. Bewilderment etched on her face as she approached and softly questioned, "What can one pancake possibly offer?" Yet, once she took a bite, her skepticism began to wane. Instantly, their eyes widened in astonishment. Within the dumpling, there was an unexpected burst of soup, the broth so exquisitely fresh that upon taking a bite, a large piece of shrimp sprang directly into their mouths. Additionally, the caviar danced delightfully upon their tongues. What is this filling? How incredibly fresh!" The two women exclaimed in unison. This was their authentic reaction to culinary delight. Mo Hai, with a mischievous smile, replied, "The most tender belly meat of sturgeon, top-tier blue lobster. Simmered with 6 varieties of seafood to create this exquisite broth, the least valuable ingredient must be the caviar within." "Not valuable? Is there more?" "I can't get enough." Upon hearing that it was not expensive, Chen Xian quickly interjected. Indeed, he retrieved a small basin from the refrigerator, brimming with glistening golden caviar. "There's 5 pounds. If it's insufficient, I can have more delivered tomorrow." Emohai gently placed the basin on the table. Typically, caviar is black, but what he presented was golden. Chun Xian hurriedly found a bag in the refrigerator. "Wait, golden caviar? What golden caviar?" Qin Lan inquired, her curiosity piqued. They frequently indulged in caviar, which usually costs a few hundred per ounce, with top-tier varieties reaching a few thousand. "Sister Lan, this jar of caviar could purchase your entire villa," Chen Xian exclaimed, astonished by the price displayed on her phone. "Golden caviar, its price far surpassing that of gold." Observing their reactions, Mo Hai, bemused, remarked, "I merely prepared an ordinary breakfast. There's no need for such astonishment. That delicacy is not just a few coins. I believe a spoonful is around 250,000. Are you serious?" Chun Xian gazed at him in disbelief. "Tell me honestly, during those 3 years, were you in prison or mining in Africa? I simply relish this navet of yours. This golden caviar transcends mere expense. It symbolizes wealth, status, and identity. The Zhou family is quite affluent, with assets in the billions. They could certainly afford 1 million, yet they cannot procure golden caviar." On several occasions, Qin Lan contemplated inquiring about the origins of these ingredients, but ultimately chose to swallow her curiosity. Suddenly, she pondered whether that bracelet Mo Hai gifted at old Master Qin's birthday banquet could indeed be worth 300 million. If one were to deem him poor, his breakfast would be too lavish for them to afford. Conversely, if one considered him wealthy, he could casually ride a shared bicycle. Each breakfast left the two women nearly bursting, with Mo Hai becoming the sole individual capable of filling their bellies. After dining, Qin Lan announced, "I have business at the company. I must leave." She set down her chopsticks and hurriedly slipped on her high heels by the door. "Here are the car keys. I'm taking a taxi to school. I'll send you my location shortly. Drive over. Remember, make sure to dress up. Understood?" Chen Xian placed her car keys on the table and repeatedly reminded him. Mo Hai made an okay gesture, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I excel in the art of pretense. Just keep your mouth shut later. Try to act as if you have traveled extensively, and for goodness sake, avoid giving anything away. Isn't it just 6 languages? I can easily boast about visiting 10 countries to bolster your image. TCH, just don't falter. Sister Lan and I are heading out." Once the two women departed, Mo Hai's languid, nonchalant smile instantly vanished. He walked to the restroom on the first floor and turned the doorknob, revealing 6 men bound tightly like crabs. This group had stealthily attempted to infiltrate the villa in the early hours. Mo Hai took out his phone and flipped through a few photos, glancing at each man with a mischievous grin forming at the corner of his mouth. He dialed Gong Sun Jin's number. "Dad, what a surprise to receive your call so early," Gong Sun Jin playfully remarked from the other end. The term startled Mo Hai. He had to admit that this woman was rather bold. "Don't sleep just yet. Allow me to present you with a gift." Mo Hai replied with a devilish smile. Upon hearing the word gift, Gong Sun Jin perked up. "Forget about gifts. How about giving me a child instead? This barren land of mine is just waiting for you to sow some seeds." He responded, utterly speechless. "International A-list wanted criminals. 6 of them. Interested?" "What? 6. Chapter 91. Are you stimulated? This is no wanted criminal. He is evidently a walking 60 million. An A-level wanted criminal is already a source of vexation for various countries, with bounties reaching several $1,000,000. As for S-level criminals, they are of an even more formidable caliber, often requiring thousands of professional soldiers to apprehend one individual, with bounties starting in the tens of millions. Regarding someone like Mo Hai, Classified as an SSSS level wanted criminal, merely having laid eyes upon him would be considered a stroke of luck, although not particularly valuable. For someone just appointed in Jiangzhou, I imagine one is still in need of achievements, remarked Mo Hai with a faint smile as he held the phone. At that moment, however, a figure appeared behind him, and though he did not turn around, Mo Hai sensed a chill at the back of his head. A Desert Eagle handgun was pressed against him, its dark muzzle ominously poised. Wait a moment, let me handle something. Mo Hai whispered into the phone to Gong Sun Jin on the other end. The man behind him, pressing the gun firmly against his head, coldly taunted. Didn't I hear you're exceptionally quick? Tell me, is your fist faster now, or my gun? Oh, esteemed Lord Azura. 10 steps away, the gun is swift. Within 10 steps, the fist is swift. Within a meter, my fist is both swift and fierce. In a swift motion, he executed a sweeping kick, sending the gun flying into the air. In a mere 3 seconds, Mo Hai disassembled the Golden Desert Eagle into a plethora of components with remarkable agility. With a side kick, he sent the man crashing into the restroom, joining a group of others sprawled on the floor. They had anticipated a turn of events. Instead, their expressions reflected slight disappointment. While holding the phone, Mo Hai tossed a rope into the restroom. Are you moving, or shall I? I'll move, I'll handle it myself. This trivial matter does not warrant the esteemed Lord Azura's intervention. The man hastily picked up the rope and bound himself expertly. A sight that elicited a twinge of sympathy. Is everything all right? Gong Sun Jin inquired anxiously from the other end of the line. Mo Hai responded with unusual calmness. Everything is fine. I've just contributed to your performance. Do come quickly, for I have further matters to attend to. Immediately. You must keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Otherwise, I cannot control the societal backlash. Rest assured, an A-level fugitive is sufficient to put an entire region on high alert. Each of them is accountable for at least 5 lives, and now there are 7 special criminals. If Gongsun Jin manages to bring them back, he could be promoted 3 ranks, and the Gongsun family would receive special commendation. It is worth noting that the Jiangzhou military once lost several lives in pursuit of a single A-level fugitive, only for that individual to evade capture, underscoring the formidable challenge of apprehending an international A-level criminal. After hanging up, Mo Hai glanced at the 7 individuals, all seething with frustration. He had matters to attend to that were now delayed by them. He proceeded to enter the restroom, slowly shutting the door behind him. Suddenly, the entire restroom was filled with anguished cries. No, no, brother, spare my face. Ah, my leg is broken, sir. Have mercy. I shall never dare to return, I swear. Help, save me. 10 minutes later, Mo Hai sat on the sofa, watching television, while one person knelt before him, serving as a footrest. Another knelt beside him, catching the ashes that fell from his cigarette. The rest were either mopping the floor, sweeping, or washing dishes, terrified that any delay would earn them another beating. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed heavily. The atmosphere turned tense, and the others felt a chill. Even their breaths were held in apprehension. Oh, this weight is truly vexing. Why not engage in some exercise? Mo Hai remarked with a mischievous grin, causing everyone to kneel in unison and bow repeatedly. Sir, please spare us. The gravest mistake of my life was coming to your home. Grant me another chance, and I shall surely reform and be a better. If you continue to beat me, it would be kinder to end our lives. This torture is unbearable. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. A squad of armed personnel stormed in, each clad in bulletproof vests and tactical gear. The presence of an A-class international fugitive was dangerous enough, and now there were 7. The military almost deployed armed helicopters and special forces. Seize them, Gong Sun Jin commanded from the doorway. To her surprise, rather than resist, all the individuals scrambled towards her in a panic. Oh, benefactor, you have finally arrived. Quickly cuff us. I am now a criminal, and he must not be allowed to strike again. I command you, immediately, lock us up, lock us away. In a bewildering turn of events, these notorious criminals were now clamoring to enter prison, as if it were the safest haven compared to their current predicament. Who had ever seen such wanted criminals willingly asking to be handcuffed and pleading to be taken away? Are you all traumatized? Gong Sun Jin asked in astonishment. The leader among them swiftly snapped on the handcuffs. One said, "Isn't enough, is it? Bring me more. Just hurry and take me away quickly." Mo Hai rose slowly, flicking the cigarette but onto the floor and clearing his throat. Instantly, the criminals scrambled to retrieve the cigarette, but diligently cleaning the floor with a cloth. Sir, do you see how bright I've made it? What do you mean, you? Clearly, I made it shinier. Pathetic fools. What is there to argue about? Can't you see how dirty the master's socks are? Damn it. Don't fight me for that sock. It's my responsibility to wash it. Gong Sun-jin observed this scene, her lips twitching in disbelief. At the very least, I compared the list against the photographs, and they matched perfectly. However, why does the aura differ so drastically? The so-called international A-class fugitive, infamous for his murderous deeds, is now embroiled in a brawl over washing socks for Mo-hai. Mo-hai stood up and walked toward Gong Sun-jin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I trust you still appreciate this gift?" The moment he smiled, it was utterly captivating, leaving her utterly spellbound. Even the bitter tea was rendered ineffective against her. "You wretched ghost, I have nothing to repay you with. Perhaps I could offer myself instead?" Gong Sun-jin gazed at him with affectionate eyes. However, this startled Mo-hai, who dashed out of the villa in haste, exclaiming, "What the heck? I kindly assisted you for your performance, and this is how you repay me? Hey, is this how you soar without regard for the descent? Am I to suffer for your whims?" Yet, Mo-hai had already vanished from sight, while those around managed to stifle their laughter. Just a moment ago, Gong Sun-jin had been enchanting and graceful, and in the next, she turned as frigid as ice. "What are you laughing at? Take them all away. I shall personally conduct the interrogation." Quickly, Gong Sun-jin bellowed at everyone, her fury palpable, within 1 minute. "Get them all into the vehicle." Chapter 92, Show Off. It relies on ability at this moment. Within the confines of the garage, Mo-hai sat in his car. Futilely attempting to start it multiple times, the vehicle remained obstinately immobile. It was only upon glancing at the display screen, which was ablaze in crimson, that the realization dawned upon him. Damn, how did that woman manage to exhaust the last drop of fuel right before parking the car in the garage? Now, starting it was out of the question, let alone driving it to refuel. Yet, Chen Xin had the audacity to ask him to drive over and pick her up. If he ventured out to get gas now, he would undoubtedly be late. Ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, a message from Chen Xin arrived, urging him to hurry to the school to collect her, with the dining venue set at Jiangpinicheng. Is she really that impatient? Mo-hai surveyed his surroundings and noticed a dusty bicycle tucked away in a corner of the garage. After all, Jiangzhou University was not too far. This would have to suffice. At this moment, at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, a girl with a ponytail scoffed, "Your boyfriend isn't showing up in that grocery getter again. Is he? Didn't you say he has a plethora of luxury cars? Let us see one we haven't encountered before." A dozen classmates stood by the roadside, preparing to head to Jiangpin Iching Hotel for a meal. Some awaited their boyfriends to drive them, while others were getting ready to hail a taxi. Another girl, sporting glasses, chuckled, "A Benz is quite nice. If he is driving a grocery getter, then what is his everyday car, a Porsche? Xin. May I catch a ride with your boyfriend?" "Of course. But it seems he is coming to pick me up in the Benz today." Chen Xin replied with an awkward smile. "That's perfectly fine. I've never been in a Benz. Can I hitch a ride for a bit? Taking a taxi is too pricey. It costs 12 yuan. No problem." The girl with the ponytail crossed her arms, scoffing, "Huffed. I'd rather ride in my boyfriend's Mustang. Now that S.A. sports car, far superior to that broken Benz. I bet your boyfriend has just one car. He has probably a second-rate rich kid." Chen Xin. Be careful. Many men rent cars to impress female university students these days. Before long, the expected vehicles began to arrive, including the ponytailed girl's boyfriend, who pulled up in his flashy Mustang. The exterior indeed looked impressive, yet the interior was so rudimentary it paled in comparison to a Wuling Hongguang. Moreover, this Mustang was valued at less than half of Chen Xin's Benz E-Class. "Wow. Zhang Yao, is this your boyfriend's sports car? It's so cool," exclaimed another girl with long hair, her face alight with excitement. Observing her classmates' reactions, the ponytailed girl felt her vanity swell to new heights. Her name was Zhang Yao. She possessed a modicum of beauty. Yet her most glaring flaw was an insatiable desire for vanity. While Chen Xin hailed from genuine affluence, Zhang Yao's family was merely ordinary, subsisting on a meager monthly allowance of just over 1,000 yuan. Chen Xin owned cosmetics worth thousands, yet Zhang Yao insisted on competing, whether in terms of looks or attire. However, after finding two affluent gentlemen, her perspective on attire and lifestyle underwent a transformation. She dined at several five-star restaurants, embarked on a cruise, and frequented upscale venues, leading her to believe that she rightfully belonged to such a realm, thus becoming disconnected from reality. Of course, the sports car was undeniably impressive, far superior to that dilapidated Benz. Zhang Yao exclaimed proudly, But this sports car only accommodates 4 people. Who wishes to join me? I do. I've never ridden in a sports car before, exclaimed another girl eagerly. The 2 young ladies hurriedly followed onto the Mustang. Though it must be said that the back seat was not designed for comfort. Even with just the 2 of them, it felt rather cramped. A larger man would likely find himself wedged in. At that moment, Chen Xian, holding her phone, appeared to be making a call. I'm at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. Just come directly. Initially, Zhang Yao had planned to head to the Jiangpenicheng Hotel, but upon hearing Chen Xian's words, she became animated, insisting on waiting for her boyfriend. Soon, a familiar ringing echoed from across the street, reminiscent of an old-fashioned bicycle bell, evoking a sense of get in. Mo Hai, riding an antiquated bicycle, executed a swift turn and came to a stop beside the curb. Where is Jiangxing Yiping? He called out. Make sure to use the navigation. Haha, you silly old fool, it's Jiangpenicheng, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangzhou. It's one thing to have never been there. But how can you even mispronounce the name? Zhang Yao burst into laughter, joined by several classmates nearby. Chen Xian, didn't you say your boyfriend is a rich second-generation heir? Why is he arriving on a bicycle instead of his Benz? And such an old, rusty one at that, remarked another girl, adjusting her glasses while stifling her giggles. Wait, didn't I give him the car keys? Chen Xian pondered, momentarily bewildered. Although the Benz E-Class was not considered a luxury vehicle, it was still worth over 500,000 yuan. Driving it wouldn't be embarrassing. And it was certainly preferable to this antiquated bicycle. What on earth are you doing? Chen Xian approached Mo Hai, tugging at his sleeve and whispering. Didn't I give you the car keys? Seriously? You still have the nerve to ask? Yes, you gave me the keys. But did you not realize the car was out of gas? Do you not refuel your car? Mo Hai replied, looking at her incredulously. What? You actually need to refuel a car? I thought once you bought it, it would run indefinitely. With such a level of intellect, Mo Hai found himself questioning how she managed to gain admission to Jiangzhou University. It seemed she had not owned the car for long, as she rarely drove it, often leaving it untouched for weeks. Just a few days prior, she had accidentally collided with 6 vehicles in the garage, resulting in significant financial repercussions, leading her to avoid driving whenever possible. Thus, the tank of gasoline in that car was still filled by the 4S dealership previously. Just a moment ago, there were quite a few individuals preparing to hitch a ride, but upon seeing Mo Hai riding an old bicycle, they all departed, either taking a taxi or joining others' vehicles. Xianer, we shall take a taxi. Your boyfriend's car, well, cannot accommodate us. Indeed, let us ride in Xiao Shuai's car. Although it is an old domestic vehicle, at least it can shield us from the wind and rain. Yes, we should ride in Xiao Shuai's car. At that moment, around the corner of the road, Alexis Alfred approached and stopped right at the entrance of Jiangzhou University. From an external viewpoint, the Lexus Alfred appeared rather unremarkable and ordinary. However, the instant the door opened, an aura of luxury emanated from within, creating a stark contrast to the Mustang. Inside, one could find pure white aviation seats, a starry ceiling, and the rear seats arranged in opposition with a small dining table in between, accompanied by a nearly full bar with a selection of alcoholic beverages and a refrigerator at the back. Most notably, this vehicle could accommodate 7 individuals, each seated in independent luxury chairs. While its exterior may not rival the Mustang's allure, its interior was leagues ahead in opulence. Wow, it turns out to be young Master Yang. I thought you wouldn't come, young Master Yang, Zhang Yao exclaimed, hurrying to exit the vehicle to flatter him. At that moment, a young man clad in a silver-white suit stepped out of the car, while the driver rushed over, feigning to shield the top of the vehicle to prevent any head collisions. It was a completely superfluous, yet ostentatious display. I was originally en route to a family meeting. However, upon hearing that Chen Xian would be present at today's gathering, I promptly canceled the family dinner and made my way here. The young man stated with a beaming smile, casting a glance towards Chen Xian as he spoke. Chapter 93. Such charisma. Impossible to imitate. The young man named Yang Qifeng was a senior in the foreign languages department at Jiangzhou University. It was common knowledge among his peers that his family owned a company, though the specifics of that enterprise remained a mystery. Nevertheless, his attire clearly indicated that he hailed from affluence. Not long ago, he had even invited his classmates to his home, which was a veritable villa in Jiangzhou. Possessing such a residence would require a fortune exceeding 100 million. Upon hearing him claim to have come specifically for Chen Xian, many began to jest and tease. However, Zhang Yao wore an expression of indignation. Why was she always overshadowed by Chen Xian? even though her boyfriend drove a Mustang. The disparity between him and Yang Qifeng was insurmountable. If Chen Xian were to become involved with Yang Qifeng, Zhang Yao knew she would never be able to compete with her again. Oh, young Master Yang, you've arrived late. Chen Xian already has a boyfriend. Look, he rides a bicycle, just like the old-fashioned model my grandfather owns. Zhang Yao remarked, stifling a laugh. The others soon joined in her amusement. The bespectacled girl with short hair chimed in with a mischievous grin. Chen Xian, if young Master Yang is so fond of you, why not just date him? Just look at what your boyfriend is wearing today, arriving on a bicycle like that. If young Master Yang were interested in me, I would certainly end my relationship immediately. One must be pragmatic, after all. Well, if he likes your mother, would you then have your parents divorce? Chen Xian retorted, speaking her mind candidly. Yang Qingfeng, unfazed by the banter, approached Chen Xian. Xian, this is a Lexus Alfred, worth over 1.6 million, not some old bread van. However, if it displeases you, I can have my butler bring out the Ferrari from the garage. No, I have my own car, she replied dismissively, turning her head away from him. Are you referring to his bicycle? Yang Qingfeng laughed heartily. Even if you don't wish to be with me, you should at least choose someone better than me. He cast a glance at Mo Hai, who wore a mocking expression. The onlooking girls had already settled into Yang Qingfeng's car, reclining in the plush seats. Glancing around in delight. Chen Xian, come join us. The seats are so soft. A girl with long hair exclaimed. Yet, Chen Xian turned and sat behind Mo Hai on his bicycle. No thanks. I'll ride with my boyfriend. If she were in Yang Qingfeng's car, it would leave Mo Hai stranded. Yang Qingfeng chuckled awkwardly. A beauty like you riding such a vehicle seems a bit mismatched, don't you think? I find it quite fitting, she declared, wrapping her arms around Mo Hai's waist in front of the crowd. Let us go to Jiangpinicheng. All right. Thus, Mo Hai rode a dilapidated, rusty old bicycle, carrying Chen Xian away from the gazes of the crowd. Yang Qifeng, upon witnessing his beloved goddess being whisked away by a man on such a shabby bike, was incensed enough to hurl his phone to the ground in frustration. Damn. Where did this wild mule come from? I've pursued Chen Xian for so long, and I never heard she had a boyfriend. Zhang Yao, standing by, scoffed sarcastically. She acts as if she's never seen a man before. Such a worthless trinket. I can't fathom what she is thinking. If I had a boyfriend like young Master Yang, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Despite her incessant chatter, Yang Qifeng appeared entirely uninterested in her, merely stating, whoever helps me win over Chen Xian will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan. 50,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 50,000. If someone can persuade her to sleep with me, I'll give them 100,000. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Yang Qingfeng deemed them worthy, they'd gladly trade their dignity for 5 or 10,000, as any hesitation would be seen as disrespect towards money. As they made their way to Jiangpinicheng Hotel, Chen Xian rested on Mo Hai's back, checking the navigation on her phone while cursing Yang Qingfeng for his ostentation. With a bit of money at home, why doesn't he try to date instead? Mo Hai glanced back at her with a light laugh. She indignantly replied, I don't lack money. Who needs his little sum? Does he think everyone should revolve around him? I refuse. I prefer riding this bicycle and will not take his van. I'll infuriate him. Haha, you're doing this to save my face, right? It's good you know. If I went with him, wouldn't he that embarrass you? Not a chance. Usually perceived as silly, she surprisingly displayed loyalty in this moment. However, if only she were a bit more astute, understanding that driving requires fuel, perhaps this awkward situation could have been avoided. Sighing in resignation, Chen Xian lamented, I initially sought a boyfriend to regain some dignity, and today, I've probably lost all semblance of it. But thankfully, I'm not alone in this embarrassment. It's easier to bear with you here. Isn't it just about face? I'll help you reclaim it later. But let us face it. With Yang Qingfeng's wealth and influence in Jiangzhou, there's no hope of salvaging dignity with him around. You are mistaken. That thing isn't obtained merely through money. When you set aside pride to earn money, you've grown wise. When you use money to regain face, you've succeeded. Yet, when you leverage face to earn money, it signifies you've truly arrived. Pretentious displays of wealth are merely the most rudimentary of tactics. Mo Hai rode his bicycle swiftly down the road, and while waiting at a traffic light, he happened to stop beside a BMW i8. The window slowly rolled down. Damn, it's you again. The young man gazed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, last time, you took a girl on your motorcycle, and that was acceptable. But this time you managed to fit a girl in a 280 bike? I do recall you. The last time, Hai was riding a motorcycle, giving Qin Lan a lift to work, and we happened to be waiting at the same traffic light, albeit with different vehicles and different girls. To be frank, the girl in your car today pales in comparison to the previous one. Hai cast a glance at the girl in his vehicle and shook his head slightly, saying, TSK, 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 my friend, it seems you are quite indiscriminate in your choices. Chapter 94. The shop is unsatisfactory. The words barely escaped the youth's lips without causing him to choke in exasperation. Having upgraded to a more expensive car, he found the company he attracted to be even less impressive than before. In contrast, Hai had transitioned from a motorcycle to a sturdy bicycle. Yet the women he encountered were of a higher caliber. As long as Chun Xin refrained from revealing her lack of intellect, he could easily deem her a goddess. As he made a slight movement on the bicycle, Chun Xin found herself pressing against his back. The sensation of her body against his was palpably genuine, unlike any artificial creation. Brother, teach me how to charm women, and I'll gladly gift you my BMW i8. The youth looked at him with eyes full of desperation. The girl seated beside him was someone he had met just the night before at a bar. While her heavy makeup had initially seemed striking, it soon revealed itself to be rather gaudy. In contrast, Chun Xion's alluring curves and innocent demeanor set her leagues apart from other women. Hai shrugged, a hint of difficulty etched on his face. Pursuing women is an art. Charisma cannot be learned. It matters not if I ride a bicycle or a bumper car. Women would still line up to engage with me. If effort alone sufficed, then why would extraordinary talent be necessary? Damn it! The youth slammed his hands against the steering wheel, envy and admiration flooding his expression. As the traffic light turned green and they departed, Chun Xion, nestled behind him, finally burst into laughter, giving him a thumbs up. I suddenly feel that Yang Qingfeng's pretentiousness pales in comparison to yours. You should truly thank me for elevating your status today. I wonder if certain individuals regret underestimating you? Silence is akin to the serene beauty of Jiangnan, but once you speak, it reveals your lack of wit. Hai chuckled mischievously. Please, I am a student of Jiangzhou University, you know? He pointed at a little girl nearby holding a carton of milk. Do you think she is drinking bull milk or cow milk? How would I know if it's bull milk or cow milk? Do you know? Without a doubt. It's cow milk. Nonsense. Even if it were, it would still be 50% bull milk and 50% cow milk. Upon hearing this, Hai merely shook his head in silence, continuing to ride towards Jiangpinicheng. The girl, however, persisted in debating the matter throughout their journey. At that moment, at the Jiangpinicheng Grand Hotel, a Rolls-Royce glided through the entrance. Jiangming stepped out and promptly handed the car keys to the lobby manager. Please park it in the designated space. Certainly, young Master Jiang. The manager accepted the keys, nodding and smiling. Mr. Liu and the others have already arrived and are waiting in the room for you. Understood. With that, he strode confidently inside. The Jiangpinicheng Grand Hotel stands as one of the few five-star establishments in Jiazhou, with an average dining cost of approximately 500. Its total investment exceeds 2 billion. It is frequented by many of Jiangzhou's elite each day. The average consumption begins at 500, with no upper limit. The Jiangpinicheng star-rated hotel is merely one of the many enterprises owned by the Jiang family. Just as he stepped inside, Hai rode in on his sturdy bicycle, entering through the hotel's front door. Meanwhile, Yang Qingfeng's luxurious Alfred was parked in the hotel's front lobby. Chun Xian had just dismounted from her bicycle when a cacophony of honking erupted behind her. Watch where you're going. We wouldn't want to be liable for an accident. Zhang Yao, seated in the passenger seat, scoffed. At that moment, she was in her boyfriend's vintage Mustang, also making its entrance into the hotel. Zhang Yao had always harbored a particular disdain for Chun Xian, and witnessing Yang Qingfeng profess his affection for her in front of so many people only intensified her irritation. Why do all these wealthy second-generation elites fancy her instead of me? Riding a sturdy bicycle to dine at a five-star restaurant. I suspect only your boyfriend is capable of such an act. I wonder if the persona you crafted for him will crumble today. Zhang Yao feigned laughter, covering her mouth theatrically. You claim he is a returnee from studying abroad, yet look at him, glancing around like someone unaccustomed to the world. Chun Xian shot her a glare, responding tersely, what does that concern you? And how much of the world have you seen? Wearing a Balenciaga knockoff from a discount site doesn't elevate you to high society. Be careful, or you might catch athlete's foot. Why you? Had they been at school, Zhang Yao would have undoubtedly engaged in a heated argument with Chun Xian. However, Given that this venue was frequented by prominent figures, she refrained, secretly hoping that one day a genuine wealthy heir would take notice of her. She couldn't allow her cultivated image of grace, intelligence, and beauty to shatter. Thus, she suppressed her fury and replied coldly, Let us see how things unfold. Zhang Yao then linked arms with her boyfriend and strode inside. The young man, sporting bleached hair and a rather unsavory demeanor, swaggered in alongside Zhang Yao, casting a self-satisfied glance back at Chen Xan. Ugh, what a loser. Mo Hai, still outside, gazed vacantly at the entrance. Chen Xan quickly tugged on his arm, urging him inside. Come on, big guy, it's one thing to be naive, but don't gawk at the entrance for so long. This place, it's not right, he murmured, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, you're the best. Aren't you? Chen Xan insisted, pulling him towards the hotel. They had already arrived late, and lingering outside would only provide fodder for ridicule. His comment about the place not being right didn't imply that the establishment lacked prestige. Rather, he sensed an unfavorable atmosphere. If he were to hazard a guess, the business here was likely struggling, often beset by misfortunes. Inside the office on the top floor of the Jiangpin Yicheng Hotel, a bald man chuckled, Young Master Jiang. This price is indeed exorbitant. You know that the hotel industry is currently challenging. If you wish to sell this 5-star establishment, you must be willing to lower your asking price. 18 billion is simply too steep. Today, Jiang Ming arrived with the intention of selling the Jiangpin Yicheng Hotel. Having invested a staggering 2 billion yuan to establish this hotel, he envisioned it as a landmark of Jiangzhou. The premises are expansive, constructed with opulent materials. Yet, for reasons unknown, the business has not flourished. In the past 3 months, 2 employees have encountered tragic incidents within the hotel. One fell from the upper floors while cleaning windows and died on the spot, while another accidentally slipped down the stairs and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Each month, the losses have reached a staggering 8 million yuan, making the return on investment dismally low, prompting him to consider selling. General Liu, my total investment in this hotel exceeds 2 billion. This is all verifiable. You find 800 million too steep? Jiang Ming said, his brow furrowed and voice heavy. 750 million is truly the lowest I can go. 200 million less. If young Master Jiang believes we can negotiate, then let us discuss the details. If not, then let us part amicably without a deal. The bald man replied with a grin, clearly attempting to exploit the situation. Purchasing it for 200 million would yield pure profit. Considering Jiang Ming originally spent 500 million on the land alone, the losses have been overwhelming. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Come in, Jiang Ming said impatiently. A subordinate hurriedly entered and whispered something in his ear, causing Jiang Ming's expression to shift dramatically. He is here to dine with me. Is that true? Chapter 95. The hierarchy among people. During my last visit to the Jiang family, I witnessed firsthand the profound respect Jiang Ming held for Mo Hai. Therefore, upon spotting Mo Hai downstairs, I hurriedly dashed upstairs to relay the news. Upon learning that Mo Hai had come to dine at his hotel, Jiang Ming immediately rose to his feet. In which room is he? He inquired. My companion whispered in response, the ordinary room. What? The ordinary room? Arrange for the VIP room at once. Yes. The young man quickly turned and sprinted off. The Jiangpin Yicheng Hotel boasts 3 types of luxurious private rooms: the Tianzi, Heaven, room, the Dizzy, Earth, room, and the Renzi, Human, room, each with its own minimum spending requirements. The ordinary room, which he mentioned, requires a minimum consumption of 2,000, with an average expenditure of 500 per person. Few patrons dining here are not of considerable wealth. Many aspiring internet celebrities prefer to reserve an ordinary room, ordering a few dishes, proclaiming it a visit to a 5-star restaurant, while in reality, they are selecting the most inexpensive options available. Suddenly, Jiang Ming seemed to have an epiphany and quickly called back to his subordinate. Mr. Mo may not appreciate being the center of attention. Just say it was arranged by the hotel, with no mention of me, and certainly not that it was due to him. Understood. Just keep it ambiguous. Understood. Understood. After several encounters, he had discerned a bit of this man's character. He preferred subtlety over ostentation. As the saying goes, subtlety and pretense is the most lethal. His demeanor surpassed those who flaunt their wealth brazenly. If it were to be made clear that the Jiang family had arranged the room as a gesture of gratitude, Mo Hai might very well forego his lunch and leave immediately. The bald middle-aged man cleared his throat. Young Master Jiang, Let us continue our business discussion. What do you think of the price I just proposed? What do you think, Mr. Liu? Jiang Ming replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. Business at Jiangpin Icheng Hotel was tolerable, albeit expensive, with a considerable staff. Monthly earnings barely matched expenditures, resulting in continual losses. The hotel had been developed at a staggering cost of over 2 billion, and now they were expected to sell it for a fraction of that value. Strangely, upon discovering that Mo Hai was dining at his establishment, he had lost all interest in the business negotiations. Today, a benefactor had arrived, and it seemed his fortunes might be changing. Selling for 2 billion would be akin to a grievous loss. The bald, middle-aged man was well aware that securing 2 billion would be a tremendous gain. Even if the hotel were demolished and redeveloped into a high-end community, the profits would far exceed that amount. So, young Master Jiang, what is your intention? Jiang Ming cast him a measured glance and replied in a low voice. Let us pause our collaboration for now. I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out. Are you saying we are no longer negotiating? Not that we are ceasing discussions, but rather that I am no longer selling. In the exquisite private room of Jiangpin Icheng, one could not help but admire the splendid decor. Were it not for young Master Yang, we might have found ourselves dining in the main hall instead, remarked the bespectacled girl with a flattering smile. Indeed, even this ordinary room surpasses the finest private dining rooms in other hotels. Typically, patrons dining here would sit in the main hall, while those with a modicum of wealth might reserve a standard private room. Civil servants and officials may opt for a more prestigious room, whereas the elite rooms are generally reserved for high-ranking officials. As for the Tianzi Suite, it has only been opened 3 times since the hotel's inception. Access to it is not merely a matter of affluence. Young Chi Feng, seated at the head of the table, pretentiously wiped his hands with a white cloth dipped in warm water, exuding elegance. It's a trifling matter. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall take you all to experience a higher-tier room, but one must verify their assets before booking, with a minimum requirement of 10 million. Otherwise, one isn't even eligible to reserve. His implication was clear. Should they successfully assist in securing Chen Xin today, they would be rewarded with a more prestigious outing next time. Wow, if we manage to dine in the elite room, wouldn't that elevate our status? A tall young man remarked with a mischievous grin. This gathering comprised 12 individuals, a mix of men and women, as the occasion called for revelry, and a gathering of only women would likely lead to endless gossip about celebrities. Please take a seat. Feel free to order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Yang Qingfeng chuckled, glancing around at everyone. By the way, has Chen Xin arrived yet? At that moment, Zhang Yao interjected with a sarcastic tone. Oh, her? She is downstairs with her boyfriend, parking that dilapidated bicycle. Can you imagine her expecting hotel staff to assist with that old? Thinking someone might steal it from this upscale establishment? It's utterly laughable. Just then, footsteps approached the door. Speaking ill of others behind their backs can lead to trouble. Chen Xin remarked coolly as she entered, her bag slung over her shoulder. With a guilty expression, she turned her head. I'm merely stating the truth. If it weren't for young Master Yang's indifference, do you think your boyfriend could gain entry to this hotel on that shabby bicycle? Is it so that riding a bicycle disqualifies one from dining in a 5-star hotel? Mo Hai replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao stifled a laugh, as if she had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha! Do you genuinely believe society operates as simply as you envision? There are indeed distinctions among people. Arriving in a luxury car grants you entry, while arriving on a decrepit bicycle does not. And what tier do you belong to? She challenged. I. The question left Zhang Yao speechless, unsure how to respond. Indeed, where did she stand in the social hierarchy? Even if her boyfriend drove a Mustang, he had never dined in a high-end restaurant like Jiangpin Icheng. Without her boyfriend, she would be considered a rather ordinary type, akin to the kind of person often ridiculed online. Zhang Yao, having worked as a waitress in a 5-star hotel and encountered a few wealthy individuals, mistakenly believed that her status was elevated to that echelon. Observing the situation, Yang Qingfeng swiftly intervened. All right, we haven't even begun our meal yet, and here you are bickering. Also, my friend, I warmly welcome you to dine with us. But should you dare to bully my friend, I shall have to speak up. Upon hearing someone stand up for her, Zhang Yao's smile grew more audacious. Oh, Yang Xiao? Do you think those words hold any regard for you? Her flirtatious gaze and the seductive sway of her figure resembled that of a ripe peach. She seemed unbothered by her boyfriend's presence, openly vying for his attention. Zhang Yao was aware that someone like Yang Xiao would likely look down upon her. Yet she was more than willing to sacrifice a bit of her allure for even the slightest advantage. Likewise, Yang Qifeng contemplated that if he could not win over Chen Xian tonight, seeking solace with Zhang Yao might not be a bad alternative. Chapter 96. The private room. Yang Qifeng occupied the main seat and gestured to Chen Xian to come over, patting the chair beside him. Xian, come sit here. I have a view of the river from this side. Chen Xian, barely sparing him a glance, coldly replied, Sorry, I do not enjoy looking at the river. With that, she pulled Mo Hai to the farthest corner, a seat near the door, typically reserved for those of the lowest status, as they frequently dealt with serving dishes. No one wished to be associated with such menial tasks, hence the least esteemed were often placed by the entrance. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xian chose to sit there willingly. What an ungrateful person. Choosing to sit at the door instead of the main table, one cannot change their station, even in a fur coat. No way she could be a wealthy heiress. Zhang Yao whispered nearby. Indeed, her words dripped with envy. Everyone knew that Chen Xian came from one of the better families in class, undoubtedly superior to Zhang Yao's. However, due to Zhang Yao's many small favors, she had cultivated a pack of sycophants around her. If Yang Xiao had invited me to sit beside him, I would have clung to him. Unlike her with that loser boyfriend. How is it that there is such a vast disparity between people? Some are starving, while others drown in excess. Another short-haired girl sighed. Chen Xian's repeated rejections of Yang Qifeng in front of so many had begun to make him lose face. Thus, the crowd's mockery of her was subtly encouraged by him. This man, who usually presented himself as a refined gentleman, was merely a vindictive hypocrite. Chen Xian's blatant disregard for his feelings had been etched in his memory, and he was already plotting revenge against Mo Hai. Yang Xiao, this Jiangpin Yicheng Hotel must be the most luxurious in Jiangzhou, right? A bespectacled youth inquired softly. Not the first, but certainly the second. Yang Qifeng leisurely lit a cigarette, offering one to all the boys present, except for Mo Hai. A deliberate slight, intended to belittle him. Of course, such trivial games would not provoke Mo Hai. Jiangpin Yicheng was a prestigious establishment owned by the Jiang family, with their main competitor being the Zhou family's Royal No. 1 hotel. The rivalry between these two local aristocracies may be lost on you, but suffice it to say, this restaurant is either first or second. Although the dining area appeared sparse, the cuisine was top-notch, and those who dined here were either affluent or noble. Yang Qifeng took a deep drag from his cigarette, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he noticed Mo Hai fumbling for a cigarette of his own. Yang Qifeng feigned surprise, placing his cigarette on the table and turning toward him. Oh, my apologies. I assumed you didn't smoke, so I didn't offer. Sorry. Next time, just let me know if you wish to smoke. No thanks, I prefer my own brand. Others tend to irritate my throat. Mo Hai shrugged and chuckled lightly. Zhang Yao, with her arm linked with another, scoffed derisively. Exactly. Such a person as you is only worthy of smoking low-quality cigarettes. Perhaps even counterfeit ones devoid of any branding. Is it not so? Chen Xian, it is unacceptable for your boyfriend to indulge in fake cigarettes. They are far more detrimental to health than genuine ones. Typically, one might purchase the modestly priced Laoshan Chung for a mere $2.50 at the Qianmen. I doubt he can truly appreciate the more expensive varieties. To think that the mere act of smoking could provide fodder for this group to mock and ridicule is quite a spectacle in itself. Mo Hai, however, would not delve into the origins of this special supply cigarette. Instead, he took a deep breath and chuckled softly. Are you implying that this is from the Jiang family's hotel? What, you are aware of the Jiang family? Well, it is only natural. They are frequently featured in the news. The previous leader of Jiangzhou was indeed a member of the Jiang family, a prominent local elite, quite beyond the reach of ordinary folks like us. Nevertheless, I have had the fortune of dining with someone from the Jiang family, which affords me a modicum of connection. Yang Qifeng, brimming with pride, flicked the ash from his cigarette and boasted. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent attention. They eagerly poured tea and hailed him as young Master Yang or Brother Yang, while some young women even provocatively extended their legs clad in black stockings towards him. Young Master Yang is truly impressive. Since you know the Jiang family, does that not place you among the elite as well? I must toast you shortly and seek your guidance in the future. And I too, Brother Yang, should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. If there is anyone you find displeasing, simply command me. I shall see what I can do. Oh, young Master Yang, I am currently seeking employment. Perhaps you could assist me? I promise to treat you to drinks once my endeavor is successful. Is that truly your desire for drinks? It seems you are merely coveting young Master Yang's presence. Mo Hai observed, bemused by the flattery directed at Yang Qingfeng. His expression swelled with pride as he graciously offered to help his classmates with their requests. Indeed, he had dined with members of the Jiang family, albeit at a distance of 7 or 8 tables away, and those were merely inconsequential individuals from that illustrious lineage. At a friend's birthday banquet, he had raised a toast to the Jiang family, flaunting this encounter no fewer than 5 times. A family with total assets exceeding 100 million is not uncommon in Jiangzhou, such as the Qin family, which far surpasses the Yang family in wealth, with their fortune potentially exceeding 1 billion. Yet, even the Qin family pales in comparison to the Jiang family, let alone a mere family with assets over 100 million. It is quite an extraordinary feat for such individuals to dine in proximity, separated by 8 tables. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Yang Qingfeng responded in a deep, resonant voice. The door soon swung open, revealing a waiter clad in a sleek black suit, who bowed deeply to the assembly. "We sincerely apologize for the oversight on our part at the Jiangpin Yiqing Grand Hotel, as we were unaware of your esteemed arrival. We have now arranged a new private room for you. The Tianzihu private room is prepared and ready. May I inquire if it is convenient for you to change rooms now?" The impeccably dressed attendant spoke respectfully to the gathering. Such demeanor and service are truly exceptional. The Tianzihu private room. Yang Qingfeng was so taken aback that he dropped the cigarette he was holding. "Are you jesting with us?" "Certainly not. It was merely an oversight on our part. Had we been informed of your dining visit earlier, we would have prepared the Tianzihu private room in advance. Now, may we proceed with the room change?" The attendant inquired once more. "Change. Let us do so immediately." Chapter 97. Am I just a freeloader? The Tian luxury private room is certainly not a place accessible to just anyone. Perhaps only someone of the highest rank in Jiangzhou would be deemed worthy to enter. To my astonishment, I am dining in the Tian private room at Jiangpin Yiqing today. Yang Qingfeng is currently brimming with pride, feeling quite smug. As that very room is one his own father has never had the opportunity to enter, he has managed to enjoy it first. Surely, that must make him more impressive than his father. The Tian private room is located on the top floor of the hotel, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 360-degree view of every corner of Jiangzhou and surrounded by rivers on all sides. It must be said that the hotel's location is quite remarkable. Perhaps due to its high standards, it is not frequented by the average consumer, as wealthy individuals likely possess their own villas and would prefer to invite their companions home, while those with lesser means are reluctant to part with their money for such a lavish experience. As soon as the door swings open, the aroma of wealth envelopes you. This is not merely a private room. It is more akin to a sprawling 200-square-meter apartment, adorned with bespoke European furniture. The room even includes quarters for sleeping, bathing, and watching the World Cup. The decorative piece in the entryway is a Tang Dynasty antique, the horse treading on a flying swallow. Just this one item is estimated to be worth over 10 million, aligning perfectly with the style of the Jiang family. Indeed, in such a vast hotel, the Tian luxury private room is singular, and its opulent decor is entirely understandable. My goodness, this is not a hotel. It feels like a grand... Is that lighting made of diamonds? And these cups, are they crafted from jade? Let us not appear uncultured and embarrass young Master Yang. Upon entering, some attempted to take photographs, but were promptly stopped by the staff. While dining here is permissible, photography is strictly forbidden. If everyone were to know what the Tian private room looks like, it would lose its air of mystery. To welcome you all to Jiangpin Yiqing Hotel, we are pleased to offer a 50% discount on all your expenditures today. The staff smiled at the guests, who were momentarily taken aback by the announcement. A 50% discount? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the small restaurants outside would hesitate to offer such a generous deal, let alone Jiangpin Yiqing. Yang Qingfeng cleared his throat, adjusting his collar, and declared, "Since it is your hotel's generous offer, I shall not decline. Please bring us a menu." "Thank you. Of course. Please wait a moment." The staff respectfully bowed to him, nodding courteously at the others before departing the private room. Once she left, the atmosphere erupted in joyous chatter. Everyone eagerly examined the exquisite decor, each piece a treasure, treating them like toys in their hands. It is worth noting that even breaking a single ornament would likely equate to several years of hard work for the average person. Yet, they seemed blissfully unaware of the significance of their surroundings. Mo Hai sat in his chair, casting a glance at the vase in Zhang Yao's hand, and remarked with a faint smile, "Do be careful not to shatter it." This is a vase from the official kiln of the Ming Dynasty. Rather precious indeed. Huh. You rustic bumpkin, you actually understand this? It's just a broken vase. My boyfriend's family has several of these. How valuable can it be? Zhang Yao completely disregarded his words and coldly retorted, as for you, you're merely here to mooch off the meal. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Me? A moocher? What else could I be? Without Yang Xiao, you're nothing. You wouldn't even have the chance to step foot in here. If I were you, I'd quickly snap a few photos. I frequent such occasions. As for your presence, you might only ever have one chance to experience a place like this in your lifetime. If it were solely up to Yang Qingfeng to dine here, the first-floor hall would barely accommodate ordinary private rooms. The sudden upgrade to a top-tier private room likely indicated that Jiang Ming was currently present in the hotel and was aware of his arrival. If we're talking about mooching, it seems this entire group is actually feasting off my generosity. I truly hadn't anticipated that Yang Qingfeng had connections to the Jiang family. I had underestimated him before. At this moment, Chun Xian murmured from the side. No wonder he loves to show off. Turns out he is also a second-generation official. I told you he had no ties to the Jiang family. Do you believe me now? Mo Hai said with a mischievous grin. Huh. Chun Xian shot him an exasperated glance. He has no connection to them. Does he have a connection to you? Anyway, since we've already embarrassed ourselves, I intend to enjoy some exquisite food later. Soon, a waiter entered again, holding a menu and a bottle of premium red wine, Romani Conti. He placed the menu on the table and smiled gently. Esteemed guests, all the chefs in the hotel have set aside their tasks to serve you exclusively. Feel free to order anything you desire. We shall do our utmost to accommodate your every need. Additionally, this is a complimentary bottle of red wine, aged for 20 years. We hope you enjoy it. 20-year-old wine. One girl exclaimed in astonishment. Another young man echoed his surprise. The entire hotel's chefs are here to serve just our table. In response to these inquiries, the waiter merely nodded slightly. Indeed, when distinguished guests arrive at our hotel, we prioritize them over other patrons and dedicate ourselves to their service. All eyes turned to Yang Qingfeng in unison. To have an entire 5-star hotel cater exclusively to a single table of guests, now that was a grand privilege. With the change to a top-tier private room, the suspension of service to other guests, and the presentation of a bottle of 20-year-old fine wine, it was clear he was a person of significant stature. It's just a meal, Yang Qifeng said with a smirk, feigning humility. I merely wish to foster camaraderie among classmates. I truly didn't mean to show off. One must admit, his flair for ostentation had attained a certain level of finesse. It is indeed our Yang Xiao who is remarkable. One by one, they cast adoring glances. And it appears that more than one individual has covertly sent flirtatious signals to Yang Qingfeng. Even Zhang Yao could not restrain herself from discreetly messaging him on WeChat. Her message blunt and straightforward. A little surprise awaits him in the restroom shortly, accompanied by a red lips emoji and a small snake emoji. Yang Qingfeng stole a glance at her, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. This scene did not escape the notice of Zhang Yao's boyfriend, who, rather than feeling anger, willingly arranged for his girlfriend to sit beside Yang Qifeng. As long as he could establish a connection with him, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own girlfriend. If Yang Qingfeng desired his partner, he would personally procure protection for them. Yao Yao, this is my first meeting with Yang Xiao. You must keep him company well, the young man with the blonde hair said with a mischievous grin. Zhang Yao placed Yang Qingfeng's hand on her inexpensive black stockings, exclaiming, Oh, do I need to be told? When it comes time to drink, I will certainly take good care of Yang Xiao, right? As she spoke, she subtly moved his hand further up her leg. Yang Xiao, I must entrust you with my work matters. The young man with the blonde hair remarked with a cheeky smile. Yang Qifeng, as if touching something intriguing, slightly raised his eyebrows and smiled with narrowed eyes, saying, We are all classmates. Since you are Yao Yao's boyfriend, it's but a trifling matter. Chapter 98. Without skills, strength is paramount to elevate one's girlfriend for personal gain can, to some extent, be regarded as the hallmark of a This further illustrates that this is merely a performance. Romance lacks finesse and is entirely reliant on acting. He initially intended to personally serve each individual, but Yang Qifeng waved his hand dismissively. No need to fuss. We can pour our own drinks. Very well. Please hold on a moment. I will summon the dedicated staff to assist you with the menu. The young man in a suit bowed respectfully and addressed the group. As he departed, he casually glanced at Mo Hai, seated by the entrance, perhaps pondering whether there were individuals of higher status present. This private room had been specifically arranged by the Jiang family for him, and it had been 3 years since the last time the prestigious Tianzi room was opened. Graced by the presence of the top leader from Jiangzhou at Jiang Pinicheng. Once the young man left, Yang Qifeng pretended to examine the menu, only to be taken aback upon flipping it open. Aside from the cover featuring Chinese characters, the contents were entirely in foreign languages, representing cuisines from 18 European nations, and even dishes from some lesser-known countries. Most notably, the menu contained scant images, with rows of foreign text dominating the pages. Well, just order whatever you fancy. I am quite flexible. Yang Qingfeng closed the menu, flashing an awkward smile. At that moment, a petite blonde beauty with European features entered, specifically to assist the guests with their dining selections. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor, a startled Jiang Ming exclaimed, "What? Mr. Mo is seated at the entrance?" "Indeed. I have verified that the individual in the prominent seat is a member of the Yang family." The young man in the suit responded in a hushed tone, "I've never heard of him." Jiang Ming shook his head, instead contemplating how to approach Mo Hai without appearing too abrupt. From their previous encounters, he recognized Mo Hai as an exceptionally low-key individual, possessing remarkable skills that enabled him to work as a security guard for Fenghua Group. Such composure was not something the average person could attain. Thus, he resolved to do his utmost to meet the expectations of this banquet, aiming to convey his sincerity to Mo Hai. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ming finally spoke. "Please have the floor manager enter first to toast, so I can gauge Mr. Mo's mood." "Understood." In the Tianzi room, Yang Qingfeng poured a modest amount of red wine for everyone, sensing that this wine must be one of the hotel's prized vintage, which suggested it had been stored for at least a decade. Each sip of such wine could easily begin at a price of 10,000. He had never anticipated that his dining experience at Jiang Pinicheng would include a complimentary bottle of 20-year-old Romanée-Conti. Could it be that the Jiang family was aware of his father's recent acquisition of land in the northern part of the city? Had they recognized their potential? Indeed, although Yang Qingfeng did not comprehend why he was being treated so well today, he suspected it might be related to the plot of land his family had recently acquired in the northern part of the city. Despite its somewhat remote location, it marked their entry into the real estate sector, brimming with future potential. When the bottle of red wine was presented before Mo Hai, he couldn't even muster the interest to glance at it. "This wine is rather dry and lacks smoothness. Could you bring me a chilled beer instead?" Laughter erupted around the table at the audacity of ordering beer in such an upscale establishment. "My goodness, how can you be so pretentious? This is a 20-year-old Romanée-Conti. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? Just one sip would be a fortune, and yet you act as if you've savored it before." Zhang Yao exclaimed, her arm linked with Chen Xian's, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Mo Hai, however, remained unfazed, responding with a gentle smile. "I drink it often, personally. The 82 Lafite offers a smoother palate than the Romanée-Conti. You all can enjoy this wine. I'll stick to my chilled beer." The table erupted in laughter once more. Such a vintage of Romanée-Conti was rare, let alone the 82 Lafite. "Isn't your boyfriend an overseas returnee? His foreign language skills must be quite impressive. Let alone the 1982 Lafite. By the way, isn't our dear Xian's boyfriend a returnee from abroad? His foreign language skills must be impressive. He has lived abroad for a few years, but his foreign language has never been great. Perhaps you all can go ahead." Chen Xian hastily declined. Just as she was pushing back, Mo Hai took the menu from her hands. "I will order a few dishes." He scanned the menu from top to bottom, genuinely surprised at the variety, with each country represented by it. "Let us start with some smashed cucumbers and marinated peanuts. I need something to go with my drink," he declared, placing his laughter erupted once more, as the others found it amusing that in a 5-star hotel, he opted for cucumbers and peanuts. "I need something to go with my drink," he declared, placing his order with the waiter. Laughter erupted once more. In a 5-star hotel, not only was he drinking beer, but quite another to feign knowledge and end up in such an embarrassing situation. Chen Xian wished she could vanish beneath the table. The humiliation was unbearable. Even the waiter stifled a laugh behind his hand. "Don't worry, my friend. Be bold. Don't hold back on my account. Today's meal is on me," Yang Qingfeng said, struggling to suppress his laughter. Zhang Yao, arms crossed, added sarcastically, "It's not about saving money. One might only expect a simple dish of cucumber salad and peanuts accompanied by a bottle of ice-cold beer. Isn't this the quintessential 3-piece suit of the underprivileged?" Xian, he simply doesn't know how to read the menu. One could only pair such simplicity with a plate of sliced cucumbers and peanuts, accompanied by a bottle of chilled beer. Is this not the quintessential trifecta of the underprivileged? XIN. Did you not claim that your boyfriend speaks 6 languages and hails from an immensely wealthy family? Yet, mastering 6 languages cannot be achieved in such a short span. For an ordinary individual, being able to grasp a smattering of English is already commendable. She was utterly unsure how to rectify the situation. Mastering 6 languages cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. Upon hearing such flawless Norwegian, the waitress promptly jotted it down. Emohai then smoothly transitioned into standard Swedish, requesting 1 and a serving of rosehip soup for each person. In the following minutes, Emohai ordered every specialty dish on the menu in 16 different languages. Emohai then seamlessly transitioned to Swedish, continuing, "Additionally, I would like an order of shrimp paste toast. Furthermore, each person shall have a serving of rosehip soup." If a foreigner visited Xia country and could speak Mandarin, that would already be impressive. He even employed various lesser-known dialects. Only a genuine European would be conversant in them. For instance, a foreigner visiting Xia country who could speak Mandarin would be impressive enough. Emohai's spoken language was so impeccable that even this authentic European felt a twinge of inferiority. Furthermore, he conversed effortlessly with the waitress in various European languages. After completing his order, the blonde beauty bowed respectfully to him. "Is that all? What did you even order?" Zhang Yao looked bewildered by his rapid-fire speech. After placing his orders, the blonde beauty respectfully bowed to him. "Is that all you've ordered? What did you even select? How are we supposed to eat?" "Fear not, for this gentleman has just ordered 32 dishes in 16 languages. It was faster than any incantation. If all you've ordered are sliced cucumbers and the like, how are we supposed to dine? Rest assured, this gentleman has just ordered 32 dishes in 16 languages, all featuring the specialties of various countries, some of which were not even listed on the menu. One cannot help but declare that this gentleman is indeed a culinary connoisseur," proclaimed the blonde beauty, gazing at him with admiration. 16 languages. How is that even possible? If we consider lesser-known dialects, it could well exceed 16. Chapter 99. Unworthy of the grand stage. Upon hearing these words, everyone was instantly petrified. She had intended to embarrass him and make Chen Xin lose face in front of everyone, but instead, he had stolen the spotlight. Huh, what is so impressive about that? Who knows what he is doing in Europe? He might just be a waiter. She scoffed, crossing her arms. Emohai smiled faintly and replied softly. Who knows what he does in Europe? He might just be a mere waiter. Emohai smiled faintly and replied softly. Let us make do with it. Make do. Have you ever been to a place like this? How pretentious. Even Yang Qing Feng, with a cold expression, let us make do with it. Make do? Have you ever been to a place like this? You really know how to put on airs. Even Yang Qing Feng, wearing a stern expression, chimed in. I once spent some time in Barcelona, residing at number 36 Champs, Lycées. I even own a property there. If the opportunity arises, Emohai merely pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. What do you mean by that? Yang Qing Feng, noticing Emohai's even a trip out of the province was a rarity. Emohai merely pursed his lips, suppressing a smile. What do you mean by that? Yang Qing Feng. It's merely a city in Europe. Furthermore, Champs, Lycées is not located there. It's in France. Perhaps young master has made a mistake. Barcelona is not a country. It's merely a city in Europe. Furthermore, the Champs, Lycées is located in France. Perhaps you've made a mistake. His only experience abroad was a group tour. He never anticipated that someone would expose his deception, especially not Emohai, who had arrived on an old... Could it be that he truly lived in Europe? Soon, the dishes began to arrive progressively. Each filling one's stomach proved to be quite a challenge. Such is Western cuisine, visually appealing yet lacking substance. Thus, Emohai, who was not fond of... The dishes began to arrive, each plate notably large yet containing very little, elegantly arranged, but hardly sufficient to satisfy one's hunger. Such was Western cuisine, lavish yet insubstantial. Hence, surely, you know how to eat these dishes, Zhang Yao remarked derisively, observing him nibbling on peanuts and cucumber salad. A hillbilly is still a hillbilly. So enamored with peanuts while ignoring such exquisite dishes. As Emohai savored the cucumber salad and sipped on snowflake beer. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. You disdain fine cuisine, yet relish a handful of peanuts. As Emohai savored the cucumber salad and sipped on his beer. I find the cucumber salad far more appetizing, he said with a nonchalant smile. Moreover, the chef's skills here are rather mediocre, and the poor business speaks for itself. It is utterly amusing that after visiting Europe several times, One truly considers themselves part of, and the poor business is certainly justified. Laughter erupted around the table. It is utterly laughable, having visited Europe a few times. One truly considers oneself part of the upper echelon, and to think one has grown weary of it. If one cannot appreciate it, then simply admit it. What myriad excuses arise. If your boyfriend persists in this pretentious demeanor, he will indeed become difficult to endure in the future. I graciously invited him to dine and introduced him to a luxurious private room. Yet he repeated, "This room was complimentary?" Emohai retorted with a sardonic smile. Without the Yang family, who would be offering such a prestigious private room? If it were not for my family, would you even have the opportunity to dine here? He barked at Emohai, saliva nearly spraying across the distance. Oh dear. Young Master Yang, please do not be vexed. Zhang Yao cooed, her hand delicately resting on Yang Qingfeng's thigh. You are a person of status and distinction. Is it truly necessary to engage with such a lowly individual? He has merely tasted a few decent meals. How could he possibly compare to you? The woman's charm and finesse and social graces could easily warrant a class of its own. Most men would find it hard to resist her allure. How can he possibly compare to you? One cannot help but admire the woman's skill in the art of seduction. Raising his glass of red wine with a smile directed at Chen Xian. Everyone recalled the prior agreement to intoxicate Chen Xian, yet one by one. They only sought to curry favor with Yang Qingfeng. I apologize, but I do not drink. Chen Xian declared coldly as she downed her glass in one go. Although they had planned to intoxicate Chen Xian, they now seemed preoccupied with flattering Yang Qingfeng. Apologies, but I do not drink. Chen Xian declared coldly. Zhang Yao derided while simultaneously toasting Yang Qingfeng with seductive grace, nearly perched upon his lap. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, Yang Qingfeng called out, his demeanor buoyant as the alcohol began to cloud his judgment. The door swung open, revealing the hotel manager at the forefront, followed by several waitstaff. A triumphant grin on his face. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, he was becoming slightly disoriented. The door swung open, revealing the lobby manager at the forefront. Please indulge without concern. I raise a glass with you all on behalf of the establishment. Upon hearing of the complimentary food and drink, the guests' eyes gleamed with delight. Not to mention, the 1982 law fight surpassed even the costs of the meal laid before them. This was not merely a matter of breaking even. The 1982 law fight, not even mentioning the Romani Kani, far surpassed the value of the entire spread before them. Not only were they not profiting, but they were incurring significant losses. Yang Qingfeng beamed with satisfaction. I am thoroughly pleased with your service. When I return, I shall certainly commend you to my family. Smiled lightly at the assembly while holding a glass of red wine, proclaiming, Come, I propose a toast to everyone. Our meeting is a ceremony. We are all family. Please, do not hesitate. Let us all raise our glasses in respect. We must not appear ill-mannered. Just as Emohai was about to rise with his snowflake beer in hand, Yang Qingfeng bellowed, You need tea stand. Don't you see what everyone— Just as Emohai was about to rise with his snowflake beer in hand, Yang Qingfeng bellowed, You need tea stand. Don't you see what everyone else is drinking? Quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and respectfully inquired, My dear guest, may I ask why you choose not to partake in the red wine? Emohai replied, I have grown weary of it. I prefer snowflake beer. Furthermore, your wine is poorly aerated, disrupting the delicate balance of alcohol and water. I have grown weary of it. I prefer snowflake beer. Furthermore, your wine is poorly aerated, disrupting the delicate balance of alcohol and water, resulting in a harsh, subpar taste. He set his beer glass on the table with a faint smile, adding, Since I am deemed unworthy of this esteemed gathering, please enjoy your drinks. Yet the latter did not even glance in his direction. Instead, he bowed respectfully to Emohai, saying, I apologize for the oversight on our part that led to your unfortunate experience. I shall certainly relay this matter to my superiors. With that, I apologize for the oversight on our part that led to your unfortunate experience. I shall certainly relay this matter to my superiors. With that, he turned and prepared to leave, showing no intent to join in the toast. Initially sent by Jiang Ming to extend the invitation to drink. Chapter 100. A perfect match without extending an ounce of courtesy to Yang Qingfeng and the others, they strode directly towards the exit. Is it possible to add some dishes? At that moment, Chen Xian called out softly to the lobby manager at the entrance. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you. The lobby manager turned around, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a low voice. What would you like to eat? I will have it prepared immediately. Soon, two waitstaff hurriedly approached, one on each side, ready to take her order. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Could I have stir-fried shredded pork and garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, and boiled pork slices?" With a burst of laughter, everyone turned to look at her in unison. Zhang Yao, covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaimed in a feigned dramatic tone, "Are you kidding? This is a high-end Western restaurant. If you want those dishes, you might as well head to a roadside stall. How utterly embarrassing." Indeed, Xian, with so many steaks, salmon, and caviar salads available. Why would you opt for such unhealthy options? Do you really think it's appropriate to eat those here? The group continued to mock her, their voices overlapping. In this era, ordering dishes that do not suit the palate invites ridicule. What's wrong? Just because they're chefs, must they only prepare Western cuisine? Hi. Which restaurant would hire a chef who can only make one type of dish? A chef skilled in Cantonese cuisine surely can whip up a Sichuan dish too. Ha ha. Indeed a perfect match. What a bunch of unrefined individuals, thinking they can enjoy street food in a fine dining establishment. Zhang Yao put down her chopsticks with a cold snort. You may embarrass yourself, but don't drag Yanggu down with you. Is it illegal to eat hot pot with steamed buns in a high-end restaurant? Hai looked up at the lobby manager with a faint smile. Can it be done? Absolutely. The lobby manager nodded emphatically. As long as the customer makes a request, we can accommodate it. Please wait a moment. Oh, absolutely. The lobby manager nodded firmly. As long as customers request it, we can accommodate anything. Please wait a moment. Also, could you bring me a bowl of noodles? I'm not accustomed to this table of dishes. Hai coldly remarked as he watched the manager's retreating figure. In a high-end restaurant. A bespectacled young man raised his hand. Could I also have a serving of fried rice, please? Apologies, but we do not serve fried rice in this high-end restaurant. A bespectacled young man raised his hand and said, could I also get a portion of fried rice? I apologize. The young man's request mirrored Hai's. If they could prepare stir-fried dishes and noodles, why was fried rice off the table? Wait, if you can make noodles. The lobby manager stated with a glaring double standard. In fact, the young man's request was quite similar to Hai's. If they could prepare stir-fried dishes and noodles. He simply turned and strode towards the exit. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Are you related to the lobby manager? Chen Xian queried quietly. Her brow furrowed in perplexity as she glanced at Hai. Otherwise, why does it seem like the manager is so obedient to his words? No, it's our first encounter. Chen Xian inquired softly, casting a puzzled glance at Hai. Otherwise, why would the manager appear so deferential to his words? Not at all. Hai shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling. Perhaps it's because I am simply too handsome? The crowd fell silent, having expected a more substantial response from him. Nonetheless, how could he possibly know the hotel manager? It's merely out of respect for young Master Yang. Otherwise, do you really think that man would be so courteous? Exactly. How could he possibly know the manager of such a prestigious hotel? It's merely because of young Master Yang's influence. Otherwise, do you think that— Exactly. It's all just for young Master Yang's sake. I knew he couldn't possibly be acquainted with anyone here. His pretentiousness is truly off-putting. Another young man chimed in. What are you waiting for? Quickly summon the chef. Yes, I shall find the chef immediately. The lobby manager nodded fervently and turned to leave. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find the chefs. Yes, I'll go find the chefs right away. The lobby manager nodded repeatedly and turned to leave, only to be halted by Jiang Ming's voice. No. Our current chefs certainly cannot. After arranging for the dishes to be prepared and delivered to the private room, he also intended to personally visit the Tianzi private box to meet Hai. After all, specifically selecting several top chefs to come to Jiangpinicheng. After arranging for the dishes to be prepared and sent to the private room, he intended to personally visit the Tianzi VIP room to meet Hai. He might need to seek Mr. Mo's assistance later on. Fetch me my finest bottle of red wine. Jiang Ming commanded the butler in a low tone. Yes, the butler promptly responded, but after a moment's consideration, he added, Wait, what kind of wine does Mr. Mo prefer? Beer. Jiang Ming replied. Indeed, great figures are not burdened by trivialities. Bring me a case of beer. At that moment, Jiang Ming commanded the butler. Yes, sir, the butler replied, but after a moment's thought, quickly added, Wait, what kind of wine does Mr. Mo prefer? Great figures often overlook trivialities. Bring in a case of beer. Meanwhile, within the Tianzi private room, a clatter erupted as Zhang Yao accidentally knocked over a decorative piece at the entrance, prompting everyone to rise. That must be quite— one young man whispered. Yang Qingfeng, resting his chin on his hand, mused, 2,000 to 3,000, I would estimate. 2 to 3,000. Upon hearing this, the blonde youth grew alarmed. As Zhang Yao's boyfriend, he worried about the possibility of his partner being unable to cover the cost. He had already spent several thousand on Zhang Yao, indulging in all the pleasures and diversions one could imagine. And he even contemplated offering his partner to Yang Qingfeng, hoping to exchange her for some other benefits to recoup his losses. Is this not the modus operandi of a businessman? Initially investing in a woman for amusement, and when the novelty wears off,